Chapter 81. After the selection of the admirals. The discussion on the selection of the lieutenant generals on the internet became more lively. But soon something happened again that attracted the attention of everyone in the city of science and technology. The ruins of the end of the century Yuan newspaper had another accident. About 20 to 30 palm-sized scavenger beetles came out of the nearby sewer system that had not been repaired in time, and attacked people when they saw them. Fortunately, these things were small in size, and the military and security personnel arrived in time to deal with them, and did not cause much harm to the people around. Humans have long been accustomed to the scavenger beetles attacking humans in an unprepared manner, although everyone is very afraid of scavenger beetles when talking about them. Just like facing the PCIH virus and spirits, this accustomed cognition also has a premise. That is, if EP81 had not leaked the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of scavenger beetles not long ago, overnight, the lie about the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetles, which was originally woven by the super government and the military, was once again exposed. The discussion about the carrion beetles directly surpassed the resistance agent and the selection of lieutenant generals. The comments on the internet became more and more intense. Even if the super government and the military wanted to calm the situation, they would become powerless. As the head of the science and technology city, the super government and the military attached great importance to the sudden appearance of carrion beetles in Xiantian City. Not only did they immediately dispatch troops to strengthen the external defense of this science and technology city, but they also arranged for people to enter the entire city's sewer system to conduct inspections to see if there were any traces of carrion beetles hidden inside. It's strange to say, most of the carrion beetles that humans have seen are over 1 meter in size. But this time a very small species appeared. I don't know if the carrion beetles have evolved again. Small carrion beetles are easy to eliminate, but they are also more likely to appear anywhere, making it difficult to guard against. After Tang Yu and He Lei knew about this, they were more worried than ordinary people, because the anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles is related to spirits, and the headquarters of the end of the century Yuan newspaper went bankrupt and abandoned due to a spirit parasitic accident. Now carrion beetles have appeared again, which makes them wonder if the spirits are going to attack humans. If the carrion beetles were controlled by spirits to attack Xiantian City, then the chances of human victory would be very slim. The spirits were ethereal and people had no idea where to start. And the carrion beetles were ferocious, and people could not defend themselves. However, because Tang Yu was doing experiments and He Lei was about to go out to perform a collection mission, neither of them had extra time to focus on this matter. He Lei only went to the military headquarters to talk about this matter briefly with the marshal, and told them some more information about the carrion beetles. And then, he could only propose to strengthen the defense of Xiantian City. Tang Yu had finished the second phase of the experiment on Ming Chong, and the results were being analyzed. But some of the results were beyond his expectations. Even after taking off the heat-resistant biological intelligent neck ring and being exposed to the sun for 3 hours, Ming Chong still did not get infected with the PCIH virus, or the infection speed was slower than the self-healing speed. During the experiment, Ming Chong did not feel any discomfort due to the high temperature. There is no doubt that he has gained the ability to be immune to high temperatures. However, a very serious problem also occurred in the experiment. The ratio of activity and inactivity of the enzyme released by the MSHEF protein in Ming Chang's body was greater than the average value of 1.8 for the first time, reaching a ratio of 2.3. In this way, the temperature of the cells in the body will be too low, which will affect the operation of the body's functions. But the surface temperature will be too high, and the blood circulation will be accelerated, resulting in an imbalance between the inside and the outside and the meridians. If this situation continues, people will gradually become weak and lazy, and as the symptoms worsen, their bodies will become worse and worse. Such a problem is naturally contrary to the original intention of developing resistance agents. And the most fundamental reason for this problem is that humans have long relied on high-temperature biological intelligent neck rings, which has weakened the body's temperature regulation system. When he conducted experiments on himself, this situation also occurred at the beginning, but he adapted quickly. But Ming Chang's situation was more serious. After looking at the experimental results for a long time, Tang Yu decided to call Ming Chang over to check his body again. And by the way, formulate a plan to improve the resistance agent on the spot. Even if the latest version of the resistance agent achieves the most perfect effect with the assistance of the anti-high temperature biological intelligent neck ring. If you can choose, who would want to wear such a collar that shows the end of the world every day? In the hearts of the people in the city of science and technology, there has always been a helpless, contemptuous name for the anti-high temperature biological intelligent neck ring that protects human life. That is, the pet shackle of the end of the world. It is telling us what a cruel world humans live in, with a harsh environment, a sharp decline in population, and heavy mental pressure. These heavy mountains make humans breathless, and they mock humans one by one, saying that they have sent themselves into the cage of the end of the world, because He was going to go out on a mission tomorrow. He was still busy in the military building and planned to stay in the office to rest. So Tang Yu simply decided to work overtime in the private laboratory for one night, and the two people arranged by He protected him. After closing the experimental report about Meng Chang in the holographic projection screen, Tang Yu pinched his eyebrows to relax his spirit, and then opened the contact interface to search for Meng Chang's communication code. After organizing some words, he made a voice call, and went out of the laboratory to sit down in the small hall outside to rest. However, after waiting for almost a minute, there was no movement from Meng Chang, neither hanging up the communication nor connecting. And finally the communication was automatically hung up. This result surprised Tang Yu a little. In order to do the experiment, Meng Chang specially asked for a few days off, and the two agreed to keep in touch at all times. Even if it was late now, it was impossible to not contact each other. Moreover, when doing the experiment at noon, Meng Chang also told him that he would stay at home to accompany Gigi in the evening. However, Tang Yu did not think much about it. After all, the communication can be set to Do Not Disturb mode. In this case, the communication interface will not pop up immediately, but will only be turned into a prompt message. After a while, Tang Yu called Meng Chang again, but no one answered. This time, Tang Yu was a little worried, because as long as people are not asleep, they basically cannot ignore a communication. He exited the contact interface and looked at the time. It was just after 8 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu stared at the holographic projection screen for a few seconds, then stood up and walked to the window not far away. Looking over, he saw the sky was covered with thick gray-black clouds. The neon lights of Qiantian City seemed to illuminate the sky, and the empty sky was bright gray. After thinking for a while, Tang Yu turned around and called the two soldiers who were protecting him to come over, and asked one of them to go to Meng Chang's house to find the other party and bring him over. Meng Chang's residence was also some distance away from this private laboratory. After Tang Yu calmed down, he sat in the small hall and waited slowly. Recently, it was a turbulent time, and he had to be more vigilant and cautious. After leaving a message to Meng Chang, he sent a message to He to ask about his situation. He was immersed in experiments all day today and didn't have time to greet He. After a few minutes, He finally found time to reply to the message, and said that if Tang Yu was still doing experiments and didn't plan to rest, he would come to see him and say goodbye before going out on a mission. Tang Yu did not refuse He's proposal to meet. They would not be able to meet for many days, and the mission was extremely dangerous, so it was better to meet at this time. However, before he could chat with He for a few words, the soldier who was sent out contacted him. Tang Yu immediately connected the other party's communication, only to hear the other party's tone of voice somewhat obscure, saying that when he went to Meng Chang's house, he knocked on the door, and it was Gigi who came to open the door. And Gigi said that Meng Chang had not been home all day, and he didn't know why he hadn't come back yet. Hearing such news, Tang Yu was immediately shocked. The most important person to Meng Chang now is Gigi, and Gigi suffers from mental illness and needs care. It is impossible for him to disappear without saying a word, unless he was taken away intentionally or something happened. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's heart tightened instantly, and his thoughts quickly diverged. Now Meng Chang's importance is self-evident, and there are only a lot of people coveting him, so his safety has become a big problem. He is now an important experimental subject of the resistance agent. As long as his data is obtained, similar products can always be imitated. With such temptation, someone will definitely take risks. Although he was not the only one who had undergone the resistance agent experiment, Asa and the bishop were both special, and no one dared to touch them. No one knew that Gigi had also done the resistance agent experiment. Only Meng Chang was an ordinary person, and the experimental data was precious. Even with France as a big mountain to guard the scene, it did not mean that no one dared to touch the Tai Sui head. Before, he relaxed the protection of Meng Chang, first to lure the enemy, and second to actively show the experimental results of the resistance agent. But he did not expect that he was still careless. After careful thinking, Tang Yu immediately made a decision. He asked the soldier to protect Gigi and bring him over. And he immediately got up and left the private laboratory to go to the military building to seek He Lei's help. No matter what, it was most important to save Meng Chong from the unknown enemy first. On the way there, Tang Yu briefly explained the cause and effect to He Lei, and asked him to arrange for someone to protect Gigi. After hearing this information, He Lei was surprised and felt extremely heavy. Meng Chong was a key figure closely related to the resistance agent. If something happened to him, many plans would be disrupted. Soon Tang Yu arrived at the military building, and the soldier also brought Gigi over, and the three of them met together. Indeed, as Meng Chong said, Gigi's spirit is recovering step by step. She has now begun to have normal thinking, after knowing that Meng Chong might be in trouble. Although her face was full of worry, she did not cry and seemed very calm. Meng Chong admired Tang Yu very much, so Gigi also showed great trust in Tang Yu. When she saw him, Gigi rushed over and grabbed his white coat sleeve, and asked anxiously, "Professor Tang, do you know when Meng Chong will be back?" At this moment, her eyes became like a frightened deer, looking very fragile. "He told me that he was going to do an experiment and asked me to wait for him at home. I am waiting for him," Gigi said with a face full of grievance. Tang Yu was in a complicated mood and didn't know how to comfort him. He just comforted her stiffly. "Meng Chong will be fine." Gigi nodded to him trustingly. At this time, He Lei also came out, followed by Hilya with an equally heavy face. He Lei didn't say much and called Tang Yu into the building, while Hilya went to Gigi and coaxed her to take her to a safe place for settlement. Tang Yu organized his words and said to He Lei, "Because of the ruins of the end of the century Yuan newspaper, the topic of the anthropomorphic evolution of scavenging beetles has been discussed again. The reality is not optimistic. I am more worried that there are spirits involved behind this." He Lei was silent about this, and then said, "Dean Jiang is leading people to speed up the experiment on scavenging beetles. I believe that there will be experimental results of phytophagus beetles soon. By then, we should be able to get some clues about anthropomorphic evolution. It's just that about Professor Li Jing's experiment." He didn't finish his words, but Tang Yu immediately understood what he meant. Professor Li Jing's experiment was also the key. The two stopped talking and soon arrived at He Lei's office. He Lei specifically called Wang Jing over. For a hacker with outstanding abilities, finding someone through a neuron electronic chip is the most convenient method. He Lei didn't have to use such a dangerous and extreme method, but he would go out on a mission tomorrow, and he wanted to help Tang Yu solve this problem as quickly as possible. As soon as he entered the office, Tang Yu saw Wang Jing sitting on the reception sofa, operating the keyboard of the holographic projection screen with his fingers flying, and making a series of codes that were difficult to understand at the moment. He Lei walked over with Tang Yu and stood beside him, asking, "Any information?" "Wait." Wang Jing only replied briefly with 2 words, but the 2 elegant and delicate eyebrows on his cold face were tangled together. It was obvious that the problem was not easy to solve. After all, the neuron electronic chip connected to the universe system was designed with a very powerful defense system, which was difficult for ordinary people to break through. Tang Yu couldn't help but get nervous when he saw this. He Lei explained to Tang Yu, "I asked Wang Jing to try to access Meng Chang's neuron electronic chip for positioning. Even if his neuron electronic chip was blocked, it should be found." Tang Yu nodded calmly, and began to analyze in his mind who was more likely to take Meng Chong away. The first to bear the brunt should be the Scott family. After all, Vice President Edgar had been eyeing the resistance agent for a long time, and He Lei was about to go out on a mission, and it was difficult for him to take care of him, which made it more convenient for the other party to act. The second is the Jean family. After all, Jean Shi has also revealed his ambition for the resistance agent, and the other party is also a guy who is pretending to be friendly with France. Then, there is the Harris family, which is still unstable internally. Even if Admiral Freston controls the family and does not cause trouble at this time, there is no guarantee that there will be no traitors in their family. In addition, there are the Minister of Environmental Measurements Cotton family, as well as the President and Marshals Hawk family and Williams family, etc. In short, as long as the family has a little power in the city of science and technology, it may be the culprit who attacked Meng Chong. While thinking seriously, Tang Yu heard Wang Jing, who was always calm, suddenly exclaimed. He immediately looked up and saw that Wang Jing's cold face was showing an uncontrollable surprise at this moment. And his pupils were also tightened, staring closely at the holographic projection screen. What's wrong? He Lei quickly approached, but saw that the holographic projection screen was still a piece of code. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart couldn't help but twitch, with a vague bad premonition. Hearing the outside world's inquiry, Wang Jing immediately pulled back his thoughts. He quickly recovered his expression, but there was still a trace of daze between his eyebrows. Obviously, the information he just searched really shocked him. He organized his words and whispered to Tang Yu and He Lei, just now, I was almost patrolled by the defense system of the universe system. But it was also confirmed that Ming Chang's neuron electronic chip account has been cancelled. Hearing this, Tang Yu took a breath of cold air, and his eyes were full of disbelief. There are only two situations when a person's neuron electronic chip account is cancelled. One is that the neuron electronic chip is illegally taken out, and the chip's self-cancellation program is activated. And the other is that the account is cancelled automatically after death. The second situation is naturally that the person is dead. And the first situation is that even if the person is still alive, he is almost dead. Tang Yu tried to calm himself down and asked in a deep voice, can you confirm whether the person is still alive? I called him not long ago, and it showed that no one answered. Wang Jing was silent for a moment, but said, try calling now. This made Tang Yu's mind suddenly shudder. If he called Ming Chang now, would it show that no one answered? Or, he couldn't help but clench his slender fingers, and a row of crescent-shaped marks were left on his white palm. At this time, He Lei said, let me try. After saying that, he flicked open the holographic projection screen with a solemn look and found the communication code of Ming Chang that he had added not long ago. Hello. The communication code you dialed does not exist. Hearing this AI voice that sounded like a real person, Tang Yu was stunned immediately. What does this mean? In just a dozen minutes, Ming Chang is in danger or has died, because the communication code is bound to the neuron electronic chip account. No matter how many communication codes a person has, it is only bound to one neuron electronic chip account. Deregistering a communication code will only show that the communication code is deregistered, and it will not be non-existent. The situation of non-existence only occurs when the neuron electronic chip account is deregistered. He Lei was also surprised by the result. Seeing Tang Yu's absent-minded look, he suddenly felt nervous and became more worried about the other party's situation. Don't worry. Let's check again. He then instructed Wang Jing, go directly to the universe system and download all the information in Ming Chang's neuron electronic chip. As long as the neuron electronic chip is not damaged by special interference, you should be able to get the information. Wang Jing nodded immediately after hearing the command and took action without any doubt. But Tang Yu had already had the answer in his heart. It was very difficult to connect to the universe system without anyone noticing. Just after connecting to Ming Chang's neuron electronic chip, he was almost counterattacked by the universe system. But Wang Jing also had his own methods. It took about 10 minutes for Wang Jing to finally enter the universe system, and another 4 or 5 minutes to find some information about Ming Chang's neuron electronic chip. However, the chip was damaged, which means that Ming Chang's chip was deliberately destroyed. After getting such an answer, several people knew it, but the shock brought by this truth was too great. Tang Yu was unstable for a moment and almost fell backwards. Fortunately, there was a sofa backrest to support him, which barely supported his body. Who on earth wanted to kill Ming Chang for the resistance agent? Tang Yu was silent for dozens of seconds. Then, he suddenly walked to Wang Jing, held his shoulder and asked him, can you locate Ming Chang's position? Wang Jing immediately recovered from the shock of the truth, and silently hurried to locate Ming Chang's location. He soon found a clue. The incomplete chip information downloaded from the universe system showed that Ming Chang's last appearance was near the Homeless Management Center. Upon hearing this news, Tang Yu looked at He Lei with a deep gaze. After staring at each other for a few seconds, he turned around and walked out the door without hesitation. He Lei did not ask Tang Yu what he was going to do, but hurriedly followed him. As soon as he got on the light energy suspension car, Tang Yu suddenly remembered something that made people sigh. Ming Chang claimed to be the most powerful person in the corpse collection team, but now he was afraid that his companions would collect his body. Soon the two arrived near the Homeless Management Center. Tonight, the sky was overcast, and it seemed that a storm was coming, but the air was so stuffy that the dryness and heat scraped the skin, making people dare not stay outside for too long. The management of the Homeless Management Center was very strict. The lights were turned off on time at 9 o'clock. So the surroundings were dark. Only sporadic flashlights leaked from the windows of the tall buildings, barely illuminating a little light. Because it was so dark around Tang Yu and He Lei saw the headlights of the corpse collection team on duty at night after getting off the car. There were only 3 people there. They should have just finished the packing work. At this moment, 2 of them were seen lifting a large horizontal object in front and behind. The special body bag was vacuumed and fit on the object, and the shape of a person could be vaguely seen. Some of them were so suppressed that their eyes were bloodshot, while others were pretending to wipe their tears, but all of them had anger on their faces that could burst out at any time. Tang Yu stopped and stood quietly not far away, staring at this scene that was very puzzling to others with his indifferent eyes, and remained silent for a long time. This was the second person to die because of the resistance agent. Obviously, the bishop and Asa were also injected with resistance agents, but it was only Meng Chang who died. Chapter 82. Meng Chang's death reached France's ears at lightning speed. Just before hearing the news, he was working overtime in the office of the headquarters of the Bedoha Church, listening to the venture capital agent of the Delno family report on the project of the carrion beetle. After listening to the report, he talked to the venture capital agent about the current situation. Unexpectedly, Dan came to the door of his office in a hurry and knocked on the door with some strength. Hearing the heavy knock on the door, France frowned slightly on his slightly serious face and was somewhat unhappy to be interrupted from talking about business. Seeing this, the venture capital agent quickly laughed and said, "It must be something urgent to find you." Francis pondered for 2 seconds, just waved his hand, and the venture capital agent immediately understood what he meant, and quickly got up from the reception sofa to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Dan's face, which was restrained but anxious, was revealed. The emblem painting on his forehead was squeezed together by a shallow vertical line to form a fine gully, making the bright color also stained with a bit of gray and black heaviness at this moment. The venture capital agent immediately noticed the coldness on Dan's body and was shocked in his heart, but he also instantly realized that something must have happened. He didn't say much, just nodded to others and walked out, and carefully closed the door. Seeing that Dan was no longer as calm as before, France became more serious. He did not speak first, but just took a sip of hot tea from the teacup on the tea table. Dan tried to calm himself down, and when his excitement subsided, he restrained his deep gaze and said to France in a low voice, "Mr. France, Meng Chang is dead. The security team just sent a message." Hearing this news, France's hand stopped drinking tea immediately. He frowned slightly and fell into thought. He didn't know whether it was because the news was not shocking or the other party didn't figure it out for a while. Seeing France like this, Dan's originally calm mood surged again, because Meng Chang's death was not a good thing for them, especially for him who is in a difficult situation now. If France's interests are damaged, his situation will only become more difficult. The bishop has seen through his conspiracy and regards him as a thorn in his side. At this moment, only France can serve as a shield for him to resist the bishop. Dan has been staring at France, anxious but helpless. After about 10 seconds, France finally reacted and asked Dan again, "What did you just say?" He gently put the teacup on the tea table, but the fingers holding the edge of the cup turned pale due to excessive force. Dan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, and said again, "Meng Chang is dead." Hearing this again, France's eyebrows suddenly became sharp, and the anger in his eyes soared instantly, as if to break through the barrier and burst out, impacting the surroundings with unstoppable force. "What's going on?" Francis's volume soared in vain. He stood up suddenly, clenched his fists tightly, and narrowed his eyes, with a hint of danger as if it were real. Dan was frightened by France's rare appearance, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. But he didn't know the specific situation at the moment, so he could only say truthfully, "I have sent people to investigate. I heard that Meng Chang was found by his colleagues near the homeless management office. He also went to Tang Yu to do experiments this morning." This made France silent for a moment. Then he stood up and said in a deep voice, "I will go to the corpse collector team to inquire about the situation." He walked outside. At this time, the night was already deep, but the lights and candles of the Boda church were still bright, and there was a faint hot wind blowing, and the surrounding treetops rustled with the wind. In the eyes of many people, France's attitude towards the resistance agent was as clear as Sima Zhao's heart, so it was obvious how important Meng Chang was to him. For France, Meng Chong was the most convenient and advantageous bargaining chip for him to control the resistance agent. As long as he controlled Meng Chong, even without Tang Yu, he could analyze the information about the resistance agent from Meng Chong based on the experimental content monitored, and then simulate the reagent closest to the resistance agent. Moreover, Meng Chong had always been undergoing experiments in his private laboratory, so naturally no one dared to compete with him for him. The Corpse Collector team is a special branch of the Guard team, also located in the military police district. But the office is in a remote corner that is easily overlooked. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the military police district at will. But France has considerable power, so he easily entered and went straight to the destination to ask to see the captain of the Corpse Collector team. However, France was rejected by the captain and was politely asked to leave the office area by several members of the Corpse Collector team. France was not angry because he did not see the captain and was kicked out. He was even slightly annoyed by his impulsive behavior. He thought again with a deep face, suppressing all his anger and resentment in his heart. Judging from the reactions of the Corpse Collectors, Meng Chang's death was very strange. He was the deputy captain of the Corpse Collectors and had been working in this dangerous profession for 7 or 8 years. It was impossible for him to die easily. Moreover, he had accepted Tang Yu's resistance agent experiment. Even the most dangerous PCIH virus could not do anything to him. His death was full of doubts. He did think of a possibility that someone wanted to put the blame on Tang Yu for Meng Chang's death. After all, Meng Chong had been following the other party to do experiments in the past 2 days. If something went wrong, Tang Yu would be responsible for the majority of the responsibility. Once this crime was publicized, the radicals who opposed Tang Yu would use it to attack him. In this way, Tang Yu would be in a weaker state and lose his voice in controlling the resistance agent. However, this possibility was quickly overturned by him, because now the radicals were restraining their sharpness for some reason and no longer attacked Tang Yu fiercely. In this case, he had another idea. After this experience of impulsive action but failure, France had completely calmed down. He walked out of the office area of the Corpse Collector team while thinking, and his low mood evaporated in the night. Dan followed him with a heavy face. After a while, France suddenly asked Dan beside him, "Does Tang Yu know about this?" Hearing this, Dan quickly withdrew his eyes from the holographic projection screen, took 2 quick steps to be level with France, and said to him, "He should know. The people below reported that Meng Chang's wife was taken away by Helay's people and should be protected." Dan's face became worse as he spoke. When he heard the relevant military information, he felt a sense of resentment and unwillingness swirling from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, France thought more and more deeply. He actually wanted to know what Tang Yu was like at this moment. Meng Chong, as his experimenter, was definitely as important to him as he was. Moreover, as far as he knew, Tang Yu's new round of experiments on Meng Chong had only reached the 2nd stage. Although he didn't know the significance of each experiment, he knew that it was a very serious matter to force the termination of the new experiment. Meng Chong died, and Tang Yu's experiment was also useless. In this way, Tang Yu's plan to use the experimental results to clear the charge of the spirit parasite was almost a failure. Not to mention his other plans based on this. France knew that he needed to talk to Tang Yu about Meng Chong, but he was not in a hurry to find him. Tang Yu must have been shocked and at a loss because of Meng Chang's sudden death. Now was not the right time to talk. Francis returned to the office again and asked Dan to send someone to find out the news. Meng Chang's body was sent to the autopsy office of the military police area and examined by the most professional forensic doctor. The preliminary judgment ruled out the possibility of homicide. Hearing this news, France was furious. Meng Chong was alive and well, and was undergoing Tang Yu's experiment. How could he commit suicide? But soon, he became suspicious again. If this was true, the preliminary judgment also confirmed some ideas in his mind. He didn't say anything, but asked Dan to continue to find out the news. Soon, France remembered another thing. Soon after dawn, Helay would lead the collection team to go out on a mission, and would not be able to take care of Tang Yu for the time being. At this time, Meng Chang's death happened. Was it a coincidence or someone deliberately calculated it? And was this incident just targeting Tang Yu? The night was not long, and dawn came soon. The super government seemed to deliberately conceal the information about Meng Chang's death. Since the incident, it has not attracted any attention and public opinion from the City of Science and Technology, which made France even more confused. Helay and his team took off and left Qiantian City at 8 o'clock in the morning. Tang Yu went to see him off in person. After the familiar military starship cabin disappeared in the sky, he dragged his tired body onto the light energy suspension car and returned home. After leaving the homeless management office last night, he went directly back to the office, while he went back to his residence. As a result, he couldn't sleep all night. In addition, he got up in the morning to send he lay out to perform the task. At this moment, there was a faint blue-black under his eyes, and his spirit was no longer as vigorous as before. Ming Chang's death was the most unexpected thing for him. As soon as he returned home, Tang Yu received a meeting invitation from France. He did not reply to the other party immediately, but turned on the holographic projection screen and began to list some things. France had a lot of things to do today. Although Ming Chang's death was not exposed, it was not a secret among the upper class. So a series of chain reactions triggered by this began to unfold around him. As the head of the Badoha Church and the agent of the Delno family, he had begun to be questioned by those supporters. While France was dealing with these emergencies vigorously, Dan also used all means to get the autopsy report on Ming Chang. However, the result disappointed France, and even made him feel indescribably angry. The autopsy report described that Ming Chang committed suicide and died of drug conflict. Ming Chang had been taking drugs to treat mental illness, which was the key to his death. But few people knew about it, so the possibility of homicide was largely ruled out. Before Ming Chang died, he went to the pharmacy on purpose, and he still had a small bottle of ordinary medicine that could take his life. Seeing such information, France's anger that he had endured all night finally broke out. He threw the cup on the coffee table heavily to the ground, and the crisp and loud shattering sound suddenly resounded throughout the office, and could even be heard through the door. He did not believe the fallacy that Ming Chang committed suicide. This cause of death was as absurd as Anna's suicide. Keep investigating. He stared at Dan with his eyes wide open. It was the first time that Dan saw Mr. France lose his composure. He could not help but feel more uneasy. If he was so angry just because Ming Chang died, it would be totally inconsistent with Mr. France's character. I'm afraid there was something more irritating behind it, such as they were played a trick. The corpse collector team was an important and secretive existence in the entire science and technology city. Ming Chang, as the deputy captain of the corpse collector team in Qiantian City, was not only powerful, but also very important. His death was described as suicide, which was a trivial reason, which was full of abruptness. Looking at the entire Qiantian City, who could take his life so easily and define it? Who else could it be except the super government and the military? At the venue of the general assessment and selection, the Boda Church unexpectedly appeared in the sight of the people of the science and technology city, and initially laid out the grand plan of the Boda Church to move into the political field. At that time, the military and the super government had an ambiguous attitude. However, as the culprit who expelled the Boda Church from the political field 20 years ago, they would inevitably take some measures to stop the Boda Church, and Ming Chang's death may be a warning. Compared to Dan, France thought a little more than him. He felt that Ming Chang's death was not only a warning to him from the super government and the military, but also forced him to make the decision to send Tang Yu back to the institute. Ming Chang is dead. What reason does Tang Yu have to stay in his private laboratory now? Thinking of this, France's mood became even heavier, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart, burning him so much that he was restless and irritable. After a moment of hesitation, France immediately sent a message to Tang Yu and asked him to meet in his study at home. However, after a long time after the message was sent, Tang Yu did not reply. Seeing this result, France's mood sank to the bottom. His face was cold and dark at this moment, and there was no trace of the calmness and scheming when he smiled like Maitreya Buddha. More than an hour later, France finally received a message. Tang Yu refused to meet him. Chapter 83. Tang Yu's refusal completely angered France. He looked at the message sent by Tang Yu in disbelief, and his smiling face was now fierce. Gradually, his eyes became a little erratic, and he suddenly had a doubt. That is, whether Tang Yu was also related to the super government and the military in the matter of Ming Chang's sudden death. Judging from the current situation, Tang Yu would stand on his side no matter what. But he refused to talk to him. Without thinking too much, France immediately ordered Dan to track down Tang Yu's whereabouts. After learning that the other party went to a private laboratory more than 10 minutes ago, he immediately left the office to block Tang Yu. He had a bad feeling. If he missed this opportunity, Tang Yu would never choose to stand on his side again. On the way to the private laboratory, France couldn't wait to turn on the surveillance installed in the laboratory to check Tang Yu's every move. But Tang Yu's behavior at this moment was beyond his expectations. He was holding a test tube in his hand and pouring liquid into the waste liquid recovery bucket in the pool. And the bottles and jars around him that were originally filled with many reagents had become empty. Seeing this, France couldn't help but exclaim a little, and a trace of shock appeared in his sharp eyes. He stared closely at the holographic projection screen in front of him, his expression changing unpredictably. There is no doubt that Tang Yu is destroying all the experimental materials. France's mind sank again and again. After pouring out the reagents, Tang Yu opened the electronic experimental equipment in the laboratory again. He tore off a soft plastic chip from the top button of his white coat and pasted it on the data reading area of the experimental equipment. Soon, the display screen of the electronic experimental equipment popped up an interface showing a long string of codes, and at a speed that the naked eye could not keep up. It quickly deleted some experimental data in it with the logic of keyword scanning. This method can be said to be commonplace and common in France. But the premise is that it does not appear on Tang Yu, and does not appear in his private laboratory. Soon, France came to the private laboratory, and Tang Yu finished everything he planned to do, and was about to leave. The two met in the corridor by chance. One was full of deep anger after suppressing his anger, and the other was as indifferent and careless as before. Tang Yu was not surprised to see France suddenly. On the contrary, when he sent a message of rejection, even if he came, the other party would definitely find ways to meet him. And the private laboratory was monitored, so it was easy to do this. He did not take the initiative to speak, but just quietly stared at France in front of him, who looked unhappy. However, when France saw that Tang Yu was so calm, the anger that he had tried hard to suppress in his chest burst out instantly. He gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy tone, "Professor Tang, there is no need to leave so quickly. Please come to my study to talk." He made a gesture of invitation to Tang Yu in a distant manner. At this moment, France had lost all the vigor and vitality he had at the selection meeting for the general assessment. Instead, he revealed a trace of suspicion that could not be hidden. He stared at Tang Yu and kept looking at him, his surging thoughts passing through page after page. "Okay," Tang Yu just replied indifferently, and then walked towards France's house next door. France looked at his resolute and straight back, and slowly clenched his palms. Tang Yu was so calm at this moment that he couldn't help but believe the absurd speculation that the other party had joined forces with the super government and the military to kill Ming Chang to plot against him. Especially at this moment, Tang Yu was not accompanied by any of the people arranged by He Lei to protect him, which made him look even more suspicious. Entering France's house again, Tang Yu not only did not feel nervous or in danger, but he took the initiative to open the door of France's study and walked to the reception sofa inside and sat down. He was very nonchalant, as if he had a clear conscience, as if he was just having a very ordinary conversation with France. Seeing that he was so calm from beginning to end, France's doubts were shaken again. Tang Yu did not seem to intend to betray him. When France was strategizing, he was also keen on the art of speaking in a tortuous way. But this time, he was forced by Tang Yu to be straightforward. Before closing the door of the study, he couldn't help but ask directly, "Although Ming Chang is your experimenter, he has a close relationship with you. Don't you feel the slightest bit of sadness about his death?" Hearing this, Tang Yu looked up at France, who was approaching slowly. Although he was slightly fat, he was tall and long. When he looked down at someone sternly, he looked like a mountain full of pressure. Under such an oppressive questioning, he seemed not to feel it, and remained silent. Ming Chang's death was definitely not what France questioned. Through this incident, he also figured out some things. He could no longer fall into the fierce struggle caused by the resistance agent, because he could not fully control everything at the moment. He must give up the ambition to control everything with the resistance agent and concentrate on completing his real goal. Just last night, he received a communication from the president's secretary. As usual, the other party conveyed the meaning of hoping that he would return to the institute, but also reminded him in a very interesting and subtle way that Ming Chang's death was caused by the super government. At that time, he only thought that this matter was ridiculous. But after learning about Ming Chang's autopsy report this morning, he suddenly became clear and thought clearly about many points that he had been confused about before. First, the super government, the military, and the institute all hope that he will return to the institute to continue the experiment. For Ming Chang, a test subject who has been tested in France's private laboratory. They will definitely not allow such good experimental materials to be left to France. Ming Chang's death destroyed the live experiment data and warned France. Secondly, the super government was forcing him to return to the institute, including the sudden death of many people in the homeless management center, which was an opportunity to covertly stop his experiment on Ming Chang. Looking at Tang Yu's calm eyes, France laughed in anger, and he actually returned to his kind and smiling face like Maitreya Buddha. But his smile was very stiff and weird, which made people feel more frightened. He walked to Tang Yu and sat down, saying softly, "Actually, I don't want to believe that you betrayed me. But you need to think clearly. Once you step out of this study door, we will be enemies to the death." When he thought that Tang Yu had destroyed most of the experimental data in the private laboratory, he was so angry that his heart was blocked. Tang Yu did not leave him any room. Hearing this, Tang Yu's face remained unchanged. And he finally said, "You may not be able to do this because of Asa. You don't have to threaten me with him." Francis snorted heavily, and soon he laughed again, looking at him calmly and said, "I am very grateful that you saved Asa. But I also gave you the choice of retreat. It's a pity that you don't want to be with me. At this moment, you come to my private laboratory alone, which is more like a provocation." This made Tang Yu frown slightly, and France continued with a smile, "What I hate most in my life is betrayal. And you chose to betray me. I know that the super government has been trying to get you back to the institute, but I won't let them do what they want. If they are willing, you won't be accused of being a spiritual parasite until now." After Tang Yu finished speaking, his brows furrowed even deeper, and he seemed to have really encountered a difficult problem. However, within a moment, he regained his composure and slowly asked a question. "Mr. France should have seen the surveillance of me destroying the experimental materials and data, right?" Hearing this, France showed a trace of surprise. He did not expect that the other party would expose this matter so bluntly. He never thought that he could keep the surveillance camera secret. After all, there was a sharp-eyed and excellent soldier like He Lei who frequently went in and out of the private laboratory. The surveillance camera was as clear to him as a black dot on white paper, and Tang Yu could not have been unaware of it. France just smiled proudly and said, "So what?" Then he changed the subject. His expression suddenly became cold. "I want to ask, what is the meaning of Professor Tang doing this?" Tang Yu fell silent again, looking at France with a deep gaze. But France was almost provoked by his appearance and lost his patience. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore, he heard Tang Yu's voice as light as a feather and hypnotic. "I once wrote a note with the words hello, but I lost it not long ago. I think it's a pity. Maybe someone around me took it away quietly." Hearing such a sentence that had nothing to do with the topic, Fran was stunned for a moment. But in a flash, he suddenly thought of something. And suddenly his whole body became cold and broke out in a cold sweat. There is no doubt that Tang Yu was hinting at the loss of the resistance material. And he knew who was planning to steal the resistance material. Although the incident was beyond his expectations and caught him off guard, France quickly regained his composure. He was not afraid or guilty at all, and even confessed to Tang Yu directly, saying with a smile, "Then I am curious. How did Professor Tang know so clearly?" Thinking that Tang Yu still interacted with him casually after knowing that he was the mastermind, France was frightened and couldn't help but admire Tang Yu's deep mind. Tang Yu did not reply to him, and he didn't want to reply. The ink he wrote on the note was made of special materials. The note could be located by the radiation waves emitted by the ink. And France, who stole the note, inadvertently exposed his ambition. This was just a small trap he set up for the purpose of testing. But someone really fell into it. And France also gave him a handle for no reason. Tang Yu's silence again made France fall into the feeling of powerlessness, like a punch on cotton. He took a deep breath and was about to speak again. But Tang Yu suddenly spoke before him. "Mr. France, do you still remember our conversation on the light energy suspension car a few days ago?" Hearing this, France's memory could not help but go back to a few days ago. But he smiled sarcastically and said, "Do you really think that the technology of in vitro development of fertilized eggs can be realized? This is just a pipe dream compared to this vague experiment." France naturally prefers the resistance agent that has already seen results. It's not that he doesn't believe in Tang Yu's ability, but he doesn't believe in the current scientific research level. Hearing such a straightforward sarcasm, Tang Yu did not feel any discomfort. He just continued, "This is a matter of time. And it will also be a scientific research result that is not inferior to the resistance agent." "Excuse." Francis interrupted him very straightforwardly, and said in a deep tone, "This is just a shameful curtain for you to whitewash the piece and divert the contradictions." However, when Tang Yu heard this, he felt like an ant had drilled into his body, tickling his heart, and even a faint momentum was impacting his firm belief, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. But this discomfort soon disappeared. He was not surprised by Francis' attitude towards the in vitro development of fertilized eggs. He also did not mind the fact that he had shown great interest in this research before, but now abandoned it. After all, it was just a commonplace scientific research topic that humans had been studying but had never solved. Tang Yu lowered his eyes in silence. He suddenly thought of the reminder given by He when he talked to him about the rumors about Admiral Freston after the Admiral selection meeting not long ago. The super government and the military may have another obscure and obvious purpose in killing Ming Chong, which was to sow discord between him and France. The super government and the military were not sure about the relationship between him and France, and what deals they made when they met, so they could only intensify the conflict between the two in the most intense way. And Ming Chong was the fuse and cannon fodder. Ming Chong was neither murdered nor committed suicide, but was forced to end his life. I just don't know if he was prepared to lose his life before he died. Thinking of this, Tang Yu stood up suddenly with an emotion. At this moment, his indifferent face showed a trace of forbearing anger, with unwillingness and regret. In a hurry, he didn't even say hello to France and walked straight to the door, and forgot to consider whether France would suddenly take dangerous measures against him that he could not resist. His sudden action really surprised France, and he was even more suspicious. He also stood up suddenly, but he just turned around and stared coldly at Tang Yu's back as he walked away, his deep eyes revealing strong resentment and slightly hurt unwillingness. Tang Yu finally chose to stand on the opposite side of the Badoha Church and the Delno family. Chapter 84. Tang Yu left the private laboratory with a heavy heart, and took the elevator downstairs regardless of whether France caught up with him or not. After making up his mind to come here, he only left the two soldiers arranged by He to protect him downstairs, and went to the private laboratory alone to do the finishing work. And starting from this afternoon, he will move to a new battlefield. Compared with Xiao Su, Meng Chang's death made him feel more confused, as if the road ahead suddenly became foggy, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not see a ray of light, and it was like a punch on cotton, which made him anxious but full of powerlessness. But he also understood some things better. In this doomsday with dark currents, no one can be immune. Even if there were no tragic deaths, like Xiao Su being strangled by the new variant PCIH virus, or Ming Chong dying quietly because of struggle, those who committed suicide due to various public opinion turmoil and mental pressure also added a heavy stroke to this dark moment every day. This accumulated day by day. How terrifying it is. Tang Yu thought about it, and walked out of the elevator. The two soldiers who had been monitoring the situation in the dark saw him come out safely, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They hurried out to catch up with him, and silently protected him behind him. When they saw France walk into the elevator with a gloomy face, their hearts were hanging in their throats. Tang Yu did not go back to his residence directly, but went to the Octagon building where the super government was located. Today's weather was neither good nor bad. There was a thin layer of clouds in the sky, covering a large area of golden sunlight. Soon the light energy suspension car landed in the special parking lot of the Octagon building. Tang Yu got out of the car slowly. His face had returned to his usual indifferent and cold expression. His blue eyes looked straight ahead, as if he was indifferent to the surroundings and nothing mattered to him. The two soldiers were still left in the light energy suspension car by Tang Yu. Things had come to this point. Even if he was worried about his own safety, he would not die. The octagonal building seemed very quiet during working hours, even though people were coming and going. Tang Yu went through the gate and came to the front desk. He briefly explained his purpose to the front desk lady and asked her to help him apply for a meeting with the president. The front desk lady was somewhat stunned when she saw Tang Yu. She stared at him blankly and said unsmoothly, "Is it Tang? Professor Tang?" "Yeah." Tang Yu just responded lightly. He looked around casually and saw that people were coming and going in a hurry in the building. Not many people noticed the front desk. He repeated his request just now. After hearing this, the receptionist reacted and hurried to help Tang Yu with the application for the president's meeting. However, when she just came out of the O8 process interface, she suddenly thought of something. The receptionist slapped her forehead in annoyance and said helplessly, "Look at my memory. The president reminded me yesterday that if Professor Tang comes to see him, just let someone go to his office directly. No application is required. Just report to the president's secretary directly. Hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes flickered slightly. And then he lowered his eyes and fell silent, hiding all his deep thoughts and calculations. Seeing his sudden silence, the receptionist was a little puzzled, but she quickly dialed the president's secretary's phone and reported the matter to him. After briefly summarizing the situation, the front desk lady hung up the call, turned her attention back to Tang Yu, and said to him with a smile, "Professor Tang, you can go up. The president's secretary is waiting for you in the office upstairs." Tang Yu still just hummed softly, and turned calmly to the elevator. The elevator was very fast, and a few tens of seconds were just a moment. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Tang Yu saw the president's secretary standing 5 steps away with a solemn face. The other party also saw him, smiled at him, and walked over with big strides. "Professor Tang, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Please come in. The president is waiting for you in the office." Tang Yu looked at the president's secretary deeply, and couldn't help but think of the call he had made last night. He just nodded slightly and followed the other party to the president's office. When they arrived at the door, the president's secretary knocked on the half-open door as usual, and after hearing the word "come in" from inside, he pushed the door open and motioned Tang Yu to go in. Tang Yu took a shallow breath and walked in. The door was gently closed behind him. He looked straight over and saw the president carrying a teacup from the tea table to the reception sofa and placed the teacup on the tea table. "Mr. President, good morning," he greeted the other party politely. After hearing this, the president turned to look at Tang Yu. A friendly smile appeared on his slightly tired face. Without saying much, he just pointed to the reception sofa and said simply, "Come and sit down." Tang Yu's mood did not change. He nodded slightly and walked towards the president. The president sat down first. Tang Yu walked around the sofa and sat opposite him. He habitually remained silent. The president knew about Tang Yu's arrival, but he did not intend to get straight to the point. He just looked at Tang Yu, who still liked to remain silent and unpredictable. He was very alert in his heart and talked about some ordinary topics. "Have a drink of water first. I heard that you went to see He Lei and others off early in the morning. Your relationship is really good." Tang Yu looked up at the president. He didn't speak immediately, but took a sip from the cup on the tea table. The smooth and delicate black tea flowed over his lips and teeth, and immediately a tea fragrance emerged, followed by a sweet aftertaste. After a while, he put down the teacup and replied, "If I wasn't doing an experiment, I would like to go out on a mission again." This made the president stunned, but he also immediately understood some of the implicit meanings in the other party's words. However, it was indeed impossible for him to speak frankly about Meng Chang's affairs. He also felt very guilty about Meng Chang's affairs. But some things entered a dead end from the beginning, and the result was inevitable. Just like the death of Anna Lijianizhanin. It was always so unexpected, but it was a crucial move. His old face was wrinkled, and he smiled and said, "It's so dangerous outside. It's rare that Professor Tang has such courage." Tang Yu didn't answer. He pondered for a few seconds, but then said, "I heard from my colleagues at the front desk that Mr. President has been waiting for me for a long time." This made the president laugh deeply. He looked at Tang Yu quietly, and said, "Professor Tang is a smart man. I don't need to elaborate. I have already asked the secretary to convey my meaning last night. That's really a risky move." Tang Yu commented coldly with a slightly sarcastic tone. And before the president could explain, he said, "After the selection of generals was over, Admiral Freston should have conveyed my meaning to the military and the super government. At that time, Tang Yu replied to Freston about his return to the institute. This obscure questioning made the president speechless for a while. He kept rubbing his fingers, but the smile on his face did not change. He only said, "I think Professor Tang should have thought of everything that should be thought of. But our most core purpose is just to get you back to the institute to continue to develop resistance agents." After a moment of silence, the president smiled helplessly, and the wrinkles on his face showed more fatigue and exhaustion. "We have no choice. After all, the power of the Buddha Church is too huge." These words made Tang Yu's eyes cold instantly. He was very unhappy with the super government's attitude of being very distressed. But he once again remembered He Lei's reminder to him after the admiral evaluation and selection. To be honest, he has determined that the super government and the military are using him. As for what they are going to do, he doesn't know yet. And he seems to have no choice but to go with the flow. He fell silent again, lowered his eyes, and thought quietly. Seeing this, the president, even though he was experienced and facing a young junior, couldn't help but feel a little worried. He knew that Meng Chang's death would inevitably make Tang Yu disgusted with the super government. Because as an experimenter, Meng Chang was very important to researchers like Tang Yu. And this was also a living life. Before he decided to do this, he also weighed the pros and cons, and thought about what would happen if Tang Yu was angered. Although Tang Yu still carried the crime of being a spiritual parasite, he didn't care about it. On the contrary, the resistance agent in Tang Yu's hand was the thing that really strangled their throats. What the super government needed most now was to get the resistance agent to stabilize the hearts of the people in the city of science and technology. Now those conspiracies under the public opinion have gnawed the super government and gradually lost the trust of the people. However, despite this, he still carried out such a risky decision. After a while, the president took the initiative to say, I think Professor Tang should not come here simply to question this matter. Tang Yu did not answer immediately, but asked lightly, Has the Research Institute building prepared a laboratory for me? The president did not expect Tang Yu to say this. He was surprised in his heart, but his face remained normal. He replied, You can go there anytime. Tang Yu finally nodded in agreement, but then said, I will hand in the experimental results of the resistance agent in 3 days. But I have a request. Hearing that Tang Yu was going to hand in the experimental results of the resistance agent, the president did not react for a while. He was stunned for a while. And then he looked at Tang Yu closely and said, What request? Although Tang Yu said that he would hand in the resistance agent, it felt fake at this point. So he could only focus on something that was not so important. Tang Yu pondered for 2 seconds and slowly said, I want to continue the unfinished research on the in vitro development technology of fertilized eggs in Gaia City. And the super government must support it unconditionally. Such a request made the president feel a little surprised and confused. As long as the research project reported by the researcher is feasible, the super government and the research institute will provide financial support. Why did Tang Yu specifically mention this? It was the in vitro development technology of fertilized eggs that he proposed. Such a commonplace research topic that actually aroused the other party's research interest. After a brief thought, he said loudly, That's absolutely no problem. After a pause, he said sincerely, This time, the super government will definitely clear you of the charge of being a spiritual parasite. Tang Yu nodded. Okay. In this way, the two of them didn't mention Meng Chang at all. But every word was about Meng Chang. In a few words, they finalized an important matter that could determine the future of the science and technology city. They were all smart people, and knew what they needed most. Tang Yu didn't plan to talk to the president about other topics. After achieving his goal, he stood up and said goodbye and left, preparing to go directly to the Research Institute building. The president had discussed with Dean Jiang in advance, so he didn't keep him any longer at this moment. However, Tang Yu had just left the president's office when he saw the president's secretary walking towards him, as if he had something to say to him. He simply stopped and waited for the person to come over. Professor Tang, Dean Jiang heard about your coming to the Octagon building and sent an assistant to pick you up. He is waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Hearing this, Tang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He was somewhat impressed by Dean Jiang's keen insight. But Dean Jiang was not the only one who had figured out the direction of things. He nodded slightly to the president's secretary and walked slowly towards the elevator. When he arrived on the first floor, he saw a girl about 24 or 25 years old waiting at the front desk. She looked around and seemed to be waiting anxiously. He was very familiar with this person. Perhaps it was because the other party was too focused on Tang Yu's figure. So Tang Yu walked out of her sight and locked onto him at a glance. Then drove her petite body to run over quickly and jumped in front of Tang Yu. The girl didn't say anything, but stared at Tang Yu with a pair of watery almond eyes eagerly expectantly. Tang Yu frowned helplessly and called out, Senior sister. Hey! The girl answered crisply, looking at Tang Yu with a smile. This lively and smart girl is the daughter of Tang Yu's mentor senior brother. She is also a genius who has been exposed to scientific research since childhood. Her research field focuses more on medical chemistry. She looks the same age as Tang Yu, but in fact she is nearly 10 years older than him. She is a weirdo who wants to force Tang Yu to call her aunt to raise her generation, and likes Tang Yu to be her junior brother. Tang Yu didn't talk much. After calling people, he remained silent. His senior sister, however, became more talkative. She grabbed Tang Yu's arm and pulled him out, saying, "The old man has been nagging you to go back to the institute. When he sent me here just now, he said to me earnestly, 'Song-ai, if you don't run faster, your junior brother will be gone.' It was as if the situation was imminent and you would really run away." Hearing this, Tang Yu just hummed a little and let the other party pull him. Seeing him like this, Song-ai frowned and curled her lips in anger, with a helpless look on her face, and sighed, "You are still the same. You can't get a fart out of a punch." Tang Yu hummed again. Fortunately, Song-ai was used to his indifferent and taciturn personality. She chattered on many topics, without any unfamiliarity after not seeing him for many years, or any concerns about the frequent events recently. The two walked towards the parking lot while talking, and soon arrived in front of the Research Institute building. On the way, Tang Yu heard Song-ai say that Dean Jiang was waiting for him in the laboratory prepared for him. He had not met Dean Jiang in person for 2 months since he came to Qiantian City, but he had already organized the words to meet Dean Jiang and was ready to reintegrate into the new research environment. After entering the Research Institute building, Song-ai first took Tang Yu to the front desk of the lobby to get a set of hovering devices. The laboratory that Dean Jiang arranged for Tang Yu was in the C3-1 laboratory building at the innermost part of the Research Institute building. This was a relatively late-built laboratory building. The experimental equipment inside was the most advanced at the moment, and it was also the place where important research projects gathered. Therefore, it was relatively far from the main entrance. Tang Yu followed Song-ai and drove the hovering device in the building complex for more than 10 minutes before reaching there. Dean Jiang did not wait in the laboratory, but stood downstairs of C3-1, looking forward to someone coming. Tang Yu saw him at a glance when he arrived in front of the laboratory building. His silver-white hair was particularly eye-catching, although his expression did not change. He also sped up a little. After his mentor passed away, Dean Jiang almost became half of his mentor. He protected him in the scientific research community and was very kind to him. Dean Jiang also saw Tang Yu immediately, but he did not show the same outgoing enthusiasm as Song-ai did to Tang Yu. Even if he was so happy that his eyes were red, he just waited for Tang Yu to come by himself. Dean Jiang. When he arrived in front of Dean Jiang, Tang Yu's voice softened a lot, and he called softly. Dean Jiang looked at him excitedly, saying a few good words, and then patted his shoulder and sighed sincerely. "It's good that you can come back. It's good that you can come back. The Institute is looking forward to you." Hearing this, Tang Yu was also full of emotion in his heart. But in the end, he only gathered it into a slightly bland hum on his mouth, and then said, "Please take me to the new laboratory to have a look." Dean Jiang nodded quickly, turned around and took Tang Yu to the laboratory building, and couldn't help muttering, "That private laboratory is not comparable to the advanced equipment in the C3-1 laboratory building. If it weren't for helplessness, how could it be overkill?" Song-ai behind him couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She walked to Dean Jiang and joked in a high and low tone, "Why are you picking on other people's private laboratories now? Didn't you just say that although you don't like someone, at least he still has a private laboratory to save his reputation?" Dean Jiang snorted twice, and then turned to Tang Yu and said very seriously, "Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Private laboratories are just not as good as professional laboratories." Tang Yu was also a little amused in his heart, but he also put on a serious look and nodded solemnly. Everyone tacitly didn't mention why Tang Yu suddenly returned to the institute, no matter how much Dean Jiang thought about it. He just thought that the president and his team kept their promise to bring Tang Yu back. He didn't care what means they used. Song-ai thought so too. Tang Yu was very secretive about Ming Cheng's death, and was unwilling to talk about it for a while. He also thought that Dean Jiang didn't know the real cause of Ming Cheng's death. The truth had been obscured by the exaggerated suicide reason, which made people smell the smell of conspiracy, but couldn't see the truth. Tang Yu spent the whole day today getting familiar with the new laboratory and summarizing the data information he copied from the private laboratory. This laboratory was 1.5 times larger than a private laboratory, with much more space and many more sophisticated experimental instruments. It was more than enough for him to use it alone. Dean Jiang was also very busy recently. After introducing Tang Yu to the laboratory for half an hour, he left, leaving only Song-ai to help him. However, Song-ai had something to do in the afternoon and left. The building of the Research Institute is full of researchers, gathering 30 to 40% of the top scientific research talents in the City of Science and Technology. It is many times safer than outside. So Dean Jiang and Song Ai are relieved to leave Tang Yu here alone. Besides, Tang Yu is not unfamiliar with the building of the research institute and does not need much guidance. More importantly, they do not want to disturb Tang Yu's experiment on the resistance agent. Although the lack of help made Tang Yu a lot busier, it also allowed him to think about some things better when no one was around. It didn't take long for Tang Yu to formulate a new experimental plan. Although he destroyed a lot of experimental materials in the private laboratory, the most basic materials were placed in the safe at Helay's home. He only needed to follow the steps that had been experimentally tested. Before he knew it, the sky was getting darker. The sun was setting in the west, and it was time to get off work. In the current crisis-ridden situation, Tang Yu did not force himself to work overtime unless it was necessary. So he packed up and prepared to leave at a certain time. When he went downstairs, Tang Yu had already contacted the 2 soldiers who were protecting him to come and protect him when he left. Since he made his choice clear to France in the morning, his situation has become more dangerous. If France waits for an opportunity to act, it will be fine. If the means are more drastic, he may really get hit by a bullet. As soon as he walked out of the C3-1 experimental building, Tang Yu keenly noticed a completely harmless gaze staring at him, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He raised his drooping eyes and looked forward, only to see a tall and thin figure standing not far away. His deep blue eyes flashed with fragmented golden light in the sunset, fragile and bottomless. Without waiting for Tang Yu to drive the hovering device to fly over, Asa took the lead and slowly flew over. He stood in front of Tang Yu as if he was covered with a layer of melancholy, staring at him steadily. He opened his mouth to say something, but finally said calmly, "I heard a piece of news that Meng Chong is dead." "What happened?" After asking, his mood became more depressed, and his expression was slightly stunned. At this time, he was willing to reveal a little unwillingness to accept Meng Chang's sudden death. His deep blue eyes were stained with sorrow again, like a crystal-clear sapphire with impurities. Seeing Asa like this, Tang Yu was even more silent at this moment, and he lowered his eyes. Seeing him like this, Asa couldn't help but smile bitterly and whispered softly, "I knew things wouldn't be that simple." After all, Tang Yu was working well in the private laboratory. Even if he wanted to return to the institute, he would not choose this time when Meng Chong was in trouble. The only reason could be that the relationship between his father and Tang Yu was no longer so harmonious. Thinking of this, Asa became more heartbroken and tired, and his guilt towards Tang Yu became stronger. But he still had to act as if nothing had happened in front of him, as if there had never been any secret tricks between the two of them. Asa also lowered his eyes to ponder, and the two fell into silence. The orange light hit their white coats, as if they were embroidered with colorful gold threads, just like the light gold on the fish belly white when the morning sun breaks through the sky. After a long time, Asa spoke first. He changed the subject a little stiffly and asked about Gigi's situation. "Sister Gigi, is she okay?" Tang Yu nodded and hummed. He raised his eyes and said calmly, "He has arranged everything." After that, he said, "Are you going home?" Hearing that Gigi was fine, Asa was finally relieved. But his face was still bitter. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Let's go back to the laboratory." After a pause, he said in a heavy tone, "I may have to go to the secret research base. The Mars landing plan has entered the final stage ahead of schedule." This reminded Tang Yu of the secret thing that Asa mentioned to him before, and his heart sank a little. "Are there any further results?" The bitterness on Asa's smile spread, and he only sighed, "Who knows? If my body can support it, I must go to the universe to see it myself." Tang Yu clenched his palm slightly, not knowing how to speak. Asa did not continue this topic, but asked Tang Yu to send him back to the laboratory if it was not troublesome. Tang Yu knew that Asa came to wait for him after hearing the news about Meng Chong, and also to see him again. The daily physical examination for Asa was completed 2 days ago. From now on, he will only be tested on a monthly basis. However, Asa is getting busier and busier. In addition, he is going to a secret research base, as the other party just said. I am afraid that the monthly physical examination may not be realized unless the Mars landing plan is officially launched. Tang Yu was somewhat melancholy about this, and was also worried about Asa's health. But he could only say, "Take care of yourself and pay attention to safety." Asa nodded solemnly. His eyes turned away from Tang Yu and looked into the distance. His expression became more and more determined. "I will." Chapter 85. The next day, Tang Yu moved all the materials for making the resistance agent to the laboratory in the Research Institute building, and began to cultivate the white mice materials for making the resistance agent. Unknowingly, the whole morning passed. During the lunch break, Tang Yu originally planned to go to the cafeteria alone to eat. But Song Ai came to his laboratory before lunchtime, saying that they should have lunch together and bring a portion for the old man. Dean Jiang. Tang Yu didn't care, but continued to do the experiment quietly. Song Ai didn't dare to chatter while his junior brother was processing the experimental samples, but just stood aside and watched him do the experiment quietly and attentively. In fact, she came here specifically to see how her junior brother made the resistance agent. Although the two of them were in different research fields, as researchers, they could at least see some clues. However, the facts disappointed her. The materials her junior brother used to make the resistance agent were all semi-finished products, and it was impossible to deduce the initial production method. Moreover, the process of making the finished product was also very different, which made her only half understand it. Tang Yu didn't mind being watched by others during the experiment. After all, France and the others had watched it on the monitor. However, when he had time, he saw Song Ai's face full of confusion and thinking. He was silent for a few seconds, but still explained, the production process of the semi-finished product is still a secret that cannot be made public for the time being. Sorry. Hearing this, Song Ai was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Tang Yu to tell her this so honestly. She quickly waved her hands with a helpless smile, saying, I am just here to act as the old man's eyes, and I will report the situation to him later. After that, she regained a little seriousness, staring at Tang Yu intently, and said in a serious tone, Do you know how many people outside are coveting the resistance agent? The old man is always worried that if the resistance agent not only fails to save mankind as expected, but also becomes a trigger to accelerate the destruction of the end of the world, making mankind fall into dire straits. He is also worried that you will become a lamb to be divided up by the wolves because of the resistance agent. The past experience and lessons are rich enough, all of which show that human desire is the sharpest knife. Tang Yu just glanced back at Song Ai, but did not make any comments. He had already imagined several paths that could be guided for the future of the resistance agent. No matter what choice he made, he could avoid risks to the greatest extent, which would neither be disadvantageous to him nor accelerate the destruction of the end of the world. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Yu packed up the instruments and materials for the experiment and prepared to go to the cafeteria with Song Ai for lunch. Seeing this, Song Ai's expression suddenly became relaxed. She stretched lazily and said to Tang Yu with a smile, You are still the same as the old man when doing experiments, concentrating on meticulousness. Uncle Bai Jinqi inherited the old man's true teachings, and you, as his apprentice, also inherited his true teachings. However, the old man's frown can pinch a fly to death, which is so ugly. You look pleasing to the eye, but you are still cold. When can you smile? Tang Yu glanced at her lightly and said nothing, but Song Ai was used to his reaction. She rolled her eyes and suddenly changed the topic. By the way, have you visited Xiaoyu recently? My sister said she is recovering well. Hearing this, Tang Yu could not help but turn his eyes to her again, and did not forget to take off his white coat and lab gloves in an orderly manner. He replied, I heard from Lei that the school should punish her severely. He frowned slightly after saying this, and could not help but think of the other party's excited and bright eyes when he gave a speech at the Pigeon Square. Song Ai still had a bright smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes, and even her eyes seemed a little empty and deep. She sighed loudly, Who knows? After saying that, she lowered her head again, kicking her toes in boredom. People who didn't know her would find it hard to believe how resolute she was at the lab table. Let's go! Seeing her like this, Tang Yu didn't want to talk about Xiaoyu anymore, so he asked people to go out of the lab. Song Ai smiled again, rushed over and hugged Tang Yu's arm, teasing like a spoiled child. I still remember the first time I saw you in the Research Institute building. You were still a pink and tender little bean, about 4 or 5 years old, and Sister Tang Yu pushed you out to sell favors, and let people touch and kiss you. But you were like Admiral Freston, always with a stern face. Cold, but still, so cute. Tang Yu's ears were already calloused by this. Every time he saw senior sister Song Ai, she would always bring up the same old topic with exaggerated rhetoric. So he just hummed symbolically, but he couldn't help but recall some things from his childhood that were still in his memory, and couldn't help but think of Miss Tang Yu. his mother. In addition, there was a deep childhood memory hovering in the depths of his heart, which was when he first met Lei. Speaking of this topic, Song Ai really talked about Tang Yu again. She knew how Tang Yu died tragically in a spirit parasitic accident. But after the sadness, she never avoided this matter. However, she just liked to mention Tang Yu to Tang Yu, and those past moments that were either wonderful or not. Tang Yu listened quietly every time, even though Song Ai had repeated many things many times. However, this time, the other party changed the subject before saying a few words and began to curse with a frown. They dug up a person who had been dead for 7 or 8 years and spread rumors. If cremation was not popular now, I would have dug up their ancestral graves. A bunch of keyboard warriors who don't know what they are talking about. If it weren't for Sister Tang Yu's research results, the problem of carrion beetles would still be a more difficult and unsolved problem. How can they surf the internet with peace of mind? Seeing Song Ai getting more and more excited, Tang Yu couldn't help but reveal a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He was about to say a few words to comfort her, but he saw that the other party suddenly calmed down, squinting his eyes and whispered, "Who do you think is the mastermind behind this? It's fine if he is simply jealous of Admiral Freston, but it would be bad if he wants to point the finger at you. It's really annoying." Tang Yu sighed softly and said, "I know what's going on." Song Ai laughed again after hearing this, slapped Tang Yu on the back, and said exaggeratedly, "I knew you were a cunning guy." Tang Yu was caught off guard and almost fell because of the sudden imbalance of the hovering device. Fortunately, Song Ai supported him in time, but the smile on her mouth became more and more unrestrained, and she kept saying jokes about Tang Yu. Tang Yu straightened his spirits and continued to control the hovering device to fly forward regardless of how Song Ai laughed at him. It was lunchtime at this moment. After leaving the C3-1 experimental building, more and more people came. Many people were shuttling back and forth between each building. Some walked in groups and were silent, while others gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to chat and laugh. There were many faces of people, some leisurely and slow, and some hurried. After Song Ai stopped jumping and returned to normal, the two of them did not stand out in the crowd. In fact, Tang Yu's entry into the Research Institute building was still a relatively confidential matter. Although many people knew about it, the spread of it was not strong. Moreover, the Research Institute was a place where everyone was more inclined to concentrate on work, and few people deliberately gossiped about anyone. Just as he was about to enter the building where the cafeteria was located, Tang Yu was hit on the shoulder by someone unexpectedly. He staggered for a while, and almost made the hovering device unbalanced. After barely stabilizing his body, he looked up and saw a pair of fox-like smiling eyes staring at him. Ah! The person I accidentally bumped into turned out to be Professor Tang. I only heard Edgar say this in a very apologetic tone, but his face showed no guilt. Song Ai was surprised and stunned for a moment when she saw Vice President Edgar. She whispered, "Why did the Vice President appear here?" Perhaps he heard Song Ai's doubts and saw Tang Yu's slightly frowned eyebrows. Edgar took the initiative to explain, "I came to talk to Dean Jiang about something, and I will have lunch before going back." Song Ai did not doubt him, but nodded in understanding. After all, it was common for people from the super government to come to the institute to discuss things. After greeting Edgar, he said, "Is the Vice President here alone?" Edgar did not hide anything and replied, "That's right. And I heard from Dean Jiang that Professor Tang has returned to the institute, and I was planning to meet him." After saying that, he looked at Tang Yu meaningfully. Tang Yu lowered his eyes and did not speak. Seeing him like this, Edgar's displeasure in his heart quietly burst out again, making him feel a little irritated. Song Ai also sensitively noticed the somewhat strange atmosphere between Tang Yu and Edgar, and immediately became alert and looked at Edgar a few times without leaving a trace. But seeing that the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder, Song Ai's heart began to beat, and she couldn't help but think about how to open her mouth to break this sudden deadlock. However, at this moment, Tang Yu finally spoke. He raised his eyes and looked at Edgar calmly, saying, "It just so happens that I also have something to ask the Vice President." Edgar and Song Ai were both stunned by this, and then Tang Yu turned to Song Ai and said in a flat tone, "Senior sister, please bring me some food back." Ah! Song Ai was a little confused again. She looked back and forth between Tang Yu and Edgar twice, and had many more vague questions in her mind. Although she was worried about Tang Yu, she still nodded and flew to the cafeteria building without saying anything. For Tang Yu's safety, She felt that she had to report this matter to the old man as soon as possible. Out of a woman's sixth sense, she always felt that the vice president, who looked very good, was not very friendly to her junior brother. Seeing Sonia leave, the smile on Edgar's face became more mysterious. He made a light gesture of invitation to Tang Yu and said meaningfully, "I wonder what Professor Tang wants to talk to me about." Tang Yu flew forward without being polite. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a deep tone, "I should ask the vice president about this." Edgar chuckled twice and said, "As expected of Professor Tang. In fact, I came to see Dean Jiang, and my purpose is naturally to come to you, Professor Tang. Although we parted unhappily last time, the idea is always to move with the heart." Tang Yu did not respond to this and fell silent. Edgar looked at the tall figure beside him, and his eyes suddenly became a little cold. He took the initiative to ask, "I heard that Professor Tang will hand in the sample of the resistance agent in 3 days. I wonder if I can observe the laboratory." Tang Yu glanced at him and said coldly, "I have already rejected you. Don't rush to draw a conclusion." Edgar smiled again, and even flew very leisurely, as if he was not discussing a very serious matter with others. The two people shuttled through the crowd, and there were curious eyes around them. But for a while, they were not sure whether the vice president and Professor Tang who appeared here were real. Tang Yu interrupted him for the first time. "What do you mean?" Edgar shook his head deliberately to keep him in suspense, but continued to fly forward. Tang Yu didn't seem to be so curious about the result, just quietly followed behind him, and the number of people around him gradually decreased, and the environment became more and more quiet. At this time, they were near the C3-1 experimental building. Edgar finally stopped, turned around and looked at Tang Yu, and said with a smile, "I got something incredible." Tang Yu raised his eyes nonchalantly, silently signaling him to continue. Edgar rubbed his palms together. His expression was tangled as if he didn't know where to start, which was enough to make people feel anxious. But Tang Yu was not affected at all, still standing still, which made Edgar's face full of dissatisfaction. Feeling that the atmosphere was not brewing, Edgar slowly said, "Do you remember the middle-aged blonde woman you met when you were out on a mission? Originally, 2 people survived the rescue, but unfortunately, she became a spiritual parasite." Although he was talking, he did not forget to observe Tang Yu's changes in demeanor. But the facts disappointed him again. The other party was still indifferent and calm, and did not listen at all. Although Edgar was angry, he could only comfort himself and calm down. After all, Tang Yu was such an unpleasant and indifferent person. He continued, "I happened to get a piece of information. I heard that this woman was parasitized by a spirit and accused you in front of many people, saying that you were indeed a spirit parasite." After saying this, Tang Yu finally had a reaction. But he was still very calm and said in a flat tone, "I know about this." "And then what?" Edgar suddenly smiled. "I know you know. But I have a complete recording here. Even including Major General, he lays threats to everyone present at the time." This made Tang Yu frown immediately. Edgar took advantage of this and said, "If this recording is leaked, will you never get rid of the crime of being a spiritual parasite? Or will he be charged with the crime of abusing his power and shielding someone? I can imagine how angry you will be at the person who betrayed you. But the matter has been settled. What's the point of getting angry?" And he is about to participate in the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. He is your benefactor who protected you and your father's right-hand man. What are you going to do? The last sentence had already blatantly revealed the coercion contained in it. By analyzing the pros and cons, Tang Yu's expression became more and more solemn. Edgar knew how to stop when speaking, and didn't say anything more. He just smiled at him. "So?" Tang Yu suddenly asked indifferently. Edgar looked at him and said casually, "Professor Tang knows what I think." Tang Yu was silent for a moment, but nodded seriously. Seeing this, Edgar raised half of his eyebrows and said silently, "Then what?" Tang Yu only said, "Didn't you say that I also have something to talk to the vice president?" Hearing this, Edgar's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of thinking and inquiry. "What is it?" "I'm all ears," Tang Yu said without hesitation. "It seems that I only told Mr. President about the need to hand in the sample of the resistance agent in 3 days. And Mr. Vice President knows Mr. President's temperament very well. So how did you know this very clearly? Could it be?" Hearing this, Edgar's eyes suddenly became sharp. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and said slowly, "What does Professor Tang mean by this? Are you threatening me?" However, he was also suspicious in his heart. Is it really only the president who knows about this? Tang Yu was silent again, just staring at Edgar steadily. Seeing Tang Yu's calm and composed appearance, Edgar's anger in his heart became even stronger. He suppressed his emotions and didn't immediately ridicule him. However, in a flash, he thought of a possibility. Did you leak the news on purpose? He couldn't help but question it. Thinking carefully, he didn't get the information from the president. If the other party was sure that he only told the president, then everything that happened now could only be a trap set by Tang Yu himself, with the purpose of luring him here. Although he didn't know what the so-called thing was, there was no doubt that the other party was very thoughtful. Without waiting for Tang Yu to answer, he said again, I would like to hear what you have to say. After the matter was completely revealed, Tang Yu's demeanor suddenly changed. He was no longer the solemn look of frowning and thinking just now. Instead, his indifferent eyes revealed a deepness. The whole person suddenly turned into a misty mountain forest, which made people completely unable to figure out. Edgar's heart sank, and he became more and more angry. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a cold face. After a moment of silence, Tang Yu had appreciated Edgar's rare out-of-control expression. So he slowly said, Don't you always want to know the inside story of the resistance agent? Then I will tell you now. Upon hearing this, Edgar's face suddenly became stern, and he stared at Tang Yu with suspicion. Tang Yu didn't care about his unfriendly gaze, and continued, The most critical thing I made for the resistance agent, STG of protein, actually comes from. As he said this, he slowly approached Edgar, opened his teeth slightly, and said word by word, In the body of the spirit parasite. This surprised Edgar, but it did not cause him more shock and surprise. After a few seconds, he showed Tang Yu a mocking smile and sighed, Professor Tang is used to silence, and he can't even make up a lie? Tang Yu didn't agree. Just said one more sentence, I remember I asked you a question at Xiao Su's funeral. This made Edgar frown immediately, but he couldn't help but follow his words to recall the situation at that time. He vaguely remembered that Tang Yu seemed to have said something strange to him at that time. At that time, Tang Yu asked him, Mr. Vice President, I wonder what opportunity made you become a radical. He asked Tang Yu a question in return. But Tang Yu just continued to ask him, if one day, the spirit parasite can become your life-saving talisman, what will you do? He didn't understand at the time. But now, at this moment, some vague thoughts came out of his heart. Edgar stared at the young man in front of him with some disbelief, and his mind was blank for a moment. I only heard Tang Yu continue to say, with this doubt, you can go into the universe system to find the answer. At this moment, Edgar only felt that this sentence floated to his ears but flew away, and it didn't enter his mind at all for him to think about. Universe system? This is a city of science and technology that is ubiquitous but rarely mentioned, just like a server to the network. Having said what needs to be said, Tang Yu did not intend to continue talking to Edgar. He bowed slightly to him politely, and turned to fly directly to the C-3-1 experimental building. Edgar stared at Tang Yu's flying back in silence, feeling anxious and frightened. He was anxious because he couldn't wait to verify this doubt, and he was frightened because Tang Yu seemed like a mystery from beginning to end. Chapter 86. Tang Yu had been up all night, and now his eyes were slightly dark blue. But he was very fair, and this trace of fatigue only added a different style to him. After cleaning, he yawned lightly and walked to the locker to take out his backpack, took out a pack of disposable face towels from it, and pulled out one, wiped his hands slowly with sleepy eyes, then pulled out another one and spread it on his face, and sat down in the black lift chair beside him, relaxing all over. Compared with a private laboratory in France, he looked like a real researcher who was busy and didn't care about anything. Medical biohuman research is a new research field. Since Tang Yu entered this field, he has rarely been busy. Before he could relax for 2 minutes, Tang Yu's holographic projection screen suddenly popped up, and the contact displayed was Song Ai. Tang Yu slowly took off the face towel. He was not surprised that Song Ai would call at this time. He quickly connected the voice communication. However, before he could hear the other party mutter a few words, the other party hung up the communication. Then there was a knock at the door of the laboratory. He turned his head to look at the door. There was no surprise on his face. He just stood up and stretched slightly, and then he returned to his indifferent and cold attitude, which made people feel serious. Tang Yu opened the door, and a nimble figure immediately came in from under his arm. He glanced at the other person and gently closed the door of the laboratory. Song Ai had already jumped to the laboratory table with breakfast in hand. and was bending over with eyes staring at the blue test tube rack on the table. 3 light green test tubes were sealed upright on the test tube rack. They were the new version of the resistance agent that Tang Yu made after staying up late. However, this version was only slightly more effective than the version of the resistance agent that saved the bishop. And it was not the final version 1.0 of the resistance agent. Song Ai looked at these reagents and exclaimed, and slowly said, "Yesterday you were still working on the mice. And you were distracted by your fungus experiment. And now you have produced samples. So amazing." As she spoke, she stood up again and took 2 steps back. She turned around and quickly stuffed the soy milk and chicken sandwich in her hand to Tang Yu. Then she put herself into the lift chair very skillfully, looked up at Tang Yu, and said, "When do you plan to write the experimental paper?" Tang Yu lowered his head to fiddle with the straw of the soy milk cup. After inserting it, he gently sucked a sip of the slightly sweet liquid to moisten his mouth, took a bite of the sandwich, and then turned his attention to Song Ai, who was staring at him. "No hurry," he just said, and walked to the window. It was just after 8 o'clock at this moment, and the sun in the sky was not very high, but there was a little cloud today, and the blazing orange light was partially blocked, which actually gave rise to a faint and gorgeous beauty. Song Ai had been staring at him. Hearing this, she hummed and said, "When are you going to show the sample to the old man? He wanted to come with me, but there was an accident in the laboratory where he was supervising the research on carrion beetles, and he ran to deal with it early in the morning." Hearing this, Tang Yu gathered his attention a little. He turned to look at Song Ai and asked, "What happened?" Song Ai slowly showed a difficult expression, frowned and shook his head. "I'm not very clear, but it should be related to the box that you asked Major General He Lei to secretly pass to the old man. The things in it." Song Ai suddenly stopped talking, and her thoughts gradually drifted away. Tang Yu just looked at her quietly and didn't say anything about it. Suddenly Song Ai said, "Why do you think the carrion beetle grows a human heart? Is it evolving towards a human? In fact, I don't understand this point more than anthropomorphic evolution. Anthropomorphic evolution can at least be explained by the reason of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. But growing a human heart." She was already confused as she spoke, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Tang Yu chewed the sandwich slowly, taking a sip of soy milk from time to help swallow. He couldn't help but think of the first time he saw a carrion beetle with a human heart. It was a curious feeling full of the uncanny valley effect. He also thought of the appearance of the phytophagous carrion beetle degenerating into a combination of fungi and cocoons. The growth laws of nature did not work on it at all. Just like the mutant fungi that sprouted, grew, matured and withered. After a moment of silence, Tang Yu swallowed the last bite of food and said, "I do have a guess." Song Ai turned his eyes to him in confusion. Tang Yu said seriously, "Humans not only use their brains to think, but also use their hearts as an important aid. This may mean that carrion beetles are beginning to have wisdom." Hearing this, Song Ai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "I thought you could say something." Shin shrugged, looking helpless. Tang Yu walked to the trash can, took the last sip of the soy milk cup, and threw the paper cup into the classified trash can. Then he turned to Song Ai and said, "The carrion beetle needs to grow a heart to be able to plant, which shows that the heart plays an important role for it. The function of the human heart can be summarized as exchange and circulation. The carrion beetle needs such ability to plant. And what is the purpose of its planting? Humans have done many biological experiments that integrate human genes, and more of them are exploring the possibility of creating a new species. The carrion beetle integrates human genes to evolve, maybe to achieve a certain purpose. Having a human heart may amplify its wisdom. If it has a human brain, it will be no different from humans." Song Ai was stunned by these words and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of so much?" As she said this, her eyes rolled again, and she suddenly jumped up from the lift chair, approached Tang Yu and held his arm, and said with a smile, "Then what do you think is the reason for the phytoplankton? Let's not talk about its incredible evolutionary map for now." Tang Yu pretended to think for a while, and then replied after a while, "All land creatures on the earth crawled out of the ocean. But you see that whales return from land to the ocean. In fact, the phytoplankton of scavenger beetles is not that strange in the entire biological evolution here." Song Ai couldn't help but frown, and said helplessly, "You said it as if you didn't say anything. I asked you because you were an eyewitness." Tang Yu fell silent, and Song Ai said, "As long as the plant-based carrion beetles do not harm humans, it's fine." She rubbed her round chin with one hand and thought, tapped her elbow with the fingertips of one hand, and suddenly changed the subject. It would be great if Professor Li Jing's experimental results could be kept. As she spoke, Song Yi also fell silent. Li Jing's death was actually confusing, and his experimental results might actually cause a great shock to humans. At this time, Tang Yu said, forget about this. I'm going to the Octagon to see the president. Are you going? Hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but sigh in confusion, and her attention was diverted a lot. What are you going there for? Tang Yu said truthfully, go and deliver the sample. Huh? Song Yi's eyes widened slightly, and then she quickly reacted. Are you going to show the experimental sample to Mr. President first? Why? She was very puzzled by this, because Tang Yu didn't even have a decent experimental report at the moment. Although the resistance agent was a top-secret thing, it always felt a bit informal and lacked persuasiveness without an experimental report. Tang Yu did not answer this question, but walked to the test bench, squatted down, and took out a 20 by 12 by 10 specification freezer from the storage compartment under the table. Then opened the box, took down the 3 test tubes that were placed on the test tube rack at room temperature for chemical reaction, and put them in. Song Yi immediately came over, with a rare serious look, and asked, is this the final version? Tang Yu carefully locked the box, and then replied, it is enough for the current virus. If the virus evolves again. He didn't finish his words, but Song Yi knew what he wanted to say. After a moment of silence, he just said, do your best in everything, but leave it to fate. Tang Yu couldn't help but look at her sideways. Song Yi smiled again, and helplessly spread her hands and said, I'm just repeating what the old man said. Tang Yu just retracted his gaze and remained silent, because in fact, no matter how the PCIH virus evolves, the resistance agent will be its ultimate nemesis. But this is not the time to release the final chips. The biggest feature of the PCIH virus is that other viruses are constantly evolving and improving in the struggle with humans, becoming more and more cunning, while the PCIH virus rarely evolves, leaving humans with no solution, as if it was born to stand at the top. And humans are just ants that it teases while it bows its head. Seeing Tang Yu's habitual silence, Song Yi didn't say much, but just diverted her attention again. She flipped open the holographic projection screen and looked at the schedule to see if she could accompany Tang Yu to the Octagon building in the next time. She was looking forward to it, but was greatly disappointed. I'm going to revise the paper of my Xiaoxin apprentice face-to-face in a while? Song Yi was immediately deflated. She didn't know what she was thinking about. She looked even more depressed. My apprentice is notoriously difficult. Tang Yu suddenly became curious. Who? Song Yi took a deep breath and said with a bit of despair, the son of my father's colleague, from the Curtin family. Just graduated from graduate school this year. He is a person who will get to the bottom of things. I hate this kind of people the most. Hearing the Curtin family, Tang Yu paused for a moment. He said, senior sister, you should not be the kind of person who takes the initiative to face difficulties. Song Yi laughed dryly twice. When doing research, you still have to be considerate. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. He didn't say anything. He just turned around to take down the white coat on the hanger not far away and put it on. Then he put on the hovering device and left the laboratory with the freezer. The working hours had passed, and the Octagon building returned to a quiet atmosphere. After Tang Yu stored the hovering device in the storage area, he walked into the building slowly. He had made an appointment with the president in advance, and the president should be waiting for him in the office at this moment. Tang Yu went directly to the front desk to say hello and walked to the elevator. At this moment, the elevator was showing that it was descending from a high floor. Seeing the floor number reaching the first floor, he couldn't help but step back 2 steps with the freezer to make room for the passage, and lowered his eyes slightly. Soon, a pair of black leather shoes stepped out of the elevator. But the owner of the shoes did not walk forward as Tang Yu expected. But after stepping out of the elevator, his steps suddenly stopped. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled by this, and the curiosity that appeared subconsciously made him slowly raise his eyes. But he saw an acquaintance. Vice President Edgar. Chapter 87. Edgar's face was not good, which surprised Tang Yu. This bad look was not an emotional expression, but a real weakness, shock and silence from the inside out. He seemed to have been greatly stimulated. His spirit was tense. His face was pale and haggard, and his iconic fox smile was gone at this moment. Tang Yu hid his surprise in his heart, and just stared at him quietly. After 2 seconds of silence, he seemed to have just remembered this person, and shouted politely, "Good morning, Mr. Vice President." Edgar also stared at him quietly. Hearing his greeting, he did not answer him. Instead, his eyes slowly moved down from his face, and finally fixed on the freezer in his hand. Tang Yu's expression did not change. Without waiting for Edgar to make any movement, he passed by him and pressed the elevator button. The elevator door slowly opened in front of him. At this moment, Edgar suddenly smiled. Tang Yu paused slightly and glanced at him, but still walked into the elevator as if it had nothing to do with him, and turned around and pressed the button to close the door. However, Edgar also turned around quickly to face him. A strange smile appeared on his pale face, and his eyes were full of surprising excitement. Tang Yu stared at him indifferently, and heard the other party say mysteriously, "Tang Yu." At this moment, it is hard for me not to doubt that you have no relationship with the spirit body. The universe system is really a place full of answers. If it weren't for you, I would never pay attention to those details. Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Judging from Edgar's words, the other party should have entered the universe system. And there are indeed mysteries and unknowns hidden there that are worth exploring. This further stimulated his desire to enter the universe system. No matter what, he had to go in there once. Whether his fertilized egg in vitro development technology can be successfully tested. The information recorded in the universe system is crucial. As long as a body that can develop in vitro is created for the spirit to parasitize, the contradiction between humans and spirits will quickly disintegrate, and the mental pressure and objective obstacles that exist in human development will be reduced a lot. In addition, the spirit can control the scavenger beetles. When humans and spirits are at peace, the scavenger beetles will not be able to harm humans. Seeing Tang Yu's slightly changed expression, Edgar suddenly became a little excited. He took a step forward and leaned against the wall to get closer to Tang Yu. "Are you going to give the president a sample of the resistance agent?" However, the elevator door was slowly closing, isolating the conversation between the two. Looking at Edgar disappearing in front of the elevator door, Tang Yu felt that he was a little mentally disturbed at the moment. However, after the elevator closed, Edgar suddenly sneered, with a calculating light in his eyes. He was still a little surprised and shocked to see Tang Yu submitting the sample to the president. But if the Hawk family, where the president was, knew that the president was the first to get the sample of the resistance agent that everyone dreamed of, I wonder what they would think. Since he couldn't get the resistance agent for the time being, it was not impossible to use it as bait. Tang Yu stood at the half-open door of the president's office for nearly a minute before he reached out and knocked on the door gently. Soon, a common sound came from the door. He pushed the door open and fixed his eyes on the president, who was sitting at his desk not far away and swiping the holographic projection screen, and then gently closed the door behind him. "Mr. President, good morning," Tang Yu said in a flat tone. The president quickly turned off the holographic projection screen and cast his eyes on Tang Yu. "Good morning, Professor Tang." As he said this, he slowly stood up from the chair and walked towards Tang Yu with a smile. His eyes could not help but sweep over the freezer in Tang Yu's hand, and his eyes were filled with relief and joy. "Sit down." He led Tang Yu to the reception sofa. Tang Yu silently chose a seat near the armrest of the sofa and sat down. He placed the freezer in his hand on the glass coffee table and slowly pushed it to the center of the coffee table. He did not make any extra greetings and took the initiative to say, "There are 3 samples of resistance agents in it." The president did not expect Tang Yu to get straight to the point as soon as he arrived. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted and sat down opposite Tang Yu and asked, "What can the samples be used for?" Tang Yu was silent for 2 seconds and only said, "Whatever." This made the president look slightly serious and slightly lost in thought. He lowered his eyes for a moment and looked at Tang Yu, who had an expressionless face. His eyes met with his. Then he leaned forward slightly to touch the freezer and unlock the combination lock. The other party opened the box. In just 1 or 2 seconds, 3 light green sealed reagent tubes appeared in his eyes. The president's eyes fell on the resistance agent, but he found that the emotional changes in his heart were not what he had imagined before. This was the first time he saw the resistance agent that had not yet been publicly unveiled but had already aroused widespread public opinion. But for a moment, he actually felt that it was just an ordinary thing. Perhaps it was because if you don't observe this thing carefully, it is easy to think that it is exactly the same as the blocking agent. They are both the kind of light green that makes people feel at ease. But after looking at this thing for a long time, He realized that his reaction was actually the shock brought by the resistance agent. It is hard to imagine that this thing is the savior who saves mankind from despair. Humanity has been dominated by the PCIH virus for a long time. And they have been waiting for the savior for a long time. After about 10 seconds, the president slowly reacted and exclaimed a little. He slowly reached out to the freezer and carefully took out one of the sealed reagent tubes. Is this really the resistance agent that saved the bishop's life? It's amazing. The president tried to lift the reagent tube and saw the light penetrate the glass of the test tube into the light green liquid, reflecting a crystal clear green light, like an emerald that has been diluted more than 10 times, making people unable to look away. The charming green color made the president's smile grow wider and wider, and even showed a hint of excitement that was not in line with his steady character. Tang Yu just watched him silently, thinking about something in his heart. After a long while, the president calmed down a little. He couldn't help asking, how can this thing be mass-produced? Just like the blocker. It takes a lot of manpower and material resources to collect the juice of wild cactus. And there are dozens of processes when it comes to production and processing. It takes nearly a month to get the final product, which is one of the reasons why it is expensive. As he said this, he cast his eyes on the reagent tube again, constantly looking at and thinking about this newly created thing. However, the president saw Tang Yu slowly shaking his head from the corner of his eye. He could not help but restrain his excitement and slowly frown his brows with traces of time. What does this mean? The president asked hesitantly. Tang Yu said calmly, this thing cannot be mass-produced for the time being. The president's expression suddenly became serious after hearing this, and he immediately understood that the answer he just heard was not an illusion caused by excitement. Why is this? Is the technology for mass production not yet available? He couldn't help but get to the bottom of it. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something and tried to probe in a somewhat obscure way. Is it because of the charge of being a spiritual parasite on you? Apart from this, the president could not think of a reasonable reason why Tang Yu could not mass-produce the resistance agent. If it was because of the scarcity of raw materials, it was indeed possible. But if so, Tang Yu could not provide 3 samples at once and let them use them at will. This means that they can use the samples for experimental component analysis and simulate similar products for replacement. Tang Yu just shook his head again and said slowly, no. His eyes looking at the president suddenly became deep, and the president suddenly became nervous under such a gaze. He slowly put the reagent tube back into the freezer and asked Tang Yu, what do you think? The advent of the resistance agent certainly made people happy, but he never dared to underestimate Tang Yu's thoughts and strategies. The other party could so easily offer the resistance agent sample, and there must be a purpose behind it. When asked about this, Tang Yu was slightly silent. The president had understood his intention through Tang Yu's performance, and no longer spoke tactfully to him. After being serious, he smiled faintly and became calm again. He said casually, when you came, I also thought about receiving the resistance agent sample. The effectiveness of the resistance agent is obvious to all. You will undoubtedly be a great contributor to saving mankind. Therefore, as long as the City of Science and Technology can meet your requirements, you can ask for it. Such a promise is precious to anyone in the City of Science and Technology. But Tang Yu looked so careless. However, his blue eyes gradually gathered a solemnity that people dared not underestimate. The president who had been watching him could not help but be attracted by his eyes, and even had a subtle feeling that he was being imprisoned in a circle drawn by the other party. And he had to consider the other party's mood and thoughts when he stretched and shrank. Unconsciously, the atmosphere between the two gradually became tense and stalemate, and the president's heart was beating. He really wanted to know what Tang Yu wanted. The last time Tang Yu left this office, he said that the super government would fully support his request for in vitro fertilization technology research. But this did not seem to be the other party's ultimate goal. The president felt that facing the young man in front of him, his mind was not enough. However, just as the president's mind was becoming more and more serious, he heard Tang Yu slowly say, I need to enter the universe system once. These 4 familiar words made the president stunned, especially when they came from Tang Yu's mouth. He instantly felt strange and alert. The most primitive feeling was that he could not understand why Tang Yu mentioned the universe system. He could not help but stare at the other party, and also wanted to try to break through the young man's calm appearance and peek into his true thoughts deep in his heart. The president immediately fell into deep thought, frowning deeply, looking very worried. Not only because Tang Yu suddenly mentioned the universe system today, but also because the vice president had entered the universe system 2 days ago. And the current situation made him wonder if there was any direct connection between the two things. When the vice president came out of the universe system, his expression and aura were completely different from before. He was still guessing what the other party did when he entered the universe system. However, in order to keep the universe system secret, there was no monitoring where it was located. So what the vice president did in the universe system became a mystery. Why? After a long while, the president asked with some deep meaning. Tang Yu quickly came back to his senses from silence and said without hesitation, "For the experiment?" Hearing this, the president blurted out, "Is it for the in vitro development technology of fertilized eggs?" Tang Yu nodded and said in a serious tone, "Yes." The president suddenly fell silent, and his frown also revealed his heavy mood at the moment. In fact, it was not a big deal for Tang Yu to enter the universe system because of the experiment, as long as his reasons were sufficient. He was mainly entangled in the connection between the vice president's entry into the universe system and Tang Yu's request to enter the universe system. It couldn't be such a coincidence. After all, the cosmic system is a deserted place all year round unless it is necessary. No one except the maintenance personnel wants to enter it. But now it seems to have become a hot place. In addition, the vice president's intentions for the resistance agent are obvious. But now he and Tang Yu are both related to the cosmic system. And there was an episode related to the Scott family on Tang Yu's birthday. Thinking about it this way, is there some unknown conspiracy behind this? Besides, isn't the huge scientific research information sharing system of the Science and Technology City enough for Tang Yu to consult literature for research? Must he enter the cosmic system? What exactly is in the cosmic system that Tang Yu needs? The more he thought about these issues, the heavier his mind became. He looked at Tang Yu deeply, wanting to speak but stopping. Tang Yu saw through the president's thoughts through some of his emotions, and said, "My needs have nothing to do with the vice president." The president didn't expect Tang Yu to say this so bluntly, and his expression became more serious. The other party's expression at this moment did not look like he was lying, which made him uncertain about the doubts he had already had in his heart. In addition, there was another very important thing. A plan being carried out by the super government and the military was greatly affected by Tang Yu. And at this critical moment, he didn't want any more accidents to happen. Therefore, he decided to reject Tang Yu's request. He looked at Tang Yu calmly and shook his head gently. Tang Yu seemed to have expected such a result and was not very surprised. After all, this request was just a test. But it seemed that the president was trying to sort out the relationship between him, the vice president, and the universe system. And there were some extremely obscure things hidden behind it, which made people quite curious and fearful. However, he also had some ideas about this. Chapter 88. Tang Yu got up and left without saying anything. Watching Tang Yu disappear at the door, the president sat alone in the office for a long time. After about half an hour, he called his secretary to help deal with the samples of the resistance agent. After the president contacted Dean Jiang for a few minutes to share information, he asked his secretary to contact the young Vice Deanson and asked him to go to the laboratory that had been prepared for the resistance agent to start experiments on the resistance agent. He left one resistance agent in the super government as a sealed sample, and took the other two to the research institute in person. In less than 2 hours after Tang Yu submitted the sample, a light green reagent had been put on the instrument on the laboratory table. The work of component analysis was done by Vice Deanson himself. And at this time, no more than 10 people knew that the resistance agent had been produced. The president was not in a hurry to return to the super government, but waited in the laboratory to know the latest results. With the ability of Vice Presidentson, it should not be difficult to analyze the composition of the resistance agent. Soon, Dean Jiang also came to the laboratory, and was also looking forward to an experimental result. In theory, they could directly ask Tang Yu for the composition formula of the resistance agent. However, since the other party has taken the initiative to hand over the sample, his attitude has been expressed. If he really wanted to hand over the experimental procedures and materials used for the resistance agent, it should not be the current situation. Moreover, the other party's charge of being a spiritual parasite has not been cleared. So naturally, he will not be very sincere to the super government and the institute. The current result is the most balanced state. The laboratory building where the analysis of the resist composition was conducted was C3-1, which was only 1 floor away from Tang Yu's laboratory. However, Tang Yu did not return to the laboratory after leaving the president's office. He contacted the 2 military bodyguards waiting for him outside the Octagon building and asked them to return to the Institute building to drive the light energy suspension vehicle over and send him directly back to Helay's home. Today is the 5th day since Helay left. They will probably be back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Tang Yu plans to take some time to prepare a welcome surprise for Helay. Otherwise he will probably be busy again, because the relationship between the two of them is a taboo. There are really few surprises that can be thought of under the condition of grasping the degree. Tang Yu thought about it, and only thought of customizing a set of handmade suits for the other party. Helay will attend many banquets, and it is not abrupt to send a suit. The last time he gave Helay a gift was on his birthday in November of the year before last. It had been a long time since then. If he had not been arrested last year, he would have given him a birthday gift as usual, even though he and Helay had not reconciled at that time. So before going home, Tang Yu first went to the suit customization center on the edge of the inner city, and specifically found Davis, the designer who often made suits for Admiral Freston, and repeated Helay's body data to him. Davis had also made suits for Helay, and was not unfamiliar with Helay's data. Instead, he asked Tang Yu's intention silently with interest. The two had some intersections because of Admiral Freston, so their relationship is not unfamiliar now. Tang Yu ignored his curiosity, and prepared to leave after placing the order. Davis suddenly became a little bit showy, and called him in a long tone, looking at him with ambiguous eyes, and said, "I think the relationship between Professor Tang and Major General He is too good." Tang Yu just glanced at him lightly and said, "Then make one for me by the way. It's better to make it a couple style with Major General He." "Thank you." Hearing this, Davis was dumbfounded for a few seconds, and then he laughed out loud after reacting, and couldn't control his laughter and said, "I didn't expect that Professor Tang, who looks serious, can be so humorous." Tang Yu touched his chin and pondered for a few seconds, and only replied, "If you are free, make one for me. If not, make an appointment next time. I can't squeeze Admiral Freston's time." Davis smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is still some time. I rarely see researchers wandering around in white coats." He looked up and down at Tang Yu, who was wrapped in a white coat, and his eyes were full of laughter. Tang Yu frowned helplessly. Davis stopped teasing him and waved him away, saying, "I will contact you after the pattern is made. I just have new ideas to apply to Major General He. I have to say that his figure is really great." He had excitement in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had coveted Helay's body, which was even better than a model's. Tang Yu didn't want to pay attention to him, so he got up from the reception sofa and left. Davis also let him go without calling him again. But when Tang Yu just walked out of the suit customization center, he suddenly received a message from Admiral Freston. It said that his Aunt Jera came to Qiantian City to do business today, and asked him to have dinner together in the evening, and introduce someone to him. Tang Yu wanted to refuse without thinking, but he stopped halfway through typing, thought for 2 seconds, deleted the remaining words one by one, and replaced them with a very cold and distant him. He decided to accept the invitation, although he didn't know whether Admiral Freston made this invitation out of his personal will or the intention of the Harris family. He was somewhat curious about the person the other party wanted to introduce to him. Soon it was time for the appointment. Tang Yu rejected Admiral Freston's offer to pick him up. He tidied himself up a bit, changed into a casual outfit, and went directly to the hotel that Admiral Freston had booked. Freston specially arranged a Chinese restaurant with high confidentiality. From the moment Tang Yu entered the restaurant with 2 military bodyguards, the staff inside received them in an orderly manner, without prying into their personal privacy at all, until Tang Yu was sent to the door of the private room, having 2 military bodyguards waiting outside the door. Tang Yu directly swiped the magnetic card given by the front desk to open the door and walked in. Admiral Freston and Aunt Jera had been waiting in the private room for a long time. Tang Yu immediately received their gazes when he entered, but he was attracted by another completely unfamiliar gaze. At this moment, there were 3 people in the private room: his very familiar father and slightly unfamiliar aunt, and a girl with outstanding appearance but slightly reserved. She had a pair of eyes like autumn water spirit pool, with golden pupils exactly the same as Jera's. Her skin was very white, vaguely covered by her long black hair. She had a scent of white freesia, pure and soft, restrained and shy. At this moment, she was looking at him with cautious eyes. The door slowly closed. Tang Yu paused at the door for 2 seconds, then withdrew his eyes from the girl and walked towards Admiral Freston. Seeing Tang Yu coming, Jera smiled and stood up from her seat, gently pulled out the chair specially left between her and Freston, and said softly, "Sit here, so we can talk together." Tang Yu just nodded slightly, and walked towards the seat that had been arranged for him. He sat down slowly beside Preston. And when he looked forward, he found that he and the girl were just opposite each other. Tang Yu lowered his eyes slightly, thinking about the purpose of this girl, who looked only in her early 20s appearing at this dinner. There was no doubt that this was the person that Admiral Preston mentioned in the invitation message he sent to him and wanted to introduce to him. Just as he was thinking, Preston asked in a warm-up style, "Is your experiment going well?" Tang Yu raised his eyes slightly and turned to Preston, and replied lightly, "The sample was submitted to Mr. President this morning." Hearing this, Jera was surprised and said, "So soon?" Tang Yu hummed, thought for a moment and said, "My work is almost done." Then he fell silent again. This surprised Jera even more. "So, the resistance agent will soon be put on the market in large quantities?" Tang Yu did not comment, only said, "This is the business of the super government and the research institute." This calmed Jera down from her surprise, and gradually she figured out a lot of information from Tang Yu's words. Tang Yu should not have handed the resistance agent formula directly to the super government and the research institute. But why? She couldn't help but look in the direction of her brother Preston, trying to find a little guess and answer. But the other party was expressionless like Tang Yu. Jera immediately lost interest in delving into the matter, and only hid her doubts in her heart, and focused on the purpose of inviting Tang Yu to the party. Her smile became brighter and more cheerful, and her heroic eyebrows softened a lot. She turned her eyes to the girl next to her, and looked at Tang Yu and introduced happily, "I haven't introduced her to you yet. This is your aunt's granddaughter Qiulan. She has been living in Chaos City. This time she came with me to do things. You rarely go to the Harris family's base camp, so you haven't seen her." Hearing this introduction, Tang Yu once again cast his eyes on this very beautiful girl, nodded politely to her, and introduced himself, Tang Yu, a medical biohuman researcher. Hearing Tang Yu take the initiative to talk to her, Qiulan, who had been secretly looking at him, felt a little flattered, and her fair cheeks inadvertently flushed. She pulled out a friendly smile and replied nervously, "Hello, Professor Tang. I am Qiulan." Tang Yu nodded politely again. Seeing the two of them being so polite to each other, Jera couldn't help laughing, and quickly warmed up the atmosphere, saying, "We are all relatives. Don't be so tense." As he said that, he reached out and pressed the electronic bell on the table, calling the waiter in to prepare to serve the dishes. This restaurant requires reservations in advance, and the dishes are already prepared. Jera collected Tang Yu's preferences, and the dishes are basically what he likes to eat. Soon, 5 dishes and a soup were served. Each dish was exquisite and fragrant. For Tang Yu, who was not poor but used to eating in the cafeteria, it was a good meal that could satisfy his appetite. But Tang Yu did not move his chopsticks. He picked up the chopsticks in his hand and put them down neatly. Jera, who had already picked up a piece of braised pork for Tang Yu, paused, but continued to put the food into his bowl. She asked tentatively, "Are you not satisfied with the dishes? This Chinese restaurant has good reviews." Tang Yu glanced at Jera, then turned his head to Preston, who was also holding chopsticks but not picking up anything, and stared at him silently. Preston also turned his head to look at him, but did not speak immediately, as if he was organizing his words. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Jera quickly brought up a topic, talking about Qiulan's work and some interesting things that happened to her. Although Qiulan was shy and introverted, she was also a smart and intelligent person. She quickly took up the topic thrown by Jera and took the initiative to talk about what she saw and heard as a primary school teacher. In this way, Tang Yu's attention was slightly diverted, and the meal finally went smoothly. When the meal was served with hot tea and dessert, Qiulan got up embarrassedly and went to the bathroom. However, as soon as she left, the atmosphere in the private room immediately showed a weird atmosphere. Tang Yu once again cast his silent, inquiring gaze at Preston. Preston was silent. Seeing this, Jera hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, "Tang Yu, the reason we invited you tonight is that we need your help. You are the same age as he Lei and have a close relationship. We hope to introduce Qiulan to him through you. The Harris family needs a more appropriate reason to welcome he Lei into the family without fear or doubt." Chapter 89. As soon as these words came out, Tang Yu fell into silence again. He slowly turned his eyes away from Preston, lowered his eyes as if thinking, and after a moment, he reached out to take the small kettle on the table. took a glass and slowly poured himself a glass of boiled water, and drank it quietly. Seeing Tang Yu like this, Jera's excitement gradually faded, replaced by a little uneasiness. She couldn't help but look at her brother, who was also silent, conveying a message of seeking help. At this time, the atmosphere in the whole private room suddenly became silent, with a hint of coldness, stiffness, and full of embarrassment. Preston looked back at Jera and nodded slightly to signal her to continue. Jera was somewhat unconfident. After all, she knew very well what kind of personality Tang Yu had. It seemed inappropriate to bother him with such a matter to achieve the Harris family's goal. However, her brother proposed such an incredible method to recruit He Lei into the Harris family. Although she also hoped that her niece with excellent conditions could match an excellent partner, and her niece seemed to admire the excellent He Lei. It was also inappropriate for the two to meet in this way. So Jera had to bite the bullet and chuckled a little stiffly, and continued to say to Tang Yu, "Do you think it's inconvenient?" Hearing this, Tang Yu paused while drinking water and said, "How could that be?" This made Jera not know how to continue the conversation. At this time, Tang Yu continued to say, "I think the relationship between He Lei and the Harris family is just right now. There is a saying in the Analects of Confucius, Xianjin, that too much is as bad as too little." After saying this, he turned his deep eyes to Preston gently, as if with a little provocation. Seeing this, Preston frowned and shouted with a warning, "Tang Yu!" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room became more tense. Seeing that the father and son were about to confront each other again, Jera hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over, regardless of the current purpose and the meaning of Tang Yu's words just now, and whispered to the two of them, "Brother, it's rare to get together with Tang Yu in private, so it's more important to be happy. Tang Yu has been alone in Gaia City for the past few years, and has been very hard, and has experienced many twists and turns recently." This statement did ease the atmosphere in the room. But after that, Jera felt that it was inappropriate to say anything. She, who always had her own ideas, showed an awkward look for a moment. Tang Yu just glanced at her and remained silent. Just as the atmosphere in the room became colder, Xiaolan came back. She gently pushed open the door of the room, smiled shyly and apologetically at the three people not far away, and walked to her seat. At this time, Tang Yu raised his eyes to look at her, and his eyes followed her until she slowly sat down. Xiaolan also sensitively noticed Tang Yu's gaze, but she became more nervous, because the atmosphere in the room was very wrong since she came back. But she just lowered her head slightly, gently clenched her palms, and did not dare to look back at Tang Yu. At this time, a cold voice came from the diagonal side. "She will not be happy if she marries He Lei." Xiaolan was slightly startled by this, and subconsciously raised her head to look in Tang Yu's direction. Her face couldn't help but blush, and then turned pale in an instant, because she knew that the she he was talking about was her. Tang Yu met Xiaolan's eyes as expected, and looked at the surprise and hurt emotions that quickly passed through her eyes, and his mood was somewhat mixed. But when it comes to this issue, his heart is as cold and ruthless as his expression, because He Lei is his beloved, no matter who it is for any purpose. No one can covet him. However, there are many doubts in this matter that are worth thinking about. He did not expect Admiral Preston and his men to ask him to make such a request, such as he must make a reasonable contribution to the Harris family. His current identity is extremely sensitive. It is already the limit to be invited to a private party at this moment. Besides, doing so is actually not in line with Admiral Preston's character. In the past contacts, Admiral Preston did have the idea of adopting He Lei as an adopted son and bringing him into the Harris family. He Lei was also promoted by him. No one even thought that there was anything inappropriate about He Lei's joining the Harris family, which was destined to happen naturally. Therefore, Admiral Preston had no need to use in-laws to integrate He Lei into the Harris family. But despite this, Tang Yu was still very unhappy with Admiral Preston's decision, because his most intuitive feeling was that the other party was using this to break up the close relationship between him and He Lei. However, no one except Admiral Preston knew about the taboo relationship between him and He Lei. So in the eyes of outsiders, Admiral Preston's behavior was just a boss and elder's concern for the marriage and love of his subordinates. After Tang Yu finished speaking, the private room fell into a long silence. Preston was not surprised as expected. Jera's face was a little reluctant, and Xiaolan's beautiful face was full of sorrow and loss. Tang Yu glanced at the three people lightly and continued, "He Lei is extremely special. Miss Chiu is better off not to see him." This made Qiulan panic immediately. She looked at Tang Yu, who had no expression on his face, and lowered her head in a hurry. Her pale face instantly turned red again. She was only embarrassed and embarrassed. She didn't even dare to ask why. Hearing Tang Yu's indifferent words, Jera was immediately displeased. But she still endured it, thinking about how to change the topic. Tang Yu's words were so harsh because he felt that the Harris family was using him. Thinking of this, she turned her eyes slightly to Qiulan. And suddenly, she felt guilty. She felt that it was a sin to involve innocent Qiulan in the Harris family's calculation of interests. Tang Yu. At this time, Preston shouted slowly without any emotion. Tang Yu looked at him. His expression was a little cold. Preston also looked at him and said, "Tang Yu, stop it." Hearing this, Tang Yu just slowly retracted his gaze, picked up the glass on the table and drank another sip of water, and continued to remain silent. The room was silent for a few minutes. And then Qiulan looked at Tang Yu and said a little stumblingly, I know. Then she lowered her eyes with a pale face. Seeing her like this, Tang Yu couldn't help but slightly clench the glass in his hand. The warm wall of the cup ironed the palm of his hand, causing him to feel irritated for no reason. Without waiting for Preston and Jera to say anything, Tang Yu put down the cup and stood up, walking towards the door without saying a word. The three of them looked at him, and only came to their senses after Tang Yu walked out and closed the door. Preston sat there with a thoughtful look on his face, and he didn't seem to be angry or unhappy about Tang Yu's sudden departure. After a while, he looked at Qiulan and softened his tone to explain, Tang Yu is actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside, so don't take his words too seriously. Hearing Preston's comfort, Qiulan's expression was somewhat relieved, and she just shook her head gently to show that she didn't care. Jera felt more distressed and guilty, and wanted to comfort Qiulan, but she felt a little hypocritical. Tang Yu walked out of the private room with the two military bodyguards guarding the door. He still had a blank expression on his face, but if someone who really knew him saw him like this, they would know that he was in a very bad mood. However, before he had walked far, Tang Yu was stopped by a familiar voice. He paused for a moment and slowly turned his head to look behind him. The two military bodyguards were now standing in front of him vigilantly. The person who stopped him was France, who had left unhappily that day. It turned out to be Mr. Leader. He greeted him indifferently. France still had a smiling face like Mithra Buddha, as if the unexpected incident between him and Tang Yu that day had never happened, and he did not react much to Tang Yu's return to the institute. But for a politician who was used to pretending, this was just a common thing. The trust rift between him and Tang Yu was indeed difficult to repair. I didn't expect to meet you here. I guess Professor Tang has received a lot of invitations recently, Francis said meaningfully. Tang Yu ignored Francis' probing and said, I didn't expect to meet Mr. Leader here. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He didn't intend to have too much conversation with France in a crowded place. Francis was still smiling, but suddenly said, I heard that you have submitted the sample to the super government. Hearing this, Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but said, I didn't expect Mr. Leader to be so quick in finding out information. But this is not a good thing. France smiled but said nothing. He just waved his hand and said, You can go. After that, he turned and went into the private room next to him. Tang Yu withdrew his gaze from France, who disappeared in the door, and fell into a state of thought. France's performance was too calm. He didn't know what unexpected conspiracy he was brewing. The president waited in the laboratory for a whole day. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, Weisdiensten, who had been busy for 7 or 8 hours without stopping, finished the preliminary analysis work. However, his expression was not good. He still looked very solemn, and did not have the slightest joy of contacting the resistance agent. Scorching printed out 2 copies of the preliminary analysis of the experimental results, one for the president, and the other for Dean Jiang. He went to the tea station to get a cup of boiled water, took a sip, and then walked to the lounge chair and sat down, facing the president and Dean Jiang. He said in a deep voice, The composition of the resistance agent is more complicated than I thought. It is impossible to crack it in the short term. And he couldn't help but drag out the tone, and seemed to be hesitant. Dean Jiang's expression was also very heavy, and even a little anxious and excited. And what? Scorching pondered for a few seconds before saying, and it may not be completely analyzed, especially one of the proteins, which has never been reported in the academic community. It seems to be similar to a special protein molecule in the human body parasitized by a spirit. But it is two completely different things. Perhaps we can start from this aspect and conduct in-depth research. Hearing this, the president and Dean Jiang were a little shocked, because they had never thought that the two terms resistance agent and spirit would appear together. Although this was just a guess, the two of them couldn't help but fall into thought. But Scorching said again, I think that if we want to put the resistance agent on the market as soon as possible, I'm afraid we could only ask Tang Yu to hand over the research process and details of the experiment. But I know there should be a lot of concerns. Otherwise, Mr. President, you wouldn't arrange for me to do the composition analysis of the sample. He looked at the president seriously, waiting for a reply. The president was in a complicated mood at the moment. Scorching's answer meant that the super government still needed to rely on Tang Yu. But Tang Yu's thoughts and plans made him dare not take this risk easily. However, if Tang Yu just wanted to enter the universe system for experiments, he could make concessions. But there was not enough time to verify the other party's ambitions and the relationship between him and the vice president. The president fell into silence. Dean Jiang pondered for a moment and said to him directly, Tang Yu dare not confide in the super government and the research institute because of the crime of being a spiritual parasite. If you arrange this matter properly, I think things will turn around. I know Tang Yu's character very well. He will never disregard the lives of all the people in the City of Science and Technology. The president couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing this. But he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. After a moment, he said, I will ask Tang Yu to come to my office tomorrow to talk. Dean Jiang couldn't help but sigh. I thought the disputes brought about by the advent of the blocking agent were unforgettable enough. But I didn't expect the resistance agent to be even better. If I were in Tang Yu's position and experienced these things, I'm afraid I wouldn't have his wisdom and determination to negotiate with everyone. This only made the president fall into a helpless silence. Not long after, the president left the institute building and returned to the octagonal building, and called the secretary to the office to discuss how to solve the problem of the resistance agent. When the resistance agent did not reach them, they thought that getting the resistance agent was the most difficult. But when they were able to put the resistance agent on the laboratory table, more difficult things followed. It can only be said that difficulties are always on the way, and troubles are always endless. Speaking of Tang Yu's charge of being a parasite of the spirit, he thought of something else. In fact, the conflict between humans and spirits has become an irreversible social reality today. Even Tang Yu, who has made great contributions to the resistance agent, cannot compete with it. It is important to clear Tang Yu's charges, but it is not a bargaining chip for trading with Tang Yu now. If Tang Yu is really to make concessions, then the universe system will force him to enter. But what is there in it that is worth Tang Yu using the resistance agent to exchange? This is also a key point that makes him hesitate to make a decision. After discussing all night, no result was reached. It was almost dawn when the president finished his day's work and packed up to go home to rest. 10 minutes later, the president returned to the residential area where he lived. It was pitch black and quiet in the middle of the night. The president was still thinking about Tang Yu, his brows furrowed like a deep trench dug by violence. Just as he was about to enter the apartment building, the alertness and sixth sense he had developed from his early military service suddenly woke him up from his deep thoughts. He suddenly raised his head and looked forward, and his body almost subconsciously moved 2 inches to the left. However, the speeding bullet still instantly penetrated his clothes and bulletproof vest. The unresisted force still hit his chest fiercely, instantly bringing a burning pain. In the intense pain, the president's eyes were filled with disbelief. The next morning, Tang Yu woke up and heard from Dasa that the president was assassinated in the early hours of the night before. After hearing the news, Tang Yu's first reaction was disbelief. With the support the president had gained for his governance of the City of Science and Technology and his prestige among the people, the possibility of such a thing happening should be zero. And there is another very important reason. That is, everyone in the City of Science and Technology is very clear about the fact that the City of Science and Technology cannot withstand too much turmoil at the moment. However, just as he was guessing every possibility of the president being assassinated, Dasa sent another message saying that the manager of the Hawk family might change, and the president's son would lose control of the Hawk family. Chapter 90. The president was wearing a bulletproof vest, so the bullet did not penetrate his body. However, the person behind the attack seemed to have considered this point, so he deliberately chose a gun that could produce a great impact after hitting the target. Therefore, although the president had no obvious external injuries, his chest was slightly fractured, and the aftermath of the vibration damaged his internal organs. But this was not the most fatal thing. This injury induced the president's genetic disease, causing his nerve function to become disordered. His limbs below the knees were temporarily paralyzed, and the use of neuron electronic chips was also hindered to a certain extent. The assassination of the president was not well concealed. The news leaked out from somewhere. The whole city of science and technology was in an uproar because of this incident. The people, who were already panicked by the parasitic incident and the carrion beetle, fell into panic again. The various forces in the 18 science and technology cities also surged undercurrents because of this incident. And the power change of the Hawk family also became the focus of attention. After receiving this information, Tang Yu thought about it for nearly 20 minutes, and then decided to go to the first hospital in person to visit the president whose injury was unknown, and to find out the latest situation. From the information available, it seems that the power struggle of the Hawk family led to the assassination of the president. However, as the person with the highest authority in the Hawk family, no one should rashly attack him. If the president dies in this accident, the political power that the Hawk family relies on will begin to collapse. Moreover, the time of the assassination is too sensitive. It happened to be when he handed the sample of the resistance agent to the president. So behind this, it is not only the ambitious people in the Hawk family who are stirring up the situation. Not long after, Tang Yu arrived at the first hospital. After getting off the light energy suspension car, he walked towards the surgical building with a slightly hurried pace. Generally speaking, it is not good for him if the president gets into trouble. On the contrary, it will hinder the implementation of his plan. Not long after walking, Tang Yu ran into someone familiar. Dean Jiang, who looked serious, walked towards him with a mature and reserved young man. Tang Yu couldn't help but stop and look at the two people. Dean Jiang also noticed him and quickly quickened his pace to come in front of Tang Yu. I didn't expect you to come too. Cold is really in trouble this time, Dean Jiang said with a heavy sigh. Tang Yu suppressed his inner thoughts and just shouted calmly, Dean. Then he turned to the young man beside Dean Jiang and shouted, Senior brother. Scorching nodded slightly at Tang Yu and didn't say much. He and Tang Yu are brothers who have the same master. Their mentor is Professor Baizhenqi, the favorite student of the late Dean Jiang. However, although they have the same master, their research directions are different. In recent years, Scorching has focused more on clinical drug experiments. Tang Yu did not say much to his senior brother, but turned to Dean Jiang and said in surprise, I heard that the news of the assassination of the president last night was kept secret. But now everyone in the city knows it. And the conflict of the Hawk family also broke out this morning. This made Dean Jiang sneer and said indignantly, It would be false if there was no premeditation behind this. I have asked my secretary to find out the situation of the Hawk family. Now is the critical moment for researching resistance agents. We can't let it down. If the president of the City of Science and Technology has an accident, the consequences will be disastrous. His old face was full of anger. Many things that happened recently made him feel very bad. Hearing this, Tang Yu hummed and stopped talking. Instead, Scorching said, Let's go see Mr. President first. After this reminder, Dean Jiang calmed down a little and quickly called Tang Yu to the surgical building. Scorching looked at Tang Yu, who looked very calm, and asked casually, Can you come to my laboratory when you are free? I want to discuss some questions with you. Tang Yu looked at him slightly sideways, but didn't ask much. Just hummed softly. Seeing that Tang Yu agreed very easily, Scorching didn't say much, took his eyes away from him, and continued to walk forward. The president was arranged in the most confidential VIP floor. To enter here, a special magnetic card from the hospital is required, and at least 2 security checks must be passed. If he hadn't happened to meet Dean Jiang and the others at the hospital gate, Tang Yu would have had to spend some effort to get in here. At this moment, he only needed to follow Dean Jiang and Scorching to the front desk to register, and then go to the specially arranged office to get the magnetic card to enter the VIP floor. Arriving at the door of the president's ward, several people happened to meet the nurse, who was examining the president. Through the half-open door, Tang Yu saw Vice President Edgar, who looked more serious than before. The other party also appeared here at this moment, talking to the mentally exhausted and pale president, probably explaining work matters. The content should be a 10-day visit of the president to various cities. Recently, too many things have happened in the City of Science and Technology that have caused social chaos and panic. The super government convened several online meetings of senior officials from various cities, and finally made such a decision to visit the whole city. However, now that the president is unwell due to the assassination attempt, this important task can only be entrusted to a trusted person. Vice President Edgar has a high prestige in the city of science and technology, and his ability is outstanding. He is also a core member of the super government. It is natural that he is the most suitable person to visit. Tang Yu's mind gradually became active, but all his thoughts were hidden under his calm face. The president's secretary first discovered the arrival of Dean Jiang and Tang Yu. After Edgar made his promise, he spoke appropriately to remind them, turned their attention to the door, and then hurried over to greet Dean Jiang and others. Edgar couldn't help but look at the door, but after seeing Tang Yu's figure, his slightly serious pale face couldn't help but smile like a fox. The president didn't seem surprised by Tang Yu's arrival. His face seemed to have aged a lot, showing a few traces of helplessness and compassion, and he just looked at the direction of the door quietly. Dean Jiang's calmness just recovered disappeared without a trace after seeing the sick president. He walked over excitedly and sighed, "You are my son. How come you look older than me? Are you better now?" The president couldn't help laughing at Dean Jiang's words, and replied in a hoarse but still vigorous voice, "The operation went well, and it will be healed in about a week. But the subsequent gene surgery will be a bit troublesome." Speaking of this, Dean Jiang looked a little depressed. Genetic surgery is actually a very risky thing for the president, who is now in poor health. If it is cured, everyone will be happy. If it is not cured, the president will still be paralyzed at best, or even dying. If the president is not a soldier, he will not be able to withstand such a big ordeal. Dean Jiang still comforted him. "It's not that bad." The president nodded slightly, then looked at Tang Yu on the side. Tang Yu looked at the president, paused for 2 seconds, then took 2 steps forward and said, "Mr. President, good morning. I'm sorry that I came in a hurry and didn't have time to bring you a gift to wish you a recovery." The president tried to raise a kind smile and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, I will also talk to you today. It seems that this matter can only be put off until later, when I have almost finished the things at hand. We can talk about the resistance agent. After that." He couldn't help but sigh again. Tang Yu nodded slightly and stopped talking. At this moment, the president was busy with the affairs of the Hawk family, so it was naturally difficult for him to focus on the resistance agent. If the president's son really lost the power of the family manager, I don't know what kind of impact it will have on the entire science and technology city. The Hawk family led by the president has a good check and balance effect on the Delno family, the first family of the science and technology city, and also has a deterrent effect on the Scott family, whose power is gradually expanding. If the presidency changes due to the power struggle of the Hawk family, the results will probably be exciting. The president stopped talking to Tang Yu briefly, and once again looked at Edgar, who was smiling incomprehensibly, and repeated the topic from not long ago in a very serious manner. "The visit is entrusted to you. Laura will follow and assist you throughout the process. If you encounter something that cannot be decided by the position of vice president, you will directly act as the president. The power of attorney will be prepared and stamped in a while. You can go and prepare your work arrangements for the trip today." Edgar answered heavily, and his expression was particularly solemn. Putting aside some things, visiting various cities is actually an extremely difficult and dangerous task, and Edgar is under a lot of pressure. Listening to the president's instructions, Tang Yu was very keenly aware of the loneliness and dejection in the other's eyes. He was shocked, and the embryonic form of some ideas became clearer and clearer in his heart. As he was talking, 2 nurses pushed a small cart into the ward and politely asked the visitors to leave, saying that the president needed to rest and recuperate. So Tang Yu and his friends had to leave as soon as they arrived. Tang Yu planned to go back to the Research Institute building and visit his senior brother Sun Qing's laboratory. He heard that Dean Jiang and his friends had specially prepared a laboratory for analyzing the resistance agent, and the person in charge of the analysis was his senior brother. This time he was invited by the other party, and it was just right for him to go and check out the situation. The group quietly left the ward, and Edgar followed Tang Yu and the others and left here. Edgar was not a person who would be in a cold atmosphere. Although the atmosphere was serious at the moment, he still threw out several topics that were worth talking about along the way so that everyone would not be in awkward silence. When they arrived at the hospital gate, Tang Yu temporarily separated from Dean Jiang and his senior brother because the light energy suspension car was parked in a different location. They agreed to meet at the Research Institute building, but Edgar was walking in the same direction as him. At this moment, Edgar's pale face showed that fox-like smile again. The morbid excitement that appeared when Tang Yu saw him yesterday floated in his eyes again. He suppressed his emotions and smiled and said to Tang Yu, "I didn't expect to walk a distance with Professor Tang." Tang Yu just glanced at him and didn't intend to pay attention to him. Edgar was deep-minded and calculated too much, and he would fall into his trap if he was not careful. However, seeing Tang Yu's coldness to him, Edgar didn't care, but said very unexpectedly, "I wonder if Professor Tang is interested in visiting various science and technology cities with me? You are a researcher and have been to many places. But if you go to a place without the purpose of research, I am afraid it will be a different feeling." Hearing Edgar say this, Tang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. But he answered the question irrelevantly, and suddenly said, "Since I heard the news that the president was assassinated, I have been guessing a truth." Hearing this, Edgar paused, and the smile on his face gradually widened. He continued Tang Yu's topic and asked, "What do you think? Professor Tang?" Tang Yu just glanced at Edgar and said slowly, "No idea." This answer made Edgar laugh, and he stared at Tang Yu meaningfully and said, "This is indeed in line with your style, Professor Tang." Tang Yu was silent, but Edgar said, "Are you suspecting that someone is behind this?" Tang Yu asked back, "What do you think, Mr. Vice President?" The topic was thrown back, but Edgar just smiled and said nothing. Tang Yu specifically mentioned this matter, so he naturally guessed everything. He was indeed the one who had caused the assassination of the president. He had only used the resistance agent and the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle to slightly instigate and guide the Hawk family. And then, he got such a result that was very favorable to him. At this moment, the president was seriously ill, so it was naturally not suitable for him to take power again. So naturally, he should give this power to the right person, and this person was him. Moreover, the president still had his handle in his hand, so he needed to find a way to remove the obstacles. He was ambitious and had long coveted the position of the president. It must be said that Tang Yu provided him with many suitable opportunities. Although he was repeatedly rejected by Tang Yu's solicitation, he was not so unpleasant to him at this moment. It was true that he wanted to destroy him, but it was also true that he admired him. Soon the two of them came to the place where the light-powered hovercraft was parked, and the conversation ended there. Scorching returned to the Research Institute building earlier than Tang Yu. When Tang Yu arrived at his new laboratory, his tall body had already put on a white coat, and he looked like he was ready to do experiments. Closing the door, Tang Yu walked in and greeted brother. Long time no see. Although he had been in Qiatian City for more than 2 months, and had been in the Research Institute building for 4 or 5 days, Scorching was just like Sonai, and they had never met to reminisce about the past. Seeing that Tang Yu had arrived, Scorching nodded slightly, pointed to a lounge chair beside him, and said, "Sit down." Then he went to the tea table that was specially designated a little further away, and poured a glass of boiled water for Tang Yu with a slender glass. Tang Yu did not go over and sit down as he was told, but was attracted by a photo frame placed on a locker not far away, and could not help but walk over. Chapter 91. You still have this photo. My neuron electronic chip was damaged before, and the original was lost. Tang Yu's tone was a little disappointed. The photo showed his mentor Baizhenqi, him, and his senior brother. At that time, he was only 16 years old, and was surrounded by the two of them. The mentor leaned over and hugged his shoulders, smiling brightly at the camera, and the senior brother also put his arm around his shoulders, freezing this moment with joy in his eyes. At that time, his mentor had not passed away, and everything was still beautiful. But it didn't take long for this beauty to be broken. The mentor was bedridden due to a genetic disease caused by overwork, and he died a few days after his mother's accident. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Scorching paused while turning around with a water cup in his hand, and asked, "Have you ever had any problems with your neuron electronic chip?" Tang Yu just hummed lightly, as if this matter was not worth mentioning. Scorching suppressed his curiosity and passed over this topic, saying, "I will send you another copy of the original." He walked to Tang Yu's side, handed him the glass, and said, "Among the few students, the teacher likes you the most, because you are the youngest, and you have specially shifted the focus of your research to Gaia City. And even I have to follow you. It has been many years." Scorching couldn't help laughing as he said this, with nostalgia in his eyes, and he lowered his eyes gently to look at Tang Yu. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh. The teacher is really nice. If it weren't for the guidance of his mentor, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Speaking of his encounter with his mentor, there was a small episode. At the beginning, he was actually just a relative who got in through the back door through Ms. Tang Yu's connections. His mentor didn't agree with him very much, and even threatened him by saying that he didn't dare to chase people away because he was young. In the end, it naturally developed a result that both parties were very satisfied with. Scorching couldn't help but sigh, stretched out his hand and patted Tang Yu's shoulder, sighing, "You are so old now." Before the death of the mentor, he was still worried that you would be bullied because you were young. Now you are the only one who bullies others. As he spoke, he looked at Tang Yu meaningfully. Tang Yu looked up at him slightly, with a faint smile in his eyes. He took a sip of water and turned to walk to the lounge chair. He sat down slowly and said, "I guess the next moment, senior brother will talk about the resistance agent." Scorching suddenly laughed, but took over the topic very naturally, saying, "Then why don't you talk about it?" He walked to sit opposite Tang Yu. Both of them looked very relaxed, without any seriousness and urgency in talking about the resistance agent. Tang Yu was silent for a few seconds, and Scorching kept looking at him, not anxious to hear an answer. After a while, Tang Yu said, "Senior brother should have made a lot of progress in analyzing the composition of the resistance agent, but he still has doubts about this most critical thing." Scorching did not hide anything and said frankly, "Yes. There is a certain protein molecule that puzzles me. This protein molecule is similar to a special protein molecule in the human body parasitized by the spirit, but it is not exactly the same. But I have to doubt." Scorching did not finish his words, but just hesitated to think. But Tang Yu still looked calm, looked at him and said firmly, "It's what you think." Scorching was startled when he heard it, but he was not overly surprised, and only said, "No one will believe this fact." But his expression gradually became heavy and serious. "You are right." Tang Yu also agreed. "The contradiction between humans and spirits is too deep, and it cannot be reversed in a short time. This is why He Lei always refutes him whenever he brings up the topic of spirit parasitism. During this period of time, he has also clearly recognized this matter." Scorching said with certainty, "Is this the reason why you don't publish the experimental report of the resistance agent? The crime of being a spirit parasite has not been cleared yet. If the production process of the resistance agent is widely known, your life will be in danger at all times. Once the radicals lose control, your fate will be irreversible." Tang Yu did not comment on this, because the matter is not that simple. He only said, "You can study in this direction. When the time comes, it is only a matter of time before the resistance agent experimental report is published." Scorching rarely fell into silence. Tang Yu withdrew his gaze from him, and looked out the window covered by the gauze curtains. Today was still a sunny day, with a clear blue sky and no clouds. The blue color that made people irritated could be seen through a layer of cloth. After a long time, Scorching said, "The City of Science and Technology has long banned the research on spirit parasites, and the special prison has become a place for some spirit parasites who cannot be sentenced to death. I will try it first. You can get the experimental materials of spirit parasites, and there must be many loopholes to find." Tang Yu did not speak, but drank the water in the cup. He was silent for a while, then met Scorching's fixed gaze on him, and said sincerely, "Be careful." This made Scorching pause, and he slowly lowered his gaze that had been staring at Tang Yu. He restrained his expression and said, "With you as an example, I can only be more careful. You should also pay more attention to safety, and don't make me worry again." Tang Yu nodded heavily, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He was actually very afraid that his senior brother would be involved with the resistance agent and suffer harm that he shouldn't have to bear. He told him the truth about making the resistance agent. On the one hand, he had to balance the resistance agent with calculating the purpose and saving people from danger. Even if the president rejected his request to enter the universe system at this moment, he couldn't ignore the human beings who were deeply harmed by the PCIH virus. Second, it was to let the senior brother have a clear mind. He didn't want the other party to become the second Meng Chong. He knew clearly what kind of person the other party was. Even if he told the other party the formula of the resistance agent at this moment, the senior brother would not act recklessly for the sake of the overall situation. The heady conversation between the two ended quickly. Tang Yu returned to his laboratory without staying for long, preparing to continue the experiment of particle flow interfering with fertilized eggs. However, his mind could not help but fly to other places. That is, why He Lei had not returned yet. According to the normal deadline for the mission, He Lei and his group should be back today. But there is no news yet. which made him worry about the other party's safety. However, before he could think through this question, the situation on the internet changed again. The topic of the selection of lieutenant generals was once again pushed to the top of the hot search, and the discussion of the assassination of the president and the turmoil of the Hawk family was immediately suppressed. Among the candidates for the selection of lieutenant generals, a major general named Ai Sachi emerged and was building momentum for this election. And the powerful Badoha Church and the Delno family supported him behind the scenes. The official account of the Badoha Church directly published an impassioned and vivid soft article, fully supporting Ai Sachi, who has a deep connection with the Badoha Church. Tang Yu saw this information at first sight when he logged into a social platform. In less than 2 hours, this matter caused an extraordinary hot discussion. But there was something even more unexpected to Tang Yu. When he opened the internet, he happened to encounter the live broadcast of France's speech to promote Major General Ai Sachi. It would be a lie for Tang Yu to say that he was not surprised by this sudden incident. He originally thought that only Nicholas and the Cotton family behind him were capable of, and wanted to stir up the struggle and chaos of the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. Unexpectedly, France and the Badoha Church and the Delno family behind him also coveted the final result of the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. It is not surprising that France would use Major General Ai Sachi to build momentum. He was just using the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals to achieve his goal of interfering in politics. At the meeting for the selection of the generals, France publicly gave a speech, pushing the status of the Badoha Church in the City of Science and Technology to a new height. Now that the selection of the lieutenant generals is imminent, there is no reason for him not to take advantage of this great opportunity to do something to achieve his goal. But the problem is that France's momentum is too strong. Even with his overwhelming momentum, it is hard not to think that he has colluded with the military's jury to change the final result. In this session of the selection of the lieutenant generals, Helay's selection is a foregone conclusion, because in a sense, Helay represents the interests of ordinary people who are not from the family. He has a very high reputation in the City of Science and Technology. If he fails, it will be even more detrimental to the governance of the turbulent City of Science and Technology. Excluding Helay's selection, Major General Ai Sachi, who was supported by France, could only occupy another lieutenant general position. Helay had told him before that among the candidates for the lieutenant general selection this time, Major General Dongfang Ying was the most likely to be selected. But the Dongfang family and the Harris family would definitely not let Major General Dongfang Ying fail to be selected, which would affect the interests of the family. Under such circumstances, it is likely that a fierce struggle will only be triggered. Tang Yu followed the information of this campaign and found that this campaign did not happen suddenly, but had been planned for a long time. Before he returned to the institute, France had planned this matter, and even before the selection of the generals, France and Ai Sachi had frequent contacts. Moreover, the timing of France's campaign was also very good, not to mention that the president was assassinated and the super government fell into a certain degree of chaos, so that it could not take care of France and the Badoha Church. But Helay led the collection team to go out on a mission and has not returned yet. Not only was he worried about this, many people in the City of Science and Technology were also worried about whether they could return safely. And the topic of the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals topped the hot discussion list at this moment, which always implied that Helay and his team would not come back. As Tang Yu thought, shortly after France's support speech for Ai Sachi ended, several science and technology cities, led by Polaris City, experienced varying degrees of chaos. And social news reports also reported more than a dozen criminal and illegal information than before. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, ordinary people in the City of Science and Technology fell into a state of anxiety and confusion. After observing the development of the situation for a short period of time, Tang Yu turned his attention to the experiment. There would be many people who were more anxious than him about France's campaign and would take more effective measures to stop it than him. As Tang Yu thought, not long after, the announcement of Vice President Edgar's visit to various cities in the City of Science and Technology was posted on behalf of the president, and the heat of France's campaign for Sachi was instantly suppressed. But the president's assassination was once again brought up as a hot topic. Edgar was convening a temporary meeting of the top leaders of the super government. The president could only hold an online meeting in the hospital with the help of his assistant. But he only had a voice connection, so the top leaders attending the meeting could not see his actual situation. From the moment the proxy visit document came out, The power distribution in the super government also changed significantly, especially many neutral fence-sitters in the Senate, who tended to stand on Edgar's side. They knew the president's condition. If the genetic disease that caused the president's paralysis was not cured, then it would be Vice President Edgar who would win over the power of the super government. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a tree to inhabit. And whether this genetic disease can be cured will become a very illusory thing from a political perspective. Chapter 92. At about 12 o'clock in the morning, the military department sent a message that He and his team had successfully returned to Qiantian City. At this moment, the personnel were being quarantined in the isolation room of the North Gate military shipyard. After hearing this message, Tang Yu's heart suddenly dropped. He was still busy with experiments in the laboratory and had not returned home. He had just decided to go to his senior brother, who was also working overtime to analyze for a midnight snack. After confirming that He had returned safely, Tang Yu had no intention of staying in the laboratory. After sending a message to his senior brother that he was going home, he packed up and left the laboratory. He did not plan to go home, but decided to go directly to the North Gate military shipyard to wait for He's quarantine to end. I think He and his team should have gained a lot from this mission, because Qiantian City has just launched a project to plant trees near the river recently. The North Gate military shipyard is now brightly lit every night. When Tang Yu arrived at the shipyard, he happened to see a group of soldiers who had returned from the field work walked out of the special passage tiredly, and one after another got on the large light-powered suspension vehicle back to the military and police area. In this special world, 1/10 of the population is soldiers, and half of the soldiers are contracted to build the outdoor areas of the science and technology city. Although the soldiers are well trained and can better withstand the harsh environment, the speed of personnel replenishment is still far behind the speed of consumption, compared to the situation more than a decade ago, when we could still expand our territory and restore the prosperity of the earth. The current situation is much more severe. Some members of parliament have proposed to allocate the human resources of the Homeless Management Office to the construction and maintenance of the Science and Technology City. But the calculated cost is much higher than the expected cost. First, the resources for one-to-one matching of jobs and housing cannot keep up. Second, the cost of treatment and maintenance of personnel infected with the PCIH virus will increase greatly. Third, once a soldier is infected with the virus, he will lose his service qualification. This post-retirement placement has become an issue that cannot be ignored. After watching these people leave, Tang Yu went to the service desk to apply for the use of the public waiting room. This wait lasted a day and a night. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Yu asked the 2 military bodyguards who were protecting him to return to the light energy suspension vehicle first, and he went to the corridor where He and his team had to pass to leave the isolation room and waited. From time to time, patrolling epidemic prevention personnel passed by, leaving only the rustling of footsteps in the silent night. Tang Yu had not slept all night, and his face looked haggard and pale at this moment. He stood quietly against the wall, bowed his head and thought quietly, and his hair on his forehead concealed his eyebrows. Not long after, there were sonorous footsteps at the corner of the corridor. Tang Yu looked up involuntarily, and saw a tall and vigorous figure slowly appearing, with a serious face, leading the other few people with the same solemn faces to walk from one end of the corridor. Tang Yu went to meet him without hesitation. Although he hadn't seen He for only a few days, he felt as if many years had passed. For a moment, he had a familiar and melancholy feeling towards this man. His heart couldn't help but beat, and he was full of expectations. He and the others obviously didn't expect Tang Yu to appear here, and they couldn't help but show a little surprise. Before He could say anything, Lu Su stepped forward and sighed. "Professor Tang, your timing is too accurate." Dill couldn't help but sigh, put his arm around Lu Su's shoulders, and said to Tang Yu casually, "I said you are not tired on the mission?" Lu Su snorted and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Instead, he looked at Tang Yu happily and smiled. "Professor Tang, how is your experiment going?" At this time, He said, "Why are you here?" His eyes inadvertently stuck to Tang Yu's slightly tired face, and he frowned almost imperceptibly, with a trace of worry flashing across his eyes. Tang Yu suppressed his personal feelings, and his eyes swept through everyone one by one. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He slowed down and said, "You came back later than expected. I plan to listen to the first-hand information." Hearing this, the group of people looked strange unexpectedly. "Hilya, who was still pale, cheered up a little, and said to Tang Yu with a helpless smile, "Professor Tang is really as good as a god. This mission has indeed gained something." Hearing this, Tang Yu could not help but frown slightly. He Lei did not give him time to think, and only said, "I will tell you in detail on the way back. Let's go back to the military building first." He then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, please disperse on the spot after leaving the military ship parking area. Go back and rest, and gather in the meeting room of the military building at 12 noon tomorrow." Yes. Everyone had no objection to He Lei's arrangement. They were already exhausted after going out, and now they were almost at their limit. Tang Yu walked to He Lei's side and brought up a topic without any emotional fluctuations. "You all know about the matter between Mr. President and Major General Ai Sachi, right?" After that, Dill, who always liked to complain about everything, fell into silence. Hilya looked at Tang Yu deeply and sighed. "It feels like a storm is coming and everything is quiet. Everyone has probably thought about what would happen if the president was assassinated. But no one would really take such an idea seriously, and never thought that such a thing would really happen one day. And it would come so suddenly and unreasonably, without giving people a chance to react. And France's use of the Badoha Church to build momentum for Major General Isachi was undoubtedly the most obvious expression of this turbulent situation." Lemon snorted coldly. His eyes inadvertently revealed a trace of hatred and anger, and gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of hypocritical guys. This refers to France and the Badoha Church." He Lei only said, "You didn't encounter any difficulties?" He didn't look at Tang Yu, but just walked forward with big strides. But the person he was talking about knew that it was Tang Yu. "No." Tang Yu shook his head. Wang Jing, who was cold and taciturn, suddenly said, "Professor Tang, has there been any result on Ming Chang's matter?" Mentioning Ming Chang, everyone's expression became more serious. Anything involving the resistance agent always makes them alert to everything about it. The strangeness of Ming Chang's death is something that all of them are worried about. Everyone looked at Tang Yu nervously and cautiously. Tang Yu couldn't help but lower his eyes, and his slender fingers slowly curled into fists. After a while, he said, "It was suicide." This answer made everyone stunned. Lu Su couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" Tang Yu was silent and didn't answer. The atmosphere around them suddenly became quiet. Everyone's heart was in their throats, not daring to be sure that the truth Tang Yu just said was true. Susie couldn't help but tear up. She deliberately lowered her voice to control the trembling of her vocal cords before asking, "Professor Tang, are you telling the truth? Mr. Meng should not be such a person. How could a person as tenacious as Meng Chang commit suicide?" When she assisted Professor Tang in conducting experiments on Meng Chang, she also had some understanding of Meng Chang and felt the same way. Although she knew what was going on, Tang Yu had to conceal the truth and bury the actions of the super government in silence. He just said calmly, "It's just suicide. The wrong medicine." Hearing this, Dill sneered instantly, looking cynical. "Bullshit." As soon as the voice fell, the topic fell into silence again. Such an absurd answer could not convince Dill and others. They even couldn't help but wonder which person who took human life lightly came up with such a truth that he thought could be made public without thinking about it carefully. In fact, it was full of loopholes. Unconsciously, the group walked out of the military shipyard and came to the open-air square. The light energy suspension car that was going to take Hilya and the others back was already waiting there. He Lei asked the light energy suspension car to take Hilya and the others back to the military police area, and he went with Tang Yu. The group stopped talking, and after saying goodbye to Hilya and the others, He Lei followed Tang Yu and got on the light energy suspension car driven by 2 bodyguards. Soon Tang Yu and He Lei arrived at the military building, and the marshal had been waiting for He Lei in the office for a long time. Tang Yu went directly to He Lei's office to wait for him. The night was quiet tonight, so quiet that people didn't want to doze off. The marshal was currently online with the president. He Lei stayed outside the office door for half a minute before ringing the doorbell. In just a few seconds, the door opened a crack, and a faint comment sounded from inside. He Lei pushed the door open and saw the marshal magnifying the holographic projection screen twice and projecting it into the air. The camera angle shifted to his direction. At the other end of the line, the president was also watching his arrival. He Lei was still wearing the dusty camouflage uniform, but if you look closely, you will find that the sturdy and durable fabric is covered with a thin layer of sand mist, and a light flick may raise a cloud of dust. He took off his military cap, saluted the marshal in front of him, and the president on the line seriously, and then walked up to greet them. "Marshal. Mr. President. Good evening." Seeing He Lei finally come back, the marshal's solemn face couldn't help showing a touch of joy, and smiled as he approached He Lei and said, "Finally. I waited for you to come back." He Lei nodded slightly and said, "Something delayed the mission." As he said that, he looked at the president and asked with concern, "Mr. President, are you feeling better?" The president also smiled happily, and the still hoarse voice came from the other end, "It's much better now. I was just talking about you with the marshal." He Lei nodded. His tone lowered. "I'm sorry to hear the unfortunate news about you just after returning to Qiantian City." The president just smiled and said, "There is a famous saying in Laozi. Misfortune is the root of blessing, and blessing is the root of misfortune." The marshal couldn't help but sigh again, and asked He Lei to sit on the sofa next to him, and said to him, "Let's talk about your mission first. What's the matter with the data sent back during the process?" Just one day before the collection team returned to Qiantian City, the Marine Exploration Battalion Mission Monitoring Room received a shocking video content sent back by He Lei and his team, and the marshal also learned the news at the same time. At that time, Tang Yu had just submitted a sample of the resistance agent. The marshal was supposed to go to the laboratory with the president to wait for a result, but he was tripped up by this matter. The speed of development of things always exceeds their expectations. Just yesterday, after weighing and deciding in many aspects, the marshal synchronized this information to the president and Dean Jiang. He Lei fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere in the office became heavy again. The marshal and the president looked at him with heavy eyes, and gradually sighed. After a while, He Lei said, "In just 1 month, the carrion beetle with a human heart is no longer an isolated case. This type of carrion beetle appeared in every wild cactus collection area we arrived at, and many of them have been planted, and the golden red spores are floating all over the air. But what is surprising is not only that, but also that the satellite monitoring did not detect this big change." Speaking of this, the faces of the marshal and the president became ugly again. The newly evolved scavenger beetle can no longer be detected by satellites. Under such circumstances, it is conceivable how difficult it is. This is simply a big bad news for humans. He Lei paused and continued. Hilya has made a rough analysis of this, and guessed that it should be the red mycelium produced by the newly evolved scavenger beetle that can block any band for monitoring. Speaking of this, the marshal and the president could not help but think of the red mycelium meatball that shocked their vision and mind when they first saw the relevant images of the newly evolved scavenger beetle. "Then what?" the marshal asked in a deep voice. He Lei took a deep breath and continued. "We found a very serious problem." The president asked hoarsely. "What is it?" He Lei thought of the anomaly he observed before returning, and his mood became even heavier. He said, "The giant column in the 40th area has a tendency to wither due to the appearance of phytochemical carrion beetles, which is also the reason for our delay in returning." Hearing this, the marshal and the president subconsciously took a breath, with an expression of disbelief in their eyes. The president couldn't help coughing a few times in excitement, and he didn't catch his breath until his face turned red. He sighed. "The carrion beetles are going to drive humans to a dead end." At this time, his clear eyes were already misty, and his face, which was thin due to illness, was pale and distressing. He Lei could only fall into silence. After the marshal recovered, his wise eyes stared at the distant front and said solemnly, "Call Dean Jiang to discuss it tomorrow, and listen to his latest report on the research of new mutant scavenger beetles." After the voice fell, the conversation about scavenger beetles tonight ended here. The marshal took the initiative to bring up another topic and asked He Lei to report on the mission. This mission trip was actually relatively smooth. He Lei and his team did not encounter scavenger beetles several times and were not involved in the battle. However, although this was a good thing, it also caused their doubts. Half an hour later, He Lei returned to his office. At this moment, Tang Yu was fiddling with the holographic projection screen on the reception sofa, sorting out the previous experimental documents and some information just received from DASA. Chapter 93. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Tang Yu subconsciously looked towards the door. He Lei closed the door, kneaded his brows and walked closer to him, asking, "What are you still doing?" Tang Yu slowly retracted his gaze, saved the file and turned off the holographic projection screen, and focused his attention on He Lei again, saying, "I was just thinking about a question." He Lei couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. Tang Yu was silent for a moment before saying, Francis's campaign against Asachi was too blatant. But the super government did nothing. But this may also be related to the president's injury and the vice president's absence from the visit, so that they had no time to take care of this matter. He frowned and sat on the sofa next to Tang Yu, asking him, "Do you think there is a problem?" Tang Yu looked thoughtful and remained silent. He thought for a moment and analyzed. The Dongfang family should be watching the situation now. And other families should be the same. Tang Yu hummed, but said in a faint tone, "What about you?" This made Lei's face heavy. And Tang Yu continued, "It is hard to guarantee that this matter will not be like Nicholas. And the target is actually you." "You are right." Lei admitted this guess. "But of course we can't let these people succeed." Tang Yu nodded heavily. He had only one thought at the moment. No one could stop his Lei from being selected in the lieutenant general selection. After saying this, Lei couldn't help but ask about the topic about Ming Chong that he had just mentioned not long ago. "Tell me the truth. What exactly happened to Ming Chang's death?" Hearing this, Tang Yu leaned back on the sofa tiredly. He stared at the ceiling for a few seconds before slowly saying a term, "Super government." These words made Lei stunned. But in less than half a minute, he guessed the whole thing. But he didn't say anything else. Tang Yu said, "Maybe everyone is brewing a huge conspiracy. And one life seems insignificant at all." "That's right," Lei whispered. He couldn't help but think of the super government and the military's use of Tang Yu. If Tang Yu was hurt by them, he would never forgive anyone. Talking about this topic at this moment was too heavy for both of them. Tang Yu was silent for a while, but suddenly changed the subject. "The night before yesterday, Admiral Freston introduced me to a girl. She is very beautiful, quiet and gentle." Hearing this, Lei's thoughts were stuck. His slightly frowned brows tightened, and his eyes became sharp. "What's going on? Is the Admiral going to introduce you to someone?" After that, his face became even uglier. Tang Yu shook his head slowly, but there was a hint of teasing in his indifferent eyes. "No." Lei couldn't help but doubt him when he saw him like this. "Really?" Tang Yu slowly stood up from the sofa, stretched his muscles a little, and said, "It's late at night. Let's go home and rest. I haven't closed my eyes for a day and a night." Then he walked to the door. Lei also stood up with him, followed him in silence. And when he was about to reach the door, he asked again, "What's going on?" Tang Yu glanced at the tall and extremely safe man next to him, snorted, and then said in a flat tone, "Admiral Freston intends to introduce Miss Chiolan to you as his future wife. One to prevent you and me from interacting, and the other to use the relationship of marriage to pull you into the Harris family camp." Lei was startled at first. "I don't know any Miss Chiolan." He was already a little angry, and said in a deep voice, "I don't agree with the Admiral's approach. I will go to him to discuss this matter in person tomorrow. I won't let you suffer any grievances." He paused, and then said seriously, "I will only be the son-in-law of your Tang family." Hearing this, Tang Yu paused to open the door, and immediately showed a strange look on his face. And then his face, as white as frost and snow, could not help but be stained with a little blush. Tang Yu lowered his head slightly, stared at his toes, and replied lightly, "Oh, this is in the military building." Lei's open flirting is too bold. After returning home, Lei told Tang Yu everything that happened during the mission. After hearing the latest news about the carrion beetle, Tang Yu just fell into a long silence and did not express any opinions or views on this. The next morning, Lei prepared breakfast for Tang Yu and filled his stomach before going to the military building immediately. Before leaving, he contacted Admiral Freston and negotiated with him for 10 minutes to have a conversation to solve this matter that seemed very common in the eyes of others. Today's clouds are very thick, and the sky is foggy. For the people of Qiantian City, it is a rare good weather. If it rains a little more, it will be a blessing from nature for them. When Lei arrived at Admiral Freston's office, the door was wide open, and the movements inside were completely visible. Admiral Freston was sitting at his desk, drinking hot tea from a blue stainless steel thermos in one hand and flipping through several paper documents he had just received last night with the other hand. Looking very focused, Lei was stunned by this, but he quickly reacted and knocked on the door while looking inside. Hearing the movement, Freston immediately pulled his attention away from the documents and looked at the door. Seeing that it was Lei, he just nodded slightly, said "Come in," and then lowered his head to read the documents again. After Lei entered the office, he closed the door. He saluted Freston and said "Good morning," then walked towards him. Admiral, excuse me for interrupting you for a few minutes. I have something to tell you. Preston did not seem surprised to hear this. He slowly arranged the documents he had read, then looked up at the tall figure standing in front of him and said, "The Marshal has scheduled a meeting. Dean Jian will be here soon to attend the meeting together." He nodded. Last night, the Marshal issued a notice for a morning meeting at 8:30 this morning. It was already 8:15. Tell me what it is, Preston said again. There is something I want to tell you. Maybe the Marshal was too busy last night and didn't have time to mention it to you. This made Helay's mind tremble, and his spirit could not help but become more focused. He organized his words and said solemnly, "Last night Tang Yu mentioned Miss Jiulan to me. I hope you can give up your idea. If you just want to stop me and Tang Yu. This is not the only way." Preston already knew what Helay wanted to say to him, and he was not surprised to hear these words at this moment. He did not answer Helay immediately, but calmly took the thermos cup beside him, unscrewed the lid and took a sip. After more than 10 seconds, he stood up again, pointed to the reception sofa beside him, and said to Helay, "Sit down and talk." Helay had no choice but to follow Preston and sit down in front of him. In silence, he only heard the other party continue to say, "Let's talk about another thing first." This made Helay frown slightly, and he didn't understand why Admiral Preston suddenly wanted to change the topic. But he could only say, "You say." Intuition told him that this was not a good thing. Preston pondered for a moment, and then said seriously and slowly, "You may lose the qualification to participate in the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals." Hearing this, Helay's thoughts paused. His expression instantly restrained his thoughts. His face became colder, and he asked back, "What do you mean?" Even when talking about such a matter that concerns the vital interests of his left and right arms. Preston still did not change his expression and continued, "You are too popular in the city of science and technology. If you are successfully selected in this evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals, you will gain greater power and have more supporters. But this is actually not conducive to the governance of the people." This really sounded shocking, and Helay fell silent because of it. However, he couldn't help but look at Preston, who was still calm at the moment, and wanted to get more information from some clues. "This doesn't sound like something you would say." After a moment, he stated a fact bluntly. Preston didn't reply to him, but was silent for a while, and then said, "There is a question that you should be very concerned about. There is a traitor in the Harris family who colluded with outsiders to leak Tang Yu's information. The matter of Jiulan you just mentioned is also my consideration for this reason. For the safety and future of both of you, it is necessary for you to get married separately." This made Helay's eyes suddenly sharper. He stared at Preston and sorted out the two pieces of information that shocked him. After a moment of silence, he said with a gloomy look, "Are you doing this for me and Tang Yu, or for the Harris family?" Preston just drank the water in the thermos cup and did not reply to him. Helay couldn't help but become more confused when he saw this. He said he returned to the previous topic and asked in a profound way, "Is the military's decision to cancel my eligibility to run for election related to France and the Badoha Church?" Losing the eligibility to run for election is actually not very meaningful to him, because he is still young. But the things that may be involved behind this make him unable to easily let it go. He always felt that Admiral Preston and his men were planning something, and he could only passively become one of the key chess pieces. He didn't like this situation of being manipulated by others. Preston remained silent. He looked up at the mechanical watch on his wrist and saw that the minute hand had moved a little. So he said, "It's almost time. Let's go to the meeting room together." He stood up slowly, walked back to the desk, put the cup and started to pack up. However, Preston's silence made Helay more suspicious. But he knew that it would be useless to ask about things that the other party didn't want to say, so he had to suppress all the guesses in his heart. Finally, he only asked, "Has the person who leaked Tang Yu's information been executed?" Preston glanced at him and said lightly, "I will solve the problem. You don't have to intervene for Tang Yu." This made Helay feel even more depressed. He said in a deep voice, "I don't want Tang Yu to be hurt again. The last sudden assassination in my house almost killed him." Hearing Helay's heartfelt words, Preston's face darkened a little. He said in a low voice, "Helay, please be careful." It was rare for Helay to show indifference to Preston's warning. He didn't say anything, but got up and walked towards the door, saying, "Go to the meeting. The issue of carrion beetles is also a difficult problem." Preston turned around and looked at the tall figure gradually walking towards the door, and the expression in his black eyes suddenly became gloomy. Tang Yu knew nothing about what happened between He Lei and Freston at this moment. He did not dare to slack off, and continued to devote himself to the experiment. Up to now, Tang Yu has been able to simulate this particle flow that can change the gene sequence of fungi, and has also made improvements on it. This radiation wave flow is homologous to nuclear radiation, but different from nuclear radiation. It has an upper limit to stimulate cell proliferation, and this upper limit is controllable and adjustable. When this wave flow encounters a simple life form, it will no longer penetrate, but will attach to the surface of the life form, and penetrate the energy into the cell little by little, first wrapping the entire cell wall and cell membrane, making it fibrotic. When the fibrotic cell wall and cell membrane rub against the cytoplasm, a radiation band like cotton thread will be generated, winding around and filling the inside of the cell. The material density and pressure in the cell will continue to increase due to the increase of this radiation band until it reaches a critical point, and the entire mutated cell will break. The cell nucleus wrapped in the center will be dispersed into different fragments, and then the genetic material will be replicated and memory perfected at a very fast speed, replacing the ordinary mitosis mode. The fibrotic cell wall and cell membrane will melt into liquid to wrap the fragments. When the cell nuclear fragments restore the complete chromosomes, the liquid will grow new walls and membranes, and then repeat the previous work, until the cells differentiate enough and begin to evolve into individuals. Artificially control the radiation speed and density of the particle flow, interfere with the evolutionary direction and progress of the cells, and then adjust the development and evolutionary limit of the cell body through gene mosaicism and cutting, so as to gradually achieve the conditions for the larvae to develop in vitro. At this moment, Tang Yu was using primate-fertilized eggs to conduct experiments on controlling particle flow, and had achieved some results. His next plan was to copy this experimental model into the study of stem cell internuclear development after the experiment was successful, replacing the sexual reproduction of fertilized eggs, so as to break the objective limitations of the source of experimental materials. If this technology can be realized, it can not only solve the serious problems about spirits, but also solve the big problem of the sharp decline in human population. Unknowingly, a day passed, and when it was almost time to get off work, Tang Yu unexpectedly received a message from He Lei, who said that he would pick him up after get off work. Tang Yu, who was originally planning to work overtime to do experimental calculations, immediately gave up the idea and quickly packed up his things. He was already thinking about some questions he would ask He Lei after seeing him later, especially about the matter of the phytochemical carrion beetle. The military and the super government should have the latest experimental report submitted by Dean Jiang, and He Lei, as one of the witnesses who was present at the scene, should know the most clear inside story. Since the first time he saw the phytochemical carrion beetle, his perception of this thing was that it should be helpful to humans, rather than the latest information He Lei brought back, that it was destroying the growth of the wild cactus group, the current life-saving source of mankind. He thought about it all night last night, and still felt that this matter was somewhat unbelievable. While thinking, the things on the laboratory table were almost tidied up. When he was about to take off his white coat, Tang Yu heard the doorbell ring. He looked at the door, thinking that it might be He Lei, and went to the door to open it after hanging up his white coat. However, when the door opened, the person who appeared in front of him was his senior brother, who should be studying the resist sample at the moment. He seemed to be holding a small package of something exquisitely packaged in his hand. Seeing that it was not He Lei, Tang Yu felt a little disappointed, but his expression did not change, and he did not ask Scorching about his purpose, but just called out lightly, "Senior brother." Then he opened the door and let the other person in. Scorching looked at Tang Yu's laboratory, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "It's my first time to come to your new laboratory. It's really unique. You are worthy of being a little brother who is loved wherever you go." He patted Tang Yu's shoulder, but he left immediately. Tang Yu showed a little helpless expression, but before he said anything, he heard the other party say, "I just went out today and brought you a cheese mousse cake for dinner. You used to like this kind of dessert very much. I don't know if you like it now." Scorching handed the cake to Tang Yu. The light yellow packaging box was printed with the most popular cartoon character at the moment, a sloppy puppy, who looked very lively and cute. Tang Yu took a look at the packaging, and when he looked up, he saw the other party's mature and handsome face with a warm smile. Seeing this, his inner pressure could not help but be relieved a little. He took the small cake without hesitation, and said in a brisk tone, "It seems that senior brother's experiment has made good progress." Hearing this, the smile in Scorching's eyes became deeper. He nodded without hiding anything and said, "It seems that nothing can be hidden from junior brother." After a pause, he said helplessly, "But there are also very difficult things that I don't know how to solve." Tangyu gave him a questioning look in return, and Scorching just took him inside, and said as he walked, "When you submitted the sample, did you think about how to make it in batches?" Hearing this, Tangyu couldn't help but look at him, and Scorching also looked back at him, his eyes full of interest in knowing an answer. Tangyu looked at him silently for a moment before retracting his gaze, but said, "What if I thought about it? What if I didn't think about it?" Scorching didn't expect Tangyu to answer him like this, and was a little surprised. He put down his arms and faced Tangyu, and couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" Tangyu only said, "If the contradiction between humans and spirits is resolved, the problem will be solved." This made Scorching laugh suddenly, and sighed, "This is probably more unrealistic than solving the PCIH virus." Tangyu stopped talking. Scorching was silent for a moment. Seeing Tangyu, who was also thinking, he had to change the subject and said, "How is your experiment going? I heard Song Yai talk about it, and it sounds very interesting. In fact, I also want to go out and have more research inspiration. But unfortunately, I am often entangled with mundane things." Hearing this, Tangyu became a little happy and said, "Why don't you consider coming to do this research with me? The in vitro development technology of fertilized eggs. If the research is successful, it can promote the advancement of social development, and you will be a great contributor to mankind." Scorching couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I will consider your invitation. If it succeeds, I will be the other half of the great contributor." The cloning research invented 200 or 300 years ago is asexual reproduction, and the research results have now been skillfully applied to many fields. But there are no specific research results on the in vitro development of fertilized eggs. If the fertilized eggs can develop in vitro, it can reduce the considerable reproductive burden of humans. If the development time can be shortened, it can also reduce a lot of time costs for growth. "You are right," Tangyu agreed happily, which was also one of the purposes of his desperate research on this experimental topic. The general chatted a little more about the experiment, but Scorching only came to deliver something, and did not intend to stay for long. So he quickly said goodbye and left. Just at this time, the doorbell rang again. Tangyu couldn't help looking at the door, thinking that it should be He Lei who came at this time. Scorching turned around and said to him, while walking to the door, "I'll open the door for you. Eat the cake quickly while it's fresh." Tangyu nodded slightly. "Thank you, senior brother." Scorching just smiled, and in a few seconds, he walked to the door and gently opened it. The door was opened, and a handsome face gradually appeared outside the door. He had a stern face, slightly frowned, and looked majestic and solemn. The person who came was He Lei. Scorching was stunned when he saw the person, but he quickly reacted and was not surprised. "Major General he greeted politely. "It's senior brother Cien. I didn't expect to meet you here." He Lei didn't expect to see Scorching in Tangyu's laboratory. He followed Tangyu's way of calling him, and didn't directly call him Vice President Cien. His slightly narrowed eyes gradually became deeper. Scorching was a little surprised to hear the name Senior Brotherson, because he and He Lei were just nodding acquaintances, and were not very familiar with each other. He only knew that Tangyu and him had a good relationship in the past, and he could occasionally see him in the Research Institute building. Chapter 94. Scorching smiled and nodded gently, and said, "Thanks to your maintenance and protection of Tangyu during this period. He is safe and sound. As his senior brother, I am very grateful." This made He Lei frown slightly, but he still replied in a normal tone, "Tangyu deserves to be well protected." Scorching also nodded in agreement, and said, "His wisdom and value are immeasurable." He turned around and looked at Tangyu, who seemed to be in a good mood, looking at the door, and said with a doting look, "I'm leaving first. When you have time, come to my laboratory to discuss the research of the resistance agent." After that, he opened the door completely, invited He Lei in, nodded slightly to him and walked out, without stopping to chat. He Lei looked at the back figure gradually walking away outside the door, closed the door gently, and turned to walk towards Tangyu after calming down, saying, "We didn't have time to talk about it last night. Have you completely handed over the resistance agent to the super government and the Research Institute?" Tangyu walked to the desk beside him, and put down the small cake. While unpacking it, he said to Hele, "You know my temper. I can't give away all my chips." As he said that, he had already taken out the cheese mousse cake sprinkled with matcha powder, took the small plastic fork embedded on the side, and scooped a small piece. Then turned slightly, and waved to Hele. When Hele saw the cake in Tang Yu's hand, he immediately knew what was going on. He felt a little unhappy, but he still said calmly, "Your senior brother is thinking about you. Next time I will bring you your favorite cheese bread." But what? Tang Yu asked curiously. Seeing that Hele didn't come over, he took the initiative to walk over and fed a small piece of cheese mousse to Hele's mouth. "Eat something. I guess you were too busy today to have lunch." Seeing that the food was fed to his mouth, Hele had no reason to refuse. He opened his mouth and bit the small cake into his mouth. He chewed it slightly and swallowed it. He continued, "It's really busy today." Tang Yu's face gradually became serious. "Tell me about it." Then he turned around to get the small cake, put a fork in it, and handed it to Hele. Hele took the small cake, but his attention had completely shifted to the topic they were talking about at the moment. He organized his words, and then slowly said, "Dean Zhang's report said that the red mycelium produced by the phytochemical scavenger beetle should be beneficial to the soil and plants, and should not harm the growth of wild cacti. So we speculate whether there is something else that caused this change. However, the large-scale appearance of phytochemical scavenger beetles, when humans cannot monitor them, is indeed a cause for concern, especially since a new variant of small scavenger beetles appeared at the ruins of the End of the Century Yuan newspaper not long ago." Hearing this, Tang Yu fell silent. After a while, he said, "I don't know if it has anything to do with the spirit. There must be some connection between the phytochemical carrion beetles and the anthropomorphic carrion beetles." Hele pondered for a few seconds and shook his head. "I don't know yet." Dean Jiang asked the military to send a special team to protect the people of the Institute to conduct field investigations. However, the last field investigation of the 38th district suffered a lot of losses. The marshal and the president were afraid of repeating the same mistake and did not agree immediately. "I'm afraid they might send members of the Marine Exploration Battalion this time." This information made Tang Yu fall into thought again. Hele didn't bother him. He finished the small cake in a few bites and then said, "Let's go back first. The selection of lieutenant generals is expected to be held in advance." This immediately pulled Tang Yu out of his thoughts. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Hele paused and said in a deep voice, "When I went to see Admiral Freston today, he told me something. I might lose my eligibility to run for election this time." "What?" Tang Yu thought he had heard it wrong for a moment, and there was a slight surprise in his eyes. "How is this possible? You? So, there must be some undercurrents behind this, which gave rise to a series of conspiracies. It is well known that France has been blatantly building momentum for Isachi. If Isachi really wants to take the position, there must be a position to vacate." Hele narrowed his eyes slightly, with calculation and thinking hidden in his eyes. Tang Yu fell into silence again. The military and the super government would definitely not perfunctorily deal with the matter of Isachi, and their attitude towards France was a bit strange. They could tolerate him interfering in the political and military fields again and again. Could it be that many people in the military and the super government are France's people? So the military and the super government are going to sacrifice you? Tang Yu's face had become very bad, and there was a hint of anger. Hele couldn't help but clench his palms slightly, and whispered, "Missing a selection is nothing to me. But this feeling of being manipulated. As for the purpose of the military and the super government, it may be a trick to lure you into a trap. The Badoha Church can even control public opinion. If it has the power to control the upper-level personnel, the consequences will be disastrous." Tang Yu fell into silence again. After a while, he said, "What are you going to do?" When asked about this, Hele's eyes suddenly became sharp. He said solemnly, "Since I have put so much effort into the selection of lieutenant generals, I naturally cannot just do whatever others say and ruin my efforts. Before the selection list is updated again, I have to settle everything." Hearing what Hele said, Tang Yu's anxious heart was slightly relieved. Hele had clearly won the qualification to participate in the election through military merit. How could this qualification be wiped out so easily? Hele would not allow them to do this, and he would not allow it even more. Hele was not in a hurry to arrange the selection of lieutenant generals, but first checked the information leaked by Tang Yu. He did not tell Tang Yu directly about this matter, so as not to affect his experimental work. With the help of Hilya and Wang Jing, Lei easily found the former manager of the Harris family. Although the other party had lost the power to control the Harris family, he was still alive and well. He still had a small part of the power in the family. So he did not completely fall in the family struggle not long ago. And the hatred of losing power would naturally drive him to retaliate. And the first target was Tang Yu, the weak spot of Admiral Freston. Admiral Freston and the family manager Jira also tried their best to calm the turmoil within the family. This time, the former family manager was exposed and stumbled, which naturally became a great opportunity to get rid of him. However, contrary to Lei's expectations, the two most powerful people in the Harris family did not immediately seize this opportunity to start a sweep. Even from the information obtained, the former family manager seemed to be unaware of his own actions that had been exposed. Lei couldn't help but feel a little angry at Freston and Jera's indifference. But a heavier mind also swept his thinking about this matter. There is no doubt that Admiral Freston is using this incident to do something. And indirectly he is also using Tang Yu. And the other party told him this matter. It should not only reveal an important information about Tang Yu to him. This conclusion made Lei feel particularly bad. As Tang Yu's lover, he naturally could not allow him to be in such a situation of being stabbed in the back all the time. So even if Admiral Freston has any plans or just wants to use him to deal with the former family manager, he must put it into practice and get rid of this former manager. However, what direct connection could there be between his loss of the qualification to participate in this election of lieutenant generals and the leakage of Tang Yu's information that could not be detected? Lei has a high execution ability. In just 2 hours, the various scandals about the former manager of the Harris family spread on a certain large network platform. The heat instantly overshadowed the disputes of the Hawk family and the heated discussions about France's promotion of Siege, and also injected new gossip into the tense atmosphere of the current technology city. People don't mind watching the jokes of a loser, and even his scandals, including but not limited to accepting bribes, sex scandals, and gambling, make people feel that he deserves the punishment. Because as a manager of a large family, first of all, you must have a good personal morality and noble qualities, so that you can have a positive and effective positive impact in promoting social progress. Perhaps the former manager of the family was too bad. So the Harris family, which had just changed the new manager, was not affected very much. Moreover, after the incident, the new manager of the Harris family, Jera, immediately conducted public relations for this matter, and apologized to the public in a very humble manner, with the attitude of family disgrace should not be made public, and emphasized the responsibilities and obligations that the Harris family should bear in the entire technology city, and looked like they were sharing the difficulties and trying their best to clean up the mess. This not only did not cause the public to sigh and smack their lips about the internal struggle of the Harris family, but also won praises from the public for the Harris family. Some people even felt that Jera was too docile and wondered if he could support the huge Harris family. Tang Yu didn't expect to see a big drama about the Harris family in such an inadvertent situation. However, it is unknown whether these scandals about the former manager of the Harris family were spread by members of the family. After all, the situation is not good, and outsiders will undoubtedly take a big risk to deal with difficult enemies. He also got some news from Lei. He heard that the former manager of the Harris family seemed to be expelled to the distant Gondar city, and might be sent to the homeless management center there. Tang Yu didn't react much to this, because the changes in the Harris family had nothing to do with him. His mind was now only on experiments, carrion beetles, and entering the universe system. Regarding the selection of lieutenant generals, Lei planned to meet the marshal to listen to his thoughts. But before that, he wrote an email to Chiolan's personal account, wanting to invite her to meet, no matter what Chiolan thought of him. In his opinion, she was an innocent person. After the party, Chiolan did not return to Chaos City immediately at Jera's request, but prepared the lesson plan for the spring semester in the house rented by the Harris family from the government in Qiantian City. And she also applied to the person in charge for the final exam proctoring, and she would be excluded from the arrangement this time. In the deep night, Chiolan was still bent over the table, fiddling with a holographic projection screen, concentrating on analyzing a Chinese article Wisteria Waterfall written more than 200 years ago, which was an article with a very beautiful artistic conception. When the spring semester begins, she will teach this new round of first-year students a lesson on the topic of death. This is undoubtedly a heavy topic, and as a teacher, she needs to do her best to dispel the children's fear of death, especially in this desperate end of the world. She wants them to see a glimmer of light called life, and to resist the oppression of this world with hope from the bottom of their hearts. For this reason, she has been thinking about several entry points on this topic without sleep. But she always feels that something is missing. And she has been worried in her heart until she remembered an essay she had read. Mr. Zong Pu's Wisteria Waterfall. This essay has a moving background story. When the author was in pain, sorrow and despair over his brother's illness, the clusters of wisteria flowers in full bloom gave him new thoughts on death, comforted his increasingly heavy mood, and gave him insights into the future and renewed hope. In this harsh end of the world, wisteria has survived tenaciously to the present, showing its unparalleled charm of life. She felt that this would be a good case that fits the theme, and she was delighted by it. Just when Chiolan was inspired, a reminder of unfamiliar information access suddenly appeared on the holographic projection screen. Her thoughts on writing were interrupted, and she was slightly stunned. After finishing the paragraph in the lesson plan, Chiolan curiously opened her inbox and found the email that suddenly appeared. The title was simply Invitation Letter. She was slightly surprised and opened it with more curiosity. But she didn't expect that the signature at the end was He Lei. He Lei, the Major General of the Zhili Marine Exploration Battalion of the Qiantian City Military Department, was one of the protagonists of the topic of the discordant gathering a few days ago. Chapter 95. Chiolan covered her mouth in surprise. Her bright eyes widened as she stared at the email with concise and clear content. She had never expected that Major General He Lei would invite her to meet so suddenly. But after the surprise, Chiolan's scattered rationality gradually returned. Her beautiful face was gradually invaded by sorrow, and she couldn't help but get nervous. And countless questions began to echo in her mind. Why did he invite her? Are they the only two? The email stated the time and place of the meeting. At 12:10 tomorrow afternoon. At a well-kept confidential restaurant in the inner city. This place is not the restaurant where she met Teng Yu last time. It is a little further away from there. Chiolan had no idea for a moment. She looked at the time on the holographic projection screen. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. There were less than 12 hours left before the meeting tomorrow. She subconsciously wanted to ask Aunt Jera for her opinions and ideas, because her circle was too simple compared to other sisters in the family, and she had no experience in dealing with such things. However, she subconsciously felt that it was better not to let other people know about this matter, because she knew clearly that the so-called marriage between her and Major General He Lei was just an unrealistic fantasy. She felt it was a pity, but she would never insist on extravagant demands. About 10 minutes later, Chiolan replied to He Lei's email, saying that she would keep the appointment on time. After sending the message, she suddenly thought of giving a gift, and she was a little at a loss. However, when she thought of the close relationship between the other party and the Harris family, she felt that giving a gift seemed too unfamiliar, and the other party was just a strange man to her. After thinking about it, Chiolan finally decided to give a gift to the other party, and gave him an ink painting she painted every day, which was neither expensive nor perfunctory. She always felt bad to go to the appointment empty-handed. After deciding everything, Chiolan felt much more relaxed, and soon she returned to writing the lesson plan. The next day, at the appointed time, Chiolan arrived at the restaurant on time. She only dressed decently for the appointment, neither deliberately nor casually. Her long flowing black hair was tied up in a ponytail and tied high behind her head, which made her look energetic and refreshing. But her eyes were so gentle, with a faint smile, like a quietly blooming freesia. Arriving at the private room, Chiolan stood at the door and turned on the holographic projection screen to check the time. Seeing that she was not late, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked the waiter to continue opening the door. The gap in the door gradually opened, and Chiolan couldn't help looking inside. She saw a cold man in a black suit sitting in the private room. The black shirt restrained his calm and powerful momentum, which made people relax their vigilance and focus their attention on his handsome and heroic face. Chiolan's attention was immediately captured, and she stood at the door in a daze. The waiter reminded her in a gentle voice, and she finally reacted. Her fair face flushed with nervous shame, and she hurried in. She was still calm. As the door closed behind her, she put her hands holding the bag and the gift in front of her, bowed slightly and greeted He Lei, who was not far away, and said softly, "Major General He Lei, good afternoon." He Lei's eyes fell on Chiolan, nodded slightly, and also greeted, "Hello, Miss Chiolan." He stood up and walked towards Chiolan, and led her to a seat very gentlemanly. "Don't be restrained. Please sit down." Chiolan hummed softly, lowered her head, and walked to her seat in silence. He Lei personally pulled out a chair for her, which made Qiulan flattered. After all, the other party was a distinguished officer. She quickly said, "I can do it myself." However, He Lei had already done all this, and considerately pulled out another chair for her to place her personal belongings. Qiulan was even more nervous and flustered for a moment. The eloquent talk she had when facing her students was completely gone here. She wanted to get straight to the point and get to the point of this meeting, but she didn't know where to start. She sat down and put away her bag and the gift, and had to keep her head down and silent. There was still a faint blush on her fair face due to nervousness, like a hibiscus that had just bloomed. He Lei walked back to his seat slowly, looking at the girl that Admiral Freston intended to introduce to him as a marriage partner. She was indeed as beautiful as Tang Yu said, and she was also very gentle and quiet. But the purpose of inviting her to meet was definitely not to meet such an outstanding girl. He Lei did not rush to get to the point with Qiulan, but slowly made an opening statement. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Qiulan. And forgive me for taking the liberty to write you an invitation letter last night." Qiulan shook her head quickly after hearing this. She looked up and glanced at He Lei gently, then quickly lowered her eyes and said softly, "I know we will meet one day, and this does not surprise me." He Lei nodded slightly, showing a little appreciation for Qiulan's calmness and opinion. The coldness on his face eased a little, and then he said, "What do you want to eat for lunch? This is a restaurant that serves both Chinese and Western food." Qiulan couldn't help but curl her fingertips. She thought about it silently, and finally said, "I can do anything. The guest follows the host's wishes." She looked up at He Lei and smiled slightly, not as reserved as before. He Lei had learned some information about Qiulan before inviting her. The other party was not a picky person. After hearing what she said, she decided to follow her own arrangements. Soon He Lei called the waiter in, and soon the Chinese dishes were served on the table one after another. Neither of them spoke during the meal. The private room was quiet, and everyone was thinking about something. When they finished their meal and had a short break for tea, He Lei brought up the topic again. "After I returned to Qiantian City from my mission, I heard Admiral Freston mention something about you." Speaking of this, Qiulan couldn't help but get nervous again. She looked at the serious man in front of her with a bit of a loss, and quickly shook her head and said, "I know what you think. Don't worry. I won't agree to their proposal. Although most of the big families have marriage relationships, I don't think you need to make such a decision with your ability." He Lei was a little surprised by Qiulan's words. He thought that he had to take the initiative to refuse frankly in order to promote this matter. But he didn't expect that the other party also knew what he was thinking. It should be said that she understood everything, but was easily influenced by the surrounding situation, and did not have complete freedom to make her own decisions. So He Lei also felt a little guilty for no reason. And he said sincerely, "I'm sorry. I can't choose you." Hearing this, Qiulan not only did not feel embarrassed like the last party, but felt relieved. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. As an admirer, she likes to appreciate Major General He Lei, but she cannot selfishly possess and deprive him regardless of his wishes. "It's okay," she said softly. Her voice was much more confident than when she just entered the door. He Lei looked at her, silent for a while, and then took out the gift prepared for Qiulan from the chair beside him. He took out the exquisite metal box from the packaging bag, slowly opened it towards Qiulan, and said, "This is the meeting gift I prepared for you, and it can also be regarded as my apology gift for your rejection. These are the desert rose stones I harvested when I was on an outing. I kept 2 of them privately. One was given to Suzy, a member of our collection team. She is also a gentle and outstanding woman like you. This one was originally intended to be given to Aunt Jera, but it is more appropriate to give it to you as a meeting gift now." When He Lei opened the metal box, Qiulan's eyes were fixed on the slightly shiny brown stone. It was only 4 or 5 centimeters in size, like 2 roses nestled together, vivid, bright and eye-catching. Qiulan had certainly heard of the rose stone in the desert. It was a precious treasure in the desert. Before the end of the world, it served as a symbol of love. But now, because of people's hatred of the desert, the love for the rose stone had already been scattered like bubbles, leaving only its own value of being rare and precious. Listening to what He Lei had just said, Qiulan was a little excited at the moment. She didn't expect that Major General He Lei would give her such a valuable thing as an apology for the matter between them. She couldn't say the right words for a while. He Lei looked at her lively and changing expressions, and had guessed a lot of her thoughts. Without waiting for her to speak, he said again, "You don't have to feel embarrassed. This rose stone is very suitable for you. If you put it on the table as a decoration, it can also give people endless inspiration and thinking." Hearing what Lei said, Qiulan couldn't help but laugh, and said in a relaxed manner, "It seems that I have to accept it." Lei nodded and closed the lid. He put the metal box back into the packaging bag and handed it to Qiulan. Qiulan was no longer reserved and took it generously. Then she remembered that she also brought a gift for meeting. So she quickly put down the other party's gift and handed her things to Lei. "This is my gift for meeting. It is an ink painting I drew myself. I hope Major General Lei doesn't mind." She said that she was a little nervous again, because her gift was really insignificant in front of the other party's gift. Qiulan gave him a gift for meeting, which surprised Lei a little, because he didn't need this gift. But he didn't intend to embarrass Qiulan, so he took it without any hesitation. Qiulan paused, and then continued, "There are actually 2 copies of the things. Can you pass the other ink painting to Professor Tang for me?" When I met Professor Tang that day, the atmosphere of the conversation was not very pleasant, because Professor Tang had a quarrel with Uncle Freston, and I have always felt bad. Her voice gradually became softer and her head lowered. But Lei paused when he heard it. "Are there 2 copies of the things?" His tone became strange for a while. Qiulan sensitively heard the difference, and her mood became more uneasy. She looked at Lei carefully and nodded quickly. In less than a second, Lei quickly restrained his outward emotions, took back his hand that was taking the gift as if nothing had happened, nodded lightly, and replied, "I will pass it to him." Hearing this, Qiulan instantly relaxed a lot, thinking that the matter was almost settled. She mustered up the courage to take the opportunity to say goodbye. Lei had no opinion on this, but just stood up to see her out. Soon the 2 of them parted ways, and Qiulan was happy at this moment, because she could now confidently tell Angera about her decision to return to Chaos City. After the matter was resolved, Lei immediately sent a message to Tang Yu. Tang Yu knew that Lei had made an appointment with Qiulan. After all, he wrote the invitation letter for Lei, but he didn't expect that the matter would be resolved so smoothly, and Miss Qiulan would be so cooperative and humble. When he saw the message Lei sent back, he had a sense of illusion floating in the clouds. After Lei left the restaurant, he did not look for Tang Yu, but returned directly to the military building, preparing to meet with the marshal in the afternoon. However, as soon as he returned to the building, he felt that the whole building was boiling like hot water, and the whole space felt much noisier than usual. The people in the hall who saw him come and looked at him in surprise, and after a moment of stunness, they couldn't help but walk towards him quickly, and asked him anxiously, "Major General what's the matter with you not being able to participate in the selection of generals?" Chapter 96. Hearing this, Lei's expression paused, but his heart suddenly sank, and his vigilance built a solid wall around him like wild weeds. It seems that some things are really unexpected. A female military clerk beside him explained anxiously with gestures, "Just a dozen minutes ago, the internet was suddenly flooded with rumors that you were disqualified from the selection for the Lieutenant General assessment. We really want to believe that this is a rumor, but no one has clarified it." Speaking of this, she was a little nervous, looked around, and suddenly raised her voice. Maybe everyone is still unclear about this matter." Lei glanced at her indifferently and said, "I know." He then ignored the people around him and walked towards the elevator. A whisper came from behind him, even with his back to the crowd. Lei could imagine the surprised or gossipy expressions on these people's faces. The fact that he was about to be disqualified from the selection for the Lieutenant General evaluation was exposed to the public was still somewhat surprising to Lei. But after thinking carefully, perhaps this was in line with the development trajectory of the matter itself. So, who leaked this matter? The only people who knew that he would be disqualified from the selection for the Lieutenant General evaluation were probably the Marshal, Admiral Freston, and him. Lei did not go directly to the Marshal's office to find him, but went directly to Lieutenant General Freston. When he arrived at the door of the other party's office, the door was closed, and the smart electronic screen above the door still had a sign saying "Do Not Disturb." Lei stared at the sign for a few seconds, but did not ring the doorbell immediately. Instead, he opened the holographic projection screen and browsed various public opinions about his case. The situation was not optimistic. The public's reaction was much more intense than he imagined. Some social platforms were already paralyzed due to the high frequency of visits. He became more silent. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he pulled his attention away from the holographic projection screen, and then rang the doorbell without hesitation. The door opened almost instantly, as if the people inside were waiting for someone to arrive. He was not surprised at all. He pushed the door open and walked in quickly. At this moment, Preston was standing in front of the tea table with his back to the door, getting water. He looked at the other person's tall back and greeted him politely. "Admiral. Good afternoon." Preston's behavior made people feel that he was not in a hurry. In fact, he turned around slowly and walked to the desk with water and sat down. It was not until he cast his eyes on He that his expression became a little serious. He said, "I just learned that the incident was leaked." He approached him and looked at him across a desk, while Preston remained expressionless. The two were like two unruly lions with a strong sense of territory. He's eyes became sharper and sharper, and he said with suspicion, "Admiral, I want to hear your explanation. Not many people know about this matter." If someone had eavesdropped on his conversation with Admiral Preston that day, then the public opinion at this moment would not only be about his disqualification from the Lieutenant General selection assessment, but also about the things between him and Tangu because of the obscure conversation that day, which would be enough for those who are interested to follow and take advantage of it. He now knew very well that he was being used, and being disqualified from the election was just an excuse. He just didn't know what the ultimate purpose of the person behind the manipulation was. However, Preston remained silent. He drank a sip of water slowly, still with a cold expression, as if he could not sense the tense atmosphere around him at all. He was not in a hurry either. He just looked at the other person calmly, with a deep and complicated look. After about a minute or two, Preston slowly said, "Who do you think is most likely to leak this secret?" This rhetorical question surprised He slightly. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes in confusion, as if he couldn't read Preston's attitude at the moment. "Admiral, I actually want to know what you are doing. If you need me, I will do my best to cooperate." Preston sighed almost inaudibly unexpectedly. He couldn't help but look at him deeply, and only heard him say, "Wait for the military's public relations. You won't bear such a huge public opinion in vain." He did not comment. Just as the atmosphere was tense, the office doorbell rang again. Preston hesitated and opened the door, only to see the secretary hurried in from outside. He bowed slightly, and regardless of He in the office, he said directly to Preston, "Admiral, now the military building and the octagonal building are almost surrounded by people. They are all here for Major General He's matter. Their attitudes and emotions are not optimistic." As he said this, he turned his head to look at He, with a little apology on his face. He did not expect that the situation would develop so quickly, and even gave people a sense of falsehood. He calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Admiral, what are you going to do?" Preston couldn't help but frown at this moment. He put down the cup and stood up. After a moment of silence, he walked out and said, "First, evacuate the crowd and stop this illegal gathering. Then send people to help the super government stabilize the current situation. I will go to see the marshal and contact the president online to see how to deal with it." As he said this, he was already walking towards the door. He's eyes had been watching Preston's movements. At this moment, watching his hurried back leaving, the doubts in his heart are getting bigger and bigger. However, the attacks on the military and the super government are still more fierce than expected. The people have fallen into a frenzy, madly condemning the leadership of the two science and technology cities for being so unscrupulous that they disqualified He from participating in the selection of generals without any reason, saying that they are trampling on public opinion and losing democracy and freedom. At first, this was just a public opinion stirred up by the people to vent their anger and seek justice. However, in the evening, the Buddha Church actually intervened and used the bloody momentum of Isachi to fully support He's candidacy for the selection of generals, and publicized that it was the most appropriate thing for him to get one of the promotion places. As soon as this statement came out, the scattered people seemed to have found the backbone, and immediately had the direction and purpose of the struggle. The remarks that promoted He to Lieutenant General swept the internet one after another, and the Buddha Church once again topped the hot search list and became a noticeable existence. This time, the head of the Buddha Church, France, did not make any public speeches, but at this moment, the Buddha Church was unstoppable, and it gained a lot of support and praise from the people in just one night. He saw everything and felt that the Buddha Church, which was used to taking advantage of the situation, was just a weasel paying New Year's greetings to the chickens with no good intentions. Tang Yu's mood at this moment was even more complicated than He Lei's. He always felt that the Buddha Church was not only taking advantage of He Lei's current situation of being caught in the whirlpool of public opinion to achieve the purpose of consolidating its honor and entering the political field, but also blatantly revealing a calculation and oppression that was trying to cover up. But the key issue was who leaked the news that He Lei would be disqualified from participating in the selection of generals. Tang Yu thought a lot in the night, but in the end, he had no clue. So he could only ask He Lei to quickly check whether someone had installed surveillance equipment at home. He Lei immediately stopped Tang Yu's plan to mobilize troops, shook his head and said to him, "I checked when I got home, and everything in the house was normal." "I suspect." Tang Yu was stunned by this, but he immediately understood He Lei's suspicion. He widened his eyes slightly and fell silent. After a moment, he said, "It's not impossible." Tang Yu walked around the restaurant and went to the window. He pulled open the heavy and simple curtains and opened a corner of the window, looking out with his head. The wind was light tonight, and the air was much hotter than usual. The sky was dark blue, with a few thick clouds of various shapes reflecting the faint light. Tang Yu stared at the neon lights outside. When he stretched out his hand, it seemed that he could touch the golden pentagram standing on the top floor of the military building. After pondering for a while in the hot breeze, Tang Yu said with a hint of sarcasm, "These days, it's hard to even make a chess piece." Since there was no definite answer, Tang Yu and He Lei simply stopped speculating and waited for the development of things. However, the marine exploration camp was in turmoil because of He Lei's matter, and almost someone violated the discipline. He Lei had to rush back to the camp of the military police district overnight, convened all the on-duty personnel for a brief meeting, and temporarily stabilized the morale of the army. After a night, the heat of public opinion had just dissipated a little. After Tang Yu woke up in the morning, he spent almost an hour browsing online news and caught up with the forefront of public opinion fermentation. In short, He Lei was not harmed, but the military and the super government were scolded. Seeing this result, Tang Yu had a lot of thoughts in his mind. In fact, the public had such a fierce reaction, not only because He Lei was a senior military officer who was loved and supported by the people of the science and technology city, but also because the incredible things that happened in the past month or two severely suppressed personal emotions, resulting in the public being unable to help but release the pain and hysteria that had been accumulated for a long time once there was a stimulus. However, at this point, Tang Yu still couldn't figure out why the super government and the military were so indulgent towards the Buddha Church. Was it because France's ability had reached the point where he could cover the sky with one hand? Or was it just a carefully created illusion? After lying in bed for a long time, Tang Yu turned off the holographic projection screen and quickly got up to wash up in the bathroom. His mind was active again, thinking about the series of chain reactions that would be triggered by He Lei's incident. He just felt that the situation would not be too good. Tang Yu had another arrangement today, which was to go to the suit customization center to check out the suit gift prepared for He Lei. He should have gone to check it out earlier, but he has been busy recently. But Davis didn't urge him these 2 days. The incident that happened to He Lei yesterday made him feel more stressed and vain, and going somewhere else to adjust his emotions was also a good choice. He originally wanted to take He Lei with him and reveal this not-so-brilliant surprise to him in advance. Chapter 97. Tang Yu went to the suit customization center accompanied by 2 military bodyguards. After handing in the sample of the resistance agent, his life was much safer than before, and he could move freely. At least those families who coveted him would think twice because of the super government, the military, and the research institute. Today was particularly hot. The bright sun hung in the sky, burning like a raging fire. There were only scattered pedestrians with strict protection on the street. After arriving at the commercial district, where the suit customization center was located, the crowd gradually increased. But there were not many people who were addicted to shopping. Most of them went in and out of various stores with a purpose to purchase the items they needed. Among these people, nearly half are full-time purchasers who are responsible for taking orders and delivering goods to the door. This is a new profession adapted to the end of the world. Just like the coal miners who went to the coal mines in the 20th century, Tang Yu deliberately changed into a bright outfit that did not match his aura. An orange hoodie, black casual pants, and a pair of silver gold-rimmed plain glasses on his nose. His expression was indifferent, and his temperament was flamboyant, especially like a proud and arrogant male god. Such a new image, If you don't look carefully, you can't recognize it as him at the first time. This is much more effective than the half-long wig he wore when he went to the Buddha church for sightseeing. But such a dress often brings unnecessary trouble, especially when accompanied by two tall and burly bodyguards. It is expected that people frequently look at Tang Yu, either carefully peeking or blatantly looking at him. Tang Yu didn't care about this at all, just continued to walk to his destination with indifference. He knew very well that he was like the red heart on the target at this moment, and people couldn't ignore him. Ordinary people were curious about him, let alone those shrewd people. And he was so ostentatious today, originally intending to use himself as bait. And he also wanted to see what kind of chemical reaction his trip today could induce. The entrance of the suit customization center was very quiet. Only the receptionist stood near the door, smiling at a 45-degree angle and waiting for distinguished guests to come in. Tang Yu walked directly to the door. But when he was about to ask the receptionist who came forward, he was stopped by a slightly familiar voice. "Is it Professor Tang? Are you here to customize a suit too?" As soon as the voice sounded, two military bodyguards had moved half a step to surround Tang Yu to protect him. Tang Yu turned around and looked at the source of the sound. Through the small gap in front of him, he saw a head of pink hair quickly rushing towards him. The person who came was Alan Scott, who had made a big scene on Tang Yu's birthday not long ago. Tang Yu just watched the other party approaching quietly, without saying a word. But Alan was happy to see his idol, even though he was blocked by two serious and fierce military bodyguards from talking to Tang Yu at close range. He did not show any displeasure or anger, but there was a sense of pride between his eyebrows. And he looked at Tang Yu with interest with his just right smile. "Professor Tang, long time no see." After being surprised, he greeted Tang Yu politely. Tang Yu looked at this arrogant young master of the Scott family, and couldn't help but think of the birthday wishes given by the other party on his birthday, and the various things that followed from this incident. He just nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Hello." After saying that, he withdrew his eyes from the other party, continued to walk forward, and was led by the receptionist to go inside. Alan was not discouraged by Tang Yu's careless treatment. He just followed behind him and said slowly and calmly, "I am also here to customize a suit. I wonder which designer Professor Tang has made an appointment with." The Suit Customization Center has a big designer exclusively for the Scott family. If Professor Tang is interested, I can introduce them to you. After entering, Tang Yu stopped and looked around, and only replied briefly, "Thank you very much." This statement neither rejected Alan's good intentions nor cut off the possibility of the topic going further. Alan's words that he wanted to say were immediately blocked in his mouth, and he felt helpless. He couldn't help but frown, thinking about how to talk to Tang Yu more appropriately. He actually wanted to apologize to him for the birthday blessing, because his recklessness and self-righteousness did cause him a lot of trouble. However, before he could prepare his speech, he saw Tang Yu bringing his military bodyguard to the front desk for consultation and asked, "I'm here to see Mr. Davis. Is he in the studio? I sent him a message but didn't get a reply." Hearing Davis's name, Alan was stunned, then smiled and said, "Davis does have a pair of exquisite hands. He not only serves the Scott family, but also the Harris family. It is usually difficult to make an appointment with him. I think he also admires Professor Tang." Alan's words made Tang Yu look at him slightly and said, "Do you know Davis very well?" Alan's mouth corners raised proudly, but he restrained his outward emotions and said, "It's just because I have more contact with him in this regard. I don't know him very well." Tang Yu didn't speak, but just looked at the girl at the front desk again. However, perhaps the other party was a newcomer, and was not very familiar with the affairs of the Suit Customization Center. She searched for a long time on the holographic projection screen before she found the records of Davis's going to, and from get off work, and the opening of the other party's studio to the public. After a careful review, the girl couldn't help but show a look of guilt and regret, and said to Tang Yu, "I'm sorry. Mr. Davis hasn't come to work at the Suit Customization Center for 3 days, and his studio is also closed." Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, looking thoughtful. The girl at the front desk had been observing the changes in Tang Yu's expression, and seeing this, she hurriedly said, "I will contact Mr. Davis for you immediately and ask you to confirm the next appointment time with him. Mr. Davis's studio delivered a batch of goods a few days ago, and no one has come to see him recently, which also made us neglect whether Mr. Davis had issued a notice of suspension of work." Tang Yu just nodded slightly and waited for the result. Alan said casually, Maybe Davis is still drunk in the bar now. He likes to go to places where there are all kinds of people to find design inspiration, which is completely different from the seriousness of Suits. After that, he said, since you haven't seen Davis, why don't you consider coming to my house as a guest? Professor Tang? I have a bottle of good red wine. Does Professor Tang like to drink? Tang Yu did not answer him. And the girl at the front desk also dialed Davis's number and was listening attentively to the beeping dial tone. Tang Yu's silence finally made Alan feel a little frustrated. He knew that if it wasn't for politeness, the other party would definitely not pay attention to him. After all, the other party was special. But he really hoped to make friends with Professor Tang. Alan didn't know what to say for a moment. So the atmosphere between him and Tang Yu remained silent. After waiting for nearly a minute, Davis's call still didn't connect, and even hung up automatically. The girl at the front desk was stunned for a second when she saw this result, and suddenly became a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Tang Yu frowned slightly, thought about it, and said lightly in the girl's apologetic eyes, I'll leave him a message and come again next time. Hearing this, the girl at the front desk quickly stood up and bowed slightly to him, and said gratefully, Thank you for your understanding. Alan was stunned, staring at Tang Yu, and couldn't help but say, Professor Tang is going back? Tang Yu nodded, still not saying much to Alan. He believed that meeting Alan here was indeed an accident, but it was unknown what the other party had in mind when talking to him. So he had to be cautious and alert. Professor Tang? Just when Tang Yu was about to turn around and leave, another gentle and pleasant voice called him. Tang Yu turned around and saw Suzy, who was wearing a great purple heavy embroidered long skirt, standing not far from him. However, she had a sad face, worried eyes, and a faint dark blue under her eyes. And standing next to her was a person who was not surprising. The chairman of the Religious Management Office, Jin Shi. At this moment, the other party was looking at him with deep eyes, but his eyes seemed calm and without purpose and intention. Tang Yu nodded slightly in the direction of Suzy, and said, I didn't expect to see you here. He looked at Jin Shi again and took the initiative to greet him. Commissioner Jin. We meet again. Professor Tang. Long time no see. Jin Shi smiled, and the deepness just revealed was retracted into his peaceful eyes. Suzy tried her best to maintain a smile. She left Jin Shi and came to Tang Yu's side, and couldn't help asking, Is the Major General okay? I didn't get back to the camp in time last night, and this morning I received a message from the Major General asking everyone to rest well. So I didn't know much about the matter. Tang Yu knew what Suzy was talking about. It was now known to everyone that he Lei would be disqualified from the selection for the rank of Lieutenant General. And the topic was still hot. He organized his words and comforted the other party. Don't worry too much. Hearing this, Suzy sighed almost invisibly. At this time, Alan, who remained silent, retracted his gaze from Tang Yu and the other two, thought for a moment, and finally focused on Tang Yu. He said in a deep tone, I didn't expect that Professor Tang was also very familiar with Director Jin of the Religious Management Office. But thanks to the support of the Buddha Church, the Jin family is also thriving. As he said this, his gaze shifted to Jin Shi, looking at the other party with a bit of provocation and arrogance unique to young people. Jin Shi's eyes instantly swept over Alan, and he raised his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and then replied calmly, Of course, there are still many things to learn from the Scott family, whether it is the courage to do things or the courage to take risks. This made Alan stunned. And then he thought of something, and he couldn't help but snorted, crossed his arms, and turned his head impatiently. Tang Yu didn't want to get involved in the tug-of-war and tearing between the two big families, but just said to Suzy, who was full of thoughts, Do you have time to go to the Research Institute building with me? I need your help with something. Suzy was stunned when he heard this. And then he figured out something and showed a little joy. He calmed down and said quickly, If I can help Professor Tang's experiment, I will naturally help with all my strength. After that, she looked at Jin Shi again, and said apologetically, Mr. Jin, I'm sorry that I can't accompany you to try on the suit. She acted first and asked for permission later. Regardless of Jin Shi's attitude and reaction, Jin Shi just looked at Tang Yu deeply, and then her eyes fell on Suzy, and her eyes inadvertently revealed a little tenderness that even she herself could not detect, and said lightly, You go. Suzy nodded slightly, and walked closer to Tang Yu. Tang Yu withdrew his eyes from Jin Shi, and just said indifferently, I'm leaving first. He walked away, and Susie hurriedly followed him. Watching Tang Yu leave, Alan did not follow him, but turned his head and looked at Jean Shi calmly, and then walked towards the elevator entrance of the first-floor lobby of the suit customization center. Jean Shi didn't care about Alan, the child of the Scott family, but just watched Tang Yu and Susie walk to the door quietly until they could no longer see each other. Susie knew that Tang Yu's request for her help was just an excuse, just so that she could get away from Jean Shi smoothly. After returning from the mission, she was trapped by Jean Shi's side, and she had almost no freedom in both body and mind. And she knew clearly that the other party was just using her. However, Tang Yu really took Susie back to his laboratory. He also had some problems that needed the assistance of Susie, who had more practical experience. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Yu sent Susie back in person, and went to the military building to pick up He Lei to go home together, and learn from him about the latest situation of the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals. But the matter of the selection of lieutenant generals seemed to have suddenly entered a stagnation period, and there was no progress at all. However, Tang Yu was not in a hurry. He believed in He Lei's plan for this matter. In the evening, Tang Yu unexpectedly received a message from Admiral Freston. There was nothing else, just asking him to move out of He Lei's house and live in the house opposite, and he would send someone to protect him. Looking at such a message full of separation between him and He Lei, Tang Yu was not happy at all. But he ignored Admiral Freston's wishes and just deleted the message. Out of sight, out of mind. But he did not completely ignore this matter. Recently, Admiral Freston introduced a marriage partner to He Lei and asked him to move out of He Lei's house, which was more or less suspicious. I wonder how this has anything to do with He Lei not being able to participate in the selection of generals. Just when Tang Yu was thinking about the result, a chat box suddenly appeared on the holographic projection screen, and 4 or 5 messages came densely. And the sender was Hilya, who was always calm and thoughtful. He couldn't help but click on the floating window to take a look. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo in front of the military building. In the photo, he was still dressed in the same clothes as today, and next to him was He Lei in a military uniform. At that time, He Lei was holding his shoulder and leaning over to talk to him. But the angle in the photo was ambiguous, as if they were lowering their heads and whispering to each other. Chapter 98. This sudden incident quickly cast a huge wave on the already noisy city of science and technology. The love affair between Tang Yu and He Lei spread rapidly at a speed like a whirlwind, and was pushed to the forefront with a crowd of surprise, astonishment, madness, and unacceptable emotions. When the president learned about this almost absurd public opinion, he had just finished the rehabilitation massage treatment before going to bed at night. The life assistant and deputy secretary knocked on his slightly open ward door hurriedly, pushed the door in with an anxious mood, and brought the other party this news that was even more unfavorable to the current situation. After stating the facts, the life assistant calmed down and said heavily, "At this time, the Buddha Church has issued a document to denounce Major General He Lei and Professor Tang. Everyone knows that homosexuality is an untouchable taboo in the city of science and technology under the shadow of the Buddha Church. Even if this is just a groundless rumor, it is enough to ruin the reputation of the parties involved. At this moment, Major General He Lei and Professor Tang are in a very dangerous situation." At this time, the president only felt that the buzzing of his aging cochlea seriously affected his thinking and adaptability. He was completely silent, and his wrinkled hands on the white bed could not help but curl up slightly, rubbing back and forth restlessly, silently revealing his nervous and anxious mood at the moment. The assistant looked at the thin-faced old man on the bed with concern, waiting for an answer and instructions. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the president said, "You go and contact the Minister of Intelligence and ask him to find out the source of the news. Let the super government remain silent on this matter for the time being and wait and see how the situation develops. He Lei has been in the spotlight recently. Now that something serious has happened, people are suspicious that someone is behind this. As for the rumor that he and Tang Yu have such an ambiguous relationship, whether it is true or not does not matter much. The person behind the scenes just needs an excuse to target both of them at the same time. Today, Tang Yu and He Lei are both very important figures for the super government. If they are severely damaged, the super government and the military will be forced to abort a certain plan." "Yes." The assistant did not ask much and immediately went down to perform the task. The president pondered for a moment, sorted out his thoughts, and then opened the holographic projection screen. He immediately found the window to contact Preston and sent a message. He had more or less an idea of the mastermind behind Tang Yu and He Lei. When Tang Yu was exposed to the public because of the resistance agent, and then fell into a situation where his life was in danger, He Lei, who was highly respected in the city of science and technology, undoubtedly played a very important role in protecting him. And the role played by He Lei also secretly assisted the super government to share the burden of protecting Tang Yu. If someone wanted to get or control Tang Yu, He Lei would be a steep mountain that must be overcome. And He Lei would protect Tang Yu so much, and no one would suspect that he had other purposes. Not to mention that he and Tang Yu knew each other very well when they were young. Just say that he was Preston's right-hand man. He Lei was deeply influenced and educated by the other party. He must have protected Tang Yu in this way. With Preston's deep love for Tang Yu, how could he allow the only fruit of his lover to encounter an accident? After learning about the exposure of their relationship, Tang Yu pondered for more than half an hour. He Lei, who was also silent, also had a dark face. In fact, Tang Yu had thought about the exposure of his relationship with He Lei many times, such as because of an ambiguous look, or very intimate and indecent actions, or being caught in bed when they were in deep contact. But in fact, these quite realistic imaginations did not materialize. It was just an incredible posture that exposed their relationship. At that time, He Lei just wanted to match his height to facilitate the conversation between the two. As a result, such a common action that could be done casually in public became a sharp arrow that would be misinterpreted to attack them. Tang Yu felt somewhat wrong, but overall, he was not surprised by the exposure of this matter. He knew that the means to deal with a person must be unscrupulous. Even a groundless remark can set off a bloody storm for the target person that he is completely unable to take care of himself. He just couldn't figure out a question. What kind of opportunity made the person behind the scenes think of attacking him, and He Lei at the same time in this way? Is it really true that the intimacy between him and He Lei has long been known to others? However, to solve this problem, the most difficult thing at the moment is the Buddha Church, because homosexuality has become a taboo in the city of science and technology. And the Buddha Church is the core reason. Her doctrine prohibits homosexual love, and she has so many followers. In addition, the society's demand for population reproduction has almost become a taboo even if there is no explicit regulation. What do you think? Tang Yu slightly moved his body, which had become stiff due to thinking, and asked He Lei beside him. He flicked open the holographic projection screen again, and the blue light of technology was faintly reflected on his fair face, and his blue eyes jumped with rows of sliding data. He Lei did not answer Tang Yu's question immediately, and still thought with a gloomy face. The fact that he would be disqualified from the selection for the evaluation of the lieutenant general was suddenly leaked, which was still a mystery. At this moment, the sudden exposure of his love affair added a heavy stroke to this fog. I just don't know if this is also one of the plans of the military and the super government. But if it is really too much, because it once again involves Tang Yu, who is already in a precarious situation. After about a few minutes, He Lei took over Tang Yu's words and said, "Let's wait and see. Maybe our relationship is not really exposed." This made Tang Yu pause, his hand sliding the page, and his eyes gently turned to He Lei and quickly retracted. He didn't say anything, but he agreed with what He Lei said in his heart. If someone really realized the relationship between him and He Lei and exposed it directly, it would reduce the benefits that could be exchanged by using this bargaining chip to the minimum. This doesn't look like something a far-sighted politician would do rashly. However, compared to Tang Yu and He Lei's calmness, the members of the Marine Exploration Battalion were much more anxious and worried. The first to bear the brunt were Deer and Lu Su, who almost ran out of the camp at night to knock on He Lei's door and question what was going on. How could the Major General and Professor they respected and loved be a homosexual couple? Fortunately, Hilya, who also stayed in the camp, stopped them in time and restrained everyone. So there was no chaos in this matter. Only Hilya knew the truth very well. Their Major General and Professor Tang did have an incredible secret relationship. But even though he knew about this matter a long time ago, he also felt that the sudden exposure of their relationship was a bit suspicious. One night passed, but the situation only got worse. Perhaps the topic of homosexual love is too sensitive, or someone is deliberately guiding it. The names of Tang Yu and He Lei are still at the top of the hot search list. And since the parties involved have not come forward to clarify, the internet is in chaos. The netizens who had just threatened to support He Lay in this election of the General Assessment and Promotion quota changed sides at the last minute, and joined the ranks of adding insult to injury, trying their best to denounce and condemn He Lay, and hysterically questioning why he did such a thing that was immoral. The military and the super government were once again criticized by the public because of this incident. Especially Freston, who was a general in the military, was pushed to the forefront. The public all questioned whether he, as the father and boss of the two parties, had secretly covered up and condoned this relationship. For a while, Freston was not only attacked and condemned by the public, but also suffered from obscure doubts, gossips, or slightly gloating questions from colleagues and subordinates in the military building. His situation became difficult in an instant. As expected, Freston's attitude towards He Lay and Tang Yu also became bad, at least in the eyes of the staff in the military building. The newly promoted Admiral Freston had been angry more than once about this matter and took his anger out on many innocent subordinates. Seeing the attitude of Freston, the cold-faced god, the gossip about He Lay and Tang Yu in the military building also decreased a lot. At least no one dared to openly offend the other party. Otherwise, they might be suddenly dismissed from their hard-earned jobs. Freston's attitude seemed to inadvertently confirm the relationship between Tang Yu and He Lay. And the happiest person was France, the head of the Badoha Church, because he was the one who led all this. He wanted to get rid of He Lay, so that the other party could vacate a position for the promotion of Isachi, who he supported, and also get rid of a backbone force that could protect Tang Yu. He thought about it carefully before doing this. After all, He Lay's power was not small. The other party was not only very popular in the City of Science and Technology, but also had Freston and the Marshal as backing, so he could not be easily moved. But after a careful analysis, he still felt that He Lay must be eliminated. Let's not talk about He Lay's protection of Tang Yu. He Lay is now the main force in the Wild Cactus Collection mission. If he loses power, the collection mission will be delayed or even stagnant for a period of time, so that the needs of the Science and Technology City can no longer be met quickly. In this way, the resistance agent can easily attract the attention of the people. Although the resistance agent he arranged for people to test is only a defective product among defective products, such a resistance agent can also make him the first founder to eat crabs immediately after it is put on the market. It is true that the resistance agent owned by the super government is genuine, but it is precisely because it is genuine that the super government will treat it with caution. Only by mastering the most real situation of its effects and side effects can the resistance agent be promoted to the market to ensure the absolute authority of the super government. And he didn't need to worry about so much. What he had to do was to use the guidance and huge influence of the Badoha Church to make those who were still hesitating about the truth and lies brought by the resistance agent completely believe that this was a life-saving medicine. He didn't care how effective the medicine was. He just needed to use it to control the people's thoughts. Coincidentally, just when he was about to do this, a very good opportunity came to him. Davis had mentioned some speculations about the relationship between He Lay and Tang Yu before, and he thought of a very good way through these speculations. In the context of the prevalence of the Badoha Church, using the stain of homosexuality to deal with He Lay was the easiest way, and at the same time it could suppress Tang Yu, and even let him be a good person again to win Tang Yu over to his side, although there was already dirt and estrangement between him and Tang Yu. After he calmed down and weighed the pros and cons, he still hoped that the Badoha Church and the Delno family could have Tang Yu. Chapter 99. Because both parties remained silent, the homosexual love affair reached a fever pitch as expected. The voices of condemnation were prevalent on the internet. Those who intended to support Tang Yu and He Lay could only euphemistically emphasize that they needed to wait for the truth. Even if the homosexual love was true, they needed to wait for the parties or authoritative institutions to notarize it. However, the two different voices undoubtedly exacerbated the confusion. Someone brought up the fact that Tang Yu was charged with the crime of being a spiritual parasite. There were even extreme radicals who wanted to defend He Lay, and directly spread rumors that Tang Yu, the spiritual parasite, had bewitched He Lay, so that He Lay was implicated in such a taboo mistake. The quarrel on the internet became more intense. But the devout followers of the Badoha Church did not intend to stop at the quarrel and debate on the internet. They were angry about the homosexual scandal of two celebrities in the City of Science and Technology, which seriously blasphemed their sacred faith. They did not care about the truth of the incident. They just felt that the emergence of such a public event was ignoring their public opinion. So they resolutely decided to let the whole society pay for this public opinion. Only on the morning of the third day after the homosexual public opinion was stirred up, more than a dozen incidents against homosexuality occurred in 18 cities of science and technology. The public opinion of these incidents accumulated and superimposed, and a fierce anti-homosexual wave swept away with lightning speed. Many residential and commercial areas spontaneously posted slogans against homosexuality, and even shop owners who sincerely care about social development hung slogans encouraging childbirth, which is full of irony. Even if there is a taboo against homosexuality in the city of science and technology, it does not mean that there are no homosexuals in the world. In every city of science and technology, there are underground homosexual communication places that are similar. These small groups that are not tolerated by the secular world exist with the tacit consent of the people around them. And the people around them are also willing to use the value of homosexuality to obtain some gray area income without touching their interests. Now, of course, the interests of these people have been violated, so the turmoil against homosexuality is becoming more and more powerful. In addition, with the instigation of the Boda Church, many homosexual couples who violated taboos were found at one time. They were not only forced to separate, but also severely criticized and condemned. Soon, the entire science and technology city was in a mess and panic. Naturally, there were many people who wanted to use this homosexual public opinion to get rid of their political opponents, such as Minister of Environmental Measurement Nicholas. But he was not the only one. The super government and the military were under tremendous pressure at the moment. Especially the super government. The president was still in the hospital at the moment, and the vice president was still visiting various science and technology cities. It felt a bit like a group of dragons without a leader. As the person involved, Tang Yu still had the leisure to do experiments in the laboratory. Although he received many eyes with various emotions when he walked into the Research Institute building, he still ignored it and only focused on doing his own things. Not long after the morning, Song Yi, who had just appeased the greatly stimulated Dean Jiang, hurried to Tang Yu's laboratory to find him, wanting to learn more about the homosexual opinions about him on the internet. However, she did not hold much hope for this matter. If this matter was false, the parties should have clarified it long ago, and it would not be possible to shelve it until now to cause greater reputation loss. Although reputation is not so important for a researcher who is loyal to science. When Song Yi arrived at Tang Yu's laboratory, she saw the electronic screen on the door with the slogan "Do Not Disturb." But she did not care about it, and still rang the doorbell eagerly. At this moment, her face was full of anxiety. Even though she pretended to be calm, her eyes were filled with worry and eagerness, and her lips were peeling because of the heat. She was eager to solve the problem for Tang Yu right now, so that she wouldn't be upset every minute and every second. Unexpectedly, Song Yi didn't wait at the door for a long time. The door opened quickly. She didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before she pushed the door open and walked in. In the laboratory, Tang Yu was leaning over a glass device filled with transparent liquid and observing it carefully and meticulously. The device was about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. In the center of the liquid was floating a gradually expanding flesh-pink dot. This was the fertilized egg of a mammal that Tang Yu had just put into the device for an experiment not long ago. It developed very quickly. Seeing this scene, Song Yi was choking on the words she wanted to say immediately. She pursed her lips and immediately turned her anxious words into a soft whisper. "How can you still have the mind to do experiments?" As she said this, she couldn't help but feel sour and distressed in her heart. She slowed down her pace and walked towards the other party, fearing that she would disturb him. Hearing this, Tang Yu shifted his gaze from the culture container and looked at Song Yi behind him. He still looked indifferent and said, "Of course. The experiment is more important." Song Yi was stunned by this. And then she smiled helplessly and frowned and said, "What a mess outside." Tang Yu still had a nonchalant expression and only replied, "The super government is not in a hurry." "Why should I be in a hurry?" Song Yi was so confused by this that she couldn't grasp the point for a while, and couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Are you really not anxious, or are you pretending not to be anxious?" After saying this, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and instantly figured out something, and immediately revealed many incredible emotions. After a while, Song Yi murmured, "I am indeed too anxious because I am too worried about you." At this moment, the super government has not made a statement. The military is the same, and Major General He Lei is the same. As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Tang Yu, who was walking towards the tea table to get a cup of water. Her expression became heavy and vain, and she said, But waiting like this is not a solution. The current science and technology city is too chaotic. The anti-gay voices of the followers of the Buddha Church have swept the entire society. This is not just a matter of faith and taboos, but the expansion of power. Tang Yu's expression did not change after hearing this. He came to Song Ai with a glass full of warm water, handed it to her, and comforted her. Drink some water first. Song Ai couldn't help but sigh. How can I care about drinking water? But despite saying that, she still took the glass and drank a large glass of water in one breath. She was indeed thirsty for a long time because of her busy schedule. Who made her the assistant of Dean Jiang? Tang Yu watched Song Ai gradually relax, and then said apologetically, I made you worry. After relieving her thirst, Song Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing what Tang Yu said, she frowned helplessly and smiled bitterly again, saying, I don't understand your matter, but I can understand 5 points. Apart from the crime of being a spiritual parasite, you don't have any handle to be caught. Apart from rumors that can attack you, what else can hurt you? Major General He Lei is the same. The power brought by the reason of homosexual love is really enough to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and even achieve more goals. Song Ai couldn't help getting angry again. Her face, which had calmed down a little, was flushed with anger again, and her eyes became extremely sharp. Tang Yu was silent again. He Lei hadn't been to the military building for a day. After Tang Yu left home and went to the Research Institute building in the morning, he also went to the military building after making some plans, ready to find Admiral Freston. The other party's attitude towards this homosexual incident also made him suspicious. Before, Admiral Freston had always intended to separate him and Tang Yu for the sake of their future and reputation. With his mentality, he should have been prepared for what measures to take if this matter was exposed, instead of doing nothing like now except being full of anger and rejection towards them. This is not the style of Admiral Freston. When He Lei arrived at the military building, he was also baptized by various gazes like Tang Yu when he entered the Research Institute building. He also didn't care much and went straight to the elevator to Admiral Freston's office. When he arrived at the door of the office, He Lei happened to meet a captain officer, who was holding a stack of documents and walking out of the door with a bitter and frustrated look on his face. When he closed the door, he was even full of caution and fear. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party should have been scolded by Admiral Freston. Seeing this, He Lei's heart became somewhat complicated, and for a moment, he could not discern Admiral Freston's true attitude. Before the captain closed the door, he noticed someone approaching. He turned his head alertly and found that it was He Lei. He was frightened again and almost dropped the documents on the ground. He didn't react at all, let alone think about what happened to He Lei. He just hurriedly warned He Lei, Major General, the Admiral's face is cold and he is nitpicking. Please pay more attention. After saying that, he quickly slipped away, as if there was a ghost chasing him. He Lei glanced at the other person's back as he ran away, and pushed open the door with a heavy heart. Admiral Freston was sitting at his desk at this moment, with his hands crossed and his chin supported, his eyes lowered in thought. As the captain said, his face was as cold as a layer of ice. Admiral, good morning. He Lei closed the door gently and walked towards the other party. Freston raised his eyes and looked over when he heard the noise. Seeing that it was He Lei, he did not show the expected anger and blame, but just stared at the other party quietly, as if he also expected that the other party would definitely come. Sit down, Freston said briefly, and even did not change his current movements. He Lei did not go to the reception sofa to sit down as he was told. He just walked to the desk, lowered his head slightly, and looked at Freston, and said directly, what is the purpose behind all these things? You have the answer, right? Including the selection of lieutenant generals, and the homosexual relationship between him and Tang Yu. Hearing this, Freston narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at He Lei closely, his face still so cold, but he remained silent. He Lei couldn't help but clench his palms, and said the second purpose of this visit, saying, I never want Tang Yu to be used by anyone. This is my bottom line. His voice was not very aggressive, and he was also a subordinate in front of Freston. But his words, and the firm and powerful eyes, when he said this made it impossible to ignore the solemnity and firmness of his promise in his words. Freston finally had a little reaction. His eyes suddenly became sharp and shot straight at He Lei. Are you going to openly confront everyone and all forces for this relationship that is not recognized by the world? He Lei, what do you rely on? You and Tang Yu think that your future is indestructible? Hearing such fierce questioning, He Lei seemed calmer than before. He only said slowly and calmly, Admiral, you are an experienced person. You should understand the feeling of devoting yourself to your lover. This is why I stay here. Tang Yu is here. These words made Freston silent, and his face showed a trace of fatigue after something collapsed. He lowered his eyes, supported his chin and stared at the lines on the table quietly. He Lei only said so much, and did not intend to wait for Freston to finish his meditation. He said goodbye neatly, and turned away without waiting for the other party to express his opinion. Hearing the footsteps of He Lei leaving, Freston slowly raised his eyes. He just stared at this tall back quietly, with no sadness or joy on his face. Under the flawless mask, I don't know how many surging emotions are hidden. The homosexuality issue is far from being resolved. The Buddha Church condemns Tang Yu and He Lei more and more. They even hope that both of them will accept the baptism of the church to purify their polluted hearts, cleanse the sins of homosexuality, and then return to work and career, just like other homosexuals. This is naturally a shame for Tang Yu and He Lei, because love itself cannot be defined by gender. Moreover, with their status, they are more of a spiritual fit, and are weaving an eternal love with their spirits. As the oppression of the Buddha Church becomes more and more serious, the political groups are also waiting for an opportunity to move. Some members even propose to the Senate chairman that the military should suspend He Lei for education. And such voices are increasing. Chapter 100. He Lei's situation is becoming increasingly grim. Tang Yu has been paying attention to the development of the situation, and found that things are still much more serious than he expected. Although he is anxious, his strong rationality still forces him to calm down. Because behind these things, there must be someone doing extremely strict event progress management. Things have developed to the fourth day. Many technology cities have ended the third wave of homosexuality sweeps under the leadership of the Buddha Church. Even the usually noisy network has become very quiet, as if the desolate silence after late autumn reveals a hint of uneasiness, as if winter is coming. However, there is also good news. Vice President Edgar, who was visiting various cities, announced that he would suspend his current schedule and rushed back to Qiantian City in the past few days to lead the current turbulent super government. At the same time, the president also returned to the presidential office in a wheelchair, connected with the upper echelons of the military, and convened the city lords and generals of various technology cities for a secret online meeting. On Tang Yu's side, the fertilized egg experiment he conducted yesterday failed. The experiment used sheep sperm and eggs to obtain fertilized eggs through in vitro fertilization. The embryonic development was normal in the early stage. In just 6 hours, it developed into the size of a fetus about to be born. All organs were also mature, and the body surface characteristics and internal organs were no different from those of ordinary sheep. According to the experimental plan, the fetus will continue to grow until it is close to subadulthood, then wake up and be born into the world as a semi-adult. However, the cells disturbed by the particle flow have become disordered at this step, causing the experimental body to be deformed. The normal field body surface began to rot and fall off, but soon a new epidermis would grow again. Since then, the fetus has not grown up. It even overconsumes nutrients in the culture medium, causing the organs to overload and then cause organ failure and gradually die. When the sheep fetus still had a weak life fluctuation, Tang Yu decisively cut off the experimental process. In this experiment, Tang Yu also learned about a situation where the experiment failed. The flesh in the experiment was like a container. When the extended membrane on the surface could no longer withstand the huge changes brought about by the particle flow, it could only drive the muscles to move accurately like a strained ligament, and then collapsed. The mutated cells could only execute the most basic instructions, and the growth and withering cycle repeated. The voice of public opinion outside was still so noisy. It was rare for Tang Yu to fall into irritation because of an experimental failure. He stayed in the laboratory all night to study the data. After a short nap, it was already the next morning. Then he immediately plunged into the experimental analysis, not giving himself time to rest. At this moment, his eyes were faintly dark from staying up late and thinking too much. Sun Qing heard that Tang Yu did not leave the laboratory all night. He had just arrived at the laboratory and had no time to tidy up. So he went to the nearest cafeteria to bring Tang Yu a breakfast. He knew that what happened recently must have troubled the other party and seriously affected the concentration required for the experiment, because he was facing such a situation at the moment. His attention was more distracted by the homosexual storm set off by the Boda church, and he felt anxious and faintly disgusted about it. Tang Yu's laboratory door was closed. Scorching stood at the door for a few seconds, but he rang the doorbell without hesitation. He was holding a plate of fried dumplings with 3 fresh fillings and preserved egg and lean meat porridge, both of which were Tang Yu's favorite foods. The door was opened soon after. Scorching suppressed his emotions and gently pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he smelled an indescribable smell, mixed with the smell of blood and flesh, and a faint fragrance of jasmine. This flower fragrance was obviously the smell of air freshener. Scorching saw Tang Yu yawning on the laboratory table at a glance. The other party looked hazy, and his thoughts seemed to drift far away. What happened here? Scorching couldn't help asking. He suddenly felt that the breakfast in his hand would be eclipsed in this laboratory full of unknown smells, and it would also make people lose their appetite. Hearing the voice, Tang Yu slightly widened his misty eyes. He yawned again and straightened his body. He said to Scorching in a slightly serious tone, "The experiment failed. I processed the experimental materials. I didn't expect that the neat laboratory would become a kitchen." Hearing this, Scorching suddenly laughed. "So you sprayed freshener again?" He frowned helplessly, walked over and handed the food in his hand to Tang Yu. "Can you still eat breakfast?" Tang Yu stared at the thing in Scorching's hand for a few seconds, and his stomach couldn't help but blow the horn when he smelled the aroma of the food, reminding him that he had been hungry for a long time. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said somewhat dejectedly, "I forgot to buy supper in the cafeteria last night." Scorching couldn't help showing a trace of heartache in his eyes, and just said, "Eat." Tang Yu hummed softly, then took the breakfast to the small table not far away, dragged a chair to sit on it, and began to unpack the bag. "Have you eaten?" He turned his head and asked Scorching. Scorching smiled and said, "I don't have much appetite these 2 days." Tang Yu's expression did not change, but he said casually, "Everything has a beginning and an end. Just wait for good news." His indifferent attitude surprised Scorching. Scorching organized his words and asked hesitantly, "You don't care about the rumors between you and Major General He at all? Regardless of whether it is true or not. Things have become so intense that it should be enough to make a normal person lose his composure." Tang Yu couldn't help but glance at Scorching slightly when he heard this, but he said in confusion, "Brother, what you said doesn't seem to be in line with your personality." This made Scorching suddenly feel like he was awakened. He couldn't help but tighten his palms slightly. After a long time, he regained his calmness and said in a steady voice, "I'm just worried about you." After saying that, before Tang Yu could speak, he said again, "Yes, worrying makes you confused." Tang Yu sighed almost invisibly and didn't say anything else. Scorching tried hard to suppress his emotions in his heart, and quickly led the topic to another place. "What are the results of your experiment?" Tang Yu swallowed a mouthful of fried dumplings, and replied slowly, after a night of thinking, "I have sorted out the threads of the research, and will soon enter the next round of experiments. When do you plan to come to join me?" Scorching chuckled and said, "No. I'm still dealing with the big problem you left me. I should be the one asking you when you can give me the key to unlock the door. I'm very willing to lower my head to the resistance agent now." This couldn't help but dispel the heavy pressure on Tang Yu's heart, making him feel a lot more relaxed. He replied, "It depends on the situation." This still made Scorching feel helpless, but looking at Tang Yu's tall and straight back, he couldn't help but reveal a little bit of pampering in his eyes. The other party was so magical that people couldn't help but indulge him. Not long after staying, Scorching left. Tang Yu couldn't help feeling sleepy after breakfast, so he decided to pack up and go home to catch up on his sleep. Since he had ideas for the experiment again, there was no need to worry anymore. As for what happened outside, He would support him even if the sky fell, so he had no reason to worry. However, the progress of the outside events did not stagnate because of Tang Yu, the core figure, staying out of the matter. On the contrary, a bigger storm surged. The super government suddenly sent out the guards to suppress the various behaviors of the followers of the Badoha Church, which had already lost control at this moment. At the same time, an important message was announced. The super government strictly required the military to thoroughly investigate who leaked the military secrets that were waiting for the final decision to cancel He's candidacy for the selection of generals, and created this series of unnecessary social unrest and public opinion. As soon as such an announcement came out, a new round of public opinion was immediately triggered. People like Nicholas, who took the opportunity to retaliate against Healy, quickly retracted their clause. But Nicholas was also angry. Why could his brother Abner's candidacy be cancelled at will? Not only did the cancellation of Healy's candidacy cause such a big scene, but the super government and the military did not seem to really want to cancel his candidacy. Nicholas felt very unwilling and hated Healy so much that he quickly sent people out to get information. But the key information was kept secret. He was not qualified to attend the secret meeting held by the super government in the morning, which undoubtedly made him eager to know what the secret meeting decided. But he was sure that the core figures of the topic must be Healy and his lover Tang Yu, who was in cahoots with him. After the super government took action, it directly curbed the will of the Badoha Church to expand out of control with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. After sending the radical personnel to the temporary detention center, the president immediately invited the head of the Badoha Church, France, to talk, ready to discuss the best solution for everything that happened at the moment. But undoubtedly, France's mood became very bad because of this sudden change of situation. Francis did not want to accept the invitation, because he could not guarantee what kind of calculations the super government was planning. But at this point, if he did not go to negotiate with the president, it would seem that he was too modest. However, before he could make a decision, the bishop, who had just recovered, asked the little monk to come to his office, and said that the bishop wanted him to come over for a talk. Francis was somewhat surprised by the bishop's move, and he could not guess the bishop's intention for a while. But after a little thought, he still planned to meet the bishop first, although he did not know what special meaning the bishop had in asking to see him at this juncture. Meeting the bishop first would at least leave some time for thinking for his debate with the president and others later. After a quick adjustment, France followed the young monk. The bishop was kneeling in the main hall of the simple and magnificent Dakian hall. He held a brown sandalwood bead in one hand and silently recited scriptures, with the bead moving at will. Although he was old and frail, he still had a straight back. The wide monk's robe covered his thin body. In front of the majestic Buddha statue, he was as small as a small boat. When he arrived in front of the hall, France saw the figure kneeling upright inside. However, the impetuousness and anger in his heart seemed to have been greatly impacted by this. Under the entanglement of the soft power, they were gradually unraveled. In an instant, the negative emotions disappeared, leaving him with a feeling of emptiness that he could not explain. But it was only a moment, and France immediately realized that he could not help but be manipulated by the bishop's aura. Shame and helplessness instantly occupied France's mind, making his face even worse. But at the moment when he was angry, France suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he had not had a good talk with the bishop for a long time. At this moment, the bishop lowered his eyes slightly, like a compassionate Buddha who sympathized with all living beings. The movement of France's arrival did not disturb him, and he did not see the complicated emotions on the other's face. He seemed to be immersed in his own wonderful spiritual world. Alone, France restrained his emotions, approached the bishop and knelt on the mat. But at this time, he heard the bishop's old and low voice. "You are here after all." This made Franz stunned, but he did not reply immediately. He just put his hands together in front of the tall Buddha statue, bowed respectfully with a solemn look, and then leaned over the cushion and kowtowed in a formal manner. The bishop was still twisting the Buddha's beads, but his eyes were slightly raised and looked at the golden Buddha body. After kowtowed 3 times, Franz said, "I have always respected the bishop. If you need me, I will definitely come as promised." As he said this, he resumed his usual smiling appearance like Maitreya Buddha, as if the surprise just now was just an illusion. The bishop immediately stopped the movement of the rosary in his hand, but he still raised his head slightly and looked ahead. After a moment of silence, he said, "Recently, there has been a big commotion in the Buddha church." This did not surprise France at all. He was even prepared to be lectured by the bishop as a junior. He said calmly with a smile, "It's nothing more than maintaining the faith and purity of the church." The bishop fell silent again. France could not help but turn his head to look at the old man, and found that he was indeed much thinner than before he got sick. A dryness and withering climbed up his cheeks invisibly. If it were not for the pair of clear eyes that could see through any worldly things, he might be no different from a mummy lying in a pile of corpses. He suddenly remembered that the bishop was already over 90 years old, and had been through nearly a century of human development. Thinking of this, a strange feeling suddenly spread in his heart. He added, "If these recent events have indeed disturbed your practice, Bishop, I am very sorry for this. Things will soon come to an end. so you don't have to worry too much. The bishop just put his hands together, and the brown sandalwood beads hung on his knuckles. The smooth surface of the beads made his hands look like old tree bark. He just said solemnly, "Francis, why did you enter the Patana church?" Such a question was beyond Francis's expectation. He thought for a while, and said without any lies, "It was because of my great-uncle, who was the bishop of the Patana church. And my father also served as the head of the church because of fate. But unfortunately he died too early." After a pause, he continued, "It can be said that the prosperity of the Delno family benefited from the leadership and contribution of my great-uncle to the Boda church. He is a beloved and enlightened monk." "Yes." The bishop did not deny what France said. And even his eyes changed. He stared at the Buddha statue in front of him, and said slowly again, "My elder brother, the bishop, is much older than me. My understanding and thoughts so far have also benefited from his inheritance." Seeing that the topic suddenly shifted to his great-uncle, France narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not respond to the bishop's words, but waited for him to continue. He knew clearly that the bishop's words must have some meaning. Sure enough, the bishop changed the subject and said, "You were young at that time, and you also received his careful teachings. I still remember the words that the bishop often warned me. The sun will set when it is at noon, and the moon will wane when it is full." This made Francis' face turn cold. Listening to the bishop's purposeful exhortation, he couldn't help but smile sarcastically in his heart. But he still looked respectful, and did not refute the bishop. He just slowly stood up from the mat, put his hands together, and bowed to the bishop, and said without question, "Your health has just recovered a little, so you should take good care of yourself, and don't worry too much. I will ask Tata to contact the doctor to come and check you again." Without waiting for the bishop to speak, he bowed and took 2 steps back, then turned and left. The bishop paused again, and after a long silence, he sighed almost inaudibly. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. After leaving the Dacian hall, France contacted Dan and led people to the Octagon building, the battlefield that was about to start. It was time for the Badoha church to return with glory. Chapter 101. The bishop's words did affect France. At least after he calmed down, he had a bad feeling. France revealed some unconscious uneasiness in his calmness. Dan, who was also in the light energy suspension car, keenly noticed the other party's change. His thoughts changed again and again. Finally, he couldn't help but ask France, "Mr. Leader, are you worried about what the president and his team have left? The current situation is that the super government has to compromise with the Badoha church. At least we have more people and more power." This made France laugh. He waved his hand as if he didn't care and said, "The matter has not been determined yet. Don't take it lightly." Dan clasped his hands together gracefully, lowering his eyes slightly. "You will win. The Badoha church will be more glorious and prosperous under your leadership." During the conversation, the light energy suspension car slowly landed in the exclusive parking lot of the Octagon building. The guards had been waiting for them here for a long time. After the two got off the car, they were taken to the main entrance of the Octagon building. What surprised France was that the Octagon building, which should have been bustling with people during the lunch break, was surprisingly quiet at this moment. He couldn't help but think of the secret meeting that the super government convened with senior officials yesterday. The 2 guards who led the way were walking 2 meters away from them. They were not wearing ceremonial uniforms, and they were fully armed. There was no elegance and magnificence that the guards of honor should have. This made France wary and suspicious. Francis stopped subconsciously when he was about to enter the door of the Octagon building. Dan, who was following behind him, also stopped and looked at him in confusion. Francis' face suddenly became very serious, and he said very abruptly, "Dan, let's go back." This startled Dan, and he was a little flustered for no reason. He tried to suppress his uneasiness and glanced around inconspicuously, but there was nothing unusual. The 2 guards leading the way also stopped, turned around and looked at France in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong with Mr. Leader?" France said nothing, but took a deep look at the empty hall in front of him, and then turned and left. However, he had just turned and walked 2 steps when he saw a tall and resolute figure slowly walking out from behind the huge column not far away. The other person had a kind smile on his face. Although his face was slightly pale, he could see that he was in good spirits. The person who came was the president of the 18 technology cities, Culture Hawk. France watched the other person walk slowly, and the hall he had not yet stepped into became lively. He heard the neat and sonorous footsteps immediately surrounded him from all sides. He realized what kind of trap he had fallen into. "Mr. Chief, we have found something very interesting. The internet is very lively at the moment. Your Delno family dared to install eavesdropping devices in several places in the military building. This is such a heinous thing." The president spoke very slowly. But these clear words shocked France. France was arrested. The reason for his arrest was completely beyond France's expectations. Time went back to a few minutes before France took Dan to the octagon. A rumor suddenly appeared on the internet, saying that the military secret that he lay would be disqualified from participating in the selection of lieutenant generals was leaked because a traitor in the military installed eavesdropping devices in the military building. This rumor naturally caused the tense network to explode suddenly, and the people who had planned to support He took the opportunity to come out in full force, and immediately made a judgment on the matter, spreading on the internet that He was just a victim of political struggle, and almost became a stepping stone for others to rise to the top. Just when France was besieged, a person who claimed to be a top hacker on the internet suddenly released a shocking recording, saying that this recording was collected from the neuron electronic chip of a core member of the Delno family. The content of the recording was a short clip of He and Freston talking about disqualification in the office. After matching the voices, one of the people was undoubtedly He. Before France, the Church of Badoha, and the Delno family could react, the truth of the incident had already been quickly confirmed in the minds of netizens, regardless of why the military wanted to disqualify He from the election. Perhaps it was just that the military and the super government had other ideas and plans. But before the matter was finalized, the military and the super government certainly did not want this matter to be leaked in the form of an unofficial announcement. Therefore, the Delno family committed a very serious crime by eavesdropping on military secrets and using it to create public opinion to influence the public. Less than half an hour after the incident broke out, He, who was in trouble because of the homosexual storm, not only cleared his stigma, but also gained more solid supporters from the people. Because in the people's refreshed cognition, the charge of homosexuality on He was very likely a false charge deliberately framed by the enemy. As soon as He was cleared, Tang Yu's situation was instantly reversed, and the extreme radicals who attacked him also stopped immediately. Around this time, a huge bomb was dropped on the internet. France, the head of the Badoha Church, covered up the crime of the Dharma protector Dan to murder the bishop. Once this matter was exposed, the entire Badoha Church was blown up. The bishop's dangerous situation at that time still makes the people feel thrilling now. And the other party, as a great spiritual pillar of the city of science and technology, was hurt in this way, which made them even more angry. However, they thought that the murderer was just a lay disciple who betrayed his faith. But in fact, the murderer was the Dharma protector, who was also respected and admired by ordinary people. This uproar has impacted the senses of all citizens in the city of science and technology. Even many faithful believers of the Bodha Church have doubted whether the Bodha Church, which is rotten from the root, is still worth their efforts to build a spiritual home. However, the excitement does not stop there. Francis was secretly imprisoned in a well-kept conference room of the super government. He was the only one in the quiet room. The windows around the conference room were sealed with metal strips, exuding a brand new metal smell. The sun could not pour in at all. The room was dark, as if it was a dark night. The heavy curtains became an embellishment at this moment, hanging dully in the air, without any life to struggle. At this moment, Francis' face was solemn and gray, and his tall body was hunched over in a conference chair. At this moment, he was trying his best to construct all the causes and consequences of the current result. Francis was sure that he had never done anything to eavesdrop on military secrets. This crime was completely framed by the military and the super government. However, it was precisely because of this framed crime that he had no power to resist, and even had no possibility of turning over. From the experience of historical figures, any politician involved in eavesdropping on secrets died tragically. At this point, France also understood one thing. The super government and the military must have been planning for this matter for a long time, so they could suddenly close the net today. The secret meeting held in the super government yesterday was exactly like a birdcage that tempted people's curiosity. And his previous premonitions were not wrong. At this moment, many people had passed through his mind. So many that he could not determine who was the real betrayer. He was so easily caught by the president and others. There must be someone helping him. It took a long time for France to come back to his senses from this sudden change. He subconsciously flicked open the holographic projection screen and tried to connect to the outside world, but unexpectedly connected to the network. Although the super government and the military restricted his personal freedom, they did not restrict him from connecting to the network. This surprised France, but he soon realized that this might be intentional by the super government and the military. Although he knew it was a conspiracy, France was still eager to know what was happening outside. However, when he finished browsing the heated discussions on the internet, France would rather be completely blocked from the outside world by his opponents. At this moment, a series of evidence of the Delno family's crimes were listed on the internet, all accusing the Delno family of bad crimes. Some of the charges even made France unbelievable. But after thinking deeply, he felt that it was true. However, the charge that made him most angry and unwilling was the crime of using carrion beetles for profit. It was only after knowing this charge that he realized how cruelly he had been calculated. The reason why he shifted his attention to the carrion beetles was entirely because of Tang Yu's hint and guidance. Now that he has fallen to this point, it can be confirmed that Tang Yu has been in collusion with the super government and the military for a long time. And it is no wonder that Tang Yu wanted to betray him before. However, France's thinking this way is definitely a big misunderstanding for Tang Yu, because Tang Yu himself is one of the people being used. For example, the super government and the military forced Tang Yu to go out on missions in order to make France anxious and take certain actions to promote their layout and plans. For example, Ming Chang's death was not only to alienate, but also to force France to take various actions. However, the ultimate goal of all this is to defeat the Delno family and curb the expansion of the Badoha Church. And everything that happened to Tang Yu has become a catalyst for today's results. In a heavy blow in thinking, France aged nearly 10 years in an instant, completely losing the calmness and vigor of not long ago, and even the ability to plan and strategize. His carefully woven political dream was once again driven out and shattered. What made him feel most depressed and powerless was that after the super government and the military drove the Badoha Church out of the political field 20 years ago, they did not maintain an attitude of peace and tranquility, but intended to completely annihilate the power of the Badoha Church. And they did not hesitate to lay out for more than 10 years. These things have not been fully revealed. So Tang Yu does not know the truth of these things at the moment. It's just that when he browsed these explosively read information in the laboratory, the shaky truth that shrouded his heart seemed to be about to come out. He was so shocked that he was silent for a long time. It took about half an hour for him to come back to his senses. After he regained consciousness, he quickly took off his white coat and put on the hovering device. Then immediately left the laboratory and went straight to the military building to find Admiral Freston. When he reached the door of the military building, Tang Yu suddenly stopped and raised his head slightly involuntarily, trying to see the golden pentagram on the top floor. The afternoon sun pierced the black glass door with a bright luster, making people dare not look directly at it, let alone spy on everything behind the black. In fact, when he knew for sure that he was being used, Tang Yu felt that his heart was very calm. As for why he ran to the military building so impulsively without regard for his safety, he was just angry. He was angry that He could be so unscrupulously used by those people to achieve their goals, and they were kept in the dark from beginning to end. He listened to the audio that was leaked by an unknown force. The announcement made by Admiral Freston to He in the recording sounded like a teacher who did not tolerate disobedience and was irresponsible. Admiral Freston's calculations against He probably did not just start from here. If we trace it back further, it may be traced back to when he accepted the invitation to the other party's private party and met Miss Chiolon for the first time. At this time, He was in Freston's office. One of them was standing, and the other was sitting. Freston was still sitting at the desk, supporting his chin with both hands and looking down, while He's tall body stood like a mountain. And at this moment, he had a sense of oppression from a high position. After a few minutes of silence, He spoke coldly. The following is my guess about everything, and it is also the point that I will always worry about. From the moment Tang Yu appeared in Xietian City with the resistance agent, the super government and the military may have planned to use Tang Yu to achieve a certain goal. Later, the president pulled you into the plan without knowing it. So you knew that Tang Yu was the key to dealing with France, the Badoha Church, and the Delno family. Then when you knew that France had frequent contacts with Isachi, you intended to use the Lieutenant General Evaluation and Selection as the access point to promote the entire plan. Then how to make Tang Yu related to the Lieutenant General Evaluation and Selection. You planned to push Miss Chilon out. It is a coincidence that at this critical moment, France was building momentum for Isachi. So it was natural to use me. And the plan about Miss Chilon could run smoothly. And you also found out that there was a traitor in the Harris family who leaked Tang Yu's information. I care so much about Tang Yu. And I will definitely take action to protect Tang Yu after knowing this information. You and the Harris family only need to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And kill someone with a borrowed knife perfectly. Through this incident, the power of the Harris family can undoubtedly be consolidated and expanded invisibly. After saying this, He Lei paused and said, I am not saying this to blame or condemn you. I just think that you are a good leader, a good soldier, and a good family manager, but not a good father. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became silent. He Lei lowered his eyes and looked at Freston with a complicated expression. I know, Freston said after a long time. Freston still maintained the same action just now, and even his cold expression did not change. He looked up at He Lei and said again, I know I am not a good father. I missed his birth, his growth, and his education as a father. He Lei was somewhat shocked by these straightforward words. But his heart was even more mixed. He could not deny that Admiral Freston was a very good person. But when it came to treating Tang Yu, the other party was complicated and hard to guess. Chapter 102. The super government and the military jointly investigated the Delno family. As the largest family in the city of science and technology, the public opinion and danger they are experiencing at this moment are unprecedented in decades. Even before all kinds of evidence of crimes were spread everywhere, no one could have imagined that the huge family that manages the Buddha church would have a time when the building is about to collapse. And it came so unexpectedly. At the same time, the homosexual remarks against Tang Yu and He Lei on the internet quickly subsided under the intervention of the super government. And the homosexual storm raised by the believers of the Buddha church was also calmed down. Many people who were wronged in this matter also got the opportunity to clear their names. And a new major crisis that could cause social unrest was resolved. But ordinary people only thought that these things were the tricks of the Delno family using the Buddha church. And therefore had no doubts about the execution of the Delno family by the super government and the military. Not long after, another big news stirred up the emotions of the people who had just calmed down. The military issued a notice saying that the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals would be carried out in advance according to the original list. The announcement of this information was in line with the intentions of most people. Some of them were loyal fans of He Lei, and some were people who cared about society and hoped that the city of science and technology would return to peace as soon as possible. They all hoped that the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals would be finalized as soon as possible, and the people they liked would be sent to the position they should sit. Tang Yu didn't expect that the development of the matter was just as He Lei had guessed before. The selection of lieutenant generals would be held in advance, and it was on the 3rd day after the announcement was released. Although this time was indeed a bit hasty, it was undoubtedly an effective measure to stabilize the society. After a round of public criticism, He Lei not only did not become a rat crossing the street, but was more loyally loved and supported by the people. For the super government and the military, He Lei was undoubtedly a very useful tool. But he was not very clear whether He Lei had any manipulation in this. After all, the other party had always been determined to win the selection of lieutenant generals. Perhaps the fact that Major General Abner was removed from the list of candidates for the selection of lieutenant generals also had a little shadow of him. But what Tang Yu is most concerned about now, besides the experiments he is doing, is the treatment of the Delno family by the super government and the military. In fact, the power of the Delno family has been radiating from Chiatian City to the other science and technology cities. Almost all 18 science and technology cities have the shadow of this family. It should not be easy to uproot them. However, the means of the super government and the military are extremely fast, making the core of the Delno family almost hollowed out in a short period of time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this may have been planned for a long time. Tang Yu sighed at this. It is no wonder that the super government and the military did not stop the Buddha church from interfering in politics many times. It is not that they cannot resist the power of the Buddha church, but they are catching turtles in the jar. As for France being so smart but not knowing the way forward, he could only think of one possibility after thinking about it. That is, there was an undercover lurking in France's camp, spreading a layer of fog that disturbed people's judgment. As for who this person is, he gradually formed a prototype in his mind after eliminating some, and felt that the other party was really a model of a person with deep scheming. When Tang Yu's experiment was initially successful, the evaluation and selection of lieutenant generals was successfully held, and He Lei and Major General Dong Fonging were successfully promoted to lieutenant generals. The whole city of science and technology was filled with joy and cheers. Although he had already known this established fact, Tang Yu was still happy for He Lei. But because of the previous homosexual incident, he could not celebrate for He Lei. He could only briefly congratulate him, and then continue to work overtime to devote himself to the experiment. However, the fact that He Lei was promoted to the top undoubtedly relieved some of Tang Yu's burden. His attention was now completely focused on the experiment, and he was also thinking about asking the president to enter the universe system again. But before that, he still had some things to deal with. After another sleepless night of experimenting until dawn, Tang Yu's eyes were already slightly dark blue. But he was not sleepy at all at this moment, and instead appeared energetic. His experiment had made progress again. The sheep-fertilized egg in the experiment successfully developed from a fertilized cell to a subadult state within 1 day, and the cell development tended from rapid proliferation and fission to a slow and stable state. That is, after the experimental sheep woke up in a subadult state, it would grow to adulthood at a normal growth and development speed. If this situation is applied to humans, the fertilized egg can directly and quickly develop to the age of 7 or 8 years old, and then grow and develop at a normal speed, directly skipping the hardships of 10 months of pregnancy and the long growth of infants. Although the current experiment cannot make the human body directly develop to a state close to adulthood, this experiment is specially prepared for spirits, and the experimental results are sufficient to this extent. The difficulty that needs to be overcome now is how to apply the current experimental results to the research of human fertilized eggs, and at the same time create a body that can perfectly parasitize spirits. Tang Yu has already written a draft of the experimental report overnight, sorting out the next experimental ideas. He also plans to pull his senior brother Sun Qing to do this experiment together. With the help of the other party, his experimental efficiency should be greatly improved. While thinking, Tang Yu's holographic projection screen suddenly popped up, showing a somewhat unfamiliar communication code. The sudden communication made Tang Yu come back to his senses. He stared at the neat string of numbers for a few seconds before he realized that this was the communication code of the front desk of the suit customization center. He also remembered that he had not yet dealt with a gift for He Lei. He just didn't know if Davis had returned to the studio. If he had, he really had to take the time to confirm the sample of the suit. However, after the call was connected, he only heard the very apologetic voice of the girl at the front desk from the other side. The other party hoped that he could cancel the order, or that the suit customization center would recommend other designers to complete this customization for him. After hearing this, Tang Yu's brain, which had been up all night, suddenly became a little confused. But the doubts and caution brought by intuition still made him ask, "What's going on? Did something happen to Mr. Davis?" However, the answer he got was the hesitant voice of the girl at the front desk. She hesitated for several seconds. Tang Yu could even imagine the girl's embarrassed expression while waiting. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Tang Yu finally heard the other party reply. The reply from the customization center is that Mr. Davis suddenly resigned from his job as a designer. As for why the leaders did not inform the front desk, this made Tang Yu frown, and the doubts in his heart gradually expanded. Because in this end of the world, there are people who voluntarily resign to find other opportunities, but they are not frequent, because the personal interests and risks involved behind this are really great. As far as he knows, Davis seems to be from an ordinary family. Although he is capable and can easily mix in the upper class, he does not have a completely solid and reliable backing that allows him to change jobs at will. Moreover, his job prospects are so good. Why did he suddenly resign? And suddenly disappeared when he was almost out of contact? Tang Yu thought a lot in doubt, and the girl at the front desk on the other end of the communication was still waiting for his answer a little anxiously. After a while, he said, "In this case, then arrange another designer for me." After that, he asked again, "Do you know where Mr. Davis is? His craftsmanship is really good." The girl at the front desk was relieved to get an answer, but facing Tang Yu's inquiry, she could only reply with regret, "I don't know either. I'm sorry, sir." After hearing this, Tang Yu didn't say anything more, just hung up the call. After this interruption, Tang Yu temporarily shifted his attention from the experiment. Remembering that he hadn't had breakfast early in the morning, he planned to go to the cafeteria to eat something first, and then go to the suit customization center to solve the problems of the suit. After a simple wash, Tang Yu put on the hovering device and went out of the laboratory. Hunger made him a little weak. When he walked out of the laboratory building and greeted the sun, he almost stumbled and fell. He took a short cut from the forest path and came to the nearby cafeteria. Because of the special nature of research work, the cafeteria in the Research Institute building basically provides meals 24 hours a day. Even if you miss the meal time, there are still windows on duty selling food. When Tang Yu approached the cafeteria, there were still many people eating inside. The slightly noisy sound made his head feel dizzy and painful. He ordered a bowl of porridge and a boiled egg. He didn't eat much. When he just took his food and found a place to sit down, he was immediately attracted by the conversation between the two researchers at the table next to him. Tang Yu sat down as if nothing had happened, picked up a spoon and stirred the porridge in the porcelain bowl, and heard the two people next to him continue to whisper, "It's a pity for Professor Asa. He was taken away from the secret research base last night. It seems that the Delno family can't turn over this time. Who would have thought that such a big family would fall overnight?" Another person also sighed, "It's really sad. But the bigger the family, the more enemies it has. Maybe now there will be a first family again. But in the next few decades, it may become a stepping stone for the next first family." Listening to this information, Tang Yu still stirred the spoon. The white porridge was steaming gently and looked sweet and delicious. But he didn't have the urge to fill his stomach at this moment. He thought that Asa would not be affected at all in this turmoil of the Delno family, because he was the leading scientist in the city of science and technology. And his innocent character also made people believe that he had nothing to do with the private profit of the Delno family. If it weren't for this, France wouldn't have tried so hard to win him over, and would not have been willing to hand over the Badoha Church and the Delno family just to make him his heir. And one of the other party's purposes was very simple, just to protect Asa for him. Tang Yu couldn't help but flick open the holographic projection screen to search for relevant information. Only then did he know that many core members of the Delno family were forcibly arrested and detained last night. At this point, he couldn't figure out what the super government and the military wanted to do. Before Tang Yu could figure out anything, he received another message from Ilay. Davis was suspected of having close contact with the traitor who leaked the Harris family secrets, and was an intelligence dealer wandering in the upper society, and seemed to belong to an underground organization of some extreme radicals. This information surprised Tang Yu. It turned out that there was a really shocking reason behind Davis's disappearance. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be expected. This incident also made Tang Yu vaguely understand some things. Perhaps the sudden exposure of his relationship with Ilay was related to Davis. Everything went smoothly at the suit customization center. Tang Yu had a discussion with the new designer without asking too much, and preliminarily determined the size of the suit and the new version. After leaving there, Tang Yu did not go back to the laboratory directly, but went home to catch up on sleep, and waited for Ilay to come back from get off work to meet him and have a good talk about some things, especially regarding Asa. Whether it was out of concern for the existence of life in outer space or out of pity for his short-lived deep friendship with Asa, he did not want the other party to be innocently harmed in the political struggle. However, just at noon, when he had not yet fully returned home, he received another piece of news that shocked him. The super government and the military sentenced France to death. Chapter 103. The light energy suspension car was about to arrive at the community where Ilay's family lived. But Tang Yu subconsciously changed the address and turned the car to the new destination, the Octagon building. The most he could think of to execute France was to sentence him to life imprisonment. Now that the Delno family collapsed in the general trend, France had no chance to turn over. Imprisonment was the best way for the super government and the military to leave room for dealing with the problems of the Badoha Church. As the head of the Badoha Church, France had great prestige. If it weren't for the fact that he protected Dan, even if the Delno family fell, it would not completely endanger his position in the Badoha Church. Even now, there are still people in the Badoha Church who fully support him. For many people, France is also their spiritual pillar. Now the super government and the military sentenced France to death in such a short time, which was completely unexpected and unacceptable, including him who had a dirty relationship with France and whose relationship had deteriorated. For him, he had special feelings for France and the Badoha Church, although sometimes he just used them as tools to achieve his goals. But in terms of true feelings, his feelings for France were not just as simple as using and cooperating. At least at the critical moment, France provided him with help, and he did not want the other party to die. Soon the light energy suspension car entered the Octagon building. After the car landed, Tang Yu thought for a while before getting off the car and walking towards the main entrance of the Octagon building. After all, the super government is a behemoth. It is difficult to shake it without complete chips to control it. Tang Yu went to the front desk to make an appointment according to the process, submitted the OA process approval for meeting with the president, and then walked to the sofa in the lobby not far away and sat down, waiting for a result. Excluding the lunch break, Tang Yu waited until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon before receiving a reply to the meeting. The process was approved, and he would be able to meet with the president for 10 minutes at 4:15. After a long wait, Tang Yu's urgent mood has gradually calmed down, and during this period, he also thought of a more complete request plan. At the same time, he also planned to take advantage of this opportunity to exchange the complete version of the resistance agent with the president to obtain the authority to enter the universe system. Tang Yu ignored the noise of people coming and going in the hall, closed his eyes, and rested for dozens of minutes to recover his spirit. When the time came, he immediately stood up and walked to the elevator. When he arrived at the door of the president's office, he saw that the door was slightly open. Tang Yu paused for a moment and then pushed the door open and walked in. The smell of coffee inside the door was much stronger than that outside the door. The president was sitting at his desk at the moment, holding a small coffee cup in his old hands, sipping it in small sips. He didn't look leisurely, but he was definitely not relaxed. Tang Yu gently closed the door and walked forward in silence until he was close to the desk. He bowed slightly to the president and said hello. Mr. President. Good afternoon. The president nodded slightly, but he seemed to be more straightforward than before. He said, I didn't think you would come to see me. It might be because of France's matter, but with your personality, you should be indifferent to this matter. Tang Yu's indifferent blue eyes drooped slightly. He was silent for a moment and just replied, I don't care what kind of treatment the Delno family encounters. I just hope that the super government and the military can release Asa and revoke France's death sentence. Hearing this, the president didn't seem very surprised, but he shook his head decisively and said, with your intelligence, it is impossible not to think of the purpose of the super government and the military. The Book of Changes. Xian says, Shanjiu, Conlong will regret, and France is in such a situation now. For the super government and the military, it is an opportunity to completely recruit the Badoha Church. Tang Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. So this is the ultimate goal of the super government and the military. The president put down the coffee cup in his hand and couldn't help but smile slightly. His eyes seemed to be full of memories of the past, and said, before this, I had a regret for nearly 20 years. That is, I have not been able to completely bring the Boda Church under the jurisdiction of the government. Now this regret has finally been made up. This made Tang Yu think of something again. He said, if this is the case, then the future fate of the Boda Church is to remove the political head and then directly govern the religious management office. Paused. This is indeed a good thing. The president sighed. Yes, there are too many believers of the Boda Church in the city of science and technology. So you should understand my sentence on France. The head of the Boda Church and the manager of the Delno family. Tang Yu stopped talking, lowering his eyes in silence. The president also remained silent for a moment, watching Tang Yu's changes. After realizing that Tang Yu would not take the initiative to speak, he said again, you can rest assured about Ace's matter. Not to mention that he is a valuable talent in the city of science and technology. His contribution, as a tester of the resistance agent, can offset all the human disasters on him. Such an answer only made Tang Yu feel more complicated. Okay. In the end, he just said this, and didn't bother to talk about revoking France's death sentence. Nor did he intend to mention the matter of entering the universe system to the president. The president expected Tang Yu not to get entangled, but the other party's attitude made him feel a little bit inexplicable, a little disappointed, and a little unsatisfied. Based on his understanding of Tang Yu, he was afraid that the other party had some plans in mind. So he accepted all his answers so lightly. How is your new experiment going? The president couldn't help but bring up other topics to try to ease the somewhat silent and strange atmosphere between him and Tang Yu. Tang Yu only replied briefly, there is progress. After that, he said goodbye and left. His straightforward behavior made the president stop what he wanted to say. After calming down, he smiled kindly and said, that's it. You concentrate on the experiment. No one can harm you now. Tang Yu nodded slightly and said, Take care of yourself." After that, he bowed slightly and turned away conveniently. In fact, Tang Yu knew that this would be the answer he got when he came to see the president. But the surging emotion still drove him to the Octagon and the president's office. But if France really died, what would the city of science and technology look like? While Tang Yu was meeting the president, he convened a meeting of officers and soldiers of the Marine Exploration Battalion to arrange work. After the meeting, Suzy did not return to her residence directly, but hurriedly changed into the casual clothes she brought with her in the bathroom of the camp, and called a light-energy suspension vehicle to go directly to the meeting place agreed with others. She took the initiative to invite Jin Shi to meet. It was not that she suddenly had great courage, but that what happened in so many days was enough for her to think clearly about the causes and consequences of everything, and then make the most favorable judgment. The meeting place was a tea house with very good confidentiality. Suzy originally thought of meeting in a restaurant, which would appear to be well received, but she just wanted to quickly end the conversation with Jin Shi. Even her outfit this time revealed her inner thoughts. She was wearing only a plain cotton shirt and a pair of black jeans. She even wore black leather boots that matched her military uniform, not the complicated dress and high heels she wore in the past. Although she had enough confidence to have this conversation with Jin Shi, Suzy still couldn't help but feel a little nervous and flustered. After all, the other party was also a powerful person. While waiting for Jin Shi in the tea room, Suzy couldn't help but look at the door frequently. Although she had just received a slightly apologetic message from the other party, saying that she would be more than 10 minutes later than the appointment time due to work, she didn't have to worry about the other party suddenly showing up the next second. Suzy felt that this wait was extremely long, but when she thought about being able to decide her own life, she was instantly filled with motivation. About half an hour later, Jin Shi finally arrived. But Suzy didn't care. When he saw him push the door open, he couldn't help but flash a trace of joy on his face. This joy was keenly noticed by Jin Shi. He gently closed the door and walked towards Suzy, saying indifferently, "Is there something good that makes you happy?" This made Suzy startled. She quickly adjusted her mood and said with a slight smile, "You are finally here." "You?" Jin Shi was not unfamiliar with such a name. After all, when he was with Suzy, the other party always called him so politely and distantly. But today he felt that this "you," the word was unusually harsh. He just replied, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." He couldn't help but take a good look at the young and beautiful woman in front of him. She was dressed casually today, but she exuded a vitality he had never seen before, which was an atmosphere he had never felt before. But such a change made him feel a bit unusual. But he still couldn't help but praise, "You are very different today." He walked to the other side and sat down. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses kept falling on her gentle and calm face. Suzy just politely replied, "Thank you for the compliment." He didn't say anything else. Jin Shi glanced at the tea stove utensils on the table that had not been touched, and was silent for a moment. After a moment, his eyes fixed on Suzy again, and he slowly asked, "You took the initiative to ask me to come here. Is there something? If it's something at home, you can contact my assistant directly." Hearing this, Suzy couldn't help but lower her eyes slightly, and her palms under the table clenched slightly. She calmed down, and when she looked up, she looked at Jin Shi with a firm look. She stared straight at Jin Shi, and said in a steady voice, "I want to tell you something solemnly. I will cancel my engagement with you." This made Jin Shi, who was rolling up his sleeves to tend to the tea stove, pause. His deep eyes immediately shot at Suzy. After a few seconds, he said, "Is this your idea?" After that, he went to get the tea stove and started to prepare for the tea, still looking very leisurely and calm. Suzy watched the other party's elegant and orderly movements, nodded solemnly again, and said, "It's my idea. You also know that our encounter is absurd and full of purpose. Now everything has returned to dust, and it's time to put things to an end." Jin Shi remained silent about this. After the tea stove was lit, he said in an ambiguous way, "Do you think that He has been promoted to Lieutenant General and has the confidence to support you?" His words made Suzy stunned, and then frowned slightly. She lowered her voice and repeated, "This is my own idea. No matter what the price, I will practice my own choice. And you have achieved your goal. We should part ways in peace." Jin Shi finally stopped his seemingly casual movements. He looked up at Suzy and asked, "What do you think this engagement has brought to you?" Suzy's gentle eyebrows could not help but droop again, but she said, Men. After a pause, she said again, but I don't need men. The pleasure of the flesh is just a splendid firework. The desert outside the city is my pursuit in life. Her words immediately gave Jean Shi a great shock. And he even felt a little angry for it. He lowered his voice, stared at the other party and asked, "Is this what you learned from he lay in the army?" Susie looked him straight in the face and answered him decisively and forcefully, "Yes." Jean Shi could not help but remain silent, with many complex emotions surging in her eyes behind the lenses. But she only heard Susie continue, "I am very grateful for your help to my family before. But after this conversation with you, please withdraw your kindness. Although my parents and brother are selfish, they are not bad-hearted in nature, and their minds are not open and active. So they are not suitable to be a member of the Jean family. If they still disturb you without knowing the limit, I will definitely come to apologize and ask for forgiveness." Jean Shi remained silent, lowering her eyes and not responding to any of Susie's words. However, Susie's purpose today was just to make a unilateral announcement, so she was not bothered by the other party's silence. After about 2 minutes of rest, she stood up and said goodbye. "Mr. Jean, thank you for your care in recent times. Take care." After saying that, she bowed slightly to Jean Shi, and after straightening her back, she walked towards the door without any hesitation. Susie. Just as she opened the door, Susie suddenly heard the other party's call with an unknown emotion. She couldn't help but stop and turn around to look, and asked in confusion, "Mr. Jean, do you have any other questions?" Jean Shi was silent again. After about 10 seconds, he waved his hand and said, "You go." He turned his back to Susie, making it impossible to see his current mood. After a pause, he said, "I didn't mean to use you, but the right person is you. I'm sorry." This apology caused a huge wave in Susie's heart, and even made her feel strange about Mr. Jean in front of her. But she didn't say much about it, just said, "Take care." Then she turned around, opened the door and left. Listening to the door closing gently, Jean Shi was silent for a long time again. Finally, he extinguished the jumping flame on the tea stove, stood up anxiously, and left this tea room that was elegantly decorated but not appreciated by the two guests. Chapter 104. Tang Yu naturally resumed his life of doing experiments. But on the second day, an unexpected incident happened. He received a strange call. After asking carefully, he found out that it was from the warden of Qiantian City Prison. The other party said something very simple. France, who had been transferred to the prison for detention, wanted to see him. Hearing this information, Tang Yu suddenly thought of something. Maybe the content of his conversation with the president at the Octagon yesterday was leaked. So France asked to meet him at this moment. Not to mention that France can indeed drive the remaining forces to help him achieve some small goals after being imprisoned. If the other party really wants to see him because of what he did yesterday, then the only one who leaked this matter can be the president. But he didn't know what purpose the president would use this incident to achieve. But he felt a little uncomfortable about it. But he undoubtedly needed to make a choice between agreeing to meet or not. Meeting meant that he had to step into the new trap set by the president and others. And not meeting might make him feel regretful. In fact, he did have the idea of meeting France before he was executed. After weighing it for about half an hour, Tang Yu called the warden's phone to reply, saying that he was willing to go to the prison to meet France. The warden's reply seemed to be a draft that had been prepared long ago. He said that the prison had prepared a separate visiting room for this purpose. This shows that even if the France building has collapsed, it can still receive special care. This also makes Tang Yu more certain that the president and others are behind this matter. And France himself may also know this. Almost immediately after hanging up the phone, Tang Yu packed up his things and prepared to go to Qiantian City Prison far away from the inner city. Is it a place that is even more unbearable than the homeless management center? Prisons also restrict people's freedom. But they not only have to pay the necessary labor for reform, but are also prohibited from using the internet to connect to the outside world. And there is no welfare to speak of. The poorest people in the city of science and technology are the people in prison. At least the social animals in the homeless management center can still log onto shopping websites freely to buy what they like. Although the prison environment is extremely bad, the crime rate in the city of science and technology does not seem to have decreased much. Sociologists have shown that it may be the huge mental pressure that reduces people's compliance and perception of morality and danger, thus going astray. On the way to the prison, Tang Yu imagined many conversations with France. and therefore recalled many things that happened not long ago. But there was always a sense of confusion and nothingness surrounding him, as if nothing had happened, or just happened yesterday. France used the Buddha church to realize his desires, and the combination of desires in the Buddha church further aggravated France's extinction. All this was just about politics and power. Before he used the resistance agent to appear in the public eye with an incredible and strong attitude, he actually didn't know much about the Buddha church. He first entered the Buddha church headquarters at the invitation of France, and the impression and feeling the headquarters gave him were indeed long-lasting and thought-provoking. If France was content to manage the Buddha church in seclusion, the glory of the Delno family would probably continue for a longer time. But the power of the Buddha church is indeed too great. Even if France loyally bows to the super government, it will inevitably lead to a catastrophe one day. After all, two major power centers should not be concentrated in the hands of the same person. While thinking, the light energy suspension car had slowly landed in the territory of Xiantian City Prison. Tang Yu got off the car with a military bodyguard and went to the place agreed with the warden in the communication. However, the person waiting for Tang Yu at the prison gate was not the warden, but the warden's assistant, an overly thin and slender man. When he saw Tang Yu, he smiled and walked quickly to greet him. He looked like he thought Tang Yu would not come but finally saw him. Listening to the other party's greetings, Tang Yu just nodded slightly to the other party, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at this seemingly ordinary territory. Xiantian City's prison is not very big, just like other prisons in technology cities, but it is conceivable how densely people live inside. Tang Yu was soon taken to the separate reception room that had been prepared. The tall and thin man took him to the door, guided him in, and said that he would treat his two military bodyguards well. However, the people arranged by He Lei were as vigilant as they were. They refused the friendly treatment in the prison without waiting for Tang Yu to speak, and only said that they would stay outside the reception room. In this case, the man could not force it, but just open the door and let Tang Yu in. This reception room was not close to the place where the prisoners were held, but a small room opened from the prison's office area, specially used for VIP passage. After all, sometimes the visiting room in the prison is not a very good place to talk. As soon as he took a step inside, Tang Yu saw the still lively body in the dim light. This surprised him, because at this moment, France should feel depressed because of his defeat. Even if it was not the case, he should feel anxious and painful, instead of the smiling face like Maitreya Buddha, like a Buddha who has seen through the mundane world and transcended the world. However, despite the reality, Tang Yu could still tell from the other party's obviously thin body and face how hard and worried he had been in the past few days. As the door closed gently behind him, Tang Yu also walked slowly towards France, who was looking at him, and said, "Mr. France, good afternoon." France nodded slightly, and his crossed hands on the table loosened slightly, pointing to the seat in front of Tang Yu. "Please sit down. In fact, until the moment you walked in, I was worried whether you would come as promised, because you always have the opportunity to regret it." Tang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. His indifferent blue eyes showed a trace of seriousness. He looked at France and replied, "You worry too much." Francis couldn't help but smile and said, "Indeed, you are a trustworthy person, which is why Asa likes you very much." Tang Yu was silent for a while, but still conveyed what he learned to the other party. "Mr. President said that Asa will not be implicated in any way." Hearing Tang Yu mention Asa, France's expression softened involuntarily, and at the same time revealed a trace of pride, saying, "Any winner cannot ignore the aura of wisdom that Asa carries. I have never doubted this." Tang Yu also hummed, but France's expression suddenly changed again, becoming serious and heavy. He stared at Tang Yu closely and said, "I invited you here for Asa." Hearing this, Tang Yu lowered his eyes slightly to avoid looking at France, and did not immediately follow his words. But France did not care about these. Just continued, "You still remember? I invited you to join the Buddha church and the Delno family before, in order to find someone who can continue to protect Asa. Now that I am defeated, the bubble of power has dissipated, and I have no bargaining chips. But I still hope that you can provide him with the best protection you can for the sake of knowing Asa." Listening to France's words, which sounded like a dying entrustment, Tang Yu felt mixed emotions for a moment, and somewhat lamented the other party's fate. He was silent for a long time, then raised his eyes and slowly replied, "I accept your request," even though he knew that Tang Yu would definitely agree. when he heard the other party's words that seemed like a promise. France was still a little surprised. And then pleasantly surprised. However, he did not say much, but just looked at Tang Yu with a sincere smile. The two of them fell into silence quietly. Not long after, Tang Yu had the idea of getting up and saying goodbye, because he could now confirm that France's request to meet him was not to thank him for interceding for him to the president, or to say something else, but just for Asa, the very common reason why he was initially involved with France and the Badoha Church. This made him wonder if there was any secret in Asa that made France defend him so much. Or maybe this was what a real father should do. Francis did not try to stop Tang Yu from leaving, but when he stood up, he said the last sentence, "Please bring an apology to Lemons for me." He was a devout believer in the Badoha Church. "I'm sorry that I shielded the culprit who killed his mother because of my political ambitions." This shocked Tang Yu a little, because it was so rare for someone like France, who had been in a high position for so long, to be able to easily put down his status and say an apology. But this also made Tang Yu feel a little cold, which meant that the glorious era of France and the Badoha Church had come to an end. "Okay," Tang Yu answered as he was told. He didn't say much, and turned away with his still indifferent eyes. Tang Yu was busy with his work again, but he was preparing to implement something that had been prepared for a long time. And the first thing was to meet Admiral Freston. However, before he put it into practice, he heard a piece of news that made him silent for a long time. France died of heart failure due to hunger strike before the execution time, and passed away in the spring of 2253. This news undoubtedly shocked Tang Yu, because just yesterday, he had a conversation with France, who was in good condition. The news of France's sudden death also shocked the minds and hearts of the people in the city of science and technology. His death sentence did make people gradually accept the fact that he would eventually die, but they never expected it to happen so suddenly. I thought the internet would be in an uproar because of this incident, but unexpectedly there was silence. The government obviously did not list the name of Francis as a banned word, but he was rarely mentioned on the internet. There is probably only one possibility. That is, the people who heard the news were still in a daze and did not react, because Francis had been wandering in the Badoha Church for half a century. How could he leave the world in a quiet way? This does not conform to the public's usual cognition. Tang Yu pondered for a long time. He thought that the super government and the military secretly executed France. However, after he asked He Lay to help him find out the news, the truth he got was completely unbelievable and complicated. The warden was a believer of the hidden Badoha Church. With his help, France got the poison he wanted and committed suicide. The super government and the military also acquiesced to this act that completely violated the laws of the City of Science and Technology. France was undoubtedly proud, so he chose this way to end his predetermined fate. He knew that Badoha would not accept suicidal souls, but he still chose to end his life in this way, which was amazing. But there is no doubt that his death was as decisive as Anna's. Not long after, Tang Yu heard another happy news that Asa was released unharmed. However, Asa returned to the secret research base immediately after he came out. As for what kind of impact France's death had on him, Tang Yu could not know for the time being. Due to the sudden incident of France, Tang Yu had to postpone what he was going to do for a day, and only went to find Admiral Freston the next afternoon. Chapter 105. Tang Yu was surprised that he easily made an appointment with Admiral Freston, and was able to meet him soon. His original plan was to have a brief conversation with him at the end of his get-off-work day. When he arrived at the door of Admiral Freston's office, Tang Yu stood still for a moment before reaching out and ringing the doorbell. The door opened quickly, and Tang Yu pushed it in without hesitation. He saw Admiral Freston working at his desk with a holographic screen and paper documents. He frowned slightly and looked serious. However, when he heard Tang Yu's footsteps, Freston immediately stopped working, looked up at the person not far away, and said, "Wait a minute. Find a place to sit first." As he spoke, he was already turning off the holographic projection screen. Tang Yu did not find a place to sit down as he was told, but walked directly to Freston's desk and bluntly stated the purpose of his visit. "Admiral, I would like to ask you for a favor. This matter will definitely benefit the Harris family." Freston was stunned by these words, and his hands, that were sorting out paper documents, stopped. He looked up at Tang Yu, and his eyes, which were always cold, showed a hint of surprise at this moment. He thought Tang Yu came to question him about Chiolan's matter, but the topic mentioned had nothing to do with this matter. Tang Yu watched Preston's changes, and his indifferent eyes gradually became deeper. He was silent until the other party reacted and asked him calmly, "What's the matter?" Tang Yu paused for a moment before slowly saying, "I have evidence to identify Minister of Environmental Survey Nicholas. If you can provide assistance, I will allow the Harris family to smoothly annex the Cotton family." Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Preston was still shocked when he heard Tang Yu say this. He was silent for 2 seconds before he couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Tang Yu did not directly answer Preston's question, but continued, "Do you agree?" Preston could not help but remain silent. In fact, even if Tang Yu had not asked him to do this, he would have taken action against Nicholas and the Cotton family at the right time, because he had sent people to investigate Nicholas before, and he was the culprit who spread rumors to slander him and Tang Yu. In fact, Nicholas did this because he was jealous of Preston for helping He Lei, and because he was instigated by Edgar to attack He Lei and Preston because of his brother. After thinking quickly for a moment, Preston spoke again. "What evidence do you have?" Tang Yu only said, "If you promise me, I will give it to you." Preston frowned slightly, but said in a strange tone, "Why don't you find He Lei?" This made Tang Yu fall into silence for a while, and even looked at Preston with a look as if he suddenly didn't understand the other party. He wanted to say something, but finally kept silent. Preston looked at him like this, and instantly restored his cold and majestic expression. After a long time, he slowly said, "Since you have a plan, then do it." Tang Yu nodded slightly. His reaction was calm, as if the result of the matter had been expected. At this time, he put the exquisitely carved metal box in his hand on the desk, and pushed it towards Preston. Preston only then noticed that Tang Yu came with something. He only heard the other party say, "These are 2,000-year orchid flowers. I did a special treatment to maintain the color and shape. If you take good care of it, it can be preserved forever. This is the 1,000-year orchid planted by my mother more than 20 years ago in the 5th numbered area. It is a thank you gift for you." This made Preston's cold face show visible shock. His eyes shifted to the metal box that looked a bit gorgeous. He stared at it for a few seconds, and finally reached out to open it. As Tang Yu said, there were 2 fresh flowers in the box that looked like they had just been picked. According to the properties of the 1,000-year orchid, they should be 1 male and 1 female. But his shock was not only due to this, but also because Tang Yu planted this thing without his knowledge. And Tang Yu never joked about his mother. Speaking of which, he didn't have many relics of his lover, and the only newly added item was the goose bone flute that Tang Yu gave him when he wanted to trade with him not long ago. After a long time, Preston said in a hoarse voice, "Do you remember the address of the 1,000-year orchid?" Tang Yu did not hide it, but said, "It is the place where you and your mother first met." Preston was silent again, but the sadness that was visible to the naked eye began to spread all over his body. Tang Yu could not help but lower his eyes, but just looked at him indifferently. After a long time, Preston spoke again, but he did not continue the topic about Tang Yu. He only said, "Give me the evidence. I will arrange this matter, and you will be a hero of the Harris family." Tang Yu did not comment on this, but took off a soft plastic chip stuck on the skin inside his left wrist, and handed it to Preston. Not long after, Tang Yu left Preston's office. He wandered aimlessly in the wide square in front of the military building for a while, before going home in the golden light of the setting sun. However, just after arriving home, Tang Yu received another strange message. However, when he opened it, he found that the sender was not unfamiliar. It was Miss Jiulan, whom he had met once before. The other party sent a message saying that she would go to Qiatian City again tomorrow and asked him if he was free, whether he could accompany her to the History Museum of Qiatian City tomorrow to help her take some pictures for courseware. Such an invitation made Tang Yu incredible, and he even doubted Miss Jiulan's purpose. After all, they had only met once. If she still didn't give up on He Lei, then he might have to destroy her ruthlessly. Excluding emotional factors, he was more inclined to believe that Miss Jiulan's initiative to invite him was in line with the will of the Harris family. Although he had only met her once, her behavior was enough to show what kind of person she was. Miss Jiulan was introverted and reserved, and she didn't seem like someone who would actively invite strangers. After thinking it over again and again, Tang Yu decided to meet Miss Jiulan. After all, it was entirely possible that the Harris family would take certain measures after he had just made a deal with Admiral Preston. However, he did not intend to inform He Lei in advance about meeting Miss Jiulan, so as not to cause unnecessary doubts on the other side. The next morning, After Tang Yu packed up, he drove to the History Museum of Qiantian City with 2 military bodyguards. Although the History Museum of Qiantian City is not the museum with the richest collection of cultural relics among the 18 science and technology cities, it is the museum that retains the oldest existing objects, including the bronze shield of the boy from Samos Island made around 640 BC, the 4-sheep square tripod from the late Shang dynasty of China, and some Homo sapiens skulls excavated when exploring the origin of mankind, etc. As a medical biohuman researcher, the History Museum was also a place he often visited in the past, because such a place could give him good inspiration for research. Not long after, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the History Museum. He left the 2 military bodyguards on the light-powered suspension vehicle, and disguised himself to meet Miss Jiuan. Miss Jiuan, as the inviter, came earlier than Tang Yu. Tang Yu followed the sparse crowd and approached the solemn and magnificent arch-relief door of the History Museum. He saw the graceful and beautiful girl standing upright at the corner of the door. The tall arch made her slender body look very petite. She was wearing a white gauze long skirt with a standing round collar. The warm breeze squeezed the thin skirt to fit her body, making her figure more graceful. Her long black hair was slightly lifted in the direction of the wind, soft and wanton, even though they were a short distance apart. Tang Yu looked into her eyes at once. Her golden pupils were no longer as gentle and restrained as before, but like the boundless starry sky, looking down at the countless creatures with a compassionate gaze. Such Jiuan undoubtedly made him feel unfamiliar. Tang Yu could not help but slow down his pace towards her, staring at her closely, hoping to get more time to think about where this unfamiliarity came from. However, at the moment when he had doubts, Miss Jiuan's eyes became extremely ordinary and bright, with familiar shyness and nervousness. For a moment, Tang Yu thought he was dazzled just now, but he believed that his eyes would not make mistakes. In this way, Miss Jiuan's invitation to him to the History Museum became even more intriguing. When Tang Yu was about to approach Jiuan also took 2 quick steps to meet him. She behaved as gentle and reserved as always, and called Professor Tang in a low voice. But her 2 hands holding the bag rubbed back and forth in a somewhat helpless manner, as if she was a little nervous. Tang Yu looked at Jiuan inconspicuously, slightly suppressed his doubts, and then nodded gently and said to her, "Miss Jiuan, good morning. I am very happy to meet you again. But after all, I am studying medical biology, and I don't know much about history. I hope I can help you." Hearing this, Jiuan hurriedly shook her head and said in a slightly anxious tone, "Professor Tang has already helped me a lot by coming here as promised. In fact, I have another idea today, which is to make a set of illustrations of visiting the History Museum with Professor Tang as the protagonist. You may not be particularly clear about what kind of special scientist you are in the eyes of children." After she finished speaking, she paused, and her fair face couldn't help but blush as she was used to being shy, just like a few petals of a light pink camellia in full bloom. She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm actually very happy to meet you. Although it's in that way, and on that occasion. But it doesn't matter. By the way, I asked Lieutenant General He to pass on the gift to you. Do you like it?" After saying that, she finally raised her head expectantly. Listening to Miss Jiuan saying so many words in one go, Tang Yu was a little stunned for a while, because his first impression of Miss Jiuan was that she didn't think she had such a lively and agile appearance. But in fact Miss Jiuan should be a girl who is both introverted and lively. He nodded slightly and praised, "Miss Jiu has a good talent for painting." This made Jiuan a little flattered. Her face became more rosy, but her eyebrows and eyes were undoubtedly brighter. However, she did not continue this topic, but asked Tang Yu to buy a ticket to enter the History Museum. Soon they entered the museum. There is no big difference between the museum today and the previous museum. The special effects are more realistic, and the atmosphere is more real. Every cultural relic still corresponds to a historical story, which may be passionate or compassionate. Although it is just a still life, it has infinite power to express the details buried in the long river of history through the traces of time. After about 2 hours of walking, Jiuan finally collected the material she wanted with the help of Tang Yu. Although she could use the clearest holographic projection screen to play every trace of the History Museum in class, she still chose to go to the scene to collect the most authentic content to make the lecture more lively and interesting. In fact, Tang Yu felt that he was far less familiar with the History Museum than Miss Jiuan, because she was often the one who was talking, and he was listening quietly. But this undoubtedly deepened his suspicion of Miss Jiuan. And what was the meaning of his passive appearance here that he didn't know? Near the end, Tang Yu planned to invite her to the nearby commercial district for lunch out of courtesy. But he unexpectedly lost contact with Miss Qiulan, who said she was going to the bathroom. He was even more puzzled by this. But at the same time, he had to look for someone everywhere. In fact, there was another point that made him suspicious. That was the homosexual scandal that broke out between him and Elaine not long ago. Although Miss Qiulan was not interested in gossip, she would not act as if this had never happened when she greeted him. And her attitude towards him would not be so natural, at least. If we analyze it further, it would be even more interesting. As the heroine who was intended to be married to an outstanding major general by her family, she would not invite one of the male protagonists to meet her shortly after the homosexual scandal subsided. With all kinds of doubts, Tang Yu kept looking for Miss Qiulan in the museum that was as complicated as a maze. After about 10 minutes, he saw Miss Qiulan standing upright in front of a very old oil painting in a very hidden corner. She showed that kind and nostalgic look again, as if everything around her became dignified, separating her from the mundane outside world, showing her real uniqueness. If he didn't know from her words that she was a very mentally healthy person, Tang Yu couldn't help but doubt whether Miss Qiulan had symptoms of dual personality. But he intuitively knew that this reason was not valid, because through her eyes, he didn't see the other personality of the other person, but could really feel the existence of another person. And this person even made him feel a little familiar. Tang Yu's arrival did not cause Miss Qiulan too much emotion. She still stared at the old oil painting quietly. The oil painting looked very special. Its composition was complicated and detailed. The theme was the deep blue seabed and a mysterious woman with long black hair like seaweed floating in the sea. She raised her hand to the air. Her neck was slightly raised, and the palm of her other hand was facing the seabed, as if she was lovingly caressing a creature close to her. The painter undoubtedly showed her divinity and mercy to the fullest, so that people could not help but ignore her delicate face like a girl. Tang Yu's eyes followed Qiulan's eyes and fell on the oil painting. He was deeply attracted and even slightly surprised by it. Just when Tang Yu was absorbed in the painting, Qiulan's soft voice said, "This painting has been hung here for a long time, but not many people know about it. The legend of the goddess in the painting comes from a replica of the Shoggoth in the Cthulhu mythology. Her creator got inspiration from it and made her into a god who rules the ocean. There is a magical saying that this sea is the sea of time, and her will run through the entire human germination and decline." Speaking of this, Qiulan paused. Her eyes peeled off from the painting and gradually projected to Tang Yu beside her. Tang Yu also looked at her involuntarily. When he looked at the other's golden pupils that contained everything, a name hidden in his memory gradually awakened. Although the relevant fragments he could remember were very few. Qiulan said again, "Alice? Anin. This is her name." After saying that, she gave Tang Yu a meaningful smile. Tang Yu was very sure at this moment that the Miss Qiulan in front of him was definitely not the real Miss Qiulan. But if she was parasitized by a spirit, it was completely impossible, because there were very few parasites who could escape the spirit detector. "What do you know?" Tang Yu asked, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. However, the only response he got was a syllable full of doubt from Miss Qiulan. And then she continued, "Are you talking about Alice? Anin? I also got some information from reading about this painting in a certain unofficial history. This painting seems to have been painted by a European missionary during the reign of Emperor Kangxi during the Qin dynasty of China. At that time, because the missionary offended Emperor Kangxi, his paintings were also listed as taboos. And this painting also ended up in a private collection hall and was passed down by the family. Later, when the family was destroyed, it ended up in the History Museum." Qiulan patiently answered Tang Yu's questions with the information she knew. But Tang Yu didn't listen much, because Miss Qiulan, who was explaining, just looked at him with a pair of ordinary bright golden eyes, without the strange brilliance just now. But he also came to a conclusion that he had to accept. This illusory existence around Miss Qiulan, which he could not see, might have been playing with him with a playful heart, or trying to attract his attention. Until the end of the tour, Miss Qiulan was still normal. Tang Yu just kept silent, never observing her more, and did not speak to break this delicate balance. Whether the real Miss Qiulan is willing to invite him to meet at the History Museum? The answer is obvious. After Tang Yu sent Qiulan back to her temporary residence, he returned to the laboratory. He felt that if he conducted an experiment at this moment, it might be more conducive to his thinking. But on the way back, Tang Yu suddenly remembered what Miss Jiulan said, and immediately realized the contradiction. If this oil painting was created during the reign of Emperor Kangxi, it would have nothing to do with the Cthulhu mythology that has only emerged in modern times. Right? Unless time and space can be shuttled back and forth to some extent. And there are powerful people who control the magnificent memories in the Sea of Time. Chapter 106. It was night, and although the temperature was higher than the dog days of summer, a bone-chilling coldness instantly swept over Nicholas in his sleep. He suddenly woke up, and the surroundings were so quiet that he could clearly hear the thumping of his heart. At this moment, a lot of fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead and temples, and his body was tense like a taut string. He only felt that some vague worry instantly spread and clenched his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Nicholas had a nightmare, which was bizarre but extremely sinister, and almost scared him to death. After he woke up, he still didn't feel like he had been reborn, and even felt a little superstitious that this was a sign of some disaster. From the moment when the former head of the Bedoha Church, France, and his Delno family building collapsed, Nicholas has been sleepless for several nights. Although there was no bloody killing in the fall of the first family of Delno, the city of science and technology, it was the calmness hidden under this small disturbance that made people extremely frightened. The super government and the military acted so quickly, and France's sudden death added a weird and gloomy color to this matter. He has not forgotten that not long ago, Dean Jiang threatened to ask the president to transfer him from his original position. Although this matter has not been implemented, it is precisely because of this that he is worried all day long. And even when the tragedy of the Delno family happened, after that, he always felt that the next person that the super government and the military would sanction was him, and the Kenton family behind him. He had not forgotten how Freston and He Lei, who were now the generals and lieutenant generals of Qiantian City, had joined forces to eliminate his brother's candidacy for the lieutenant general selection. Thinking of this, Nicholas no longer cared about what nightmare he had just had in his sleep. His top priority at the moment was to resolve the crisis of being transferred or suspended. If he really fell into such a dangerous situation, the matter about Li Zhang and Yi might not be completely buried. At this moment, Nicholas was no longer sleepy, and before dawn, he began to plan all measures to prevent the tragedy from happening. Early in the morning, Nicholas went to the Environmental Monitoring Center to start his work for the day. But his heart was not on the trivial work. He called the minister's secretary to the office and asked him to go to the Croton family's shop to prepare a valuable gift for him. Soon the minister's secretary came back with a palm-sized iron box. Nicholas opened the gift and looked at it carefully. He put it in his briefcase with great satisfaction, then got up and left the office. Nicholas planned to meet Vice President Edgar, although it was not good to bribe openly in the super government. This was the only way to show his determination to please the other party. Although the vice president had a handle on him, the most important thing between politicians was the exchange of interests. He believed that the Scott family was unwilling to lose such a powerful ally as the Croton family. Nicholas also followed the procedure to make an appointment at the front desk and submitted a meeting application. Perhaps because it was close to lunch break, the vice president's approval was particularly fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, Nicholas took the elevator to the vice president's office, knowing that someone would come. The door of the vice president's office was not closed at this moment, but slightly open. Nicholas looked at the crack of the door that let in a ray of light, and his heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly became uneasy again. His body was obviously tense, but the smile on his face was already flattering to the extreme before he saw the vice president. Nicholas reached out and knocked on the door. Hearing a voice from inside, he pushed the door and walked in nervously and anxiously. He looked forward and saw that Vice President Edgar was leisurely drinking tea at his desk, looking at him, who was walking in from the door with a half smile. Seeing this, Nicholas could not figure out the vice president's thoughts. He just smiled as humbly as possible. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowed and shouted, "Mr. Vice President, good afternoon." His slightly funny tone and posture made Edgar burst out laughing. He looked at Nicholas meaningfully and said slowly, "Where is this east wind blowing? Bringing you? The Minister of Environmental Testing?" Hearing this, Nicholas was immediately terrified and hurriedly smiled. "Mr. Vice President, what are you talking about? You have taken such good care of the Environmental Testing Center. As the person in charge of the Environmental Testing Center, I should really contact you more often to express my gratitude." Listening to the flattery, Edgar just took a sip of tea and smiled without saying anything. Nicholas observed the vice president's expression and saw that he didn't seem to be unhappy. So he slightly adjusted his speech and pretended to be reluctant to say to him, "But to be honest, I came to see the vice president today to ask for an important matter." After that, he smiled flatteringly and said, "Of course, if you feel uncomfortable listening to the vice president, you can pretend not to hear it." Edgar just looked at him with interest. Nicholas felt greatly encouraged by this, and slightly suppressed his uneasiness, and said, "It's all about the Environmental Testing Center. Not long ago, Dean Jiang questioned the Environmental Testing Center and intended to make major rectifications. But even if he is willing, the rectification will not be changed overnight." And, at this point, he couldn't help but carefully glance at Edgar's face. Seeing that the other party didn't look strange, Nicholas felt relieved and continued, "The Cotton family is now on the same boat with the Scott family. If the Scott family loses its eyes and ears in the Environmental Testing Center, it would be a great pity." These words made Edgar raise half of his eyebrows in interest, and the fox smile at the corner of his mouth was even more unfathomable. He stared at Nicholas for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Then, I wonder what the Minister of Environmental Testing is going to do." Nicholas chuckled twice in a flattering manner and said, "Of course, I will firmly follow you, the vice president." As he said that, he quickly opened his briefcase, took out the iron box, opened it gently, placed it on the desk facing Edgar, and slowly pushed it towards the man. "It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. I hope you, the vice president, will accept it." Edgar's eyes fell on this inconspicuous little iron box, which contained a strange thing. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but show appreciation in his eyes and praised, "What a delicate object." Nicholas quickly smiled and said, "This is a 9-layer ivory carved ghost ball from the middle of the Ming Dynasty in China. The hollow carved ball inside is only about 8 centimeters in diameter. Small and exquisite. And natural. Even after hundreds of years, it is still translucent and shiny. The Minister of Environmental Survey is really good at catering to his needs." Edgar looked away after just 2 glances, as if this thing was not a rare thing. However, ivory products are indeed in short supply today when elephants have become extinct, and collections of ivory are rare and valuable. Not to mention that it is an antique. Nicholas said quickly, "How can it compare to your collections, the vice president? This ghost ball is probably inferior in comparison." Edgar smiled but said nothing, and took another sip of tea slowly. Nicholas secretly observed the changes in the other party, and for a moment he was a little unsure of the situation. "Then, Mr. Vice President," he said hesitantly. Edgar put down his teacup, reached out to close the very plain iron box, then turned to Nicholas and slowly pushed it back, saying meaningfully, as the minister said, "We are on the same ship. You are being too polite." Nicholas was stunned by Edgar's actions. He didn't expect that the other party would refuse such a valuable thing. After all, this ghost ball is one of the treasures in the antique shop of the Cotton family. The other party doesn't even look down on this thing. Or, thinking of this, Nicholas couldn't help but tremble in his heart. But before he could react, Edgar had already spoken to him and implicitly ordered him to leave. "I have to meet with the president later to discuss continuing to visit various technology cities, so I won't keep you here, Minister." Nicholas' heart sank when he heard this. He wanted to say something, but he was frightened by the vice president's sharp and smiling eyes, and dared not say a word. Whether the other party would help him suddenly became a mystery. So Nicholas could only go home in a daze. He took the iron box on the desk and put it back in his briefcase. He forced a flattering smile, bowed to the vice president, and left with heavy steps. The setbacks from the vice president made Nicholas very uneasy. Before he sat in the office for a few minutes, he felt unwell and skipped work to go home to rest. Back home, the quiet and warm atmosphere made Nicholas relax a lot. At this moment, the private butler was tending to the dark green roses that his wife had bought not long ago on the balcony. The small sound of shoveling soil attracted his attention and made him walk to the balcony. In the face of hot weather, even the glass windows of the balcony have the function of absorbing heat. Because of this, ordinary indoors can also support flowers and plants. Nicholas stood quietly at the door of the balcony and watched the private butler shoveling soil. His scattered thoughts suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where did the lady go?" When asked, the private butler, who was concentrating on his work, raised his head and replied mechanically, The lady was invited by Mrs. Smith at noon. It seems that she is going to go to Scorching community to look at the rental house. She said that she was going to prepare a place for her niece, who was coming to Scorching City for a long vacation. When Nicholas heard about Scorching community, his mind froze for a moment. And in just a moment, a sense of panic swept over him. He couldn't help but ask, "Just go to see the house?" The private butler nodded slightly and replied, "Mrs. Smith did say so." However, Nicholas felt more and more uneasy, because Scorching community hides a secret that few people know. Excessive worry made Nicholas frown tightly, and the multiple pressures made him very anxious, especially when he thought of Freston and Eli, who were doing well at the moment. This anxiety could not help but be mixed with more and more anger. By dinner time, his wife still hadn't returned. Nicholas suppressed his anger and asked his butler to contact the other party. However, surprisingly, no one answered the call. Nicholas was surprised by this. He was even too nervous and anxious. He couldn't help but wonder if his wife had met with an accident because of his affairs. After all, he had the precedent of the France and Delno families. He didn't think his situation was safe. However, just when he was worried, he received a message that made him even more upset. Dean Jiang asked him to go to his office in the Institute building immediately without explaining what the matter was. Seeing such information, Nicholas's anger disappeared immediately. He only felt that his stomach was very tight and uncomfortable, and even his heart was so anxious that he wanted to drink water frequently. However, the more water he drank, the more uncomfortable his stomach was, and the more uncomfortable his stomach was, the more anxious his heart was, and gradually it became a vicious cycle. In just a few minutes, Nicholas thought of no less than 10 reasons why Dean Jiang wanted to see him. He subconsciously tended to think that Dean Jiang was going to start implementing those decisions specifically targeting him. The most important thing is that he can't not go to see Dean Jiang. Otherwise his situation will be more worrying, giving Dean Jiang more excuses to punish him. After a long time of hesitation, Nicholas was ready to go out. But just as he walked to the door, he was stopped by the private butler's short exclamation. He couldn't help but turn his head and saw that the other party was staring at the holographic projection screen. And there was visible shock on his serious face. "Mr. Nicholas, the mistress was beaten by the mistress you exposed and was hospitalized. And the mistress was also sent to the plastic surgery hospital for treatment." Chapter 107. This sentence, which was full of shock in both content and tone, made Nicholas stiffen all over, and he felt a chill through his bones. He couldn't think about why his mistress, who had been hiding so well, was exposed without any warning. He was more worried about how to face his wife and endure her fierce and domineering condemnation, and how the scandal of his private life would affect his political career. A huge panic swept over Nicholas. But suddenly, he calmed down. He waved at the stunned private butler with a gloomy face and asked, "Is it known on the internet?" After the private butler came to his senses, he quickly walked towards Nicholas, who had a gloomy face. Such an employer made him feel terrified. He was silent for a second before replying. "Yes," Nicholas sneered and said. "Go and find out about the wife's situation. Also, about that woman. Find someone to take her out of the plastic surgery hospital and look for her somewhere else. I want to ask her some questions in person." He suspected that this woman had betrayed him. So when his wife unexpectedly appeared in Scorching community, the two sides had a general meeting. He had clearly warned the other party many times not to have any contact with his wife. But the woman, who was as charming and seductive as a daughter flower, still disobeyed his orders. The private butler quickly took on the task, collected more information, and immediately went out. After the butler left, Nicholas immediately contacted his secretary, Rice, and asked him to do everything he could to suppress the scandal, or even erase it. After calming down a little, Nicholas also noticed a lot of loopholes in this matter. I am afraid that since Mrs. Smith invited his wife to Scorching community, he was forced to walk into a carefully designed trap. And this trap is not just that simple. However, Nicholas expected it well, because just a private emotional news about a mistress and a wife fighting and being hospitalized triggered a tsunami of online public opinion. And even his secretary spending money to press the hot search was completely a drop in the bucket. So this was a completely carefully planned calculation, and more like a chain of tricks. Sure enough, not long after, all kinds of gossip about him broke out one after another. Nicholas was so angry that he almost lost his mind. But he felt helpless. especially when he received the message from Dean Jiang urging him to go to the office in the Institute building. This negative emotion instantly reached its peak. Although he knew that the conspiracy was approaching, Nicholas decided to go to the Institute building to meet Dean Jiang. Even though this meeting was destined to be full of stiffness, coldness and chills. At this moment, Nicholas knew very well how much he hated Dean Jiang and the Institute, as well as Freston and Elay, who might be the culprits of persecuting him. The night had already deepened, and the sky was so dark and chaotic that it seemed that he could not wait for the dawn. With a heavy heart, Nicholas got on the light-powered hovercraft and flew slowly to the Research Institute building at the slowest speed. The fear and terror that only appeared in nightmares crawled all over his body involuntarily. Nicholas felt a chill for no reason, as if a cold poisonous snake was crawling behind him, raising its head high and preparing to stab him with its sharp fangs. The main entrance hall of the Research Institute building was still brightly lit, and the front desk had just been replaced by the night shift staff. After Nicholas entered the hall, he looked around, but was immediately locked by the sharp and serious eyes of the staff on duty. He was shocked when he saw this, and felt that this front desk was a little strange. After calming down, Nicholas comforted himself that he was in a state of panic. He tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened and walked forward, trying to stay calm and apply for a hovering device from the front desk. But his thoughts were involuntarily distracted to his wife. His idea at the moment was also very simple. If she could sleep in the hospital forever, he would not have to endure her strong attitude and chattering, because he was absorbed in his thoughts. Nicholas also missed the strange look the front desk gave him. After putting on the hovering device in the special area next to him, Nicholas continued to fly to the office where Dean Jiang was. He now needed to go through the hall and enter the area where the research buildings were located, and then fly to a place 2 or 3 kilometers away from here. However, when he flew to the door, a group of people suddenly rushed out. He was startled, but he only saw the black muzzle of the gun blending into the night, already aiming straight at him. At this moment, Nicholas fully felt the dangerous atmosphere coming towards him. He finally confirmed that he had indeed fallen into a trap, and Dean Jiang's so-called meeting with him was just an excuse to deal with him. His current situation was just like what France had suffered. He was on one side, and all enemies on the other side. For the first time, Nicholas felt that he was going to die, under the strong coercion. He raised his hands tremblingly, but his weak consciousness seized his body first. Before he could see how he was caught, he fell to the ground and fainted. Nicholas was arrested, and soon more evidence of his crimes was immediately announced to the public. The belated truth was enough to make the people of the City of Science and Technology sigh and hate him for years. The military released a recording, and the witness in the recording was Izhinin, who had maliciously leaked the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the scavenger beetle and committed suicide not long ago. In the recording, he not only pointed out that Nicholas, the director of the Environmental Monitoring Center, arranged for him to frame he laid during the mission, but also pointed out that the other party had asked him to leak the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the scavenger beetle. The mystery about Izhinin that had troubled everyone before was finally solved. But the network of the City of Science and Technology unexpectedly fell into silence. The people even suspected that this magical thing was fake. Their strong supporter, Lieutenant General He Lei, was almost murdered, and the matter of carrion beetles could be used by politicians as a political means. And the culprit of all this was able to do these things with peace of mind, just for his own selfish desires. However, the arrested Nicholas did not know the truth that had been leaked at this moment. After waking up in the temporary detention center, he suddenly resisted stubbornly and asked the military in a very bad attitude why they arrested him. The officer in charge of arresting Nicholas kindly removed the device that blocked the internet for him and guided Nicholas to go online to find out the situation. The officer's good temper towards him made Nicholas alert, but his greater curiosity still drove him to convince himself to flick off the holographic projection screen. He wanted to know what absurd and ridiculous scandals were slandering him after he was arrested. At this moment, the uneasy and panic emotions swept over him involuntarily. Nicholas felt dizzy, but he still clicked on a social platform to search for information. However, after seeing the first message about him, he wished he could faint immediately. His secretary, Rise, actually publicly identified him on the internet. It was he who used the method of spirit parasitism to kill the innocent Professor Li Zheng and destroyed the experimental results that were invaluable to the City of Science and Technology. Nicholas looked at the message posted by Rise for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Who did Rice betray him and follow now? Preston. He lay. Or Vice President Edgar, who was ambiguous about him. On the second day after Nicholas was arrested, the military and the super government issued a trial document about him. And the matter of Professor Li Zheng and Yi Jianan was immediately filed for investigation. Seeing that things had come to this point, Tang Yu's breath of resentment in his heart could finally be relieved. On the third day, Nicholas was tried in the Supreme Court. Tang Yu was invited by Admiral Preston to participate in the trial as a member of the hearing panel. Tang Yu stayed up all night to do experiments last night and only had a short sleep in the laboratory. However, when he woke up in the morning, he felt so energetic that he didn't even need any sleep. After chatting with He lay online for a few words, Tang Yu packed up and went to the Supreme Court. What surprised him was that Admiral Preston was so efficient that he mobilized the military and the super government to deploy this series of tricks in just a few days, and set a trap for Nicholas. After today's trial, Nicholas must be sentenced to life imprisonment if not death. I heard that many members of the Cotton family had fled in panic yesterday, fearing that they would be implicated. Some were brave enough to go to their respective masters. It can be said that from the moment Nicholas' scandal broke out, the Cotton family was on the verge of disintegration. The most seriously implicated person was his younger brother, Major General Abner, who had been suspended from all duties by the military and was under house arrest in disguise. Not long after, Tang Yu arrived at the multifunctional conference room of the Supreme Court. Beyond his expectation, there was already a huge crowd of people in the conference room, even more than the normal number of people in the hearing panel. And the noisy conversation inside clearly made people feel a very strong anger and hatred that had been suppressed for a long time. Without asking, you know that these people are all here for Nicholas. During the time when Professor Li Zheng died, his research topics were inadvertently revealed to the public. The public half-truthfully knew how he was doing experiments that would benefit mankind. However, such a great achievement was not only not made public to benefit mankind, but also cost Professor Li Zheng an innocent life. There were so many people inside that there was no seat to be found. Tang Yu had to find a seat that was convenient for watching and squeezed in. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask and did not cause a commotion at the scene. 2 military bodyguards also squeezed beside him to separate him from the crowd. The court session started soon. The judges entered and sat down one by one. When the trial was about to end, the defendant Nicholas was summoned to enter the court. At the same time, the most favorable witness, Nicholas's former closest work partner, Secretary Rice, was also summoned. From the moment Nicholas entered the court, Tang Yu's eyes stopped on him. Nicholas had lost a lot of weight at this moment, and the familiar flattery was completely gone. The corners of his mouth curved downward in an almost exaggerated arc of sorrow, and he showed a dull and numb expression. When he was escorted into the court by 2 soldiers, he was like a deaf-mute sculpture, ignoring the surrounding movements. Tang Yu looked at Nicholas twice more, and then turned his eyes to Rice. The secretary of the former Minister of Environmental Measurement did not show any depression or panic at this moment, and was even a little scary in his calmness. In fact, he did not expect that Les would surrender and become a strong witness against Nicholas. But it would be a lie to say that there was no one behind this. But the person behind this should not be Admiral Preston. After the trial began, the judge spoke, and then the lawyer hired by the military as the proxy plaintiff first read out the evidence about Nicholas's guilt, and then played the recording that could prove Nicholas's guilt. In the recording, Yi Jianan stated in a heavy and hesitant tone that he was ordered by Nicholas to frame He lay by suicide while on a mission, and that he was asked by the other party to leak the image of the anthropomorphic evolution of the carrion beetle. What makes people feel most credible is that Yi Jianan said a sentence at the end of the recording. If I die one day, this recording will prove that I was wronged. I hope it can protect my family from harm. I am ashamed of the city of science and technology, and even more ashamed of myself. In just a few minutes, the recording came to an abrupt end. Although the people present had heard this recording from an unknown source on the internet once, when they heard it again, they were more than just shocked and mixed. Thinking of Nicholas's cruel murder of Professor Li Zheng by means of spiritual parasitism, the people in the hearing panel could not help but become agitated, and each of them stared at him with hatred. Nicholas was not a popular leader or researcher. Even the Cotton family was suspected of being notorious in the city of science and technology. So almost everyone was furious after learning about Nicholas's crime. Nicholas came back to his senses a little after half of the trial, But the first thing he did after waking up was to stare at Rice in the witness stand with anger and hatred, and shouted excitedly, "Rice, you despicable villain. My dog has a better conscience than you. Why do you betray me?" Nicholas' eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and he struggled desperately to rush to Rice, who couldn't help frowning. Without the instructions from the judge, Rice wisely remained silent, just looking at Nicholas with indifference, and had no intention of explaining. However, the more he did this, the more he angered Nicholas. However, the soldier next to him was prepared, and he took out the gag that he had prepared long ago and blocked his mouth neatly. Nicholas was immediately so angry that he kept crying. The jury was already talking in a mess at this moment, and the voices gradually became louder, and the chaos and noise felt like a market. Tang Yu just watched all this quietly in a corner of the jury. At this time, Vice President Edgar, who participated in the trial, signaled to the presiding judge, and then looked at Nicholas, who was still excited, and said, "Suspect Nicholas, the death of Professor Li Zheng is one of the important reasons why you are standing here to accept the trial. Regarding the experimental results of Professor Li Zheng, I hope you can confess and be lenient. From the details explained by your secretary, I guess that you are so bold and fearless that you should not easily destroy such an important experimental result." Hearing Edgar's question, Nicholas was afraid and resisted. He could not openly hate Edgar, so he could only silently glare at Les. At this time, the soldier escorting him took off the gag and asked him to respond. However, Nicholas just took a few quick deep breaths. In contrast to his excitement just now, he fell into silence. The people at the scene also tacitly quieted down, staring at Nicholas, waiting for his answer. Tang Yu's eyes swept over Edgar, and then fell on the silent Nicholas. The other party's unconcealed fear when facing Edgar really made people think deeply. If Edgar was involved in this whole thing, then the whereabouts of Professor Li Jing's experimental results would probably be known. After all, Edgar's character would never do anything without certainty, and he played this cat-and-mouse game, probably just to display the experimental results with a high-sounding reason, and at the same time become a hero in the trial of Nicholas. Preston, as a representative of the military jury, also appeared in the court. After listening to Edgar's words, he turned his head and looked at him deeply. Then his eyes gently swept from Nicholas to Rice. He said coldly, "Is Rice still hiding his testimony?" This made everyone look at Les. Edgar glanced at Preston, and his fox-like eyes were full of endless depths with a smile. He didn't say anything, but just looked at the scene leisurely. The paleness and fragility that he had shown when he entered the universe system had completely disappeared, replaced by a brighter and more vigorous spirit than before. Edgar knew that Preston, as the initiator of this power struggle game, had found out a lot of truth. What he needed to do was to cooperate with him as much as possible, and then reap the benefits and divide up more than half of the interests of the Cotton family. Preston's words shocked Nicholas, and he couldn't help but glance at Les cautiously. In Nicholas's mind, Rice definitely didn't know that he had hidden a backup of the experimental results. Judging from his current situation, he would never give up the experimental results to his political enemies who intended to kill him, especially Vice President Edgar, who pushed him into the abyss, even if he took them to his grave. Rice, who was in the witness stand, was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Why not ask Mr. Nicholas' wife?" When these words came out, Nicholas' eyes widened immediately, and at this moment, the silent jury also heard a hint of snickering. Even after a few days, the gossip scandal that the wife of the former Minister of Environmental Testing and the mistress had a fight and were admitted to the hospital was still a hot topic of conversation among the people. Nicholas stared at the jury not far away and suddenly showed a face full of anger, feeling extremely humiliated. But at this moment, he was doomed. No one would care about his feelings and dignity, and he could only helplessly become a laughingstock of others. Nicholas could not help but clench his fists, and his gloomy eyes turned back to Edgar, the judge. He was negligent after all. The other party had evil intentions since he approached him. If possible, he wanted to drag this sweet-mouthed and treacherous guy into the water. He would not be able to live well, and the other party would not be able to live well either. However, he was afraid that there would be more unexpected surprises waiting for him next, so he did not dare to act rashly. Although Rice mentioned his wife, Nicholas still had a glimmer of hope, because no one could find out that the experimental results were hidden in the gold ring he gave to his wife. Even if someone got the ring, it would be useless. Without a special decryption code, no one could get the contents. when Nicholas used his last bit of self-confidence to hope for luck. His wife was finally brought to the witness stand. However, to his surprise, his wife looked neat and in good spirits, and there was no sign of the mental weakness and fatigue left by the previous beating and injury. The moment Nicholas saw his wife, he was completely stunned, and at this moment, he suddenly realized something. Maybe the conflict between his wife and the mistress was fake. His wife was imprisoned only after she learned of the existence of the mistress, and then she was instigated by someone with ulterior motives. Otherwise, the other party would not look like a witness waiting for him to die. This court battle between the couple produced a quick effect. Nicholas' wife explained in just a few words that Nicholas had suddenly given her a gold ring not long ago, and raised the question to the judge whether the gold ring contained the so-called experimental results. Then she took off the gold ring and handed it to the court as evidence. In Tang Yu's eyes, all this seemed like a formality. The only thing that was real was that Nicholas's face changed more than a dozen times in a short period of time. Thinking of the people around Nicholas, who seemed to have betrayed him without hesitation, Tang Yu, who was relatively indifferent, couldn't help but sigh a little. Sure enough, evil people will be punished. Whether a person will be attacked when he loses power depends entirely on the people's hearts. Obviously, Nicholas did a terrible job. Before the trial was over, Tang Yu left the trial court in advance and went back to his laboratory to do experiments. Now that Nicholas's problem was solved, the next step was to think about how to enter the universe system. The sky was completely dark, and Tang Yu finished the experiment and prepared to go home. It happened that Lei sent a message saying that he specially cooked braised pork elbows after getting home from get-off work, and asked him to go home quickly for dinner. Seeing this message, Tang Yu felt that all the fatigue in his body was swept away. Since the homosexual incident, he hadn't eaten the feast made by Lei for a long time. Everyone was busy to the point of numbness. Tang Yu packed up as quickly as possible and prepared to leave the laboratory. However, just as he opened the door and went out, a petite but agile figure flew out of the corner of the corridor. After seeing him, it immediately accelerated and rushed towards him, with a completely joyful expression on its face. Dear junior brother, do you know what news I just saw? The super government officially issued an announcement, and your crime as a spiritual parasite has been cleared. Chapter 108. Hearing this excited exclamation, Tang Yu's calm and indifferent expression could not help but reveal some obvious surprise, and even his pupils slightly dilated, staring at Song Yai in disbelief. However, this state only lasted for a second, and he quickly returned to normal, because although the super government's clarification of his guilt happened too suddenly, in his mind, this was something that was bound to happen, and there was no need to make a fuss. However, seeing that he did not react much, Song Yai could not help but reveal a puzzled expression, approached him and pulled his sleeve, still unable to suppress the joy, and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Isn't this something worth being happy about?" Tang Yu just nodded slightly and agreed, "It's worth being happy indeed. I've been making you worry." Song Yai snorted twice and said with a smile, "Since you can't laugh, I'll forgive your calmness. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Even harder than looking forward to my sister's marriage. Let's go! Sister will take you to the cafeteria for a late-night snack." Song Yai was already pretending to pull Tang Yu away. Tang Yu politely refused, because Lei and his delicious food were waiting for him at home. "Not tonight. Be careful you don't eat too much and get fat. Wait a few days, and I'll take you to eat your favorite Beijing roast duck." Song Yai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when she heard Tang Yu refuse, but she became happy again when she heard about eating Beijing roast duck. So she mercifully let Tang Yu go. "You're right, but I'm very thin. Okay? Let's make it a deal. In a couple of days, ask Senqin to go with me. My graduate student from the Cotton family is on leave, so I can have a couple of days of free time." She couldn't help but sigh with relief, her eyes becoming more cheerful. "Yeah." Tang Yu nodded calmly, and didn't say much about the Cotton family. The trial results were announced at noon. Nicholas would also be executed, but with a 2-year suspended sentence. As for whether this sentence was to give him 2 more years of life or to torture him, it was unknown. The two chatted as they flew outside. When they arrived at the hall, they returned the hovering device and then separated. Tang Yu walked directly to the place where the light-powered hovercraft was parked. However, when he arrived at the familiar parking spot, Tang Yu did not see the light-powered floating car that usually picked him up. And even the 2 military bodyguards, who usually stayed in the car, were nowhere to be seen. He looked around and couldn't help but frown slightly. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel confused and alert, and immediately opened the holographic projection screen to contact the 2 military bodyguards. However, at this moment, a communication code that he remembered deeply suddenly popped up. And it was He Lei. Tang Yu answered without thinking. But before he could say anything, he heard He Lei on the other end say, "Go 10 steps forward. I just asked them to go back." Hearing this, Tang Yu was stunned. The they in He Lei's words obviously referred to the 2 military bodyguards who protected him. And going 10 steps forward meant that He Lei himself was nearby. As soon as he figured it out, Tang Yu immediately looked up and looked into the distance. Under the dim solar streetlights, a familiar light-powered floating car slowly rose up. Tang Yu's eyes suddenly showed joy, and he walked quickly towards the light-powered floating car. He did not hang up He Lei's communication, and through the close connection, it seemed that He Lei's slight breathing could be heard clearly. When he arrived in front of the light-powered floating car, the door slowly opened, and a powerful hand stretched out from inside. Tang Yu grabbed it without thinking, and jumped into the car with the help of the other party's force. The door quickly closed behind him, blocking the sound outside. "You are so brave. You dare to pick me up from get off work at this time." Tang Yu couldn't help but tease, although his indifferent face really didn't show any big emotions. He Lei asked him to sit down, and only replied, "I was worried that the big elbow would be cold and not tasty after being left for a long time. So I came to pick you up." Tang Yu looked at He Lei with a gentle look, and also replied, "It's really my honor." After that, he said, "You should have known about the clearing of the charges." He Lei did not hide anything, and said, "It was a hasty decision. I also heard a little bit of the wind last night, but this matter should have been implemented long ago." His expression sank as he said this, and he was obviously not satisfied with the fact that the super government and the military had been using him for a long time when Tang Yu was charged with the crime of being a spiritual parasite. Tang Yu lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then replied casually, "Well, after all, we can't keep plucking wool. Sheep also need to survive the winter, and it's easier to slaughter them when they are fat." This very realistic remark almost made He Lei burst out laughing. He patted the back of Tang Yu's hand and comforted him. "We'll talk about whether to take care of the sheep tomorrow. Go back to eat first. I guess you didn't eat well in the cafeteria today." "I was just thinking about something, and it took a little while." Tang Yu couldn't help but explain why he didn't eat well. After a pause, he said, "Professor Li Jing's research results have not been announced yet. What kind of unexpected results do you think will be?" Although Li Jing had leaked some information to Dean Jiang before his death, they were not completely ignorant of the research on the phytochemical carrion beetle spores. Moreover, He Lei and his team also brought back the golden red spores after returning from their mission not long ago and quickly started researching. The truth may surface again soon. However, Tang Yu couldn't help but think about this matter, because behind it was the fact that the number of phytochemical carrion beetles had increased dramatically, and the wild cactus groups had withered and died for unknown reasons. He Lei couldn't help but become serious. After thinking for a while, he replied, "The things that Nicholas could hide exclusively must be research results that can be universal and have commercial prospects. I guess it can improve the soil. You should still remember the desert that became slightly sticky and hindered the operation of the hovering device in the 40th area when you were on a mission with us." Tang Yu nodded in agreement, but said in confusion, "Why does the appearance of a life-saving straw lead to the demise of another straw?" Although Tang Yu's words were abstract, He Lei immediately understood what he meant. Wild cacti can save humans, and the golden red spores of phytophagus beetles can also save humans. But their states are like inverse functions, one increasing while the other decreasing. He Lei couldn't help but fall into silence. And so did Tang Yu. This night passed very quickly in the noise, because Tang Yu was suddenly cleared of the charge of being a spiritual parasite, which not only surprised Song Ai and others, but now the entire city of science and technology is cheering for the super government's wise move. The number of people who supported and admired Tang Yu increased sharply. Those who were still on the sidelines because of the charge of being a spiritual parasite also turned to his side and became his most loyal supporters. Those extremely radical people were so scared that they could only avoid his edge. After these things, the issue of the resistance agent was once again pushed to the top of public opinion. A large number of people hoped that the results of this experiment could be published as soon as possible to save them from danger. Because at the time when France was arrested, an accident in Ashura City where a new variant of the PCIH virus took a life. However, behind this clamor, the Scott family and the Harris family became tense because of the conflict of interests of the Cotton family. The two families did not get along well. And now the relationship is even worse. The Delno family, which lost the support of France and the protection of the Badoha Church and was gradually disintegrating, undoubtedly intensified the intensity of the fight between the two families. The Edgar and Scott families had long been eyeing the Delno family, and Edgar's power in the super government was growing. So the Harris family did not even gain much advantage in the division of the Delno family. A large number of Delno family's talent companies were lured and annexed by the Scott family. The Scott family almost became the default #1 family in the city of science and technology in a very short period of time in the future. Tang Yu paid a little attention to this silent struggle for interests. But before he could be a bystander for long, he received the news that He Lei was going out to perform a mission. As He Lei said before, the military wanted to send him to lead people to investigate the phytochemical carrion beetles and the inexplicable withering of wild cacti, and to complete the task of collecting wild cacti. But what surprised him even more was that the military actually wrote his name on the list of people going out to perform tasks. And the explanation to the outside world was that he was going out to investigate as a representative of the research institute. Tang Yu's first reaction was that He Lei asked the military to take him with him in order to better protect him during the mission. But after asking He Lei, the result was not the case. Even He Lei couldn't guess what tricks the military and the super government were planning. But undoubtedly, his experiment on the in vitro development technology of fertilized eggs and the matter of entering the universe system will be delayed again. However, just when he was puzzled, the truth was brought to him. The person who arranged for him to go out with He Lei and others to carry out the mission was Dean Jiang. Because before leaving, Dean Jiang called him to the office and spoke to him in a very serious manner. To him, these words were all hidden in the worry and heaviness of the red mycelium wrapped in the degenerated Phytophagous beetle he brought back from the desert, presumably with the help of Professor Li Jing's research results. The research on this thing has already produced some remarkable results, and the results are beyond people's expectations. He also learned from Dean Jiang that the golden red spores studied by Professor Li Jing did have the effect of improving soil, and the other party had already simulated an experimental subject with similar properties, just waiting for large-scale experiments. Originally, the desert on the edge of the forest outside the city would be a very satisfactory experimental subject for Professor Li Jing. But it turned out to be the place where his bones were buried. On a night when the sky was dark but the blue light was shining, Tang Yu and He Lei and their group quietly left Qiantian City and flew in the direction of the 40th district. At this time, the dark sky was floating with clusters of scale-like clouds, and the color dyed with light ink added a hint of haziness and unknownness to the dark blue sky, stretching to the endless distance. The next morning, the super government organized the military and the research institute to hold a very serious meeting on the anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles, and conducted an in-depth analysis and discussion on the latest experimental data obtained from Hilya. However, the truth about the anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles is more difficult to find a research entry point than the truth about the phytochemical carrion beetles, because the traces of the anthropomorphic evolution of carrion beetles on Hilya, except for the stress reaction and panic sequelae left after the accident, other physical effects have almost disappeared. Chapter 109. In less than 15 minutes, Tang Yu and his companion starship cabin entered the Gobi Desert at the border of former Mongolia and China. However, in this journey, which was not far and did not take long with today's technology, they experienced several different types of bad weather, including sunny, cloudy, rainstorms, and hail, which seriously affected their low-altitude observation flight schedule. Originally, they arranged to set off at night because the high-altitude clouds thickened at night, and the solar radiation would be greatly weakened, which would help the equipment detect more and more accurate information. However, the unexpected weather hindered them. More importantly, this situation made them feel uneasy and alert. Everyone was almost writing their deep hatred and worries on their faces. And the sky near the 40th area suddenly thundered and lightning, and the clouds rolled. The starship cabin near the destination had to fly thousands of meters higher, and could not land in a short time. There was only one reason for such bad weather. At this time, a sandstorm of a very spectacular scale was taking place on the ground in the 40th area. The intense friction in the air caused such a strong and powerful discharge phenomenon. According to their observation, This powerful sandstorm lasted only 5 minutes. For a while, they could not express intuitively whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, they couldn't stay in the sky of the 40th area. The best solution was to go to the nearby area to collect data, and then return here for field research after the sandstorm. Tang Yu looked at the extremely clear image on the display screen in the control room, and his indifferent face was mixed with a trace of worry and sadness. The sky outside turned into a bright black, and thick lightning with purple and blue mixed in the strange golden-black cloud group, creating the illusion of prevailing airflow. And the clouds were cut off and merged, like a ball of white dough thrown into a machine and helplessly rolling. But there is no doubt that both the air and the ground are extremely dangerous now, and the puzzles in Area 40 will probably be destroyed by the bad weather before they can conduct further exploration. He told him that the military had looked at the almanac before the trip, although he felt that it was not entirely advisable to be superstitious under science. He was really fooled this time. Even superstition could not explain the current weird situation. After weighing and thinking, he immediately called everyone to a brief meeting of less than a minute, briefly stating the next task to be carried out. They will proceed to the second node in the plan in advance and go to Area 16 to carry out the collection task. Tang Yu did not raise any opinions or suggestions, but he did feel a hint of interference from the strange magnetic field in the air, and he thought it might be a wise choice to leave here temporarily. Just 30 seconds after the meeting ended, the starship cabin turned in a direction and headed for the Gerbentunda Desert, where the number 16 area was located. Long-distance detection showed that it might be a sunny day there, which was very conducive to the mission. As the group expected, the number 16 area was indeed calm, and the starship cabin quickly found a suitable landing site and approached the ground vertically. Also, fortunately, there seemed to be no traces of scavenger beetle activity in the surrounding areas for several kilometers. Tang Yu put on his soft armor and helmet and followed He and the others down from the starship cabin. His figure immediately disappeared into the desert with a little light. What surprised Tang Yu, but was not surprising, was that everywhere he looked was full of phytophagous scavengers. The insect-shaped plants stood around the giant column, like soldiers besieging a city, baring their teeth and claws in the night. The blue algae growing on its phytophagous heart emitted a bright blue light, which looked like a distant starlight from a distance, and also illuminated the scattered red hyphae climbing on the plant. It had been speculated before that the reason why the satellite could not detect the traces of phytophagous scavengers was because of this red hyphae. But at this moment Tang Yu felt that it was not only because of the red hyphae, but the blue algae emitting bright blue light was also one of the culprits for shielding the detection band. Although there were at least 10 phytochemical carrion beetles here, the giant column group here did not show any signs of withering. But this did not mean that there was nothing unusual. On the contrary, the scene they saw at this moment was more in line with the description of weirdness and turbulence. The giant column group here is blooming. The tips of the main branches and branches of each giant column are clustered with dense trumpet-shaped flowers, and the scale-like receptacles hold up the delicate but tough petals. Even in the night, you can recognize at a glance that this is dense white or milky white, beautiful like a piece of silk with a yellow core. It is normal for giant columns to bloom, but the current situation is completely inappropriate, because the flowers of cactus plants are open during the day and closed at night. But the flowers of the giant columns at this moment are blooming a little too energetically. Seeing this rare scene, the members of the collection team were only surprised and worried, and had no appreciation at all. Lu Su, who was closest to Tang Yu, couldn't help but touch his shoulder. And then his surprised voice came out on the public channel. "Professor Tang, do you know what's going on?" Tang Yu answered very straightforwardly this time. "No." He walked forward first. He didn't go straight to the flowering giant column, but to a phytochemical scavenger beetle. From the different appearances of phytochemical scavenger beetles he saw, Tang Yu made a discovery that the phytochemical scavenger beetles did not follow the same evolutionary direction. This evolution is almost scattered. For example, some are more tree-like and spread spores, while some are more like a bug stuck in the desert. The huge heart seems to have a soft fleshy texture, but the unique blue algae on it seem to be able to photosynthesize more and absorb radiation. Some of them will bloom white flowers, which may breed some microorganisms that release water vapor, so that there is a mist around the flowers in the scorching desert. Science relies on speculation to get the direction of progress. So even though he is not a person who studies scavenging beetles, he is particularly interested in phytochemical scavenging beetles because of these speculations, especially the red hyphae, which is more like a very sophisticated defense weapon from nature. He was used to Tang Yu's unauthorized actions. So he ordered Lu Su to follow him, and asked Hilya and the other four to quickly collect cactus juice, while he led Lemons to observe and record the surrounding environment, as well as collect soil specimens and microbial standards, even though they rarely carried out missions at night. Such a dark night did not stop the actions of several people. On the contrary, the weakened solar radiation made the instruments and equipment they brought run more smoothly. Although the foot-operated hovering device consumed more energy, the mission of the 16th area was smoother than everyone expected. Even when returning to the starship cabin, Dill sighed a little bit, saying that there was no sense of accomplishment in carrying out such a mission. But having said that, Tang Yu still detected a little bit of forced calmness in his ending tone. This was the atmosphere in the starship cabin at the moment. The calmness of Area 16 did not calm the panic they brought from Area 40. It was only half an hour after the mission was completed. For safety reasons, he decided to go to the oasis near Area 40 to rest and reorganize, waiting for the sandstorm in Area 40 to pass, and also observe the situation there from a distance. They were not worried that the giant column group in Area 40 would be uprooted or cut off by this strong sandstorm. They had tenacious vitality. Even after decades, they were still helping humans maintain their lives in the current situation of the virus. Everyone agreed with Helay's idea, and soon the starship cabin took off again, leaving the quiet and eerie number 16 area. It stands to reason that with so many phytochemical scavenging beetles appearing here, there should be at least 1 or 2 scavenging beetles around. But there is nothing. The starship cabin was not flying fast, but the altitude was relatively low, only maintaining the lowest level of flight. At this moment, Hilya was taking Wang Jing to observe the data on the display screen in the control room. The natural environment along the way was not optimistic, compared with the data recorded last time. The air turbidity continued to increase, and even a lot of unknown microorganisms increased. In general, the situation is getting worse. After swaying for about an hour, the starship is about to reach the oasis near the 40th area. It is true that this place was also attacked by sandstorms, but because of the tall trees that acted as a barrier, only some trees were broken on the periphery of the oasis. There was no other damage in the center of the oasis except for a layer of sand and dust about half a centimeter thick. It seems that when the sandstorm passed and left here, it was strong but fast, causing only short-term damage. Such sandstorm disasters can even make people think of the ridges covered by sand and gravel, the groups of heat waves driven away by the night, the distant and isolated sea buckthorn, and the rapid wind and sand, which seemed to cover the calm sand with a soft and floating light blanket from a bird's eye view from high altitude. The starship cabin was controlled to break through the lowest cloud from a height of 1,000 meters and slowly descend towards the oasis. Tang Yu had been standing next to Hilya and the others, staring at the electronic screen, frowning more than ever. Since entering the territory of the 40th area, the strange magnetic field he had felt before once again made his head ache, but other people didn't seem to be affected. However, while thinking, Tang Yu suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, and felt that the overwhelming dangerous information was rushing towards him. Not good. There are a large group of carrion beetles coming out of the sandstorm nearby. Hearing Tang Yu suddenly shout this, everyone looked at him in surprise. Professor Tang, what's going on? Lu Su rushed to Tang Yu anxiously. Tang Yu opened his eyes wide, staring at the murky and hard-to-see display screen, his lips twitching slightly, wanting to explain again. However, at this moment, the starship cabin suddenly shook violently, as if it encountered an indescribable super-strong airflow. Chapter 110. The sudden shaking of the starship cabin caught everyone off guard. In just 1 or 2 seconds, an emergency warning sounded in the cabin, and the piercing alarm sounded into everyone's ears. The cabin's main engine is damaged. The cabin's main engine is damaged. Activate the backup engine. Emergency landing. Emergency landing. Before Alva ran over to operate the flight trajectory of the starship cabin in the turbulence, the cabin's automatic rescue system was activated and directly entered the self-rescue phase. In just 10 seconds, the starship cabin was forced to land on the sand after buffering a height of 1,000 meters. The violent impact of the landing pushed the huge starship cabin to slide nearly 1,000 meters before it stopped, and dived into a nearly 1 meter deep tunnel. About 10 meters away from the cabin was an oasis full of green plants and trees. At this moment, the interior of the starship cabin was a mess. Everyone was thrown all over the place. If they hadn't been wearing soft armor with excellent defense, they would have been injured all over by this sudden accident, and even threatened with death. He was the first to wake up from the dizziness of the forced landing. He immediately operated the system of the starship cabin and deployed the strongest defense of the cabin. Because at this moment, on the intact display screen, silver white like a tide was crawling from the center of the surging desert. With great momentum, human alertness to danger stimulated everyone. Even though they became dizzy due to the forced landing, they still got up and ran to the dressing room at the first time, armed themselves as quickly as possible, and prepared to fight against the aggressive scavenger beetles. If the starship cabin had not been accidentally damaged and forced to land, this fierce tide of carrion beetles would not have appeared in their mission at all. Moreover, as one of the masterpieces of modern ultra-high technology, the military starship cabin generally does not have the main engine suddenly damaged, because throughout the history of the use of military starship cabins, this situation has never occurred, and there was no situation in the flight environment just now that could cause an accident to the main engine. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind, including Tang Yu, who had no combat power. That is, to survive. He quickly released the battle plan. Tang Yu stayed in the starship cabin as a backup defense. Lemons took the risk to repair the starship cabin, and everyone else went to the ground to fight. The battle was expected to last no more than 30 minutes. At this moment, the nearly 2-meter-long scavenger beetle that was in charge had already hit the outside of the starship cabin's defense shield, but was instantly ejected 7 or 8 meters away by the huge recoil force. However, this did not make the group of hundreds of scavenger beetles have any intention of retreating. Instead, they continued to rush forward, determined to break through their strongest defense. After quickly getting ready, the cabin door opened at a uniform speed of half a meter. He led several people to fly out of the starship cabin flexibly and entered the territory of the scavenger beetles. Prepare for the first nuclear magnetic explosion. Everyone lead the scavenger beetles away from the cabin. After breaking a pair of catching legs of an insect and then killing it, he immediately gave the order. Yes! Everyone followed his orders, attacking the carrion beetles while leading them to fly towards the center of the desert. However, these insects seemed to have wisdom. Not all of them changed their attack direction. A quarter of the carrion beetles still tried to break through the defense of the starship cabin. He looked back at the location of the starship cabin. Although he was particularly worried that the starship cabin would suddenly encounter an accident and even the defense system would collapse, so that Tang Yu would be directly threatened by the carrion beetles, the current situation forced him to make the most rational choice. Tang Yu, protect yourself. After saying that, he rushed out and quickly exchanged action instructions with Hilya, who was ready to cooperate. Each of the other 5 people led a swarm of carrion beetles to fly to the center of the desert. After flying about 1 or 2 kilometers, they gathered in the center in tacit understanding. Just when the swarm of carrion beetles was about to converge, he suddenly lowered the height of the hovering device and appeared in the center, firing in all directions with the most violent offensive. The swarm of carrion beetles was attacked more fiercely, and they crowded together like crazy to attack He. Just when He was about to be pierced by a carrion beetle that jumped and dived with its sharp catching feet, He took off at the fastest speed. At this time, Hilya quickly raised the defense shield around him. He seized the opportunity and quickly dropped a powerful shockwave loader 20 meters in the air. With a bang, a cloud of sand and dust mixed with flesh and blood suddenly rose from the sand. There were broken limbs and arms of insects in the sand, and even many pieces of flying flesh and shells were blocked by the protective shield, showing a scene of flying wildly with fangs and claws. However, this was only the tragic end of a dozen insects. The other scavenger beetles only had a few legs blown off or the shells on their backs cracked a little, and were slightly paralyzed. Even their powerful healing ability was quickly repairing their bodies, allowing them to recover their combat effectiveness at any time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This undoubtedly showed a problem. The nuclear magnetic blasting, a very lethal weapon, was ineffective against scavenger beetles. Tang Yu was in the starship cabin, watching the distant images sent back by the display screen, and suddenly fell into a heavier silence, even ignoring the threats around him. Now this scene told him that the carrion beetle had evolved again, not only evolving a small body that was convenient for stealth, but also becoming immune to human weapons. This insect, called Indama by humans and meaning a sinner expelled by the Buddha, really intends to completely spread sin to humans? But in his cognition from beginning to end, the carrion beetle is the savior of mankind. So this is such a shocking contradiction. But the reality does not allow everyone to think for even a second. He shouted, finished the knife, and flew towards the attack site, where the defense shield was shrinking rapidly. He aimed at a carrion beetle that was even intact, and cut off its head with a knife. The headless insect twitched a few times due to stress, and collapsed to the ground in an instant. Several people also quickly reacted from the shock, and took advantage of the short paralysis of the carrion beetles to frantically harvest their lives. However, the speed of killing insects could not keep up with the speed of insect recovery, and the 7 people were in a bitter fight with the remaining more than 30 carrion beetles. The carrion beetles that were still alive at this moment were almost the most genetically excellent part of this group of insects, and the most difficult to kill. About 5 minutes later, Suzy, who was originally a medical soldier, was the first to collapse, and was almost knocked to the ground by a carrion beetle, and her helmet was bitten to pieces. Fortunately, He, who was nearby, pulled her in time to save her life. Suzy, go back. Help Lemons repair the engine, and use the attack system of the cabin to fight back. Dill and Alva returned to the vicinity of the cabin to eliminate the part of the insects that attacked the cabin. He quickly issued the latest combat strategy. Yes. No one questioned this, and they carried out the mission in the most tacit manner. About a quarter of an hour later, Lemon's voice came back from the public channel. The main engine has been repaired. Please give instructions. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered, try to fly. Start the strong acid corrosive bomb. Yes. Lemons took Suzy back to the control room quickly. Tang Yu had already started the engine to prepare for takeoff. Lemons immediately went to the console to adjust the procedure for the strong acid corrosive bomb to prepare for launch. At this time, the starship cabin that was nearly 1 meter deep in the sand slowly rose, and the scavenger beetles attacking around were immediately bounced away by the huge impact of takeoff, rolling again and again in the sand. He and his men listened to the information sent back from the control room, and immediately worked together to gather the scavenging beetles together as much as possible, complete this final attack, and then escape. The countdown sound came from the control room, and everyone's heart suddenly rose to their throats. At the moment everyone was looking forward to. The strong acid corrosive bomb with huge corrosive power quickly shot into the insect swarm. At this time, several people took advantage of the gap of more than 10 seconds to quickly fly to the starship cabin. At this moment, the collection team was exhausted and wounded, so that they couldn't even take the opportunity to catch an experimental subject. But this time, they must take a scavenging beetle back for experiments. After emitting alkaline water mist to neutralize strong acids, the starship cabin quickly took off and turned its flight direction to leave the oasis near Area 40. After returning to the starship cabin, even he stopped by the metal wall at the door for more than 10 seconds before taking off the smart helmet covered with a thick layer of sand and dust. He stopped for another 10 seconds before taking off the hovering device and walked to the control room. Dill and Lu Su collapsed on the ground. Wang Jing bent over with his knees and panted loudly. Hilya leaned against the metal wall weakly, and only Alva was in a slightly better condition and still had some physical strength. But they were all covered with the sticky and disgusting of the carrion beetles and some minced meat, and covered with a thick layer of sand and dust, looking very dirty. Unconsciously, they had been fighting for nearly an hour. But this 1-hour battle was more tiring and painful than the previous battles that lasted 4 or 5 hours. This fatigue and pain not only came from the high-intensity physical control, but also from the huge mental pressure caused by frequent accidents. Lemons, what is the reason for the sudden damage of the main engine? He asked in a serious tone as soon as he entered the control room. Hearing this, Lemons left the console and immediately walked towards He. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. It was the energy liquid in the main engine that solidified, but the backup engine was completely fine. I took out the energy liquid in the main engine again and added new one. The initial observation showed that the energy liquid in the main engine seemed to be affected by a kind of energy, causing the shape to change. But no matter how you look at it, this is a very strange thing. After hearing Lemon's explanation, the few people who were resting outside fell into silence and shock. What did this mean? Wasn't it that something was stopping them from moving? For a moment, the atmosphere in the starship cabin suddenly became strange. The long silence made the cabin quiet. After a while, Tang Yu boldly said, Could it be a spirit? However, this made everyone tense up immediately, because they actually felt that what Tang Yu said was very true, although the spirit detector strangely did not sound. Chapter 111. The atmosphere in the cabin fell into silence again, accompanied by unspeakable fear. He lowered his eyes, and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly changed the subject and said, "Where is the destination?" Suzy explained. "There is a ruined city near the 16th district. You can rest there. The buildings can also serve as a good shield to defend against the attacks of the scavenger beetles." He nodded slightly, then walked to the control console to send back all the information about the accident to the military's mission monitoring room. If the scavenger beetles evolve again in a short period of time, humans can only try their best to catch up with the evolution speed and create effective resistance weapons to alleviate the severe situation. Tang Yu walked towards He and said softly, "Are you going to return or continue forward?" He paused at this and stopped sending messages. He glanced at Tang Yu and fell into thought. At this time, Dill, whose steps were a little shaky, walked into the control room and answered directly, "Of course we should continue forward. If we leave without any results, wouldn't it be a waste of all the efforts we made to fight the carrion beetles just now?" Several other people also walked in and agreed. "Yes, at least we should find out some truth." He did not answer directly, but said, "Everyone take a rest first, and then discuss and confirm after we settle down in the ruined city." Several people couldn't help but sigh a few times, reluctantly agreed, and then changed the topic with a heavy and uneasy mood, asking Suzy to test them one by one. Not long after, the starship cabin arrived at the ruined city. After the cabin landed, He did not rush to hold a discussion meeting, but asked all staff to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the starship cabin. When it was almost dawn, everyone went to rest. Tang Yu took the initiative to ask for night watch, and let others go to the hibernation cabin to rest first to recover their physical strength, including He who did not agree with him keeping watch. In the end, He couldn't beat Tang Yu and agreed, and said he would come to take his shift in an hour. After everyone went to the lounge, Tang Yu went to the console and operated it. He connected the images of the battle recorded not long ago to his holographic projection screen and began to analyze the relevant data of the scavenger beetles encountered this time. He found a very subtle detail about the scavenger beetles. On the head of several larger scavenger beetles, there was a dark white and thin dividing line hidden under the silver-white skin at a place similar to the philtrum. It seemed that it could shed its shell. Once the shell was not enough to accommodate the growing body, it could abandon the old shell and replace it with a new one. However, years of research have shown that scavenger beetles are not shed-shell creatures, and their body size range is basically between 1.5 meters and 2 meters. If this discovery is true, it means that the scavenger beetle can grow to a gigantic size, and it may not be a problem to grow to the height of 1 or 2 floors, but it will only be more difficult for humans. Through this conjecture, he also connected it to one thing. If the ability of the scavenger beetle to shed its shell includes the redevelopment of biological tissues, and it can increase the density of the internal tissues of the organism to reduce its size, then it can develop into the small scavenger beetle found at the ruins of the last century Yuan Bao. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the scene of the anthropomorphic evolution of the scavenger beetle he saw in the 38th area when he went out on a mission last time. Although this was an incredible picture displayed by the control of the spirit, the liquefaction and reorganization of the internal tissues actually happened to the mysterious scavenger beetle. "What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, a low and gentle voice came into Tang Yu's ears. Tang Yu was suddenly pulled back to his thoughts, and looked back to see He standing beside him and leaving the lounge. His eyes stayed on the other person for only a few seconds, and then he moved to the display screen to check the current time, only to find that his short thinking had actually passed half an hour. He pulled out a magnetic chair on Tang Yu's left hand and sat down, looking at him quietly. Tang Yu's eyes returned to He again, and asked softly, "Have you rested?" "Yeah." He replied briefly with a syllable, paused and said, "I should have left you in Qiantian City." Tang Yu was stunned by this, and frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Is it bad?" He's eyes softened when he looked at Tang Yu, but he only stared at him for a second or two, and then his eyes fixed on the screen not far away, which seemed to be still. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "Intuitively, it is true." After saying this, he lowered his head slightly, and this time his voice was even lower. "You may be right. This made Tang Yu's expression even heavier, and he couldn't help asking, "Are you talking about the sentence? Could it be a spirit?" Unexpectedly, He Lei remained silent. Tang Yu stared at He Lei quietly, but shook his head slowly, and continued, "We will not be wiped out after all. If the spirit wants to show its merits, it will definitely leave the messenger behind. And as long as one person is still alive, mankind will be eternal." This made He Lei raise his head and look at Tang Yu deeply, while Tang Yu looked back at him. His blue eyes were calm and peaceful. The two looked at each other like this, as if this moment was frozen. But not long after, He Lei suddenly pushed away the chair and stood up, leaned towards Tang Yu, and kissed him gently on the forehead. The warm lips were like white goose feathers on the warm and cool skin, and stayed for a long time. Tang Yu only felt a tingling sensation on his forehead, and soon he felt the other's lips and jaws moving, and then heard a sentence that seemed to be full of meaning. "You must live forever. You are a hero of mankind." Hearing this, Tang Yu clenched his palms, and suddenly loosened them. He slowly caressed He Lei's handsome face, then slowly lowered his eyes, and fell into silence with him that could not be expressed in words. Time passed by minute by minute. Tang Yu's highly active mind made it impossible for him to stop and rest in the hibernation cabin. The night watchman changed from He Lei to Dill, and then to Hilya. He was still energetic and drawing a mind map in the control room. Perhaps only he could understand this mind map. Anyway, when Hilya passed by him, he only saw a group of dense lines. Just one glance was like seeing a kaleidoscope, and he almost fainted. In this case, Hilya didn't dare to disturb Tang Yu, but carefully monitored everything outside in front of the display screen. It was already dawn. If it weren't for the soft armor that they had replaced not long ago, and was covered with the blood and flesh of the scavenging beetles hanging in the sterilization room, I'm afraid no one would believe that they actually fought a group of ferocious scavenging beetles in the dark. At this moment, Hilya leaned lazily on the magnetic chair, staring at the display screen with a somewhat casual look, and his appearance showed a hint of joy, as if he had encountered something happy. He yawned lightly, as if he was about to fall into a dream at any time. After Tang Yu finished thinking, he accidentally discovered Hilya's abnormality. He stood up and walked to his side, pushing him with a little force. "Hilya?" Hearing Tang Yu's questioning voice, Hilya slowly opened his blurry eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up as if awakened, and said in shock, "What happened to me?" He couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Tang Yu frowned slightly and said, "Dill was like this not long ago. I thought he was the same as always, just looking careless." This made Hilya more alert. He couldn't help but look at the display screen. At this moment, the screens were still and made people feel unreal. The ruins of the high-rise buildings within the monitoring range were half collapsed and half cracked, swaying in the air. The height that towered into the sky vaguely showed the prosperity and fame of this place in the past. "There's still half an hour before we have to continue the mission," Hilya couldn't help but say. Tang Yu hummed, then said, "You look very pale." Hilya was silent for a moment before saying, "It's an old problem, but I feel we seem to be suffering from some kind of invisible and inaudible mental attack." Thinking of this, Hilya was suddenly shocked. "We have to wake them up quickly. Otherwise, if they fall into a dream." Tang Yu also agreed with this approach, because he actually felt obvious fatigue, but because of some kind of magnetic field interference, he couldn't fall asleep to adjust his body, and even after closing his eyes, there was still a large string of data in front of him, which would force him to think and calculate involuntarily. Hilya immediately ran back to the lounge, but at this moment, He Lei had already woken up from the hibernation capsule, and pressed the force wake-up button of the hibernation capsule one by one. If it were usual, everyone could wake up from the hibernation capsule and line up in less than 30 seconds. But 2 minutes had passed, and a few people came out of the hibernation capsule sparsely, looking leisurely and comfortable but sleep-deprived. "Brother Lei, what happened?" Lu Su actually looked completely unguarded at this moment. Who would have thought that the other party was so anxious that he dared not sleep before entering the hibernation capsule to rest? There must be something fishy. He Lei did not explain at all, but said directly, "Everyone, get ready immediately and leave the starship cabin." Such a strong and rude command made several people regain some rationality, and they immediately realized what happened to them. Suddenly, fear and panic swept everyone, and everyone looked at each other, but they couldn't help but fall into an unspeakable silence. Everyone silently and quickly entered the preparation room to equip various weapons and bring enough rations. Everyone spontaneously equipped an external portable positioning device, which could help determine their location after the neuron electronic chip lost its positioning function. Since they were on the mission for so long, this was the first time they encountered such an unexpected accident, and they had no experience in dealing with it. After maintaining the starship cabin at the lowest frequency, he led everyone out of the starship cabin. It was dawn, and the gray light floated in the sky, symbolizing that today would be a sunny day. To everyone's surprise, as soon as they left the starship cabin, the feeling of weakness and fatigue suddenly dissipated by more than half. Several people were inevitably surprised, but they couldn't help but wonder what had tampered with their only long-distance flight tool. The answer almost instantly emerged in their minds, and even in front of them. They couldn't help but appear in the tragedy of the C-003 starship cabin, which was a purgatory of broken limbs and bloody flesh. But the weird question is, if it is a spirit, why is the spirit detector not working at this moment? Or are they so powerful that they can directly avoid the spirit detector? It was only 2 minutes after they got off the ground that a wet and salty wind blew from the southeast, which is extremely rare in the dry sandy area. Moreover, it is thousands of kilometers away from the nearest sea, and there are many hills and ridges of varying heights to block it. In short, everything is extremely weird. Suzy and the team felt that he was a little breathless, and could not help but bend down slightly and stick his knees. Everyone stared at the surroundings vigilantly, and did not even dare to move a step, because they felt that the enemy seemed to be right in front of them. Just when the tense atmosphere was about to burst, a bright color appeared on the horizon. The warm white seemed to have fallen into a colorful dye vat, suddenly showing different colors under the refraction of the faint light. It was gorgeous and colorful. It was one of the most spectacular scenes of nature that is rarely seen. The ice crystal cloud. The colorful ice crystal cloud hung in the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye, and radiated to the surroundings with an unstoppable attitude. Magnificent and strange. Even Tang Yu, who had studied many mysteries of the universe, was very surprised at this moment. Just when everyone thought that this vast ice crystal cloud was going to spread around and cover the entire desert area, it suddenly disappeared. Just as several people were staring at it, it disappeared like a magic trick, as if what they had just seen was an illusion. However, before everyone could exclaim again, a more shocking picture appeared in front of them. A mirage. In the mirage appeared the very familiar number 16 area, and at this time, dozens of scavenger beetles were standing there, pouring a transparent liquid like water to those vegetated scavenger beetles. Seeing this horrifying picture, everyone had no doubt that this strange and bizarre scene was happening in number 16 area at this moment, and the appearance of the ice crystal cloud just happened to reflect the distant scene here synchronously, so that they immediately understood how dangerous and mysterious number 16 area, which was still so calm when they left, was now. Everyone was dumbfounded. But in an instant, the mirage changed. The strange mirage projected a completely frozen technological city standing in the snow and ice. Even the pedestrians' laughter and chatter were so clear and lively, as if it was a photo just taken. But the pedestrians had been frozen, blending into the silent world of ice and snow. Tang Yu was the first to pout his eyes at this extremely realistic scene. His high-speed thinking seemed to be stagnant at this moment. He seemed to want to see through the barrier between reality and illusion, and stared closely at this future city in the snow and ice. Others were even more stunned. In a trance, a brisk melody seemed to pass through the mirage and came like soft tentacles, circling and jumping around everyone. People's consciousness could not help but be reversed between clarity and drowsiness, and they were forced to bear this bewitching. Before losing consciousness completely, everyone subconsciously turned off the sound transmission device of the smart helmet to avoid this strange mental attack. However, they still underestimated the power of this melody. It seemed to penetrate the bone marrow of a person, with the vibration of the human body's breathing. The melody penetrated into the brain little by little. Everyone's spirit was instantly tense to the extreme, trying their best to avoid the bewitching brought by this melody. Hilya even closed his eyes tightly, and his body became the first to become shaky, and his face was pale and almost transparent. However, at this moment, this gentle sound suddenly became sharp, emitting a special tone like that of a goosebone flute, which suddenly swept everyone's eardrums. Dill was the first to fall on the gravel-covered ruins, and the hovering device also lost power. Then came Lu Su and Su Zi. Wang Jing stumbled and hit Alva's back and fell to the ground together, and Lemon's helmet hit the stone hard. Hilya endured it. But when he saw the ice and snow city disappear, he also fell in the sand. Chapter 112. At this moment, there was a piercing alarm in the mission monitoring room. Because the starship cabin that went out to perform the collection mission had lost contact for nearly 6 hours since the last message was sent back. And even the mission monitoring room automatically activated the loss of contact alarm. The last message showed that the situation of the collection team was not optimistic. Not only did they encounter an unexpected air storm, but they also had to make an emergency landing due to the damage of the main engine for some unknown reason. And then suddenly fell into a dangerous situation of fighting with carrion beetles. Although the situation was indeed full of strange dangers. You have to know that this was the collection team led by Hilay. Such a strong team actually had a rare loss of contact. At the time of the incident, the loss of contact alarm sounded for 3 minutes. The staff in the mission monitoring room took a lot of effort to turn it off with a heavy heart. Without much thought, the person in charge immediately issued the order at the end of the rescue plan, forcing the remote system in the mission monitoring room to start the sky eye of the starship cabin to confirm the current status of the starship cabin and determine the survival of the personnel. The remote system was connected to the sky eye in less than a minute, but the result made them even more worried, because the screen showed a dark picture. However, this can only mean one thing, that the sky eye, which has the strongest defense performance of the starship cabin, has been destroyed. With such a result, they didn't even dare to imagine the state of the entire starship cabin. Maybe nothing existed, because the place where they went out to perform the mission was a dangerous area full of desert and high temperature. But despite this, the staff of the mission monitoring room still wanted to retain the last glimmer of hope. But their intuition destroyed the walls full of subjective consciousness that they had built with great difficulty. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, the person in charge did not dare to hide anything and directly reported the matter to the marshal. In less than 3 minutes, the marshal hurriedly appeared in the nearly closed mission monitoring room in a corner of the military building. Although he tried his best to keep calm, his old chest still revealed his anxious breathing. But he didn't care about that. What other information can be found? At this moment, his wise eyes were full of anxiety and heaviness. If the collection team led by Hilay was wiped out, it would mean nothing. Humanity has finally reached the end of the road. They are finished. Because the power that can easily destroy such an excellent military team is self-evident. And humans will face an unprecedented crisis. This accident is enough to serve as a signal full of reminders and warnings. The person in charge shook his head slowly and helplessly. At this moment, there was even a trace of daze and numbness on his face after the tremor. He just said, "The sky eye is pitch black. All data cannot be extracted. And even the remote system is affected by a certain magnetic field at the scene, causing sudden garbled code." Now the staff is strengthening the anti-interference performance of the remote system and preparing to try again. Hearing this, the marshal just walked back and forth in a restless mood. He seemed to be surrounded by countless black clouds, which weighed down his old body and made him almost unable to breathe. He couldn't help but say, "We just safely sent people away from Chiation City last night." The person in charge frowned, not knowing what to say to ease the atmosphere. At this time, the staff next to him said, "We can make the third connection. Do you want to start?" The person in charge didn't think about it and said directly, "Start. Remember to record the magnetic field that interferes with the remote system, and compare and analyze what it is." "Yes." The marshal clenched his fists and walked to the staff operating the remote system, watching anxiously, and saw a series of dazzling codes quickly passing on the holographic projection screen. Soon, the screen next to him began to flicker. Some people were walking, and some were lying in the hibernation capsule. The screen kept dropping frames and twitching, which looked very strange. Is this person still alive? The marshal's tone rose involuntarily. The staff operating the remote system hesitated for 2 seconds, but could only say, "It is impossible to judge the time. So it is impossible to determine whether this is a record before or after the incident. I will try to search for more information." The marshal was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead, and his wrinkled skin was covered with blue veins. His eyes were so serious and focused, waiting for a result like a gamble. The staff of the operating system became even more nervous, because he was very afraid that the information obtained again would bring some bad news. Since he started working here, including the previous mission execution history, there has never been a situation where the sky eye of the starship cabin was damaged, and the data was difficult to obtain and recover. This situation made him involuntarily make a conclusion in his mind that there would be no good results next. Everyone in the mission monitoring room was waiting for the moment to obtain useful data again. However, at this time, the Marshal's holographic projection screen suddenly popped up, showing the communication of the Minister of the Emergency Military Defense Center. Seeing this, the Marshal was stunned. His heart tightened, and a bad feeling quickly spread throughout his body, like static electricity passing through, making people feel creepy. However, he still forced himself to calm down, and quickly connected the communication after leaving the mission monitoring room. However, what he didn't expect was that the tone of the defense minister were completely beyond his imagination. Marshal, I just received the latest news. Ashura City was attacked by a new mutation of carrion beetles 3 hours ago. The size of the insects is more than 2 meters, and there are many of them. The attack is so fierce that the people in the city can only take refuge and cannot leave the city. Ashura City is facing the crisis of falling. The city lord, Myher, requested support and hoped that the military would immediately send support troops to assist. What? The Marshal's originally fast-moving thoughts paused for a few milliseconds when he heard such news. The bad news about the collective attack of the carrion beetles seemed to be still in the cruel experience of Polaris City more than 3 years ago. Then he asked in a stern voice, as if he had quickly accepted this fact, "Where is the general of Ashura City?" The military strength of Ashura City is second only to Chintian City, and it is the first fortress of the southern defense line. It fell so easily. Is this the result? Hearing this question, the Minister of Defense was unable to answer for a while. But the fact was as the Marshal said. The military strength of Ashura City was not weak, but the defense line collapsed easily when the carrion beetles launched an attack, which was totally wrong. However, despite this, the military still had to send troops to Ashura City for reinforcement, and the leader was Admiral Freston. In less than half an hour, the first echelon of reinforcements was assembled and flew to Ashura City. The current situation is undoubtedly that one wave has not yet subsided when another wave rises, or that the house is leaking and it rains all night, and the boat is hit by a headwind. However, the Marshal also wrote down the most critical part of the whole thing. The carrion beetle mutated into a new form, began to become huge, and became more difficult to deal with and eliminate. And he also had a new suspicion. Is there a direct and inevitable connection between the sudden attack of the carrion beetle on Ashura City and the sudden danger encountered by Yulei and others? In less than 15 minutes, the first reinforcement team led by Freston quickly arrived at the outer forest of Ashura City. But the situation on the scene was much more serious than the information sent back to Chintian City. In the dense forest, moving bodies reflecting silver light can be seen everywhere. The huge bodies of carrion beetles that exceed their normal size move quickly and swiftly through the forest. And there is only one place where they gather. That is, Ashura City. At this moment, thick smoke is rising from the territory protected by the tall city walls. Even through the display screen, Freston and his party can know how bad the situation is. There are no soldiers fighting outside the city, which can only mean one thing. The situation in the city has made them unable to take care of themselves. The situation was obvious. The suddenly mutated and enlarged carrion beetles had undoubtedly broken through the physical defense of Ashura City and wreaked havoc in the city. Such a situation was shocking just to think about. But now they had no time to think about why the bug suddenly grew larger. The carrion beetle's attack into the city undoubtedly caused a lot of trouble for Freston and his reinforcements. This meant that the combat starship cabins they brought could only be forced to become high-altitude supply ships and could not carry out bombing operations. If the carrion beetles could be attracted to the desert to be killed, it would reduce a lot of losses and reduce the difficulty of the operation. Freston immediately ordered the starship cabin to hover 1 kilometer away from the city, and let 2/3 of the personnel enter the city to kill the scavenging beetles, while the rest of the personnel were responsible for recovering the carrion beetle corpses and treating the wounded, and focusing on preventing the PCIH virus. Freston left his deputy on the starship cabin to command the overall situation, and personally participated in the battle to lead this alien war that was completely unfavorable to humans due to the slackness and mistakes of the top leaders in the city. Thousands of soldiers wearing single-sided mirror intelligent information helmets and silver-white soft armor quickly flew out of the starship cabin, scattered in the air and assembled into small squares, and then quickly dispersed to various directions for armed reinforcement according to the commander's instructions. Below them, there were dense swarms of carrion beetles. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. But these were only the insects that gathered from a certain direction. Preston led a dozen soldiers to fly southeast, and in a dozen seconds, they were above the city wall. However, looking at the endless Ashura city, only two words popped up in his mind: sea of blood. Perhaps everyone in the city hid in a shelter. So the entire Ashura city looked empty on the surface. But it was not so empty. Many soldiers were still killing the strong carrion beetles. However, these soldiers with fresh wounds on their bodies were only holding on with a breath. They were so bloodthirsty that they seemed to realize that they were actually dead once they were reminded. In the area where the city's high-rise buildings interspersed, there were either human corpses or corpses of scavenging beetles. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and some indescribable unpleasant smell, like burnt protein. But the most important point is that no one had time to clean up these corpses. And these corpses had begun to fester under the high temperature exposure. The concentration of PCIH virus in the air has reached a very dangerous value. Even to the extent that as long as you come out to breathe a breath of air or stroll on the street for a second, you will be infected with the virus. Listening to the continuous alarms from the smart helmet about the excessive concentration of PCIH virus in the air, Preston immediately conveyed the first temporary order, requesting the military to dispatch epidemic prevention soldiers from various cities to come to Ashura City for reinforcement to fight against the PCIH virus in an all-round way while resisting the attack of scavenging beetles. This is an enemy that cannot be avoided even if you hide in the safest shelter. The air is everywhere, and it is more terrifying and difficult to defend against than a scavenger beetle that grows 2 to 3 times its size. Preston can foresee that the difficulty that Ashura City is about to face will be several times more difficult than the difficulty of Polaris City more than 3 years ago. And it is even incomparable. Turning the power of the purification system of the smart helmet to the maximum, Preston immediately rushed into the battle. He quickly captured a lieutenant of Ashura City from a fierce scavenger beetle, and after sending the opponent, who lost an arm, back to the air to wait for rescue, he dived down again towards the scavenger beetle that was at least 3 meters in size. The moment he shot it to paralyze it, he quickly pulled out the nano-steel knife he had configured and pulled it down towards the gap between the insect's head and abdomen, instantly cutting off half of the beetle's head. However, in almost a split second, the insect grew the other half of its head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Preston's attack undoubtedly aroused its bloodlust and counterattack. It almost jumped up without hesitation, fell from the sky, and pounced on Preston, who seemed extremely small at the moment. Seeing the huge body of the beetle jump up to a height of more than 10 meters, Preston couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes, facing the amazing jumping ability of the beetle. Humans who can freely choose the angle to attack in the air have no advantage at all. Preston watched the shadow that covered the sky and the sun swooping down quickly. His agile body seemed to have been slowed down, and he could only watch the insects transform from black spots in the distance into reality and enter his eyes. H.A.! A huge mental pain instantly swept through Dill's head. He suddenly opened his frightened eyes and stood up. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, he slowly realized that everything he had just encountered was just a terrible dream. He had a super weird dream. He dreamed that he was chased by carrion beetles and was eaten. Then the scene changed. He was suddenly parasitized by a spirit, and his soul was squeezed out of his body. He could only watch the spirit use his body like a hermit crab, and his soul became more and more burning, as if he was infected with a new variant of the PCIH virus, and his skin was peeling off and dissolving piece by piece. He swore that this was the most terrifying, profound and disgusting dream he had ever had. Fuck. Dill couldn't help but curse. After his emotions eased a little, he realized that he was sitting on the magnetic chair in the control room, and the people around him were looking at him with worry. After looking around at everyone, Dill realized what had just happened. Just a few seconds before he woke up from the nightmare, he was still discussing with Lei Gu and Professor Tang how to repair the communication system of the starship cabin. However, in these few seconds, he experienced a horror that seemed like a century. He fell into a nightmare while unconsciously distracted. In fact, they had just experienced something more terrible than this nightmare. They were attacked by some kind of magnetic field or spirit in the ruined city. If it weren't for their brother Lei's powerful ability to save them, they would have become the dead souls of the desert. There are 9 people in the team, and 3 of them are still not awake. Suzy, Hilya, and Lemons. It is because Lemons, the assembler, has not woken up yet that they are at a loss for how to repair the damaged communication system of the starship cabin. However, It is expected that Lemons will wake up within half an hour. The most fatal one should be Hilya. His breathing is already very weak, and his face even shows the grayish white of the dead. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that there was Professor Tang in the team who had some medical skills, so that they would not fall into the dilemma of being isolated and helpless when the military doctor was also killed in the battle. But thinking back to the terrible experience just now, he still couldn't believe that this nightmare only happened in a few seconds, because he just heard Lego saying something before he lost consciousness. And when he woke up, he just heard him finish this short sentence, as if there was a time disorder. Chapter 113. Dill, are you okay? Lu Su couldn't help but ask worriedly. Except for he lay. Lu Su was the first person to wake up after the incident. When he woke up, the starship cabin had flown from the ruined city to the area near the 40th area. The sandstorm here stopped completely in a short time. Dill was stunned for a second before he quickly shook his head and sighed. This kind of mental attack has a serious sequelae. I almost lost my life in those few seconds of distraction. Wang Jing said in an obscure tone. What did you see again? Dill closed his eyes and remained silent. But everyone knew it tacitly. The coma a few hours ago made them all fall into different dreams. If they were not awakened by force, they would probably think that the dream was the most real Eden. Even if it was a horrible scene, it was still the most real Eden. Tang Yu remained silent. The only thing he was thankful for about the mental attack not long ago was that he took a good rest during the coma. At this moment, his mind was in an active state again, and he could not calm down and let his body rest for a moment. Taking advantage of the fact that the serious discussion turned into a slightly relaxed chat, Tang Yu silently stood up and walked outside, heading straight to the sterile operating room. Suzy and Lemons were just sleeping in the hibernation capsule at the moment. But Hilya was different. He was lying on the operating table and breathing oxygen. The damage caused by this mental attack to him was more serious than anyone else. But he seemed to be able to guess one of the reasons. Hilya had been attacked by anthropomorphic carrion beetles in the 38th area before, and his mental defenses were weakened a lot. Now he was attacked by a suspected spirit, and he would lose a layer of skin if he didn't die. Tang Yu left the control room on his own, and everyone else looked at him, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. Dill also stood up, holding Lu Su's arm. Let's go and see if Lemons is awake. We can't let him slack off at this time. Lu Su couldn't help but laugh, and his worried face finally found a chance to relax a little. He walked to the display screen in silence, switched the observation angle of the external monitoring, stared at the screen and pondered for a moment, then said, half an hour later, Avar, Lu Su and Dill will go down to the starship cabin with me to investigate the matter about the phytochemical carrion beetle. Yes, Avar responded without thinking, and the voices of Dill and Lu Su were indirectly heard from the lounge. Tang Yu entered the sterile operating room with thoughts, but he was soon brought back to his senses by the scene on the operating table. Hilya had woken up, and stood up, and took off the oxygen mask by himself. But his face was still so pale, but his eyes looked slightly turbid and heavy, as if something was pulling violently, revealing his anxious heart. Sensing someone approaching, Hilya came back to his senses. Professor Tang, I may have almost been parasitized by a spirit. Hilya looked at Tang Yu with a somewhat miserable look, and said slowly, but he was afraid and let me go. This surprised Tang Yu a little, but not that much. He was silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, the spirit you mentioned is like a living person. This made Hilya suddenly burst into a weak smile, as if with a kind of extremely distant nihilism. He said softly, Professor Tang thinks so too. I think you should know a lot of truth. Pausing for a second, Tang Yu just shook his head, then walked over to operate the medical equipment and examined Hilya's body. I saw the sea again, Hilya said again. Tang Yu paused when he heard this. He couldn't help but think of what Hilya said when she woke up from the injury in Area 38. Are those creatures really spirits? Hilya nodded with certainty. I can be sure that those sea elves are spirits, but they look so gentle and harmless. Tang Yu remained silent and didn't respond. 10 minutes later, Tang Yu returned to the control room with the still weak Hilya, and happened to meet he lay discussing the matter of going underground with Avar and others. Take me with you. Tang Yu walked over, pulled out a chair and sat down, briefly expressing his thoughts, but his tone was unquestionable. He was silent for 2 seconds, then glanced at him, and then at the display screen. He didn't object. although he didn't intend to let Tang Yu leave the starship cabin after the accident in the ruined city. The abnormality in the 40th area was the reason why the other party came here to take risks. So he had to compromise. I will only give you 5 minutes to leave the ship. Return immediately after the investigation. You can remotely control us to collect samples. After saying that, he looked at Tang Yu deeply again, and his solemn eyes had to hide some emotions that were about to burst out. Tang Yu had no objection to such an arrangement. After all, the current situation was indeed unfavorable to him. His head was throbbing, which had affected his thinking. After being fully prepared, the starship cabin took off again, not quickly flying towards the area where the 40th area was located. 5 minutes later, the cabin landed 100 meters away from the wild cactus group and the phytochemical scavenging beetles. The starship cabin did not turn off the engine. He briefly reminded Tang Yu and several others of the precautions, and then got off the starship cabin and entered the desert. The desert will reach the highest temperature of the day in the afternoon, and the surface temperature will even exceed 90 degrees Celsius. Even through the soft armor with excellent heat insulation performance and the anti-high temperature biological intelligent neck ring that is always in use, it seems that the burning pain can still be felt faintly. Last night's sandstorm left huge traces of wind blowing through sand particles. Rows of irregular ripples piled up together, supporting tiny dust particles floating in the air. The endless rolling heat waves divided the tall giant pillars into hazy shapes. Perhaps this was the culprit for them receiving the scorching information only from the visual sense. However, Deer and others, who had just experienced a weak state, immediately had a serious heat fainting reaction as soon as they entered the desert. Although the smart helmets were purifying the air at a speed of 12 meters per second, they had serious breathing difficulties. At this moment, the public frequency was full of alarms to warn of their health conditions. This situation was completely beyond Tang Yu and He Lei's expectations. He Lei looked at his 3 companions who were gradually swaying before they even flew to the side of the phytochemical carrion beetle plant, and almost without hesitation immediately issued an order to return. Tang Yu did not react much except for the tingling in his head. After hearing He Lei's return order, he did not completely obey it, but continued to fly forward and said, "Mix the blocker and glucose in a ratio of 1 to 3 and inject it. It should be able to alleviate this defensive heat stroke from the body." He Lei only replied with a good, and then contacted Hilya in the starship cabin, asking him to prepare the injection for Dill and the other 3 according to Tang Yu's instructions. Dill and the others still had a trace of rationality, although they were staggering. They returned to the starship cabin with strong will. He Lei only escorted them a short distance and immediately turned around to catch up with Tang Yu. He closed the public channel and switched to the private channel, and then said anxiously, "What risk are you taking? The public channel just reported your health condition." Hearing this, Tang Yu did not slow down and soon came to a plant of phytochemical scavenging beetles. He controlled the hovering device to slowly land and knelt in the desert near the roots of the plant. He was still very calm and said slowly, "I just want to confirm one thing. Take advantage of this time to collect some plant tissue specimens of giant column, as well as its cactus mucus and roots, as well as nearby soil and shrubs. The last time you came here to investigate, you found that the root epidermis of the giant column was corroded for unknown reasons, destroying the root's conductive tissue, which caused the giant column to die due to lack of water and nutrients. At first, you suspected that there was a problem with the groundwater quality, because not long ago, an acid rain fell in the southwest of the 40th area, which triggered a lot of harmful chemical reactions. But the truth is probably not entirely this reason." Hearing this, He Lei could not help but remain silent, and could only fly closer. Tang Yu also landed and knelt, took off the short knife at his waist, and silently assisted him in digging. The sand was very hot, and it could be felt even through a layer of soft armor. But Tang Yu was completely unaware. He dug a lot of that red mycelium, just like collecting specimens in the 16th area. After collecting enough samples, He Lei directly asked Tang Yu to return to the starship cabin immediately in an unacceptable tone, and he would go to collect other samples. Tang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, and then reluctantly left the increasingly lifeless wild cactus growth area. "You should pay more attention to safety. After all, you are also a flesh and blood body at this moment." Tang Yu flew out a few meters and looked back at He Lei. Even through the smart helmet, people could intuitively feel his worry and concern for the other party from the bottom of his heart through his tone. He Lei just hummed briefly, then turned and flew into the giant column group. Despite facing physical discomfort, Tang Yu went into the sterile operating room as soon as he returned to the starship cabin, and used the simple instruments inside to study the red mycelium specimens he had just collected. The mirage he experienced in the 16th area not long ago actually gave him a lot of inspiration. When the scene of the 16th area was projected, a group of scavenging beetles were pouring some liquid towards the phytochemical scavenging beetle plants. Perhaps it was because of this that the giant column group was threatened by the phytochemical scavenging beetle plants. In just 10 minutes, Tang Yu easily got the answer he wanted. Compared with the red mycelium in the 40th area and the 16th area, the red mycelium did have an enzyme that was relatively unfamiliar to people. This enzyme produces an alkaline substance at high temperature, which reacts with a large amount of silica to generate excessive water, which will dilute the concentration of the water environment around the giant column, causing a large amount of water loss from the epidermis of the giant column root. And the lost water evaporates quickly at high temperature to create the illusion of dry death. Excessive water loss will cause the internal structure of the roots to become loose, the gaps to increase, and the epidermis to become brittle and fall off. At first glance, it does look like some kind of corrosion. And the culprit for all this is the liquid that the scavenger beetles pour out. There is no doubt that phytochemical scavenger beetles can improve desert soil and the harsh environment in which humans currently live. But the behavior of scavenger beetles seems to be deliberately destroying the giant column group on which humans now depend for survival. Why is this? Although scavenger beetles have long been hostile to humans, what exactly caused scavenger beetles to so wisely cut off humans' retreat? If it weren't for the emergence of resistance agents, I'm afraid that humans would be in a precarious situation at this moment. Tang Yu instantly fell into deep thought. And even when he lay returned to the ship, he did not notice that the other party not only brought back the specimens he had entrusted, but also brought back a copy of the environmental monitor placed here, after injecting the mixture of blockers and glucose. Dear Lu Su and Avar's conditions improved a lot, and they recovered quickly, and the symptoms of dyspnea disappeared quickly. Even if they were indeed weak, the three of them had to admit the fact that their current physical condition was completely unable to adapt to the harshness of the desert. Or to put it more bluntly, the scorching hot desert prevented their bodies from adapting to the mission environment that they had already been familiar with. In short, they could no longer continue to perform the mission at this moment. Even if everything was fine in the cabin, they would become helpless after entering the desert. They were completely trapped in the starship cabin. They had to either return immediately or try to gamble whether there was really a way out. But what made them more anxious was not this, but that Lemons, who was expected to wake up in half an hour, still did not wake up after dark. Suzy, who was much weaker than him, had already woken up and gradually eliminated his weakness. But he still slept indifferently. Repairing the starship cabin communication system requires precise technology, which can only be done by a professional installer like Lemons. However, the most critical link in the current operation is stuck on him. It happened that there was no one to start when the installer was needed, which undoubtedly brought great pressure to people. At this moment, the heavy atmosphere in the starship cabin became thicker and thicker, and everyone became tense and worried again. It was like an invisible net, completely covering them. While waiting for Tang Yu to conduct a preliminary study on various specimens of the giant column, he asked Hilya to project the content copied from the environmental monitor. What was surprising but not so surprising was that the projection screen was black, silent, and only the time progressed by 1 minute and 1 second. Seeing this, several people looked at each other, and they couldn't help but think of the maintenance of this environmental monitor in the previous mission. To put it bluntly, this thing is very expensive. How could it not withstand various potential dangers and be destroyed frequently? Even the sandstorm that happened last night was just an ordinary sandstorm for it, unless someone did it deliberately. However, just as they were thinking this, a strange tone suddenly came from the projection screen, and they felt that this tone was very familiar. Chapter 114. Almost instantly, the atmosphere in the starship cabin dropped to freezing point at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was on alert. This was indeed a strange tone, but if you really want to trace it, it was actually more like a certain language, different from all the existing language systems of mankind. In the accident encountered in the ruined city, it was this strange tone that caused them to lose their minds and even brush shoulders with death. Hearing this sound again, everyone's hair stood on end, and the shadow of being tortured by this unknown creature swept over their bodies again, making them stiff and unable to move. But at this moment, there was also a familiar name, which occupied their spiritual high ground with an unstoppable attitude. Spirit. They were very sure at this moment that they were surrounded by spirits. The content of the environmental monitor was still playing, and the intermittent conversation seemed to be no different from ordinary recordings. The only shocking thing was that they could not understand the meaning of this special language. Everyone in the control room kept silent tacitly. Dill finally couldn't help it and collapsed on the chair all of a sudden, like a pile of rubber that had lost its toughness, ready to slide off the seat at any time. His eyes were dull and straight, but he was not actually in a daze. Instead, his brain was running at high speed, thinking about the truth that all this should have. But there was no breakthrough. It seemed that no matter what method he used, he could not find a way out of this maze. Is our spirit detector broken? Why don't we check it? After a long time, Dill barely found a suitable entry point to try to understand the existing problem. His words were like throwing a stone into the lake, causing a large circle of ripples, and the few people who were lost in thought gradually came to their senses. Lu Su agreed with him very much and said, maybe there is a problem with the chip, just like the communication system of the starship cabin. However, when he said this, Lu Su couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he suddenly found that his words had a very contradictory point. The communication system of the starship cabin was broken in an unusual way. If the spirit detector could not play its role due to similar reasons, then the truth behind it was actually self-evident. They were just deceiving themselves. He hesitated to speak, and his expression showed a little panic. Wang Jing stood up and said coldly, I'll go take a look. After that, he left directly. Avar also stood up and walked outside, forcing himself to be calm, and said, I'll go help him. Several people followed Wang Jing and Avar until they disappeared at the door of the control room. Hilya stared at the door with a distant look, and his tense heart seemed to tear a mark. In fact, such an inspection may still not get the desired results, but now their situation may only allow them to deceive themselves. This is a desperate situation they have never been in. The result came faster than expected. All the spirit detectors were working fine without any damage, although the spirit detectors are more focused on detecting spirit parasites. If the magnetic field of a certain place is seriously close to the magnetic field model of the spirit detector will also sound an alarm, allowing humans to notice the existence of the spirit and immediately enter defense and vigilance. Just like the situation in the 38th area when they encountered a spirit that intended to control the evolution of the carrion beetles into human form. In the current situation, they can even intuitively feel that the spirit is around, but the spirit detector still has no reaction. This situation may only reflect one problem. That is, the spirit has broken through the negative effects of the spirit detector on them, and this technology is no longer effective against the spirit. If this is true, humans will once again be unable to prevent the attacks and destruction of the spirits. Such an answer made the atmosphere in the entire starship cabin even more depressing. But gradually, another doubt puzzled them. Why didn't the spirits parasitize them? Or simply kill them? Time passed by again. By the evening, Tang Yu had finished his research and even wrote a rough experimental report, which clearly explained the reason why the giant column group in the 40th area suddenly entered a withered state. However, he did not construct a solution for the time being, because the demise of the giant column made him realize that the era of blockers was indeed forced to end. Tang Yu suggested that he start the starship cabin again and fly to the 16th area for on-site observation, because if his guess was correct, the giant column group in the 16th area was also slowly withering. The strange blooming scene at night was just a signal that they happened to encounter, indicating that they were about to die. Presumably, the giant column in the 40th area had also had such an incredible scene before withering. He had no objection and immediately summoned everyone to prepare to go to the 16th area after dawn. In fact, after listening to Tang Yu's preliminary experimental report, everyone had to make a psychological preparation that was difficult for them to accept. That is, if the giant column groups in all numbered areas encountered such a situation, what should they do? What should humans do? The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the starship cabin set sail for Area 16. And soon the cabin stopped above Area 16. A group of green giant columns immediately came into view. The blooming flowers had withered, and the drooping brown petals were closed on the receptacle and swaying. Through the high-definition display screen, Tang Yu could clearly see the mottled yellow spots on the epidermis of the giant columns captured by the camera. That was a precursor to the necrosis of the plant tissue. Although the form of the giant column decay here was somewhat different from that of Area 40. There was no doubt that they were all being swallowed up by death bit by bit. Tang Yu stared at the display screen in a daze, and the expressions of the others were also the same. In the case of difficulty in holding the psychological defense line, they all inadvertently revealed a trace of despair about the future. Under the huge psychological pressure, even Suzy, who was a military doctor with strong psychological quality, couldn't help but feel a stomach churning and cramping. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and retched. She quickly stood up and left the control room, trying to escape this depressing environment as much as possible. But her mind was extremely clear at the moment, and the heavy atmosphere was telling her what the truth was all the time. Soon Lu Su followed Suzy's footsteps, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and retched. As the youngest member of the collection team, it was normal that he couldn't bear such a huge invisible pressure. In a short time, the atmosphere in the starship cabin became heavier again. Dill, who was about to vomit bile, couldn't help but envy Lemons. At least he slept without knowing anything, and didn't have to face the panic and despair that was hard to see with the naked eye. Everyone's situation was getting worse and worse. He had no choice but to suspend all tasks, and find a relatively safe oasis to land so that all members could rest and recuperate. The main reason why the entire collection team had not fallen apart at this moment was that he and Tang Yu were still holding on in this difficult and dangerous situation. The oasis seemed to have played a role. At least Dill and his team no longer had stomach cramps and vomited all the time. But they also had to concentrate on worrying about whether there would be carrion beetles nearby. In short, there was no time to really relax. Many times, Dill and his team also tried to go outside, but the uncontrollable dizziness would still quickly sweep away their sober minds, forcing them to retreat back to the starship cabin and become prisoners. For the sake of their lives, they could actually end this mission and return to Qiantian City. But their current situation did not allow them to do so. First, their keen intuition made them feel that the spirit would definitely not let them escape. Second, they could not lead such a dangerous enemy back to Qiantian City. And most importantly, they could not know the spirit's true purpose. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly. In this way, time passed day after day. And soon, it was the morning of the fourth day. During this period, in order to avoid direct conflict with the carrion beetles, the collection team has moved 3 or 4 resting points. Now they can no longer carry out any tasks except monitoring the environment and collecting information wherever they pass. The speed of the light breaking through the sky this morning was a little faster than yesterday. Perhaps because of the clear sky, the surface of the earth was covered with dazzling heat waves before 8 o'clock. And for a moment, it was difficult to tell whether it was morning or noon. Everyone was so bored that they subconsciously stared at the display screen to see what useful information the multiple cameras installed outside the starship cabin could send back. However, not long after, everyone who was drinking nutrient supplements and observing information stopped their actions unanimously, because the picture on the display screen was enough to make the calmest people exclaim in surprise. The golden sand dunes were covered with colorful traces, and the colorful sand reflected dazzling brilliance in the sun. There was no doubt that they had encountered a gem desert. However, this magnificent and strange scene would not shock them so much in essence. But if it happened inland in the distant sea, it would be another matter. The formation of the gem desert is inseparable from the ocean. The gem ore in the sea was eroded by the seawater to form powder, which was carried ashore by the wind and accumulated, and then scattered on the sand dunes with the wind, thus forming a magnificent and strange gem desert landscape. However, they were now in the sky above the Taklamakan Desert, which was severely blocked by the surrounding mountains from water vapor and wind, except for the desert road that still had some traces left, which was still amazing as the infrastructure achievements of the past period. The Taklamakan Desert was hot and mediocre. This gem desert is almost weird, with red, blue, green, and orange colors stagnating and jumping on the golden sand dunes with the wind. The groups of heat waves seemed to be unable to stop the charm it exudes, making people always be bewitched by it and staring at it forever. They subconsciously thought that this was another mirage reflected from somewhere. They had seen the frozen technology city, and this time the gem desert seemed less shocking in their eyes. However, just when everyone was shocked by this, Lemons, who they thought might stay in his dream forever, suddenly woke up, and immediately made a big noise after waking up, forcing everyone's attention to be withdrawn from the gem desert on the display screen and turned to the lounge not far from the control room. As a military doctor, Susie was the first to run out of the control room to check on Lemons. When she arrived at the door of the lounge, she was stunned by the scene on the ground. Lemons was not seriously injured, but after he woke up from the hibernation capsule, he accidentally fell to the ground when he was about to come out, so he made a loud noise. Susie hurried over to support him, and finally pulled Lemons, who seemed to be exhausted, up from the ground with some effort, so that he could lean against the metal wall to take a breath. You finally woke up. Everyone has been worried about you. Susie tried to soften her tone that was tense due to tension and despair. Her voice had become a little hoarse, no longer as gentle and crisp as before. Lemons frowned uncomfortably, and the scar between his eyebrows stood like lightning, making him look a little serious. But he did look serious at the moment. However, Lemons, who had just woken up, only said this, "They are finally gone." What? Susie was confused, and Dill and others who came to see him standing at the door of the lounge couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. Lemons, what are you talking about? Dill asked hoarsely, staring at him with his bloodshot and desperate eyes. Lemons was stunned for a second, and immediately took a deep breath. His expression began to calm down, but his eyes with a trace of numbness shot to the distant front, and he slowly said, "In fact, I have been conscious these days, but I can't wake up." This immediately shocked Dill and the others, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Lusu couldn't help but say it again? Lemons was silent for a moment, but said, "Go and repair the communication system first." He was about to stand up by supporting the wall, and Susie hurried to help him. However, at this moment, the voice of the intelligence system suddenly sounded in the starship cabin. "Warning! Warning! The Sky Eye system has been forcibly connected to the outside world. Parsing. Access IP address 10.0.0.114. Parsing. Access failed. Automatically jump to the message area, calling Lieutenant General Healy. If there are survivors, please contact the monitoring room immediately. Calling Lieutenant General Healy. If there are survivors, please contact the monitoring room immediately. Calling Lieutenant General Healy. If there are survivors, please contact the monitoring room immediately." Hearing this, everyone suddenly woke up, and even the anxiety and despair accumulated over the past few days disappeared without a trace. And the heavy pressure in their hearts also quietly left, as if they were reborn. Everyone couldn't help but fall into shock, unable to figure out what was going on with all this weirdness. At this moment, Tang Yu slowly walked out of the narrow corridor, and once again threw a shocking truth to everyone. This is the Namib Desert, not the Taklamakan Desert, which means that we are not in the Asian continent at this moment, but suddenly appeared in the southwest of the African continent. Chapter 115. Looking down from above, the light divides the sand dunes into two parts, golden and dark. The gemstone sand dunes scattered around are like colorful tulle, which makes people imagine the gorgeous saris that Indian women like to wear. But such a beautiful scene is in sharp contrast with the magical situation of Tang Yu and his friends at the moment. They have no time to be confused by this magnificence at this moment. Everyone was stunned and silent. Sometimes they wanted to say something, but when their lips moved slightly, they were shocked to lose their voices, and their minds were blank. Why did they suddenly appear on the African continent? The difficulties in the past few days made them dare to shuttle back and forth only near the 40th and 16th numbered areas. Sometimes they even prayed to meet a team going out for investigation and solve the problems they faced through external assistance. But things did not go as they wished. About 5 minutes later, everyone seemed to have gradually accepted the truth that Tang Yu had just said. Dill was in a trance for a moment, but still asked, "Professor Tang, what is going on?" Even if the navigation of the starship cabin is faulty, it is impossible to suddenly go from one place to another. If it is really a navigation problem, then everything that happened before is fake, without any records? Dill's words asked everyone's thoughts, and they looked at Tang Yu eagerly, hoping to get a reasonable explanation. However, before Tang Yu could speak, Healy's calm voice came from the door of the lounge again. "All records exist. There is no falsehood." This statement set a real tone and attribute for the atmosphere of the entire starship cabin, and also confirmed what everyone thought, that they suddenly appeared from one place to another. Lu Su couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this a distortion of time and space? But this is Earth, and various objective conditions do not allow such a thing to happen." Tang Yu fell silent again, lowering his eyes in thought. Healy did not answer his question that sounded like a fantasy. but just looked at Lemons, who was leaning against the metal wall with a tense body. He said slowly, "Lemons, when your body is almost recovered, take Wang Jing and Avar to repair the communication system." After a pause, he said, "I'm afraid something shocking has happened in the outside world." This made everyone tense again. Lemons desperately supported the metal wall and jumped up, staggering out, anxiously saying, "I'll go to repair it now, because I have wasted too much time on this mission." He looked apologetic at the moment. Avar hurried to help him stabilize his body, but he took 2 steps forward to hold his shoulders, gave him a comforting look, and said, "Things have come to this point. It's useless to be anxious." After that, he said to everyone, "Everyone take a break for half an hour. Don't think about anything, and wait until you connect to the outside world to deal with the abnormality that has occurred now." His tone was steady and calm, as if he was not in a desperate situation. But his performance undoubtedly gave the other team members the power to calm down. Deer and others gradually calmed down from panic and fear, put aside their minds and thought about nothing, and each of them dispersed from the lounge and went to different places to stay quietly for recuperation. Suzy hurried to the sterile operating room to prepare a mixture of cell activators and injectable nutrients, and injected Lemons to help him restore his long-dormant muscle cells. However, when preparing the injection, she couldn't help but think of a question in her mind. Why at this time? Their damaged communication system could have a glimmer of hope. She thought they would die in the desert. At noon, the starship cabin landed near the number 7 area in the Namib Desert. Lemons took Wang Jing and Avar as assistants to repair the communication system of the entire starship cabin, and he led others including Tang Yu to go down the cabin to perform the task of collecting wild cactus juice. As they thought, the dizziness and powerlessness brought by entering the high-temperature environment of the desert also disappeared without a trace, with the strange development that occurred not long ago. As usual, they were able to carry out tasks in a high-temperature environment with the assistance of soft armor, smart helmets, and anti-high-temperature biological smart neck rings. But everyone who went down tacitly did not mention any words about these things, because everyone knew in their hearts that speaking out these confusions would not get any useful answers, but would instead induce the fear and mental pressure that they desperately suppressed in their hearts. However, they were also confused about one thing. That is, whether the illusory spirit was still floating around them and monitoring them. Fortunately, Area 7 had not been eroded by the phytochemical scavenging beetles, and the giant columns here were still full of vitality. In fact, they rarely encountered scavenging beetles in the Namib Desert in previous missions. As one of the oldest deserts on Earth, it seemed that the Earth was also accustomed to its dryness and heat, leaving it with nothing but yellow sand. The repair of the communication system on Lemon's side was not very smooth. The communication system of the starship cabin was not simply destroyed. Nowadays, communication technology still needs to rely on carriers to transmit information. And at this moment, the starship cabin was the most seriously damaged. The metal patch made of a special material on the carrier melted, which caused the entire communication transmission to be blocked. When the unknown force lifted the communication blockade on them, the carrier only maintained the communication transmission for a few tens of seconds before it was completely paralyzed. Lemons had to recycle the melted special material and produce it again. This part, which was less than half the size of a fingernail, took about 2 hours to make. After Lemons installed it, Wang Jing restarted the communication system and checked and restored the original data. Avar assisted him in starting the starship cabin. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the starship cabin resumed communication with the outside world. He immediately replied to the mission monitoring room. Almost 3 seconds after the information was transmitted, the starship cabin received a communication request from the mission monitoring room. He immediately connected the communication, and heard the slightly old but joyful and anxious voice of the marshal. Is everyone safe? Suddenly hearing the voice from the outside world, everyone in the control room couldn't help but fall into a daze, as if they were in another world. He immediately reacted and replied in a firm voice, "Yes. Marshal. Major Hilya. Lieutenant Deer. Lieutenant Avar. Lieutenant Lemons. Lieutenant Wang Jing. Lieutenant Suzy. Lieutenant Lu Su. And Professor Tang, you are all safe and sound. At this moment, we are in the 7th area to collect wild cactus juice. Regarding the issue of missing contact in the past 2 days, as the leader of the collection team, I will submit a corresponding report to state the incident after the communication is over. Hearing He Lei's sonorous and powerful answer, the marshal on the other end of the communication couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The heavy, but relieved voice penetrated the radio waves and fell into everyone's ears. However, everyone's face was still gloomy, because if they were destined to be trapped to death, not only would no one know the cause of their death, but their strange disappearance would also become an unsolved mystery full of grotesque colors in the long river of human history. Not long after, the marshal sighed again, and the sensitive people couldn't help but cheer up again. At this time, the marshal spoke again slowly. With great sorrow, Azura City has just experienced 2 days and 3 nights of attacks by the new mutant carrion beetles. The size of the insects has broken through the traditional size and has become huge. 2 or 3 meters in length is the norm. At this moment, Azura City has completely turned into purgatory. And the most fatal point is the rampant PCIH virus after the war. 1/3 of the people have died from carrion beetles and viruses. And the new mutant PCIH virus has appeared more than 20 cases. Listening to the president's slow words, everyone in the control room fell into deep silence. Let's talk about the giant carrion beetles first. They thought that this thing had just appeared in the desert, but it was already so numerous that it could completely attack the human technology city. And before that, humans had not discovered their mutations at all. Speaking of the PCIH virus, if the people of the entire science and technology city knew that the giant columns in each numbered area were in danger of withering, they would be more likely to go crazy immediately, or to place their hopes on the resistance agent that was still under experiment. But now, no one dared to tell this desperate information to the marshal, who could clearly feel the huge pressure. The marshal also said some information about Ashura City. The admiral of Ashura City was dismissed and recalled to Qiantian City to await trial because of his poor defense against the carrion beetles. Admiral Freston, who went to support, took over the other's work and temporarily took the position of the highest military leader of Ashura City to appease the hearts of the people. However, Freston was unfortunately injured in the battle. A dying carrion beetle pierced his collarbone with its sharp catching foot, almost piercing his heart. Hearing that Freston was injured, Tang Yu, no matter how indifferent and ruthless he was slightly moved. His brows knitted slightly. And while he was awkwardly worried about the other party, he couldn't help but think about how tragic this raid by the carrion beetles on humans was. Admiral Freston's ability was obvious to all, but even he was gloriously wounded. Not to mention other soldiers who were slightly inferior. The situation would only be more miserable. Is he okay? In the gap when everyone was silent, Tang Yu struggled for a while and couldn't help asking the marshal. At this moment, his brows knitted tighter, and his lowered eyes made it impossible to see what kind of complex emotions were revealed. The marshal on the other end of the communication immediately recognized Tang Yu's unique voice and replied to him almost without thinking. Fortunately, your father is now dealing with the rampant PCIH virus in Ashura City. After that, the marshal asked with a little hesitation. He Lei, when do you expect to return from the mission? We really need Tang Yu now. This made everyone's heart tighten a little. In fact, their mission has just begun, even though they have been away from Qiantian City for several days. The marshal seemed to have considered the accident that happened when they lost contact, and added, come back as soon as possible after completing the mission. Yes, He Lei only answered, and didn't say much. The brief communication ended immediately after He Lei and the person in charge of the mission monitoring room completed the connection. Soon, He Lei ordered everyone to continue the mission, quickly complete the wild cactus collection mission, and return to Qiantian City as soon as possible. Chapter 116. He Lei and his team quickly carried out their mission, but the result was much worse than they expected. Less than half of the giant columnar plants had not been eroded by the phytochemical carrion beetles. On the way back, the starship cabin was almost gloomy to the extreme. At this moment, the military and the super government were also in a state of depression because of the tragic situation in Ashura City. Dozens of meetings of all sizes had been held, but the problem of the sealed Ashura City had not been properly solved. More importantly, the blockers were about to be in short supply. In the high-level meeting of the All-Tech City held in the evening to allocate the quota of blockers for relief in various cities, the venue was originally harmonious, but later an irreconcilable quarrel occurred. The mayor of Zhu City made inappropriate remarks, saying that Ashura City was a bottomless pit at the moment, and that it could no longer provide continuous assistance in the face of a shortage of blocking agent resources. He also strongly demanded that the super government treat it as a city-destroying operation, arranging only the remaining healthiest people for relocation and resettlement, while abandoning all those who had been infected with the PCIH virus to minimize the use of medical resources. Although this was very unsafe, everyone in the meeting had the right to put forward their own opinions. However, the mayor of Zoo City's proposal, which showed no social concern, was still attacked and rejected by nearly 2/3 of the participants, and the rest remained silent. However, this was still normal. But the Lord of Azura City, who had witnessed the tragedy of Azura City, reacted very strongly to such words. He was already nervous and sensitive, and when he heard that he was going to be abandoned by the entire city of science and technology, he could not hold back and became hysterical. Even more unfortunate was that the intense emotions triggered his heart attack, and the Lord of Azura City fell to the ground in front of everyone. Fortunately, he had always been accompanied by a life assistant who was a nurse, who gave him first aid in time when the incident happened, and barely saved his life. Because of this, the meeting suddenly became silent, and the quarrels just now were completely gone. In such silence, the meeting had to be declared over. Vice President Edward was not very satisfied with this meeting, because Freston, who had just taken office as the Admiral of Azura City, did not say a word in the meeting, so he could not know his flaws and difficulties at the moment from his words and tone. Now the power struggle between the Scott family and the Harris family has entered a white-hot stage. Although the Scott family has become the default #1 family, he never dared to underestimate the threat of the Harris family to the Scott family, especially since the Harris family has a unique advantage like Tengu. The Harris family cannot help but become a feared existence for the Scott family. After leaving the meeting room, Edward did not return to the office directly, but left work directly. Today he was going to meet someone in person, which was an important weapon for him to deal with Freston and the Harris family. Just yesterday, he asked Sig to secretly bring the former family manager who was exiled to the Harris family from Gondar City back to Chiantian City. The other party was expelled by Freston and Jera to a place far away from the family's interest center, and suffered an unbearable life in the homeless management. At this moment, he must hate Freston very much and must be thinking about revenge. Besides, as a defeated general, who doesn't have the heart to make a comeback, he thought that as long as the benefits were enough, he could always turn this useless chess piece of the Harris family into a handy weapon. Sig found a very secret place belonging to the Scott family and arranged for Edgar to meet with the former manager of the Harris family. As soon as Edgar opened the door, he saw a very well-dressed, thin man of medium height. He was very fair, but his well-maintained face also showed a trace of listlessness at this moment, and there was a sense of depression between his eyebrows. Edgar couldn't help but smile in his heart when he saw this. The helper he needed was full of desire and negative emotions. As the former manager of the Harris family, Clays was of noble birth, and he was much better than Freston, the adopted son of the family, and his female cousin Jera. Now he was trampled under the feet of the two, and even expelled to the homeless management center in a remote area. How could he not hate him in his heart? Mr. Kress, it's been a long time since we last met. Edgar was the first to greet him as he walked in. Sig, who was standing by, quickly stood up and pulled out a chair for his brother Edgar. Kress, with his dark eyes, looked at Edgar, smiled slightly, and stood up and extended his hand to Edgar, saying, "Good evening, Mr. Vice President. It's a pleasure to meet you." Edgar walked over, extended his fingertips to shake hands with Kress, and sat down opposite him. He still had a fox-like smile and said to the other party, "I wonder if Mr. Kress is satisfied with the reception service yesterday and today. I have too many things to do recently. I'm sorry that I only took the time to see you now." This made Kress's face change slightly, like an awkward embarrassment. After all, no matter whether he was satisfied with the reception or not, the treatment he received at this moment was many times better than his current living standard. At least he was free. Kress still smiled and replied, "It's hard to say that I'm not satisfied with the sincerity of Mr. Vice President and Mr. Sig. The reputation of the Scott family for being warm and polite is well deserved." No. Edgar's smile at this moment was full of sincerity. If people who didn't know him saw this, they would definitely think he was a good person. He added, originally, inviting Mr. Kress to the Scott family's base camp in Chiantian City should be a good host. But considering that Admiral Freston also has many eyes and ears here, I can only wrong Mr. Kress. When he heard Freston's name, Kress's face changed immediately, and a trace of hatred suddenly flashed through his bloodshot eyes. However, he did not show too much extreme behavior, but smiled and said to Edgar, "Actually, I am a little curious about why the vice president invited me here." Having said that, Edgar did not mean to get straight to the point with the other party, but just smiled and said slowly, "Are you satisfied with your current life, Mr. Kress?" This made the smile on Kress's face freeze instantly. He smiled reluctantly and said, "Mr. Vice President should see it more realistically. There are different ways to live in every stage of life, whether it is extravagance or loneliness. It is just a trivial choice in this end of the world." Edgar couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Kress's words were indeed full of philosophy and depth, but they were incompatible with his struggling eyes. As a person who still tidied himself up even though he was stranded in a homeless management center, he must be waiting for the day of turning over. And his current words and deeds are just trying to convince himself to hide his unwillingness at this moment. Having lived for so long and seen all kinds of people, he can see through other people's true desires. Edgar echoed, "That's right. But if Mr. Kress were to choose again, I'm afraid he wouldn't want to end up in disgrace." Speaking of this, Kress finally showed his suppressed anger. He snorted coldly and said bluntly, "But there will be some conspiracies and intrigues. How many people in this big family are clean?" Edgar smiled and said nothing, but said, "I heard that this is Admiral Freston's revenge on you for his son Tang Yu. I have heard that the Harris family sold Tang Yu's personal information. I wonder if it is true." This made Kress's eyes full of danger and shot at Idris. He said slowly and unceremoniously, "Mr. Vice President, are you going to threaten me with this matter?" Edgar smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I just think that according to Tang Yu's contribution to the City of Science and Technology, the current Harris family will only benefit more and more. And Mr. Kress, your intention to make a comeback will become more and more difficult to achieve. As a former family manager, you should understand the role Tang Yu plays in the Harris family." Hearing this, Kress's face became worse. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then, I wonder what the vice president thinks." Edgar did not answer, but asked, "What do you think, Mr. Kress?" Kress snorted coldly, looked at Edgar meaningfully, and said coldly, "If the vice president really wants me to provoke the relationship between Tang Yu and the Harris family, I wonder what kind of benefits you can offer." Edgar narrowed his fox-like eyes and said, "It depends on what Mr. Kress wants." This time, Cleese was very direct and said, "Let me leave the homeless management center, and give me $3 million in cash." This request surprised Edgar a little, because for Cleese's status, such a condition was simply a waste of a deal that was hard-won and could bring a chance to turn things around. "Are you sure?" Edgar asked the other party again with a little doubt. Cleese still replied with certainty, "Yes. I know what I need now." This made Edgar re-examine Cleese. He felt that he might not be as destitute as he imagined, and then completely become a prisoner of the Harris family. He still had some power. This would only be more beneficial to him, because he could get the same or even more returns with less investment. And Cleese would hate Freston and the current Harris family more than he did. "Okay. If that's the case, then happy cooperation." Cleese smiled gloomily. Happy cooperation. At this moment, Tang Yu was about to return to Qiantian City, but he didn't know that Edgar had come up with another conspiracy to deal with him. His attention was now completely on the members of the collection team. At this moment, the starship cabin was filled with a dark cloud called panic disorder, and almost everyone fell into the symptoms of tension, uneasiness, anxiety, and fear. Dill was walking back and forth frequently. Lu Su had been muttering about why they suddenly appeared in the Namib desert for no apparent reason. Lemons had been regretting not repairing the communication system quickly. Avar had been worried that the energy liquid would suddenly solidify again and cause damage to the engine. In comparison, Hilya, Wang Jing, and Suzy were in slightly better condition. But Suzy had been retching and his face had turned pale. Tang Yu could not help but be infected by their atmosphere. His head was throbbing with pain. He only hoped that the starship cabin would land at the North Gate military shipyard as soon as possible, so that he would no longer have to worry about unknown dangers like now. He could understand Dill's emotions at the moment. This highly contagious panic disorder was probably caused by the blocker. The wild cactus juice they brought back this time could only sustain the consumption of the entire science and technology city for less than half a month. And there was still a bottomless pit, Azura City, to fill. There was another serious problem that they had to face. That is, the blocker should be ineffective against the new variant PCIH virus that was gradually raging in Azura City. In addition, the much-anticipated resistance agent seemed to be a long way from entering the market. However, after hearing about the tragic experience of Azura City, Tang Yu had already made a new plan. He wanted to save the people of Science and Technology City and enter the universe system. Chapter 117. In the evening, the starship cabin landed at the North Gate military parking lot. Fortunately, except for their not-so-optimal mental state, none of the group was infected with the PCIH virus that had recently spread panic throughout the city of Science and Technology. During the quarantine, everyone resumed communication and learned the latest situation about Azura City. After thinking for a while, Tang Yu wrote an email to Admiral Freston and asked about his current situation. Now Azura City has been blocked because of the PCIH virus, and external economic contacts have been directly cut off. The entire city is only operating at the lowest level, and material reinforcements, such as medicine and food, can only stay outside the city and be transported by special trucks. Medical staff and volunteers who provide support can only enter but not leave. Admiral Freston is also trapped in the town of Azura at this moment, and there is always the risk of infection. If he is lucky, Azura City will be saved, and he will get a huge achievement, and the benefits will radiate to all interest groups related to him. If he is unlucky, it may reverse the situation of the Harris family's prosperity, and at the same time, the military forces will have to reshuffle. Although Admiral Freston has always been low-key in the military, Tang Yu clearly knows how great his political value is. During the 24 hours of isolation, Tang Yu collected information and thought about many things. When the isolation was about to end, Tang Yu got a message from He Lei that the research results of phytochemical carrion beetles had come out, and Dean Jiang had convened a secret meeting with the president and the marshal not long ago. Hearing this news, Tang Yu suddenly felt that everything was about to be settled. As he was thinking about it, an epidemic prevention staff member suddenly came into the isolation room and walked straight to him under the gaze of everyone. "Professor Tang, Vice Dean Sin came to pick you up in person and told you to go to the waiting room to find him after the isolation is over and let you go back with him." Tang Yu was stunned by this, and then his expression darkened. A huge thought flashed through his mind in an instant, and he just replied, "I know." The epidemic prevention personnel nodded and left without saying anything. After saying what just now, Tang Yu looked at He Lei, who also remained silent, and said to him, "Please go and submit the investigation report of the 40th District to Dean Jiang in person, and send someone to me. I want to send something to Azura City to Admiral Freston." He Lei just nodded with a serious face. He looked at Tang Yu and added at the end, "Do your best in everything." "Okay." At this time, Lu Su stood up. He said solemnly to Tang Yu and He Lei, "Brother Lei, Professor Tang, leave the matter to me. I lived in Azura City for a while when I was a child, and I am quite familiar with it." Hearing this, Tang Yu and He Lei looked at each other and accepted Lu Su's offer without hesitation. He Lei replied to him in a serious tone, "Then I'll leave it to you. When the time comes, you will stay by the side of the Admiral for personal protection." Yes. The matter was settled. After the quarantine, He Lei returned to the military building with others, and Tang Yu went directly to the waiting room to meet Sin Qing. It had only been a few days since he last saw Sin Qing. When he saw Sin Qing again, Tang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the changes he had made in such a short time. The other person's face had become much thinner. His eye sockets were deep. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, and his face was pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood at once. At a glance, he knew that the other person must have been in a state of anxiety and tension recently. Insomnia was bothering him all the time, but his brain was always running at high speed. "I finally got you here. It's only been an hour or two, but it feels like a year has passed." Sin Qing turned to look at Tang Yu after hearing the familiar footsteps. He quickly stood up and smiled at him with joy and helplessness. "Brother," Tang Yu called out softly, then walked over and patted his shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work recently. Let's go back." Sin Qing's heart tightened suddenly when he heard this. The pain he had been tormented by recently seemed to burst out again. He tried his best to keep himself calm and said, "The experiment has made some progress, but I heard that your starship cabin was once out of contact." Tang Yu's expression did not change, and he just said lightly, "I'm back safely." Hearing Tang Yu's seemingly nonchalant tone, Sin Qing felt even more distressed, but he knew his character very well. If he could treat a matter calmly, It was probably almost resolved, and he was unwilling to mention it again. Although he really wanted to know what the other party had experienced, and what kind of suffering he had encountered during the loss of contact. He still chose to change the subject. It's good that you're back safely. I can't wait to come and take you back to the Research Institute building. You should be able to guess the purpose. If the resistance agent is developed by analyzing the reagent components, it may not be in time to deal with the sudden accident in Azura City. Scorching's expression became more serious. He lowered his voice and said, I heard that some high-level officials advocated the destruction of Azura City. There have been such measures before, but there were no blockers at that time, and the people had to accept it. Otherwise, there would not be only 18 science and technology cities left now. This made Tang Yu lower his eyes slightly, but his indifferent expression did not change much. He did not reply to Scorching immediately, but walked side by side with him in silence until he got on the light energy suspension car. I have thought of a countermeasure. Please cooperate with me fully. This made the anxious Scorching stunned, and looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. He asked hesitantly, Are you planning to publish the research results of the resistance agent? Although I also hope so in the current situation. That can save more people. But as a researcher who has handled resistance agents, I can fully imagine the huge public opinion that will follow. Some social problems are destined to be unsolvable. Now that you have cleared the charge of being a spiritual parasite, the situation may be better. But I thought the truth about the resistance agent could enter the human vision in the way of boiling a frog in warm water. But Azura City has given us a huge test. Hearing this, Tang Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, The knife is already on the neck. The problem is how to turn the blade to the person who uses the knife. If humans do not face the fear brought by the spirit, the contradiction between the two sides will never be eliminated. His words made Scorching half understand, and full of doubts. He couldn't help but say, the contradiction between spirits and humans can't be called a contradiction. Spirits are killing machines for humans. The initiative to kill or not to kill lies with spirits. And humans can only try their best not to put themselves in a situation where they have no control over their fate. At this moment, Tang Yu's face became particularly serious. He looked straight at Scorching and told him solemnly, as he told He Lei, there will not be endless hatred between humans and spirits forever. Scorching was surprised by this, especially when he saw Tang Yu's serious look. But gradually, after he calmed down, he felt that Tang Yu's statement was not so ridiculous. Because the reason why humans can survive and develop to this point is entirely because they still have a glimmer of hope for the future, even if it is very weak. After returning to the Research Institute building, Tang Yu went to Scorching's laboratory to observe the latest experimental results and put forward suggestions for the next research direction. He then immediately returned to his own laboratory and prepared the final version of the resistance agent overnight with the existing materials. The final version of the resistance agent was light blue, like a wisp of morning mist floating in the forest, swept by the wind across the deep blue sea, and like a sapphire that absorbed the blue light reflected by the water waves and condensed. One of the resistance agents was for Admiral Freston, who was far away in Azura City to deal with post-war affairs. In addition, Tang Yu also handwrote a paper letter that must be opened by the other party in person. The content of the letter was simple, but also shocking. He wanted to borrow Admiral Freston's authority to enter the universe system. Now he can only think of this most suitable way to enter the universe system. If he takes the resistance agent to negotiate with the president, he will not only fall into the public opinion of disregarding the safety of mankind and be caught by those with ulterior motives, but also make him feel guilty. The death of Xiao Su and Meng Chong reminds him all the time. So for the future of mankind, he has to make another compromise. Regarding the matter of the spirit, he has also got some clues after some recent events. And entering the universe system to check the data is just to further confirm his thoughts. If fate really destined him to have no chance with the universe system, then he can only compromise, and then materialize the final purpose of the experiment according to his own ideas. At noon the next day, the letter and the resistance agent were handed over to Lu Su. He Lei had already secretly arranged this matter. Lu Su would go to Azura City to meet Admiral Freston with the supply starship cabin sent by Qiantian City to Azura City. Before this, Tang Yu had also sent a letter to inform the other party of the general situation. At least the resistance agent was emphasized. In addition to ensuring the other party's safety, there was another important reason why he gave Admiral Freston the resistance agent. Admiral Freston had almost become the spiritual pillar of the people of Azura City at this moment. If he fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now other technology cities have experienced turmoil of varying degrees because of the Azura City incident. The local government and the military had to launch armed suppression in order to control the panic and chaos caused by public opinion to the minimum extent. But no one knew that the resistance agent he gave to Admiral Freston was the final version. This was his last bargaining chip, and could help him accomplish some things. After Lu Su left, Tang Yu did not continue the experiment or pay attention to the latest happenings in the science and technology city. He returned to Yilei's home and slept for a long time without caring about anything. When he woke up again, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. But Yilei was still busy and had not returned. But he also received a message from Admiral Freston. The content was very simple. With only one OK word several hours after the previous message, Tang Yu immediately understood what the other party meant. Admiral Freston was willing to take a huge risk to lend him the right to enter the universe system. Although the borrowing still needs the approval of the president. It is much easier to convince the president to agree than to let the president directly give him the authority. As if sensing that Tang Yu had checked the information, Admiral Freston immediately sent another message, which was only a few short characters. The resistance agent has taken effect. Seeing the message, Tang Yu just lowered his eyes slightly, thought for a moment before replying to the other party. Thank you. After sending the message, he turned off the holographic projection screen and didn't care what message Admiral Freston sent again. He got up and turned on the light in the dark, and then went into the kitchen to find food, only to find a bowl of millet porridge and a simple sandwich in the pot. It should be that Yilei came back. Seeing this, Tang Yu's heart suddenly surged with warmth, and his gloomy expression slowly dispersed, and his eyebrows softened again. Chapter 118. The next morning, Tang Yu hurriedly finished his breakfast and went directly to the Octagon building. When he arrived at the lobby, he went to the front desk as usual to make an appointment to meet with the president. It was just time to go to work, and the front desk staff were preparing for the day. However, when they saw Tang Yu coming, the front desk staff was not surprised, but told him directly that the president had already informed him in advance. If Tang Yu came to see him, he could go directly to his office without making an online appointment. Tang Yu was not surprised by this, but just thanked him and turned to walk towards the elevator. I guess yesterday afternoon, Admiral Freston had already mentioned to the president about lending him access to the universe system. But the president's attitude would only be known after meeting him. Unfortunately, Tang Yu ran into Vice President Edgar just after he got out of the elevator. The two stopped face to face, and the other party still had that fox-like smile, and stared at him deeply for a few seconds with his fox-like eyes. Tang Yu didn't want to get entangled with Edgar at this moment. Just called him indifferently and walked straight to the president's office. But Edgar stopped him, as if he had expected Edgar to do this. Tang Yu just stopped symbolically and didn't look back. Edgar stared at his back, very unhappy with the other party's indifference to him. But he still pretended to be very kind and said slowly, Admiral Freston was injured in Azura City. Professor Tang should know it. Right? But I heard that Admiral Freston himself has a genetic disease. I don't know if he can survive this unprovoked disaster. After saying that, Edgar exclaimed again. But I forgot that you and Admiral Freston don't have a good relationship. Hearing these words, Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. It was not that he cared about Edgar's gloating words, but that the other party's IQ suddenly dropped, and he would say such words in such an occasion. He turned around to face the other party, glanced at Edgar, and said coldly, You don't seem to be the kind of person who speaks regardless of the occasion. Edgar suddenly laughed, but he didn't care, and said, I just kindly remind you, Professor Tang, that if your father gets into trouble, you will no longer be able to stay out of it, let alone keep your own experimental results. But I still admire you very much. Although we have disagreed, the Scott family will always extend an olive branch to you. For talents, the Scott family has always treated them as guests of honor. Professor Tang, don't think I'm long-winded. I'm pointing out a way out for you. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes after hearing this. But after a moment of silence, he said, I wonder what kind of inspiration the universe system has brought to Mr. Vice President. I still remember how you looked at that time. It seemed to be very helpful. Hearing this, Edgar's smile froze. And then he smiled again. Shouldn't Professor Tang know what kind of inspiration you got? After all, it was you who gave me the hint. Now that people's calls for resistance agents are growing, you have to think clearly about how to take the next step. Mr. President has limited energy and can't follow up on everything in detail. Tang Yu pretended not to understand his hint, and only said, Mr. Vice President also has unique insights on resistance agents, and may not need me completely. You already know the most important part of making resistance agents. So you should believe that you can also create miracles. After saying this, Tang Yu turned around and walked towards the president's office regardless of Edgar's expression. However, Edgar's face immediately turned cold, and there was a hint of impetuous anger in his eyes. He was obviously angry at what Tang Yu had just said. Seeing Tang Yu knocking politely at the door of the office, Edgar snorted coldly. Tang Yu was more willing to join the president's camp at this moment. It was not a big problem for the entire city of science and technology, but it was very disadvantageous for him in the power struggle of the super government. But the president was also old, and even aged faster than his peers sitting in that position. So sooner or later there had to be fresh blood to replace the aging cells. And persuading Tang Yu and winning him over would be an insurmountable step for him to successfully take over the presidency. A slightly tired come-in came from the half-open office door. Tang Yu paused for a second and pushed the door open. After walking in, he gently closed the door completely. The president was looking at him with a coffee cup in his hand. He sat upright in his office chair with a thinner body. His kind expression also revealed a seriousness that could not be ignored. Good morning, Mr. President. Tang Yu walked forward slowly. The president smiled, put down the coffee cup, stood up slowly and walked out. He pointed to the reception sofa and said to Tang Yu, sit down. I just talked to the vice president about Ashura City again. You should have met him when you came. Tang Yu just nodded slightly and walked towards the reception sofa without saying anything. The president went to the tea table to make a cup of tea for Tang Yu first, then walked over to sit in front of him. He handed the teacup over and said gently, are you okay now? I have also learned the specific details of your mission and loss of contact. It can be said that it was very dangerous. Helay's team members didn't get any good results. After all, you are not a soldier, and we are more worried about you. Hearing this, Tang Yu's expression did not change, but just shook his head and replied, no big deal. Tang Yu's calmness made the president stunned for a moment. But thinking that the other party was such a strong and calculating person, he felt that it was normal for the other party to have such an attitude. Take the matter of entering the universe system for example. Considering the current situation, the resistance agent can no longer be used for transactions. Tang Yu thought of a more reliable method. He went around and persuaded Freston to borrow the authority. In this way, he did not have to feel guilty for not being able to rescue the people of the science and technology city in time, because he was such a kind-hearted person in his bones. Even the super government was grateful to him for this, since things have been done to this extent. As the president, he could not say that he did not agree with Tang Yu entering the universe system. Yesterday afternoon, he received an email from Freston. The content surprised him. He never thought that Freston would one day participate in the matter of the universe system. He had sent people to secretly investigate Edgar's affairs about the universe system, but found nothing. Such anomalies made him unable to believe that Edgar did not do anything after coming out of the universe system. On the contrary, Edgar kept all these related matters secret. No one knew what he was planning, and Edgar's power in the super government was expanding. This was a very dangerous signal. It's good that nothing happened. The president looked at Tang Yu sincerely and kindly. After a moment of silence, his expression gradually became serious, and he slowly said, I know why you came to me early in the morning. Regarding entering the universe system, I agree that you can borrow Admiral Freston's authority, but correspondingly, you also have to assist the Institute to produce a large number of resistance agents. Ashura City needs it very much. As he spoke, the president's expression gradually became exhausted, and his voice became old and low. The blocker is also about to come to an end. When Dean Jiang knew that the juice of the wild cactus brought back this time was less than half of the previous one, he was almost shocked and fainted. He was the one who created the blocker, but he had to watch it fail to save more lives in his lifetime. The latter part touched Tang Yu a little, and he couldn't help but curl up his palms slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, Don't worry, Mr. President. Since you promised to let me enter the universe system, I will also fulfill my promise. After speaking, he took out a simulated soft gel chip from the inside of his wrist and handed it to the president. This is the formula of the improved resistance agent. The final version. The future of mankind depends on you, Mr. President, and the super government to arrange it. The president subconsciously looked at the thing in Tang Yu's hand, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. revealing complete disbelief. You must know that exposing scientific research results in advance without publishing journal papers on scientific research results is undoubtedly fatal for researchers. Although Tang Yu is facing a different situation. It is so easy to announce something that anyone and any force dreams of. Is it because the other party is dedicated to mankind? Or is it because the other party does not care about this result at all? To some extent, Tang Yu did break the secular people's perception of scientific researchers. After about a minute, the president's rapidly working brain calmed down a little. He couldn't help but confirm what Tang Yu had asked. Are you just going to announce the experimental results of the resistance agent so simply? Tang Yu nodded without thinking, looked at the president calmly and replied, isn't the original intention of developing the resistance agent for this day? The president's serious expression suddenly smiled, and a faint light appeared in his swollen, but clear eyes. After calming down, he said again, when do you plan to enter the universe system? Tang Yu had a plan and said bluntly, now. Such an answer did not surprise the president. He knew that Tang Yu was well prepared, and he had made some preparations in advance. He replied without hesitation, okay. I will ask my secretary to arrange it for you. But your level is far from enough to have the authority to enter the universe system. You only have this one chance now. Tang Yu did not reveal any thoughts about this, but nodded in obedience. In just half an hour, Tang Yu's neuron electronic chip received the temporary key to enter the universe system, and the president personally led him to the location of the universe system. After sending Tang Yu into the universe system, the president returned to his office. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to open the soft gel chip to see what the real formula of the resistance agent was like, and what kind of experiment could completely solve the problem that had troubled mankind for nearly 200 years. He placed the soft gel chip on the instrument that read the information, and soon the holographic projection screen popped up. A code began to pop up on the screen, indicating that the information was being interpreted. After 5 minutes of waiting, the content about the resistance agent formula was finally revealed. However, when he looked around, the president was attracted by a piece of information that was highlighted, and gradually showed a shocked expression. Although he had already been vaccinated by Scorching about the possibility that the ingredients of the resistance agent were related to the spirit parasite, when he saw the word spiritual parasite clearly in the formula, he still fell into an absurd and empty mood, because the spirit parasites they advocated killing and preventing were exactly their life-saving charms at the moment. This gap from the enemy to the savior was very similar to the fear and confusion brought by the miraculous survival after the plane crash. And there was also disbelief. This was more shocking than what Dean Jiang told him, and the marshal in the secret meeting not long ago, that the phytochemical carrion beetles degenerated into seeds to improve the soil structure of the desert, and were the mother body to breed new land. Dean Jiang said that this was a turning point for mankind in the end times. But he never thought that the term turnaround would one day be associated with spirit parasites. Humans and spirits are now enemies who will never stop dying. Chapter 119. The cosmic system is in a secret and easily overlooked place in the Octagon building. In fact, the people in the City of Science and Technology are not very familiar with it. They only know that it is a behemoth that provides services for the neuron electronic chips that everyone has, except for those who have access rights. No one knows what the cosmic system looks like. Tang Yu once imagined what the real cosmic system looks like. Is it like a library with a vast layout? Or like in science fiction movies, with only a shining technology stone suspended in the center of the entire space? But the facts are obviously not the case. In the space where the cosmic system is located, more than half of the place is suspended with large or small chips. These blue light chips are connected together through visible radio waves, and there are several small paths on the ground, or footholds, that allow people to shuttle between these chips. At the entrance, there is a sign indicating how to use the cosmic system. Users need to use their permissions to connect their neuron electronic chip to the interface chip of the cosmic system, which is the only chip flashing green. After the connection, you can search for the information you want to search on your neuron electronic chip, and then view all the answers through your holographic projection screen. The operation is so simple that it makes people feel incredible. She is so ordinary that people can't even imagine that she is connected to the cosmic system that contains everything, which is the mother source of neuron electronic chips. However, Tang Yu was not confused by the simplicity of the cosmic system. This is the crystallization of human technology accumulated for hundreds of years, and it cannot be underestimated. Tang Yu popped up the holographic projection screen and followed the operating instructions to connect with the universe system step by step. In just 3 seconds, the picture on the holographic projection screen suddenly changed, and a lively holographic image of the Dunhuang flying goddess suddenly appeared in front of him. Hello, visitor Mr. Tang Yu. Your identity information is being verified. Name Tang Yu. Gender male. Identity code. Waiting, verification completed. I am Xiang Yin, the administrator of the universe system. Do you have any questions that Xiang Yin would like to answer for you? Suddenly seeing such a holographic character image, Tang Yu had a trance feeling of entering a holographic game. In life, there are also people who set their holographic projection screens to character mode and operate directly with voice or brain waves. But with the change of mainstream aesthetics and practicality, this situation has become rare. However, Tang Yu did not dwell on such trivial matters, but immediately issued an order to the holographic administrator of this universe system. Search for spiritual body. Xiang Yin soon gave Tang Yu feedback. Instructions received. Please wait for Xiang Yin to list all the data containing the keyword spiritual body for you. And the entries are sorted by importance and search frequency by default. If you have special requirements, you can let Xiang Yin automatically modify the default settings. After speaking, a holographic projection screen split out next to Xiang Yin, which listed all the information about spiritual bodies that had been collected. Tang Yu's attention also shifted from Xiang Yin to another holographic projection screen. But the first piece of information that appeared shocked him. It turns out that a long time ago, a human who was successfully parasitized by a spirit survived without being detected by the spirit detector. He announced the truth before his death. The other party was a great celebrity, Professor Xia Xinzhou, the first founder of the study of carrion beetles. Tang Yu clicked on the message Xia Xinzhou, the undiscovered spirit parasite, and the screen jumped instantly, and a page of Professor Xia Xinzhou's life profile flew out, and the other party's lifelike photo also appeared in his eyes. He was an old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit, a little younger than the current Dean Jiang, with hope and compassion for the world in his eyes, and a great demeanor all over his body. Tang Yu recognized him, and was even very familiar with him. This was an old man half a century ago. At that time, carrion beetles had just appeared. He was the first to study this kind of insect at the age of over 80. Unfortunately, he died after 1 year of research. In the laboratory where his mother worked, a portrait of Professor Xia Xinzhou must be hung. There was a self-narration of Professor Xia Xinzhou in the introduction. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel complicated after reading it. In order to prevent the other party's deeds from affecting the governance of the entire science and technology city, the senior government officials quietly concealed this matter. Only those who have the authority and are willing to get involved in spiritual issues can know this long-sealed truth. He said, speaking out this fact may cause anger among most people, and they will completely transfer their hatred for spirits to me and my family. But for the future of mankind, I will just treat myself as an experiment to give mankind some inspiration. More than a year ago, I was parasitized by a spirit. But fortunately I did not die. Nor was I discovered by the spirit detector. Nor was my consciousness taken away by the spirit. And he had no intention of completely controlling my body. In this way, he and I merged into one and became a superhuman. And the scientific research results over the past year or so also benefited from his help. The grievances between humans and spirits have a long history. But I still want to make it clear that, like humans, spirits are also seeking ways to survive. No matter what the future generations do, I hope to see the arrival of the day of peace. After reading this passage, Tang Yu remained silent for a long time, because he couldn't help but think of something. And the viewpoint contained in that thing was surprisingly consistent with Professor Xia Xinzhou's viewpoint, because it can be traced back to the death of his mother from the parasitic spirit. He still remembers what it was like that day. The weather became hotter after the summer, and there were rolling heat waves outside the window. It happened to be the weekend, and he and his mother stayed at home to rest. The mother first stayed in the study to talk to Admiral Freston, and he was reading Schrodinger's What is Life in the living room. Suddenly, there was a huge sound of falling in the study room. He was awakened immediately. He ran to the door of the study room and broke in. At that time, his mother fell to the ground, holding her head in pain and rolling around. At the same time, the alarm of the spirit detector installed in the house kept ringing. He immediately realized what happened. Almost without thinking, he ran out to destroy the spirit detector installed in the living room. At this time, he had already thought of a reason to deal with the damage of the spirit detector. There is no doubt that his mother was parasitized by the sudden spirit. However, when he returned to the study room, it was only a dozen seconds, and his mother had returned to normal, except for the messy big wavy hair that had just been done, and the unusually pale cheeks. There was almost no big change. Even his mother's face revealed a hint of suppressed joy. But he could tell at a glance that this joy did not come from his mother, but from the spirit that parasitized her. Before the news broke that his mother was parasitized by the spirit and died tragically, no one would have thought that she would be chosen by the spirit as a target for parasitism. For the first hour, his mother just sat on the sofa in silence, staring blankly ahead. He did not dare to make any move, because he was afraid that the spirit would devour his mother's consciousness in anger. He destroyed the spirit detector to seek a glimmer of hope for his mother. If his mother's consciousness defeated the spirit, then the parasitic spirit would not be a threat. His intuition told him that this might be a feasible solution. Sure enough, an hour later, his familiar mother came back and told him about the spirit parasitism. She was very calm, and he was also calm. His mother said she would call Admiral Freston to report that she was safe, because she suddenly hung up the call not long ago. She did so. But the government organization that monitored the spirit detector also found the abnormality at home and called to inquire about the situation. He evaded the government staff and agreed with them to repair the broken spirit detector. But he also felt that his mother's matter was difficult. As a son, he naturally could not send his mother to death. Although according to his mother's status and scientific research contributions, she would most likely be imprisoned in a special prison. But this was not the result he wanted. This was his only mother who depended on him for life. However, before he could come up with a feasible solution, his mother in the study suddenly called him in. He entered the study with a heavy heart. At this moment, his mother in front of him was smiling slightly. So gentle, elegant and loving. She waved her hand for him to go to her side. He stared at his mother and walked over step by step. She said nothing, but took off the goose bone flute worn on her neck, the magical object that she had made based on the magnetic field of carrion beetles and some things he didn't know, which could repel carrion beetles, and then put it in his palm and said something that he still remembered vividly. The spirits come from the deep sea and are also looking for ways to survive. Saving them is also saving humans. When he heard this, he was shocked, but also filled with hatred, because he felt that it was not his mother who said this, but the spirit that had just parasitized on his mother. She was bewitching every human who approached him in order to eliminate the long-standing hatred of humans for their spirits. However, his hatred was quickly wiped out, because his mother's eyes were still familiar to him, and these words were indeed from his mother's true intentions. Then, he heard words that were enough to make people faint instantly. His mother hugged him and said slowly, "I am going to die. The spirit parasitism failed. Both she and I will die." In just a moment, he fell into a state of confusion. But the mother in front of him was also gradually realizing her words. When she let go of him, her face was already bleeding from all 7 holes. And then her skin began to crack from the inside out. Then a huge pain swept over her, and she fell to the ground twisted. He only heard his mother's weak words faintly. "Tang Yu. Live. Go find your father." Then before he could react, it was only a few seconds before and after, his mother's body stiffened, leaving only a red ground, and the fishy smell of rust made people want to vomit. Compared to other spirit parasites, his mother's death was quite decent. At least she had a complete body, but it was also tragic enough. After the incident, he suffered from insomnia and light sleep for half a month, because he would suddenly lose the person he loved the most one day. With his mother's sudden death, humans lost not only her precious information about carrion beetles stored in the neuron electronic chip, but also more secrets about spirits that she didn't have time to tell. Based on the information he now has about spirits, his mother should have died of rejection after parasitism, just like an organ transplant. Even if the model matches, there are still many unexpected accidents after the operation to determine life and death. In a flash, many past events flashed through Tang Yu's mind. After a long while, he regained his sanity from the intense emotion. After quickly reading the record of Professor Xia Xinzhou's deeds, Tang Yu gradually realized a fact. The social problems caused by humans and spirits have long been like a huge tree with tangled roots, which is difficult to shake. Even the top leaders of the science and technology city are not willing to take the lead in promoting the society to solve this problem, because the hatred of humans for spirits has been imprinted in their souls. But at this moment, in his cognition, this hatred has hindered the progress and development of mankind. Spirits are a kind of life that is higher than them and is subject to certain objective conditions. Humans have only two choices, either to be destroyed or to turn enemies into friends and cooperate for win-win results. His original intention to study spirits was not only because of his mother's death, but also because of something equally important. After learning about Professor Xia Shinzhou, Tang Yu looked up other information about spirits. As he collected more and more content, a certain idea in his mind became more and more certain. His mother said that spirits came from the deep sea. And the existing records also show that the ocean is indeed the birthplace of spirits. When spirits first appeared, coastal cities were destroyed first, and people whose ancestors came from the coast were more likely to be parasitized by spirits. Looking at this information, Tang Yu couldn't help but think of what Hilya said. Elves wandering in the deep sea. They are spirits. Chapter 120. About an hour later, Tang Yu left the universe system with the information he had searched for. The tall, thick, and heavy door made of some kind of synthetic metal slowly closed behind him. Tang Yu stood at the door insignificantly, but couldn't help but look back. The president's secretary was waiting for him outside the door at this moment. When he saw him come out, he hurried forward and said, "Professor Tang, the president hopes you will come back to the office again." Tang Yu was not surprised to hear this invitation, because he knew that the resistance agent formula he handed to the president not long ago was enough to shock the other party for a long time, and would have many doubts and puzzles. Hoping to seek his opinions and suggestions, Tang Yu just nodded slightly and walked forward. The president's secretary followed him silently, and did not ask anything about entering the universe system. Pushing the door to enter the president's office again, Tang Yu saw the president, who was sitting in front of his desk with a pen in his hand, and he didn't even notice him coming. The president's eyebrows were deeply frowned, and he seemed to have aged a few years in a short time. He couldn't help but think of the fact that the president was hospitalized because of the assassination not long ago. Tang Yu did not interrupt the president's thinking, but walked over slowly and stood in front of his desk. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the president noticed Tang Yu's arrival. After reacting, he quickly smiled and asked him to sit down and talk. Tang Yu nodded slightly and walked to the reception sofa to sit down. The president stood up and relaxed his stiff body before walking towards him. As soon as he sat down, he said to Tang Yu, "I will not go into details about the formula. Now we have to execute it. I have considered it. You should cooperate with the Research Institute to produce a batch of resistance agents first, and I will arrange for someone to get the source of STGF protein. Ashura City can also become the first test site for batch resistance agents. If they can survive this tragedy, there is still a broad road for the future of mankind. As for the content of the resistance agent formula, let it be a secret that will never be seen." While there is still hatred between humans and spirits, listening to the president's slightly faster words, Tang Yu could clearly feel his anxiety and worry. Indeed, if someone knew that the thing that could save their life came from their enemy, many mentally sensitive people would collapse because of it. "Okay," Tang Yu just replied. Hearing Tang Yu's promise, the president seemed relieved, and his expression was not as ugly as before. But the fatigue between his eyebrows was still so thick. The president did not ask Tang Yu anything about the universe system, because the resistance agent was enough to shock him. And the things that Tang Yu could explore in the universe system must be more shocking than the resistance agent. Not long after, Tang Yu left the Octagon building. He went back to the Research Institute building and met with Sun Qin to talk about the resistance agent. Ever since meeting Tang Yu on the floor of the president's office, Edgar had sent people to monitor Tang Yu and the people he had contacted. Although the results were minimal, he still found out through some clues that Tang Yu had handed over the formula of the resistance agent to the president. After getting this information, Edgar was shocked for a moment. He didn't expect Tang Yu to hand over the biggest bargaining chip in his hand to the super government so easily. After following the clues, Edgar learned that the president had secretly arranged for people to go to the special prison to obtain the materials of the spirit parasites. And his mood suddenly became extremely bad. Edgar was furious at first, and then deeply worried. First, the president had concealed the information about the resistance agent from him, and he obviously no longer trusted him. Second, the Scott family had also collected experimental materials from the special prison when they were researching the reagent that could solve the PCIH virus. No matter how much they concealed it, the president would know the truth one day. If he knew in advance that Tang Yu had given the president the formula of the resistance agent, he would have enough initiative to erase the traces of what the Scott family had done. But now everything has become a Schrödinger state, and it is still uncertain whether the president has caught the Scott family's handle. However, after some thinking, Edgar also made up his mind about some things. The president has been in that position for a long time, and it is time to step down. He needs to plan how to pull him down from the altar. Perhaps the matter of Azura City will be a good opportunity. The president does not allow him to participate in the production of resistance agents, but it does not mean that he cannot secretly control it. The final outcome depends on people. After making up his mind, Edgar's turbulent mood calmed down a lot. Then he shifted his attention to another matter. He contacted his younger brother Sig and asked about Cress. It happened that Sig also wanted to contact Edgar, but what he said was not related to Cress. This morning, Alan received a courier at home. The mailing address was an ordinary courier point in Azura City. After opening it, I found a letter marked to you. I sent someone to verify the situation with the person at the mailing address, but I didn't get any particularly useful information. The letter was initially inspected, and there were no fingerprints, no traces of poison, and no eavesdropping. Hearing this, Edgar immediately became alert, and his fox-like eyes became extremely sharp. Hearing the words Azura City, he couldn't help but think of Admiral Freston, who was in dire straits in the city at the moment. Edgar didn't reply to Sig immediately, but just said, "You ask Alan to send the things to my office." "Okay. I'll arrange it right away." After hanging up the phone, Edgar sank deeply into his chair, his expression rarely showing a trace of visible uneasiness, which was a sense of loss of control that he had never experienced when he was planning to solve the France and Delno families. As the power of the Scott family continued to expand, Alan also followed his father and gradually participated in the core decision-making. He became more mature and stable. After delivering the letter to Edgar, he left without asking any more questions, and he could clearly feel the solemnity from his uncle. Most of the time, his uncle was strategizing and handling things with ease, and he rarely saw him like this. However, Alan also had one more thing in mind. That is, this letter suddenly sent anonymously must have an unusual meaning. After returning home, he continued to investigate the matter. However, before he and his father Sig could figure out the reason, Edgar immediately knew the source of the letter after opening the envelope and seeing the contents of the letter. As he thought, this thing was the provocation and warning sent to him anonymously by Freston. This letter had no handwritten words, not even a signature, but only printed words, and the content on it was only a simple string of codes and a few dates. After Edgar looked at the letter for a second, he instantly thought of many things. He could only think of Freston for such a cautious, sharp, and extremely simple style of communication. When the PCIH virus broke out after the Battle of Azura City, Edgar took advantage of this opportunity to bribe a soldier with coercion and inducement at a high price to let him release the PCIH virus to Freston. He did not need Freston to die, but only needed to let the other party be infected with the virus once, so that the other party's military career would be declared over. However, the current situation is that this carefully arranged plan failed, because this string of code is the service number of the soldier. And the failure is not only that. After he asked Cress to leave the Homeless Management Center, the other party betrayed him and completely exposed their transaction to Freston. The times that appeared in this letter were the time when Cress was taken away from the Homeless Management Center by his people. He met with Cress, and Sig sent people to remove Cress from the Homeless Management Center. So many sudden changes made him think of one thing. That is, Klaus was sent to the Homeless Management Center in Gondhara City by the Harris family. It was a move that Freston had arranged long ago, just waiting for someone to take the bait. And he was now the fish that took the bait. Thinking of this, Edgar was suddenly angry, and his hatred for Freston grew. Klaus's affairs all announced one thing: that the Harris family was gradually becoming solid under Freston's leadership. And simple bribery, alienation and instigation calculations were completely useless, and would instead make themselves fall into Freston's trap. And such a Harris family can always threaten the interests of the Scott family, which is a fact that cannot be changed even if Freston is sent out of Chantilly City to curb the expansion of the Harris family. After about 10 minutes, Edgar finally slowed down from his rapid thinking mixed with resentment and anger. After he regained his sanity, he realized that the paper in his hand had been crumpled to pieces. At this moment, he had a new idea. The Harris family could develop to this point because Tang Yu who developed the resistance agent, gave them an opportunity to be more powerful. If Tang Yu died, the prosperity of the Harris family would only be short-lived. The failure to kill Tang Yu several times before made him feel lucky that he didn't die. But this time, Tang Yu must die. The Scott family's underground laboratory has already developed a reagent for combining the STGF foreign protein and the blocker of the spirit parasite. And Ashura City will be the best testing ground. Even if this new reagent cannot be compared with the resistance agent, it must share a share of the huge profits of the resistance agent. When this thing enters the market, how can ordinary people distinguish whether it is a real resistance agent or a high-quality imitation at a glance? Getting rid of the creator Tang Yu will undoubtedly make things go more smoothly. If Tang Yu's death is blamed on the president, it will be the most appropriate thing. However, although Edgar thought so, he forgot that it was Tang Yu who led him to the path of imitating resistance agents. Edgar suffered such a big loss from Freston and did not intend to let it go. He wrote a read on the letter, then put it back into the envelope, put the letter into a file bag intact, and called the secretary in, saying that he would personally send this government document to Admiral Freston, who was far away in Ashura City. It's not that he's petty, but he has to reciprocate after receiving a gift from someone else. He can't get rid of Freston right now, but at least he can annoy him. Of course, if the bad news comes tonight that Freston was killed by the new mutated PCIH virus, it would be even better. Soon the vice president's secretary came into the office. He didn't ask much, just took the things and went out to arrange things.